Transcending into the Marvel Universe, the protagonist finds himself immediately threatened by a gang, yet fortuitously awakens a system that unlocks the Patriot panel, enabling a swift counterattack. In pursuit of greater integration and the unlocking of additional character panels, the protagonist, Luo Wei, engages in a brawl with New York's underground emperor, Kingpin, delivers a kick to the reptilian Dr. Connors, recruits Spider-Man as a subordinate, and allies with Iron Man to join the nascent Avengers Federation. He even rouses the Hulk from slumber, prompting Thor to ponder the true nature of divinity. During the Battle of New York, Luo Wei, having acquired the Magneto template, hovers in the sky, obstructing the flow of water, while Ultron's Iron Legion is reduced to mere puppets. When faced with the impending doom of Ragnarok and Thanos' army, Luo Wei, having unlocked the Superman panel, languidly sunbathes, declaring, "Of course, I shall handle it with ease." Chapter 1. Transcending into Marvel, captured from the outset. Good news. I have traversed to New York City in the 2010s. Bad news. It is the New York of Marvel. Indeed, it is that very Marvel, where supervillains, extraterrestrials, and ambitious schemers wreak havoc with alarming frequency. Yet, the most pressing concern is not these threats, but rather the fact that I have been kidnapped by a gang. Luo Wei laments internally. While other transgressors begin their journeys invincible, I find myself in this predicament. How is this fair? Not far off, a group of gang members, responsible for my captivity, engage in idle banter, their attention diverted. Seizing the moment, Luo Wei twists against the ropes binding him, only to find them unforgivingly tight. They are bound securely. He silently critiques his situation while scanning the environment for any opportunity to escape. It is evidently an abandoned factory, littered with rusting machinery. The air is thick with the acrid scent of oil and a faint metallic tang of blood. In the center lies a small room, starkly painted white, devoid of windows, making it impossible to discern the happenings within. Surveying his surroundings further, Luo Wei notices he is not alone. A middle-aged Chinese man is tied up beside him. A compatriot? Luo Wei's heart stirs, and he whispers quietly, "Sir, how long have you been here? Have you thought of a way to escape?" "Escape?" The middle-aged man replies in a tone of resignation, turning to reveal a face marred with bruises. "There is only one exit, and they have firearms. If you attempt to flee, you will likely end up like me, beaten." Though he refrains from voicing the worst possible outcome, Luo Wei can easily imagine it. It seems there is no immediate chance for escape. As Luo Wei contemplates, the middle-aged man strikes up a conversation. "You are quite young. How did you end up here? Don't your parents worry?" Luo Wei recalls fragments of his previous life and responds, "My parents passed away early, and I struggled in China. I had hoped to make a fortune in America, but the smuggler who brought me here deceived me and sold me." "You too were deceived?" The middle-aged man expresses surprise, then curses vehemently. "Those damn smugglers are heartless beasts. Filthy scoundrels. They promised riches upon arrival. They are all liars." Sob, sob. As he rants, the middle-aged man's composure crumbles, and tears flow. "I am sorry, my wife. I am a fool, an idiot. If I die, remarry quickly, find a wiser man. Do not be foolish like me. Be strong, my daughter, whether in heaven or on earth. I will plead with the deities to heal you swiftly." Listening to the man's lamentations weighs heavily on Luo Wei's heart. He, too, is a pitiable soul. A creaking sound pierces the air. The white-painted room swings open. Luo Wei looks towards the sound and sees a Caucasian doctor in a white coat pushing a gurney covered with a white cloth. Beneath the cloth, the outline of a human form is discernible. Indeed, it appears to be an organ extraction. Human sorrow is not shared. The freshly bloodied doctor removes his gloves, frowning at the middle-aged man's cries. He is too loud. The doctor icily commands the gang members, "Bring him here. I must attend to him immediately." Though the middle-aged man does not understand English, he senses the danger as two gangsters approach menacingly. "Let me go, you damned Americans." In a desperate struggle, fueled by primal instincts, he evades their grasp. "If you want to kill me, I will bite you to death." Seizing an opportunity, the middle-aged man bites into one gangster's ear, unleashing a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. My ear. Let go, you madman." The gangster's shriek ignites a ferocity within the middle-aged man. He thrashes about like a rabid dog. Soon, the gangster's ear succumbs to the assault, bitten clean off. To the horror of onlookers, the man does not cease his gnawing but begins to chew it. Americans, you wish to bully us Chinese? I will make you bleed and weep." With a swift motion, a sharp scalpel plunges into the middle-aged man's heart from behind. His eyes widen in shock, and he collapses, unable to remain upright. The doctor supports his fallen body, his expression indifferent, as if he were merely slaughtering livestock rather than a human being. What are you waiting for, you fool? He berates another gangster who stands frozen. Help me load the body onto the gurney. I must perform the operation at once. The grim scene spurs the other captives into subdued tears. Yet, Rovi's gaze remains fixated on the murderer, a tempest of fury brewing within him. Beep. Detecting intense emotional fluctuations in the transgressor Protection Association is dispatching a system for the transgressor. Beep. The multiverse character template system is successfully deployed. This system can provide the host with character templates from various realms. Beep. A novice gift package is being distributed, including a random strength character template and a card that increases integration by 20%. Would you like to use it? The essential system for any transgressor has finally arrived. Without hesitation, Rovi initiates the extraction. Beep. Extraction successful. The Patriot template from the series The Boys has been acquired. Using the 20% integration card, he enhances the Patriot template. Beep. Enhancement successful. The host can view it on the system panel. As the system's voice fades, Rovi feels a surge of warmth radiating from his heart, coursing through his limbs. He opens the system template. Beep. Successfully opened. The multiverse character template system. Host, Rovi. Points, 0. Note. The host can earn points by influencing the Marvel Universe through their actions. Points are awarded for interactions with plot characters, which can increase integration, purchase character slots, and exchange for new character templates. Current number of slots, 1. Note. The number of slots determines how many character templates the host can load. Current loaded character template, Patriot integration at 20%. Abilities. Super Strength unlocked. Super Defense unlocked. Super Hearing locked, requires 40% integration to unlock. Super Penetrative Vision unlocked, 60 fusion. Heat Vision unlocked, 80 fusion. Supersonic Flight unlocked, 100 fusion. How intriguing, a tiered unlocking ability. Although only 20 fusion has unlocked Super Strength and Super Defense, Rovi is already quite satisfied. Based on the demonstration of strength and defense from the Homelander and the boys, dealing with this gang of mere gunmen should be a trivial matter. Since unlocking abilities requires exerting influence on this world, let the first impact commence with these gangsters. Chapter 2. Unlocking the power of Homelander. All must perish. Feeling an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his body, Rovi forcefully broke free from the bindings of his restrained arms. The nylon ropes, thick as a thumb, could not withstand the strain and fell away. Such ropes usually endure several tons of force, yet Rovi felt he hadn't even exerted 1/10 of his strength. Based on his performance, he conservatively estimated his strength to be at least 70 to 80 tons. In truth, the boys did not provide detailed statistics on the Homelander. He felt an opportunity to thoroughly test his capabilities. Rovi's act of breaking free did not attract the attention of the gang guards. At that moment, they were reveling in the misfortune of a gang member tending to his injured ear. Hey, Henry, you're pathetic for letting a captive bite off your ear. Indeed, you'd best retire and go home to raise your kids. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, there is no sympathy for the feeble, only respect and fear for the powerful. The jeers from his comrades undoubtedly cast doubt on Hunter's strength, inflicting a wound to his pride that stung more than the loss of his ear. Thus, he felt compelled to act, lest his status within the gang plummet to the lowest tier. Meanwhile, Rovi emerged from the shadows, closing in on Henry. What's going on? How did someone break free? Catch him. Don't let that Chinese escape. Silence. Just as the gang members were about to surround Rovi, Henry waved his hand, halting their advance. No one intervenes, he'll personally teach this kid a lesson. With that, Henry clenched his fists in excitement, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he watched Rovi approach step by step. He intended to demonstrate his strength through brutal means to his comrades. What's wrong? Is your ear not hurting anymore? Rovi taunted Henry in fluent English. In his past life, he majored in English and worked as a foreign trade translator for an extended period. His proficiency was nearly native. Upon hearing Rovi's mockery, Hunter was momentarily taken aback, then his expression contorted with rage. The experience of losing his ear was the greatest humiliation of his life. It was one thing for his comrades to mock him, but this kid dared to speak. Ah, tough-mouthed brat. Fury surged within Hunter as he bellowed. He'll crush your bones one by one, twist your limbs, prepare to die. With that, his right fist swung toward Rovi's head. Crush my bones. Rovi scoffed internally, standing his ground without flinching. As Hunter's fist descended, Rovi felt as if a gentle breeze had brushed against his head. Yet, Hunter's eyes widened in disbelief, for the anticipated sight of Rovi collapsing did not materialize. Instead, his fist met an unyielding force, sending a jolt of pain through him, as if striking steel. "What's wrong, Henry? Can't even land a punch, and you call yourself a gangster?" As Rovi spoke, laughter erupted from the gang members watching from a distance rather than sympathizing with their comrade. They joined Rovi in mocking him. "Henry, did you forget to eat? Your punch barely tickled that kid." "That kid is right, you shouldn't be in our gang. Your weak moves are better suited for a charity hospital as a caregiver." Amidst the revelry, the leading gang leader furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Henry, what's going on? Are you mimicking a circus clown?" As he spoke, he drew his gun, urging, "Enough of this nonsense, finish that kid quickly." Feeling wronged by the leader's reprimand, Henry tried to convince himself that his earlier punch was merely an illusion, yet the searing pain in his right hand snapped him back to reality. He did not understand why Rovi had become as hard as steel since he could not overpower him. He resolved to restrain him instead. With that thought, Henry lunged forward, arms outstretched toward Rovi. However, Rovi had no intention of engaging in close contact with this foul-smelling man. In a swift motion, Rovi stepped forward and seized Henry's outstretched arms. Henry struggled to break free, but his arms felt as if they were trapped in a hydraulic clamp, immovable. "Didn't you say you'd crush my bones and twist my limbs? Now, I return those words to you." With that, Rovi forcefully twisted Henry's arms downward. Henry let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "You're too loud." Rovi, with an impassive expression, released Henry's arms, clenched his fist, and struck Henry in the chest. Crack! Henry's ribcage could not withstand the force. Rovi's fist penetrated Henry's chest, creating a horrifying hole from which blood erupted, splattering across Rovi's face. How fragile! Seeing that Henry was on the verge of death, Rovi shook his head and tossed his lifeless body aside like refuse. The sudden, gruesome scene left the other gang members in stunned silence. "Something is amiss, open fire." The gang leader reacted swiftly, roaring in anger as he raised his gun and pulled the trigger at Rovi. With the leader's command, the others swiftly drew their guns and unleashed a barrage of fire. 7 or 8 gun muzzles glowed ominously, and hundreds of bullets rained down upon Rovi. As the magazines emptied, Rovi remained standing, glancing down at his shredded shirt before casually discarding it. Beneath the torn fabric, his muscles showed no signs of bullet holes or even a hint of swelling. After all, he possessed the Homelander's super defense if he could withstand missiles. Why fear your mere handguns? What appeared to Rovi as a perfectly normal scene sent the 7 or 8 gang members firing their weapons into a state of despair. "Fuck, what's going on? The bullets can't harm him. No, this is impossible, I must be hallucinating. Demon, you're not human, you must be a demon." Heh. Rovi stepped forward amidst the scattered bullets, coldly mocking, "You dare to call me a demon? I merely withstood the bullets, even steel can do that. Is steel a demon? Compared to this, you who illegally trade organs and harm countless lives should be the real demons." Rovi's footsteps echoed like the whispers of death in the ears of the gangsters as they watched this monster, who could withstand bullets, approach them step by step. They had nearly lost their will to fight, fleeing toward the exit one by one. Yet, Rovi had no intention of allowing their escape. With a powerful thrust of his knee, he surged forward like a cannonball, delivering a punch that struck the nearest gang leader. The head of the fleeing gangster exploded like a watermelon. His body then collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to stillness. The remaining gangsters fell apart beneath Luo Wei's fists as if they were mere tofu, shattering effortlessly. There was no semblance of battle, merely a massacre. Within mere seconds, Luo Wei stood alone amidst the desolation of the factory. "This is utterly filthy." Luo Wei surveyed himself, noting not only the blood that drenched his body, but also the remnants of unknown organs clinging to him. "Perhaps I should temper my strength in future confrontations. I wonder if there is a place to wash up." As he mused, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small operating room painted white. "I nearly forgot about you." Luo Wei smacked his forehead and made his way toward the pristine medical facility. Chapter 3. The Underground King of New York, Gene Bing. Rovi pushed open the operating room door, only to be met by the glint of a silver scalpel. With a sharp snap, the scalpel broke upon striking Rovi's chest. How intriguing, an ambush. Rovi turned his gaze to the owner of the scalpel, a white physician. "Who are you?" The physician's voice lacked its previous coldness, trembling instead with uncertainty. It was no wonder he could not recognize me. Rovi understood that his blood-soaked appearance would undoubtedly frighten any child. Ignoring the doctor's inquiry, he surveyed the operating room, noticing a wash basin and several white cloths that could serve as towels. He turned on the tap and began to meticulously cleanse himself. The physician, rooted in place, felt a tumult of emotions as he observed Rovi's complete disregard for him. Outside, the gang guards remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Silence reigning after a flurry of gunfire and screams. Then, this man, drenched in blood and remnants of organs, had boldly entered. What was more terrifying was that the physician's intention to secure a swift victory through a surprise attack had been thwarted when his scalpel shattered against Rovi's chest. As a seasoned surgeon, he understood the sharpness of a scalpel better than anyone. Connecting the dots, a horrific suspicion began to form in his mind. Rovi, however, paid no heed to the doctor's thoughts, for in his eyes, the physician was already a dead man. Yet, a pressing issue remained. Although he had washed himself clean, his pants and shoes were still nearly soaked in blood, rendering them unwearable. "You, take off your clothes," Rovi commanded the doctor, determining that he would not waste attire he intended to use after killing him. The physician hesitated briefly before gesturing toward a nearby cabinet. "There are my spare clothes inside. Our physiques are similar, so they should fit you well." "That would be splendid," Rovi replied, nodding as he opened the cabinet to reveal a neatly arranged black leisure suit, accompanied by a pair of shoes, a set of car keys, and sunglasses. The fine fabric indicated a costly suit indeed. As Rovi picked up the clothing, he was struck by its luxurious texture. $13,000. The physician exhaled, relaxing slightly as he pulled out a roll of cash from his pocket. "There's over 2,000 here. If you spare my life, all of this will be yours." Rovi chuckled softly. "Killing you means all of this becomes mine as well." "No, you cannot kill me," the doctor stammered, swallowing hard. "I serve Mr. Jinbing. You may not know who he is, but he is the underground king of all New York. He controls the entire spectrum of criminal activities in the city, and thousands heed his commands. Moreover, observe that I am unacquainted with you. Should you spare me, I shall fabricate a narrative to delay the investigation into Jinbin. This would afford you the opportunity to depart from New York, free from the burdens of subsequent concerns. It is indeed a most advantageous transaction, is it not?" Upon concluding his statement, the doctor gazed intently at Ro, his demeanor transforming into one of assured confidence. Convinced that this deal was exceedingly beneficial and that Ro had no reason to decline. At that moment, Ro had donned his suit and shoes, his gaze fixated on the lifeless body of a middle-aged Chinese man lying on the operating table. With an unperturbed tone, he remarked, "You are correct. This is a lucrative deal." The doctor felt a surge of elation within, suppressing his excitement as he nodded and extended his hand toward Ro, stating, "You have made a wise choice. Do you have your mobile phone?" Ro refrained from shaking his hand, retorting instead, "Do you have it with you?" "I have it. I can give it to you," the doctor replied, begrudgingly retrieving his phone, inwardly cursing Ro as a greedy fiend. "Dial 911 and confess to the New York police that you have been engaged in illegal organ trading with the gang." The doctor was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, that call would ruin my life." Ro advanced, twisting the doctor's right arm with a chilling demeanor, stating coldly, "You still have one hand left to use." Madman, an absolute madman, the doctor thought, cursing inwardly, yet he dared not hesitate any longer. "Beep, beep, beep. This is the New York Police Department. How may I assist you?" "My name is Collins. I wish to report." Ro's frigid gaze bore down upon him like a steel blade at his throat, compelling him to divulge everything, including their location. "Well, are you satisfied now?" Upon uttering this, the doctor collapsed limply to the floor, discarding his phone, his eyes vacant. With that call, his life was irrevocably shattered. Nevertheless, in the face of death, self-reporting seemed a preferable option. With the aid of a competent lawyer, he might salvage his life. "Satisfied, you ask?" Ro would not let him off so easily. He seized the doctor by the collar, hoisting him from the ground. "Did I ever say I would release you? No, you cannot kill me. You do not comprehend the formidable power of Mr. Jinbin." The doctor had not anticipated Ro's intent to murder him. He thrashed desperately, struggling with all his might. "If you kill me, Mr. Jinbin will undoubtedly seek retribution, and you will come to regret this. You have soiled my trousers." Ro's eyes glimmered with distaste, and with a swift motion, he decisively snapped the doctor's neck. "Such a demise is truly too lenient for you." Gazing at the lifeless form, Ro murmured, "As for your mention of Jinbin, I shall indeed seek him out." Turning his attention to the gurney, he observed the uncle's corpse resting upon it, pale and lifeless. Regrettably, dear uncle, I am unable to save you. With a heart pierced and succumbing to excessive blood loss, Ro, bearing the visage of a compatriot, found himself powerless in this circumstance. However, we Chinese people cherish the notion of returning to one's roots. Rovi's decision to have the doctor report to 911 was a strategic attempt to enlist the police's authority in taking over the investigation of this case. Subsequently, as the victim, the uncle's remains would presumably be transported back home once the inquiry concluded. After completing his tasks, Rovi exited the operating room and was on the verge of departing through the factory's entrance when suddenly, a commotion erupted from corner. Sir, please help us." Following the sound, Rovi discovered two Eastern European individuals, also victims of abduction, sitting on the ground and calling for his assistance. Contemplating their shared plight, Rovi approached and deftly severed the ropes binding them. Having done so, he turned to leave. However, one of the individuals grasped his hand and implored, "Sir, where are you going? Could you take us with you?" Rovi, growing impatient, shook off the hand. "Why would you follow me? The police will be here any moment. You're safe now." Yet, the individual hesitated, expressing concern. What if the gang returns? This place is too perilous. Indeed, the arrival of the police was uncertain. And the plea continued, "Sir, could you perhaps stay and protect us, or at least escort us to the precinct?" The notion of protecting them or taking them to safety amused Rovi. "Do you presume I am some sort of volunteer officer or your caretaker? If you wish to resist, take a gun from the gang's corpse. If not, find a corner to hide in. Should you dare to obstruct my path, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well." His threats nearly brought the two to tears, as they had witnessed the brutal demise of the gang members firsthand. They exchanged glances, then, sobbing, sought refuge behind a derelict machine. Observing their fearful retreat, Rovi scoffed and stepped out of the factory. Chapter 4. Star Tower. Upon exiting the factory, he was greeted by the warm, setting sun. Rovi squinted, estimating the time to be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon based on the sun's position. In the open area surrounding the factory, a striking red sports car was parked. A Ferrari 458? Given that it was 2010, this indeed was the latest model available. Uncertain when the police would arrive, Rovi surmised that, due to the gravity of the illegal organ trade case, their response would be swift. He had no desire to linger in a place that could lead to a myriad of unforeseen complications. Unlocking the vehicle with the key, Rovi drove away. Yet, as he ventured forth, he encountered a new dilemma. He was unfamiliar with the roads, lacking any maps or navigational aids. He could only proceed along the thoroughfare, hoping to spot a sign indicating his location. Moments later, a road sign pointing towards Manhattan revealed his whereabouts. He was in New York City, specifically Manhattan. The city comprises 5 boroughs: Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island, and the very Manhattan in which he found himself. Notably, Stark Tower, home to the illustrious Iron Man. Tony Stark is located in Manhattan. Spider-Man resides in Queens, while Captain America is stationed in Brooklyn. Just as Roe discovered a guide leading towards Manhattan, a police convoy swiftly arrived at the abandoned factory in response to a call from a doctor confessing to the authorities. After meticulously coordinating their efforts to ensure the area was safe, they ventured inside the factory, only to be confronted by the grisly sight of 7 or 8 corpses lying not far from the entrance. The horrific conditions of each body surpassed their expectations. What calamity had befallen this gang? One officer endeavored to deduce the circumstances surrounding the conflict from the remains. It was evident that this was not a gang-on-gang shootout. The bodies bore no bullet wounds, and they appeared to be fleeing towards the entrance. Experienced officers quickly began to piece together the sequence of events based on the evidence at hand. "Look," one officer pointed to a corpse with a shattered skull. This kind of injury could have been inflicted by a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. "Not so fast," another retorted, who would bring an anti-material sniper rifle into a factory, especially for combat at this range? "Why are there so many spent casings here?" Another officer queried, soon discovering the location where Roe had been shot. The bullets seemed to have struck a high-strength alloy. As their investigation deepened, their perplexities multiplied, leading them to a small medical room designated for surgical procedures. The confessing doctor was found dead, presumably murdered. He had endured severe torture prior to his demise, with one arm broken and his cause of death being a fractured cervical vertebra. Officers! 2 victims rescued by Roe appeared on the scene. Eyewitnesses. Excellent, an officer exclaimed. Did you see anything? The two victims stammered, aware of Ro's fearsome reputation, yet feeling indebted to him for saving their lives, rendering them momentarily speechless. All right. This is not the place for questioning. Let's take the victims back to the precinct, commanded the leading officer. Brian, you are in charge of securing the scene. Preserve all evidence, as it will be crucial when we request the forensic experts. Upon receiving the officer's orders, everyone took to their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, an officer slipped away to an unnoticed corner and made a phone call. Mr. Jean, Rose swiftly navigated into Manhattan, stopping in front of a store where he purchased a map of New York City using the gold coins he had acquired from the doctor. Sitting in his vehicle, he studied the map, referencing real-world landmarks and road signs, finally alleviating the chaos of being lost like a headless chicken. By the way, I just cleared out a gang. Perhaps I've made a small impact on the Marvel Universe, though I am uncertain of how many points I have earned. With that thought, Ro silently recited in his mind and opened the system panel. Ding! System panel opened successfully. Multiverse character template system host. Ro. Points 10, 381. Slot count 1. Character template. Patriotic individual. 20 fusion. Unlocked abilities. Super strength. Super defense locked abilities. Super hearing. Supervision. Heat vision. Supersonic flight 10381 points. Does this amount signify abundance or scarcity? Luo Wei attempted to enhance the fusion degree of the patriotic individual template with his points, and immediately, the system presented a notification. Ding! Point addition successful. The patriotic individual template is classified as a high-level template. Each increment in fusion degree requires the expenditure of 10,000 points. Ding! The system marketplace will unlock upon complete activation of the current panel, allowing for the acquisition of additional characters. 10,000 points for a single increase in fusion degree. Considering the strength of the patriotic individual panel, it could undoubtedly hold its own within the Marvel Universe, and Luo Wei deemed this expenditure reasonable. However, what was the calculation for acquiring points? He proceeded to check the points section. At that moment, a new system notification emerged. You have eradicated a small criminal gang, resulting in a minor impact on the Marvel Universe. Reward points, 1337. You reported a gang involved in the illegal trafficking of human organs to the New York police. Reward points, 3044. The criminal gang you eliminated was composed of plot characters, under the command of Kingpin, inciting his wrath. Reward points, 6,000. So this is the algorithm for influence points. Killing 7 or 8 individuals only yielded 1337 points. This was likely due to the fact that the gang members he eliminated were akin to mere bystanders in the Marvel Universe. Furthermore, the locale was secluded, situated within an abandoned factory, with only 2 survivors as witnesses. In contrast, reporting the illegal organ trafficking to the New York police constituted a significant case, thus meriting a reward exceeding 1,000 points. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected rewards from a good deed. As for the 6,000 points from Kingpin, it was understandable. After all, plot characters, as the system had previously indicated, yielded greater rewards when influenced. With this newfound understanding, Luo Wei comprehended his next course of action. The Marvel Universe is replete with characters and events, and with his prior knowledge of the plot, influencing these narrative figures would be a straightforward endeavor. Yet, he had only departed from the factory less than half an hour ago. How could Kingpin receive news so swiftly? Was it possible someone had tipped him off? Or did the police have informants within his ranks? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Kingpin, whose real name is Wilson Fisk, was a character with whom Luo Wei was well acquainted. He had learned about this character in the Spider-Man cartoons he watched as a child. As the head of New York's underground crime syndicate, he amassed substantial wealth through various criminal enterprises conducted by his subordinates and had even bribed numerous supervillains with this wealth. Corrupting a few police officers was certainly not a daunting task for him. He was notorious for his cunning and guile, possessing a massive physique akin to that of a sumo wrestler. Yet unlike a sumo wrestler, he was entirely muscular, capable of engaging in combat with Spider-Man. In addition, he is also known as the formidable figure in the television series Daredevil. It appears that in order to amass a substantial amount of points, one must devise strategies to create significant events or engage with key characters in the storyline. It is now 2010, approximately a year since the emergence of Iron Man. However, in the forthcoming 2 years, various superhero incidents are poised to unfold in rapid succession. By 2012, the Battle of New York, which will mark the inaugural assembly of the Avengers, will erupt as the Chitauri invade Earth through a wormhole hovering above Stark Tower. Confronted with this impending conflict, Rovi believes that failing to elevate his capabilities to a complete fusion level could render him vulnerable. After all, a nuclear missile is set to be launched at New York. Rovi harbors doubts regarding whether Homelander can withstand such a nuclear strike. The series has never explicitly depicted him enduring such an explosion. Furthermore, Homelander is essentially a diluted version of Superman, who has previously been obliterated by a nuclear blast. Can Homelander truly endure it? Naturally, Rovi could opt to hide away. But one cannot evade the inevitable forever. When Thanos arrives, the mortality rate will be 50%. Will Rovi be able to escape then? Moreover, avoidance is not in Rovi's nature. As a time traveler, he feels compelled to leave behind a legacy. Clarifying his thoughts, Rovi has determined his immediate objective. If this were a game, his primary quest would be to increase Homelander's fusion level to 100% before the Battle of New York. Since Kingpin, as a narrative character, can yield a considerable number of points and has already drawn Rovi's attention, it seems prudent to target him. Chapter 5. The Importance of Intelligence. Mission. Impossible restarting his sports car. Rovi glanced at the map in his hands, which indicated the location of Fisk Tower, a mere 10-minute drive away. En route, he would also pass Stark Tower, so he decided to visit both. Within 7 or 8 minutes, Stark Tower came into view. Gazing at the scene reminiscent of the films he cherished, Rovi felt a swell of admiration. Tony Stark, an indelible figure in the Marvel Universe. A super genius hailed as the most brilliant mind, from a carefree playboy lacking responsibility to a leader of the Avengers. He ultimately sacrificed himself to save half of the universe's inhabitants during the climactic battle. Reflecting inwardly, Rovi realized he could never undertake such selfless acts for others. If he could profoundly influence Iron Man, it would likely yield a significant number of points. However, the opportunity to engage with him has yet to present itself. Stark's transformation occurs later in the film, taking place after the initial Battle of New York, where he begins to exhibit a more mature and responsible demeanor. Approaching Stark prematurely without a compelling reason could backfire. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Thus, Rovi intends to proceed methodically. As the Stark Tower vanished from sight, Rovi's next target, the Fisk Tower, came into view. In stark contrast to the grand and majestic Stark Industries building, Fisk Tower appeared rather modest and unassuming. Not only did it lack the towering height of Stark Tower, but its decor also seemed dilapidated by comparison. This was hardly surprising, as Stark Industries had been engaged in arms dealing for over 50 years, a family business flourishing globally. In contrast, Fisk's criminal enterprises were confined to the New York area, with much of his income derived from illicit activities. Gazing towards the pinnacle of the building, Rovi surmised that it must house Wilson Fisk's office. However, he did not intend to enter and seek out Fisk directly. First and foremost, Rovi had not yet unlocked his supervision and was unaware if Fisk was even within the building. Even if he were inside, Rovi knew that he could not reach Fisk through legitimate means. Wilson Fisk, a wealthy magnate, was not easily accessible without prior arrangements. Despite Rovi's current capabilities allowing him to forcibly enter the building, even ascending floor by floor, should the elevators be sealed, such a tactic would undoubtedly alert the building security team. Based on Rovi's observations, there appeared to be a helipad on the rooftop, with helicopters on standby for the swift evacuation of key individuals in case of emergencies. Thus, a direct assault would be the most foolish choice. Revealing his strength prematurely could lead to unforeseen complications. Considering Fisk's cunning nature and the myriad of traps he might have in store. Although Rovi believed that Fisk's tactics might not necessarily pose a threat to him, they would undoubtedly prove to be an annoyance. While endowed with superhuman strength, Rovi did not rely solely on brute force to resolve matters. Strategic foresight was his guiding principle. He preferred to maintain control over situations to minimize unexpected developments. Of course, if the front entrance was inaccessible, the side paths remained an option. After thorough reconnaissance of the terrain, Rovi formulated a simple plan in his mind. As the sun dipped below the horizon and nightfall enveloped the city, a shadowy figure began to scale the walls of Fisk Tower. This figure was none other than Rovi himself, now clad in a black casual outfit, carrying a backpack, and barefoot to enhance his stealth and grip while climbing. Although he lacked Spider-Man's wall-crawling abilities, his formidable upper body strength rendered climbing the building a trivial endeavor. Even in the absence of footholds, his strength would allow him to create a handhold from the wall itself. Rovi's intent in infiltrating Fisk Tower was not merely to seek out Fisk, but rather to gather intelligence. As the adage wisely states, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. As Wilson Fisk's personal office, it was certain that valuable information or documents pertaining to him resided within. The primary objective of Luo Wei's operation this time was precisely for this purpose, scaling the towering structure of several dozen stories. Reaching over 100 meters in less than a minute, Luo Wei ascended to the top floor. Near the expansive windows on that upper level, he cautiously peered into the office, observing the interior. The lights were still aglow, illuminating a Caucasian male clad in a black suit, busily organizing items at his desk. After a brief examination, Luo Wei concluded that this individual was not Jean Bin, as the latter was notably robust while the man within appeared of average stature. However, it was evident that he played a role akin to that of a secretary, facilitating Jean Bin's operations. A smile crept across Luo Wei's face. It seemed this mission would yield considerable rewards. For a tycoon like Jean Bin, it was inevitable to have secretarial assistants, whether administrative or personal, or even a chief secretary, all privy to information that remained hidden from others. Luo Wei retrieved a suction cup from his backpack, designed for the installation of large panes of glass, possessing remarkable adhesive strength. He then produced a diamond-tipped glass cutter, meticulously carving out an aperture in the window. Unable to push the glass inward, after completing the cut, Luo Wei discovered that he could not budge the glass at all. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was fortified with a safety layer of tempered glass. Indeed, the scenarios depicted in films were not so easily replicated. Initially, Luo Wei had intended to emulate the silent infiltration scene in spy movies. Yet it appeared that such an approach was unattainable. With a resigned sigh, he abandoned his hesitation, striking the glass with a decisive blow as he leaped through the opening. The sound of shattering glass startled the secretary. Luo Wei dashed forward, swiftly covering the secretary's mouth, warning, "Silence if you wish to live. I ask you, blink if you agree." Upon receiving the secretary's affirmative blink, Luo Wei released his grip. "What is your relation to Jean Bin?" The secretary, appearing bewildered at the mention of Jean Bin, replied, "I do not know Jean Bin. I am Mr. Wilson's administrative secretary." Luo Wei was fully aware that Jean Bin was indeed Wilson, yet it seemed the secretary was oblivious to Wilson's concealed identity. Without offering an explanation, Luo Wei persisted with his inquiry. "What are you doing in Wilson's office?" "I am here to organize Mr. Wilson's recent schedule and activities." "What recent activities has Wilson engaged in?" The secretary recounted truthfully, detailing various business negotiations and meetings with certain individuals. Luo Wei diligently noted the times and locations. Most significantly, he learned that in 2 days, Wilson would host a charity gala, inviting numerous social elites and political figures to attend. Furthermore, he heard that both Tony Stark and the chief of the New York Police Department would grace the event with their presence. Intriguing. Such a lively gathering would undoubtedly present an excellent opportunity to accrue some points. "Tell me, as Wilson's administrative secretary, have you ever discovered any secrets pertaining to Wilson?" Upon hearing the question, the secretary immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was indeed privy to certain information. It pertained to the confidential matters of his employer. Should he divulge it and subsequently face repercussions, his position would undoubtedly be jeopardized. It is worth noting that his current salary was substantial, and securing a similar role elsewhere would prove to be quite a challenge. Rovi, observing the secretary's expression, sensed an opportunity, yet he understood that without applying some pressure, the secretary would remain reticent. After all, each life is singular. One must ponder whether one's own life holds more significance than that of one's employer. As Rovi spoke, the grip of his hand on the secretary's shoulder grew increasingly forceful. Chapter 6. The Master Manipulator Rovi, the nemesis of evil. As Rovi tightened his grip, the secretary felt as if his shoulder blades were on the verge of fracturing, an agonizing pain radiating through him. "I will speak." He finally relented, his face contorted in distress. "I am the administrative secretary. I seldom engage with Mr. Wilson's personal affairs, but I am well acquainted with this office. There may be a hidden chamber here where he keeps certain items." "A hidden chamber?" Rovi released his hold on the secretary. "Where is it? Show me." The secretary, massaging his aching shoulder, approached the desk and opened a side drawer, pressing a concealed button. As he did so, a wall behind them parted, revealing a heavy alloy door secured with a keypad. I stumbled upon it while organizing files, but it cannot be opened without the code, he explained. Rovi stepped forward to examine the door closely, knocking against it to hear the dull thud that echoed back. It was quite thick, yet Rovi believed he could breach it. However, he pondered whether forcing it open might trigger some countermeasures, and the noise of damaging metal would likely attract attention. After a moment's consideration, Rovi began to inspect the wall on the outer side of the hidden door, tapping and listening to the reverberations. Indeed, he discerned a variation in the sounds. It appeared the hidden chamber was not entirely constructed of alloy. Breaching the wall from the outside might prove more advantageous than attempting to penetrate the door. With this thought in mind, Rovi's right hand transformed into a claw-like shape, and he plunged it into the wall. Instantly, the reinforced concrete crumbled as if it were mere dust. The secretary, witnessing the spectacle, was nearly rendered speechless, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He questioned whether Rovi was truly human or perhaps a monstrous entity or extraterrestrial in disguise. Yet, he was relieved not to have provoked this formidable being. The secretary's wild speculations were of no concern to Rovi, who remained focused on enlarging the breach and excavating further within. Before long, he had created an opening through the entire wall. However, he did not rush to enter. Instead, he paused at the aperture to observe the interior, which revealed a miniature office. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the secretary, whose eyes were filled with bewilderment, and asked, "Do you wish to venture inside?" Upon hearing Rovi's inquiry, the secretary felt a pang of internal conflict. Upon discovering the hidden chamber, he was instantly consumed by curiosity regarding its concealed treasures. Such a significant secret space must harbor valuable possessions. Having already betrayed Mr. Wilson's secrets, he resolved to act without hesitation. Once a person's moral boundaries are breached, they often continue to crumble. Without much contemplation, the secretary nodded and approached. With a mischievous grin, Roe addressed him. "You have provided the intelligence. Please go ahead." Realizing Roe's intention, the secretary understood he was being sent in as a scout. However, at this juncture, could he still refuse such a monstrous demand? He could only blame his own insatiable greed. One could only hope for worthwhile discoveries within. Reassuring himself, the secretary stepped through the opening first. After 10 seconds, noticing that the secretary's entry triggered no traps, Roe followed suit. The layout of the chamber was rather simplistic. In the center stood an office desk, atop which rested a computer. The desk faced a wall adorned with a reinforced alloy door, devoid of any adornments. Conversely, both side walls were lined with numerous shelves, housing various books and decorative items. Additionally, the wall behind the desk boasted a massive cabinet. Roe approached and opened the cabinet door, revealing an astonishing trove of cash, gold, and a stack of file bags. Such wealth, such gold. The secretary was immediately drawn to the gleaming treasures, eagerly pocketing some as he reached for them. Roe, however, paid little attention to the riches for the moment, opting instead to inspect the computer. Upon powering it on, he found it required a password and chose to abandon that pursuit. It was clear the secretary would be oblivious to this detail. He then tore open a file bag, discovering that the first document contained records of locations and negotiation details. It was evident that these bags held incriminating evidence of criminal activities. Otherwise, they would not have been stored here. However, there were too many documents for Roe to carry away, so he decided to prioritize their significance and select a few. Moreover, he had an able assistant to aid him in this endeavor. With that thought in mind, Roe casually patted the secretary on the shoulder, ensnared by the allure of wealth. The secretary glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, seemingly struck by a thought, and trembled, collapsing to the ground. "Please, sir, do not kill me. I won't take the money. I beg you." "At what point did I express a desire to kill you?" Roe replied, bewildered. He helped the secretary to his feet and admonished, "You think far too ill of me, my friend. This is unacceptable." "Why, yes, I apologize, sir. It was my error." The secretary felt confused, uncertain of Roe's intentions. Enough with the apologies. Roe waved his hand dismissively. "I merely have a question to pose to you." "What question?" Roe gestured toward the gold and cash within the cabinet. "Whom do you believe these riches belong to?" "Mr. Wilson's money is not yours. It belongs to him." Rovi spoke earnestly. "What you have done is akin to theft, and the repercussions could land you in a police station." "You are correct, yet also mistaken," Rovi interjected. refining his response. Wilson possesses another identity, that of Jean Bing. You may be unaware, but Jean Bing is the sovereign of New York's underworld. The money here is tainted, obtained through nefarious deeds. Thus, while you may have pilfered Wilson's funds, he will not report you to the authorities. Instead, he will dispatch his minions to capture you and your family, subjecting you all to a grim fate. What? The secretary felt a wave of darkness wash over him. It seemed preferable to report Wilson to the police. However, after listening to Rovi's detailed account, he understood that Rovi must possess a means to avert all this. Sir, please assist me and my family. I am willing to do anything you require. Excellent, Rovi replied, nodding with satisfaction as he continued his persuasive discourse. Since Wilson is an irredeemable villain, we must resolutely combat his malevolence to protect you and other innocent citizens. As he spoke, Rovi gestured towards the file folders. Within these documents lies evidence of Jean Bing's criminality. You shall extract the most vital pieces for me. I will utilize this evidence to dismantle his reputation. And by aiding me, you will contribute to the fight against crime. A portion of this gold as a reward seems entirely appropriate. After stating this, Rovi could not help but applaud himself. It was truly remarkable for one raised under the 5-starred red flag to possess such awareness. The secretary, thoroughly swayed by Rovi's blend of intimidation and encouragement, began to scrutinize the documents with utmost seriousness. Chapter 7. Jean Bing's Fury and Pursuit. Rovi exited the chamber, leaving the secretary to sift through the documents alone. It was not that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, the information concealed within these files was extensive. English was not Rovi's native tongue, and his examination might overlook crucial details. Furthermore, someone needed to remain vigilant outside to deter any unexpected intrusions. Fortunately, Wilson's office was not easily accessible, and there were no surveillance cameras. Someone like Jean Bing, who harbored many secrets, would never permit anyone to observe him through a lens. After a half-hour of patient waiting, the secretary's voice resonated from the hidden room. Sir, I have reviewed all the documents. His expression grave. He pointed to the files he had filtered. There are indeed significant issues with these documents. Upon reviewing them all, I can confirm that your assertions hold true. The documents indeed chronicled some unsavory transactions, particularly the names of certain individuals, which made him realize that the elite of New York were also involved in these matters. Although he was aware that the higher-ups might possess peculiar desires and inclinations, he had not anticipated the extent of their depravity. Your efficiency is commendable, my friend. Rovi nodded approvingly, taking the documents and placing them into his spacious backpack, which comfortably accommodated the rolled papers. Casually, he stowed the computer from the desk into the bag and addressed the secretary, stating, "You may now retrieve your remuneration from the cabinet." Sir, how much do you think is appropriate? The secretary inquired cautiously. Take as much as you desire, Rovi replied, not one to be miserly, particularly since this was not his own money. The cabinet contained several hundred kilograms of pure gold bricks, not to mention countless dollars in cash. The secretary stood before the cabinet, contemplating, and ultimately decided to take 20 gold bricks, weighing a kilogram each, placing them into his briefcase, an ideal weight that was neither too heavy nor too light. After patting his briefcase, the secretary resolved to leave without further delay. Before departing, he turned to Rovi and said, Sir, after I leave, I will take my family away from New York. Without suitable opportunities, I may never return. That is a wise choice, Rovi nodded, understanding that the suitable opportunity the secretary referred to was, in fact, the news of Wilson's demise. Considering our pleasant collaboration, I would advise you to return in 3 years. By then, New York will be significantly safer. The impending war in New York was set to occur in 2 years, a time when the vast majority would be affected. However, Rovi, uncertain of the exact timing, added an extra year for caution. The secretary nodded, though unclear about Rovi's warning. He believed adhering to this powerful and enigmatic figure would be prudent. Sir, I wish you success in your endeavors. I take my leave, with a tinge of sentiment. The secretary offered Rovi a parting blessing before departing without a backward glance. Rovi remained motionless until the secretary had left. He had indeed contemplated eliminating the secretary, but given that the latter was now aboard his ship of thieves, there was little chance of him revealing any information to Jean Bing. Moreover, the secretary had proven quite helpful. Thus, Rovi had no desire to take action. Whether to kill or spare him would not alter Rovi's forthcoming plans. Gazing at the gold bricks and cash in the cabinet, Rovi did not take much, merely a stack of bills amounting to approximately $10,000 for his daily use. He methodically retrieved the remaining gold bricks, using his formidable strength to amalgamate them into a singular cylindrical form. Several hundred kilograms of gold, once shaped into a cylinder, resembled a small stool, which Rovi effortlessly lifted. With all his belongings, he approached the shattered glass before him. Peering down, he estimated a drop of about 100 meters. With Azu's physical resilience, it should pose no significant issue. However, he must shield his backpack with his hands. Otherwise, the inertia upon landing might eject the documents and computer. Without further hesitation, he leaped down. The thud upon impact resonated, causing the vehicles flanking the road to emit piercing beeps. The unyielding concrete surface was penetrated by Ro's feet, his waist almost sinking into the cement. A slight numbness lingered. After savoring this extraordinary experience, Ro emerged from the pavement and swiftly vanished into the night. The following day, in the Fisk building, Wilson Fisk stood expressionless in his office. He first glanced at the shattered glass before the floor-to-ceiling windows, then approached the opening leading to the secret chamber, extending his hand to gently caress it. Beside him stood a secretary, who dared not breathe. "Did anyone enter last night?" he inquired. The secretary swallowed hard. "Your executive secretary." Wilson nodded impassively, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Yet, the more enigmatic he appeared, the more fear enveloped the secretary. One of the few within the corporation privy to Wilson's other identity. Without lingering at the opening, Wilson turned and strode towards the alloy door. He entered the code to unlock it and approached the desk that had been ransacked, finding both the computer and the gold in the cabinet missing. He stood silently, gazing at Ro's handiwork. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he closed the cabinet door, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and dialed. "Send a professional forensic team to my office immediately." Within minutes, a 5-member team equipped with various devices arrived at the office. They wielded specialized lights, first inspecting the broken window and the opening, then entering the secret chamber to search for any traces left by humans. Fingerprints, footprints, hair, skin flakes, blood, and so forth. Soon, they collected all samples, and after a brief discussion, they presented their report and data. After handing everything over to the secretary, they departed. Fisk picked up the report and instructed the secretary, "Share the data with our contacts in the police department. I want results within 10 minutes. His words were devoid of emotion, yet the secretary, well aware of Fisk's methods, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The report was not surprising to Fisk. It indicated that someone had broken in through the window, subsequently taking his executive secretary hostage to access the secret chamber. The intruder had abandoned the attempt to open the alloy door, likely due to a lack of appropriate tools. The irregular holes in the wall appeared to have been drilled with a power tool. While Fisk reviewed the report, news from the police department also arrived. "We have found something." The secretary sighed in relief after reading the police report and then reported to Fisk. "Mr. Fisk, of the 3 samples collected from the secret chamber, 2 have already been analyzed by the police department. These 2 belong to you and your executive secretary. As for the data concerning sample 3, there exists no record within the police database. However, this sample bears resemblance to the data involved in an illegal organ trafficking case that the police dismantled 2 days prior." The Secretary General cleared his throat and remarked that the owner of the analyzed sample was an undocumented immigrant hailing from Huagua. According to testimonies from 2 survivors who remained at the factory, he engaged in a skirmish with gang members within the abandoned factory. The gang members fired upon him, yet he emerged unscathed. Subsequently, he eliminated all adversaries and departed the scene in the vehicle of a confessed suspect. The police are currently tracing the vehicle's whereabouts, but results have yet to materialize. "Well, splendid," the words escaped from Jean Bing with considerable effort. He had not anticipated that news of someone undermining his business would reach him just the afternoon prior, and yet that individual would audaciously arrive at his office that very night to pilfer documents and valuables. It appeared this enigmatic adversary possessed formidable strength and ample audacity. Alternatively, it was possible that a mole within his ranks had leaked information. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom the rationale behind the mysterious figure's brazen actions. Could he truly be so confident? Regardless, Jean Bing held firm in his belief that he would locate this individual. The losses he incurred were far too significant. Wealth was not his foremost concern. but rather the sensitive documents and computer data, the exposure of which could implicate numerous people. Deploy all our personnel. Some shall pursue that thief, while others shall create a distraction to draw the police's attention. We must capture him before the police can intervene, Jean Bing declared, patting the Secretary General on the shoulder. His countenance twisted into a disconcerting grin. I await your good news. I trust you shall not let me down, correct? Indeed, the Secretary General stammered, nodding in affirmation. I shall commence action immediately. As he watched the Secretary General depart, Jean Bing stood at the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city, his hands grasping the air as if to seize the entire metropolis within his palm. It had been quite some time since anyone dared to challenge him. No matter who you are, rest assured, I will find you. In due course, you shall comprehend why the name Jean Bing has become synonymous with the underground reign of New York City. Chapter 8. I shall arrange your funeral. Had he overslept? Luo Wei awoke atop an apartment rooftop, stretching languidly as he noticed the sun directly overhead. Nevertheless, he had enjoyed a restful slumber. The previous night, he had driven with gold to the outskirts of Manhattan, finding a secluded spot to bury the treasure before, on his return journey. His sports car unexpectedly ran out of fuel. With no other option, he was compelled to abandon the vehicle and make the trek back to Manhattan on foot. He randomly selected an apartment to climb to the rooftop and lay down to sleep. Lacking legal identification, he had no choice but to live the transient life of a vagabond. I have sullied the name of all travelers. With a touch of self-deprecation, Luo Wei opened the system panel to check if his espionage efforts from the previous day had yielded any reward points. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Luo Wei. Points, 13. 381. Number of slots, 1. Character Template, native of the motherland. Fusion Degree, 21. Unlocked abilities, Super Strength, Super Defense. Unlocked abilities, Super Hearing, Super Vision, Heat Vision, Supersonic Flight. Quite impressive, an increase of 13,000 points in one go. Jean Bing must be furious. Inside, Luo Wei felt a surge of joy and subsequently opened the detailed description of the points acquired. Your act of thievery has had a profound impact on the storyline character. Jean Bing, he has sworn, in the name of the Underground King of New York, to eliminate you. Reward points, 13,000 points. Eliminate me? Luo Wei scoffed. Perhaps he should prepare a coffin, for at the charity gala, I shall orchestrate your funeral. As for the manner of Jean Bing's demise, Luo Wei had already devised a plan the previous night. Assassinating him was evidently not a wise choice, as it would significantly diminish his influence. To garner more influence, Luo Wei intended to use his charity gala as a stage, in front of distinguished guests such as Tony Stark and other societal elites. He would unveil Jean Bing's other identity, shattering the facade of his hypocrisy with the evidence he possessed. When Jean Bing's reputation lay in ruins, his death would serve as the most fitting finale. This would undoubtedly be a spectacular performance, and, as the performer, he would also reap a substantial amount of points. The charity gala was set to take place tomorrow evening, and during this time, Luo Wei could prepare further. For instance, he needed to find someone capable of hacking into the computer. He had a hunch that it contained even more explosive information. However, for specialized tasks, it was prudent to seek the expertise of professionals. Now, Luo Wei needed to find someone skilled enough to breach the computer's defenses. Drawing from his past experiences, Luo Wei concluded that he should visit a place that sold and repaired electronic devices, where he was certain to find someone who could unlock the computer's password. Stepping onto the street, he hailed a taxi. Hello, please fasten your seatbelt. Where to, sir? Good day. I am here for tourism, Luo Wei replied while buckling up. But I believe my computer is malfunctioning. Could you take me to a place that specializes in computers? I wish to purchase a new one. Oh, young man, you seem to have rather unfortunate luck. The driver chuckled as he started the car. But guess what? I happen to know just a place that can meet your needs. Let us be off. With a press of the accelerator, the taxi sped away, and within approximately 10 minutes, it arrived at a digital street. After settling the fare, Luo Wei exited the vehicle and entered the nearest computer shop. At the front desk, the staff greeted him politely. Welcome. How may I assist you today, sir? Luo Wei extracted his notebook from his backpack and inquired, I believe I have forgotten my computer password. Would you be able to help me reset it? The attendant hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Luo Wei before responding. Do you have the purchase invoice or the packaging? Purchase proof? Luo could not have possibly acquired such an item through legitimate means. He feigned scratching his head and chuckled. You see, I must have been in such a rush to leave that I forgot to bring it. Clearly, Luo's fabrication lacked sophistication. Perhaps you could retrieve it from home, the shop assistant suggested with a smile. However, I am merely a tourist here, and time is of the essence. My computer contains essential files, for heaven's sake. Could you assist me? The assistant merely shook his head with a smile. Very well, Luo shrugged, exiting the store. Upon entering the next shop, he was met with the same response. Without a receipt or packaging, we cannot provide service. Quite commendable in terms of professional ethics, he thought, shaking his head. Then I shall resort to my monetary influence. In the third establishment, after traversing the same routine before the clerk, Luo produced a $1,000 bill from his pocket. The clerk gasped, quickly glancing inside the store before saying, "Sir, please hold on." He promptly dashed into the office at the back of the shop. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a pronounced belly emerged alongside the clerk. "This is our store manager," the clerk introduced. "Good day, manager," Luo greeted nonchalantly, aware that the dynamics had shifted. Now, with money in hand, he held the power. The manager returned the greeting, though his eyes were fixed on the cash in Luo's hand. "I presume you must have been in a hurry and forgotten your proof of purchase." Internally amused, Luo maintained an outward calmness and nodded. "I believe we can proceed in this manner," the manager proposed after a moment's contemplation. "We will reset your password, and you may send the proof of purchase later, even by mail. What do you think?" "Truly an astute manager," Luo responded with genuine admiration. "Your suggestion is indeed thoughtful." Exchanging a knowing glance, Luo handed over both the computer and the cash. The manager first accepted the bill, meticulously examining it with his thumb. Once assured of its authenticity, a smile graced his face as he addressed Luo. "You may wait inside the store for a while." He then turned to the clerk, instructing, "Please escort this gentleman to the lounge." After ensuring everything was in order, the manager retreated to the office with the computer. "Please follow me," the clerk directed, despite the lounge being clearly within Luo's line of sight. "Would you like coffee, cola, or ice water?" "A cup of coffee will suffice, thank you." Seated on a stool, Luo swirled his cup and savored a sip of the coffee. Indeed, the ancients were correct. Money can make the world turn. Foreigners, too, are just as susceptible to this truth. Just as he was finishing his third cup of coffee, the manager finally emerged with the computer. "Your password has been reset. You may log in at your convenience and set a new password." "Thank you," Luo replied, taking the computer and preparing to leave. "At long last, Golden, let me unveil the secrets you conceal." Chapter 9. The First Encounter with the Night Demon. Once again, Rovi randomly selected an apartment and ascended to the rooftop. He discovered that feeling the breeze on the rooftop was indeed a delightful experience. Opening his laptop, he sifted through the system's hard drive, seeking any tantalizing content. To his surprise, he stumbled upon several videos. He clicked on the first one, and what unfolded before him were two alabaster bodies entwined in an intimate embrace. Was this a mistake? Rovi's mind was filled with questions. "Goldie, are you secretly watching such footage in a hidden chamber? Moreover, is this an illicit recording?" As he silently watched, Rovi realized that the situation might not be as he initially presumed. This was likely Goldie's seduction scheme aimed at certain dignitaries, preserving the footage for the purpose of coercion. The identity of the male protagonist remained unfamiliar to Rovi. Well then, he proceeded to the second video. In this clip, Goldie was conversing with a middle-aged Caucasian man, promising to eliminate certain individuals in exchange for the man's assistance. It was yet another of Goldie's recorded schemes for leverage. The subsequent videos largely followed this pattern, showcasing various coercive tactics or sordid transactions, with monetary bribery being the most commonplace. To his astonishment, Rovi even encountered footage involving illegal organ trafficking. "Goldie, you must urgently find a suitable match. You know he cannot wait much longer." "Yes, Senator Robert." With those words, the video concluded. It appeared that in the presence of certain high-ranking officials, Goldie was merely a pawn executing dirty work. How absurd that he considered himself the king of the New York underworld. What a farcical title, merely intimidating a blind night demon and a childlike Spider-Man. If it weren't for the opportune moment yet to arrive, Rovi would have crushed him with a single hand. Nevertheless, as he gazed at these videos, a sudden thought struck him. If he were to expose these videos at the charity gala, when would the seductive footage be played? Would it follow the same sequence he had just witnessed? At the beginning? Perhaps in the middle? Or should it be saved for the finale? Imagining the scene of Iron Man and a host of social elites watching the footage at the gala sent a shiver down his spine. No, absolutely not. Rovi shook his head, dispelling the horrifying image from his mind. If such a thing were to occur, he might unwittingly earn the moniker of the film Avenger. Perhaps he should extract only certain segments, ensuring that any explicit content remained undisclosed. A chilling intuition gripped Rovi. If he aired those explicit videos, dire repercussions would undoubtedly ensue. Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen, as night slowly descended. In days gone by, this place had been the most chaotic in New York City. Even the police dared not tread here under the cover of darkness. Under the shroud of darkness, various nefarious activities quietly unfurl. However, this night is markedly different. A man clad in a dark crimson suit stands resolutely atop a skyscraper. His keen radar senses attuned to every whisper of criminality within the city. For reasons unknown, the gangs, typically rampant in their illicit endeavors, appear unusually disjointed. No longer do they congregate for their unlawful dealings. Instead, they scatter across the city's myriad corners. In Matt's eyes, this is hardly a positive omen. The night sky feels oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. Might rain be imminent? Rovi gazes up at the night sky, realizing that lingering on the rooftop is no longer prudent. He shuts his laptop and stows in his backpack. While he is indifferent to the prospect of getting wet, his paper documents and computer are not so resilient. He vaults from the apartment and lands on the street, pondering his next destination. To satisfy both the need to evade the rain and secure a restful night's sleep, his options are limited given his current circumstances. In the nocturnal expanse of New York, aside from audacious souls like Rovi who dare to roam, the streets teem with either gangsters or police. As Rovi contemplates his predicament, the secretary of Jean Bing receives multiple calls reporting Rovi's whereabouts. Excellent. We have finally located you. A smile graces the secretary's face as he promptly begins orchestrating the gathering of nearby gang members, determined to capture Rovi this time. It seems I've been discovered by Jean Bing's minions. Rovi is no fool. He recognizes the increasing number of individuals loitering nearby, occasionally casting furtive glances in his direction, signaling that he has been compromised. Yet, he remains unconcerned, for these inept miscreants, standing still, are incapable of causing him harm. However, he is mindful of the delicate items he carries. The laptop is fragile, and it is best to avoid confrontation to prevent damage that could derail his plans. Just as Rovi prepares to make a hasty retreat, a shadow in crimson materializes before him. You are in grave danger. Jean Bing's men are searching for you. Ah, is that not Daredevil? Recognizing the iconic crimson attire, Rovi instantly realizes he is in the presence of a familiar character. They share a common adversary, Jean Bing. What a fortuitous intersection of fates. They are approaching swiftly. Follow me, and I will lead you to safety. At this moment, Daredevil's radar senses detect a significant assembly of forces gathering nearby. Although he remains unaware of why Jean Bing's men are pursuing this young Chinese boy, there is no time for further inquiries. The foremost objective at hand is to facilitate his escape. Without uttering a word, Rovi promptly follows in the footsteps of the Daredevil. Meanwhile, the spies tracking Rovi swiftly relay the discovery of the Daredevil to the Secretary General. Damn, the Daredevil! The Secretary General is well acquainted with this long-standing adversary of his employer. Before Rovi's emergence, the Daredevil had consistently topped Wilson Fisk's list of threats. Through numerous encounters, he has garnered some understanding of the Daredevil's capabilities. He realizes that in the presence of the Daredevil, unless the plan undergoes a significant alteration, capturing Rovi is an unattainable goal. Deploy helicopters. I shall take matters into my own hands. These incompetents must not lose track of him. As Rovi trails behind the Daredevil, he observes that the latter resembles a top-tier player in a shooting game, adept at detecting sounds. Every faint noise from every direction is caught by his keen ears, often identifying vulnerabilities before the enemy can even establish a perimeter. Rovi's next ability to unlock is super hearing. Initially, he viewed this power as somewhat trivial, yet it now appears remarkably potent. If only the Daredevil could impart some wisdom, perhaps Rovi could wield it even more effectively than Asa. Chapter 10, The Daredevil's Command. Breaking through the encirclement. In the Daredevil's radar-like perception, the surrounding environment unfolds like a three-dimensional display in his mind. However, the alarming number of detected enemies shocks him. Within just a kilometer, he has identified hundreds of potential threats. Furthermore, a steady influx of individuals continues to enter the encirclement. Such a situation is exceedingly rare in his ongoing struggle against Fisk. It is essential to note that he has disrupted countless of Fisk's criminal enterprises. Yet Fisk has never before dispatched such a multitude of henchmen. This can only signify one thing. In Fisk's eyes, this insignificant youth's life holds more value than his own. Fisk is not merely a brute who resorts to mindless violence. His dominion over New York's underworld is not a result of sheer strength or ferocity. Rather, it stems from his establishment of a vast and intricate criminal organization that controls 80% of the city's illicit activities. These enterprises continuously supply him with illegal funds, which he utilizes to bribe various officials, securing protection while simultaneously expanding his criminal empire. In his worldview, profit far outweighs hatred. Finding refuge in a concealed shadow, the daredevil momentarily halts to evade the searching enemies ahead. "Kid, just how much trouble have you caused Fisk?" His voice resonates, deep and gravelly. He must ascertain what Rovi has done to provoke Fisk's blind obsession, compelling him to pause his criminal endeavors in pursuit of Rovi. "Do not call me kid. You may refer to me as Rovi." Considering that Daredevil is a person with disabilities, Rovi did not pursue the impolite address directed towards him. "I merely infiltrated his office to acquire some incriminating evidence against him, along with a small amount of ill-gotten gains that do not belong to him." Office? Incriminating evidence? Despite the fact that this young man, named Rovi, had merely uttered a few words, Daredevil astutely discerned the critical information embedded within. Firstly, it is highly likely that Rovi possesses vital identity information about Wilson Fisk. Secondly, the ability to breach Fisk's office and collect incriminating evidence indicates that Fisk holds a significant level of trust in Rovi. Individuals capable of fulfilling both criteria are scarce in this world. Even Daredevil, who has faced Fisk multiple times, has been unable to uncover his true identity. A vague suspicion began to form in Daredevil's mind regarding Rovi's identity. There is no betrayal more painful than that from a trusted confidant. It is no wonder Fisk has mobilized so many of his subordinates in an attempt to capture Rovi. Although Daredevil harbors a certain disdain for such behavior deep within, he finds a flicker of satisfaction knowing that Rovi has betrayed a soulless fiend like Fisk. "Well done, Rovi. Your actions are commendable. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Regardless of whether he is turned against the darkness or has ulterior motives, Daredevil feels compelled to assist this young man before him. "Fear not, Rovi. With me by your side, you need not dread Fisk's threats any longer. Stay close and silent. I shall lead you to safety," Daredevil whispered reassuringly before continuing onward. Rovi wanted to express that he had never feared Fisk's threats, but it was clear that Daredevil had no time to listen to his explanation. With a shrug, Rovi kept pace with Daredevil. Where on earth could they be hiding? In the shadowy alleyway, several gang members were searching for the whereabouts of Rovi and his companions. Beep. A voice crackled from a gang member's walkie-talkie. "Jason, have you spotted anything?" "Nothing in sight," Jason replied, frustration evident in his tone. "It's too dark here. Quit whining. The boss is coming personally, so you better be vigilant. If you fail to capture them, you know the consequences. Don't threaten me with the boss." Ending the conversation, Jason kicked a nearby trash can in anger, cursing loudly. "Daredevil, you sewer rat. Coward, dare to face me in a duel?" "As you wish," a hoarse voice echoed. A dark red suit emerged from the shadows of the trash can, and simultaneously, a flash of red surged toward Jason's neck. He collapsed to the ground. As the second gang member began to draw his firearm, a metal blind cane coated with a special light-absorbing paint was already aimed at his chest. With a crackling flash of electricity, the second adversary convulsed before also collapsing. The third gangster, upon encountering his two companions, was swiftly dealt with and immediately took flight. Drawing out his walkie-talkie, just as he was about to press the transmission button, Daredevil activated the mechanism on his cane. With a swift motion, a wire shot forth from the top of the cane, ensnaring the gangster's feet. The gangster stumbled, losing his balance and leaning forward, resulting in a rather intimate encounter with the ground, plunging him into a slumber akin to that of an infant. Retrieving the wire, Daredevil pressed onward. Following closely behind, Rovi watched this cinematic confrontation unfold, unable to suppress his applause for Daredevil's deftness. The skirmish from inception to conclusion scarcely exceeded 3 seconds, characterized by movements that were both clean and decisive, exhibiting a remarkable fluidity. This indicated that Daredevil had anticipated the adversary's actions and preemptively devised a response. This encounter marked the third clash between Daredevil and the gangsters, with each battle initiated by Daredevil himself. He seemed to have altered his previous strategy of retreat, no longer solely relying on shadows and the blind spots of vision to evade his foes. Instead, he chose to break through the weaknesses in the enemy's encirclement. Although this method increased the risk of exposure, it allowed for a swifter advance than mere evasion. Not long after, Daredevil abruptly halted. Simultaneously, a colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing the inky darkness of the night. Accompanying this was the piercing roar of helicopter blades slicing through the air. Inside the helicopter, the Secretary General sat in the cabin, scanning the ground with a pair of binoculars. This was the latest military-grade technology, equipped not only with night vision capabilities, but also thermal imaging functionality. With such tools, the silhouettes of Rovi and Daredevil were quickly discerned. "Ah, found you," the Secretary General mused with satisfaction, reveling in the serendipitous discovery of not only Rovi, but also Daredevil. Capturing both would undoubtedly restore his standing with Mr. Kim. The Secretary General adjusted the searchlight on the helicopter, directing it towards the two figures, and simultaneously began issuing commands via the walkie-talkie. "Attention, all units. The targets have been identified. Surround the light beam. Do not let them escape." Chapter 11. Engaging the helicopter requires strategy. "Ah, Daredevil, I have prepared a secret weapon just for you." Beside the Secretary General in the helicopter's cabin lay a cube-shaped iron box, housing a device capable of generating high-intensity, low-frequency sound waves. These low-frequency waves would have little effect on the average human, yet to bats, whose auditory capabilities far exceed those of humans, they would be exceedingly jarring. Furthermore, these sound waves could disrupt their radar echolocation, causing them to flounder like headless flies. This machine had only recently been developed, and it was fortuitously ready for deployment now. The Secretary General cast a sinister glare upon the Night Devil and Rovi below, pressing the button in his hand. Simultaneously, machinery whirred to life, emitting a series of low-frequency sound waves that radiated outward. Upon hearing the thrum of the helicopter, Night Devil immediately sensed that trouble was brewing. Although he could not perceive the beam of light in the sky, he was accustomed to envisioning the worst possible scenarios. Gripping his blind cane tightly, he realized that they needed to hasten their pace. No sooner had he thought this than the radar senses in his mind became distorted and erratic. Concurrently, a piercing cacophony assaulted his ears, akin to countless fine needles incessantly pricking his eardrums. His steps faltered, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. "What has happened to you?" Rovi quickly rushed to support Night Devil. The low-frequency sound waves. Night Devil gritted his teeth and began to breathe deeply. He had encountered such sounds in his life and was aware that they would become his fatal vulnerability. Thus, he had specifically trained to overcome this auditory interference and mitigate its effect on him. After a few deep breaths, Night Devil rose once more. Though the sound still affected him, its impact had significantly diminished. "Rovi, you must leave first." He activated a mechanism on his blind cane, causing it to extend into a sturdy staff. With both hands gripping the cane, he assumed a defensive stance and continued, "I will do my utmost to buy you time. Ensure your own safety after you depart. Do not call the police, as there may be spies for Kingpin within the precinct. Wait until daylight to visit Matt Murdock's law firm. He is my friend, and you can trust him as you trust me. Is this friend of yours not simply yourself?" Rovi silently scoffed. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of emotion at Night Devil's actions. In every iteration of Night Devil, Matt was always willing to protect others at any cost, even if it meant enduring harm himself. "Good people should not suffer harm, Mr. Murdock," Rovi said as he stepped forward, patting his shoulder before handing over the backpack containing evidence against Kingpin. "Take care of yourself. I will handle the situation." Night Devil was taken aback. Rovi had uttered his true name. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Rovi, however, paid no heed to Night Devil's internal musings. With his knees slightly bent, he leaped into the air, soaring several dozen meters high. Grasping the adjacent wall, he propelled himself upward once more, aiming for a nearby 20-story building. Upon reaching the rooftop, he realized there was still a distance of about 100 meters between himself and the helicopter above. Going after the helicopter? A smile flickered across Rovi's face. "I wonder how accurate my aim will be. Damn, what kind of monster is this?" The helicopter pilot was taken aback by Rovi's impressive leap. The Secretary General shared a similar astonishment, In his perception, his boss, Kingpin, was already formidable enough. However, the remarkable ability of someone like Rovi to leap over 60 meters high buildings seems almost inhuman. Fortunately, the helicopter remains 200 meters above, rendering Rovi incapable of threatening them. Wait, what is he doing? The Secretary General observed in disbelief as Rovi hurled a piece of debris towards the rooftop's barrier. Subsequently, he lifted a wall panel, comparable in size to a door, and launched it towards them. The helicopter pilot, alarmed, swiftly maneuvered the controls to evade the incoming stone, causing the aircraft to tilt sharply, sending items inside the cabin tumbling haphazardly. What are you doing? That rock cannot hit us. Although the Secretary General was secured by his seatbelt, a nearby sonic device, not properly secured before boarding, nearly plummeted from the cabin. Moreover, Rovi's throw was misguided, missing them by at least 10 meters. Undeterred by the initial miss, Rovi continued to detach another massive stone, adjusting his grip and casting it towards the helicopter once more. Damn it! This time, Rovi's attack veered even further off course, yet the pilot and the Secretary General, clutching the device, were still gripped by fear, shouting in panic. Sir, I must increase our altitude. Silence. Maintain our current height. The Secretary General firmly rejected the pilot's request. It was not that he was unafraid of death. After witnessing Rovi's physical prowess, he felt that capturing him had become a daunting task. However, there remained the night demon below. Surely, he could apprehend one of them. Elevating the flight would significantly diminish the effectiveness of the sonic device, potentially allowing the night demon a chance to escape, given the substantial resources already deployed. If this operation yielded no results, he was well aware of Mr. Jin's methods. All ground units, listen. The Secretary General reached for the radio within 5 minutes. I demand you capture the night demon at any cost. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed from the building beneath Rovi. In the pitch-black night, he could no longer discern the situation below. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the night demon was undoubtedly in peril. Fortunately, although Rovi's attacks had missed, the helicopter had been compelled to evade his onslaught, causing the spotlight's previously adjusted direction to misalign, likely preventing it from illuminating the night demon. In the obscurity, the night demon was unlikely to be struck anytime soon. Old horse, hang in there a little longer. Rovi continued to dismantle the building, removing stones, yet refraining from throwing them immediately. He pondered why his second adjusted throw had deviated even more than the first. This could not simply be a matter of imprecision. Friends who frequently skip stones know that a smoother, more rounded stone is likely to fly straighter and further than an irregularly shaped one, besides being more aerodynamically efficient. A rounded stone also has a more balanced center of gravity. Thus, Luo weighed the colossal stone in his hand, meticulously reshaping it. What was he up to now? The Secretary General, observing Luo's every move through binoculars, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He was genuinely unnerved by the display of prowess exhibited by Luo. Regrettably, the helicopter was devoid of weaponry. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to unleash fire upon him, regardless of the repercussions. Bang! In the next instant, as Luo hurled the stone, the cockpit glass shattered violently. A disc-shaped rock obliterated the upper half of the pilot, crashing onto the dashboard. The helicopter, now bereft of control, began to sway precariously. The Secretary General's face drained of color. A singular thought racing through his mind. It's over. We're going down. Barely had the thought taken root when he felt an unsettling sensation of weightlessness, and the surrounding space began to spin. Ha! Witnessing the helicopter spiraling down from the sky filled Luo with pride. This is the advantage of clever thinking. Now, it was time to lend a hand to the night demon. With that thought, he leaped from the towering building. Chapter 12. Night Demon. Your tactics are outdated. Like a bird in flight, Luo plunged from a towering 60-meter building, landing amidst the encirclement of the gangsters. The ground cracked and crumbled beneath him, the tremendous noise instantly alerting the surrounding thugs, who swung their guns around and unleashed a barrage of shots at Luo. Clang! 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 The bullets struck Luo, producing a crisp sound. Finished already? Luo tore apart his tattered clothing, flashing a dazzling smile to the astonished gangsters. Now it's my turn. Once Luo made his move, the outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Every enemy within his sight crumbled effortlessly, their cries and the sound of shattering bones mingling with the gunfire in a chaotic symphony. Meanwhile, the night demon concealed himself in the shadows, listening to the grim melody of death that echoed around him. During the recent skirmish with the gang, he had been struck by bullets in his shoulder and thigh, the radar detection and his hearing suppressed by sonic weapons. Fortunately, the irritating low-frequency sound dissipated shortly after, allowing him to quickly find refuge. As his hearing gradually returned, he could discern the rhythmic beating of hearts ceasing one by one in the deathly orchestration. Until the final note faded away, the surrounding area fell silent once more, leaving only a familiar breath. The night demon understood that it belonged to Luo. With his backpack in tow, the night demon emerged from the shadows. He was filled with questions, yet he hesitated, unsure of how to articulate them. Thunder rumbled ominously in the night sky. A torrential downpour arrived, washing away the metallic scent of blood in the air and cleansing the ground of evidence. Luo's voice resonated in his ears. "It's raining, Matt. We must leave." In Matt's law office, within the living room, Daredevil had shed his battle attire, while his assistant Karen tended to his wounds. In the bathroom, having just bathed, Rovi stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his exquisite visage, much like any other man would. With a charm surpassing that of handsome figures, though slightly aged compared to the readers, he found it increasingly difficult to encounter worthy rivals. Clad in the garments Matt had prepared for him, Rovi returned to the living room, where he beheld Daredevil, now bandaged and recovering. "This place is rather nice. Would you mind if I stayed here for a while?" Rovi inquired, having lived a vagabond's life for days. Now that he had a place to rest, he was reluctant to let it slip away. "Not a problem," Matt replied without much deliberation, nodding in agreement to Rovi's request. However, as he listened to Rovi's calm heartbeat, a question arose in his mind. "I wish to know, who are you? What grievance do you have with Wilson Fisk? And how did you uncover my true identity?" Rovi stroked his chin, revealing the events that transpired at the abandoned factory. "As for how I learned about Fisk and your identity, I cannot divulge the complete truth. It is a certain ability akin to my powers. I can perceive the concealed identities of certain individuals." Though Matt harbored some skepticism regarding Rovi's explanation, he refrained from probing further, recognizing Rovi's reluctance to elaborate. "So you obtained evidence against Fisk to confront him. I believe I can assist you with that," Matt remarked, as such endeavors were indeed his forte as an attorney. "May I take a look at those materials?" he asked, gesturing towards Rovi's backpack. "Of course, feel free," Rovi consented. After receiving Rovi's approval, Matt opened the backpack, retrieving documents and a laptop. Although he could not perceive the text, as a lawyer, he possessed the necessary tools for processing the information. Meanwhile, his assistant Karen provided commentary on the videos stored within the laptop. Choosing not to disturb them, Rovi located another computer within the office and began his online inquiries. Daredevil and Wilson Fisk had not yet appeared in the timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but that did not imply their absence in the authentic Marvel realm. Thus, he needed to investigate further, delving into aspects not showcased in the films. The date was July 7th, 2010. Rovi first entered the name Tony Stark into the search engine. A plethora of news articles appeared, and after filtering out numerous reports on Stark's private life, he stumbled upon the information he sought. The first article detailed an attack on Tony Stark during a car race in Monaco by an unidentified assailant, who had since been apprehended. The second article reported that in early 2010, Tony Stark had revived the Stark Expo, which had been dormant since 1974. On June 13th, at the exposition, a robot displayed by Hammer Industries suddenly malfunctioned and attacked the crowd. The police have since intervened to investigate. Rovi stroked his chin, realizing that the plot of Iron Man 2 had reached its conclusion. Thus, the method of approaching Tony with a new element left by his father to remedy the toxins in his blood was no longer applicable. However, Rovi did not dwell on it excessively. He continued to search for the names of renowned superheroes within the Marvel Universe. He found no information on Captain America's awakening. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. was still in pursuit of the Captain S whereabouts. No news of the Hulk either. He was likely still on the run. While searching for Spider-Man, Rovi stumbled upon a bulletin from the New York Police Department. They claimed that Spider-Man's actions in apprehending criminals were illegal and had placed him on the wanted list, vowing to capture him. Rovi pondered, could it be that Spider-Man was seeking the perpetrator responsible for Uncle Ben's death? Although Spider-Man appeared later in the Marvel Cinematic Timeline, it did not imply that he did not exist in the present. It was also possible that this was a different version of Spider-Man, but Rovi would need more information to make a judgment. As time gradually passed while he browsed various news articles, Rovi concluded that this must be a cinematic universe or a timeline closely resembling it. After an indeterminate period, a voice from Matt's side indicated that he had seemingly completed reviewing all the materials Rovi had brought. Rovi approached to find Matt furrowing his brow, his expression rather grave, while the female assistant Karen wore a perplexed look, a mix of anger and discomfort. Rovi surmised the reason and turned to Matt, who seemed to be deep in thought. "What's the matter? Is there something you need me for?" Matt considered before speaking. "You know, I'm a lawyer, better suited to handle these matters. Moreover, some of these documents are useful, while others could be quite troublesome." Rovi had always believed that professionals should handle professional matters. "Of course, but could you perhaps elaborate on your reasoning?" Matt quickly began to explain. "Look at this video." He presented a categorized video to Rovi. The first was a video of a honey trap. This video could at most prove that the senator was engaged in an extramarital affair, but it could not be used to accuse Kim. And these, he continued, are videos of bribery or coercion through financial means. In American politics, donations are legal. However, Kim's bribery involved dirty money, and without witnesses or substantial evidence, it would be challenging to make an impact. There are also some matters involving tacitly accepted political dealings. If everything were to be exposed, it would implicate many individuals. At that point, we would face pressure from multiple fronts, which would in fact be detrimental to the charges against Kim. "That makes sense," Rovi acknowledged. Luo nodded in agreement with Matt's thoughts. "Thus, I propose to temporarily shelve some irrelevant evidence and concentrate our efforts solely on dealing with Jean Bing. As for the rest, I suggest we wait until we have amassed sufficient evidence before proceeding." No problem. Luo's primary objective was to eliminate Jean Bing. He bore no animosity towards others and was indifferent to their moral standing. "Good." Matt nodded with a sense of relief, believing that with these resources, he would swiftly ensure Jean Bing's incarceration. "Wait a moment." Luo furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting sending Jean Bing to prison?" Luo had invested considerable effort, not merely to tarnish Jean Bing's reputation, but also to personally eliminate him. Chapter 13. The charity gala is about to commence, and preparations are underway. "Matt, I hope you understand that I must personally take Jean Bing's life. There is no need for discussion on this matter." Luo's resolute stance left Matt somewhat perplexed. "Why? Do you not trust me?" "No, Matt, I do not trust your legal system. What good is imprisonment if he can simply escape?" Luo regarded Matt, the daredevil, a superhero akin to the neighboring Batman. They both favored incarcerating criminals rather than resorting to lethal measures. Luo refrained from labeling this approach as foolish or wise. Each individual possesses their own worldview. It is merely a divergence in paths, devoid of moral judgment. Upon hearing Luo's words, Matt fell silent. As a lawyer, he understood American law better than anyone, yet law is merely a tool, available for anyone's use. The crux lies in the character of the user. If everyone resorted to extrajudicial measures rather than legal recourse, societal order would crumble. "I couldn't care less," Luo replied with impatience, unwilling to be morally coerced. "Moreover, that is merely your society. He was not even an American. Why should he concern himself with American societal norms?" Matt was incensed by Luo's demeanor and abruptly rose from the sofa. Luo narrowed his eyes, his tone growing icy. "Matt, whatever you choose to do, think it through before you decide." Karen, unaware of the sudden quarrel between the two men, sensed the tension and quickly intervened to stop Matt. He sank back into his seat, his earlier fervor dissipating. During the evening's confrontation, he had already discerned Luo's capabilities. Furthermore, he opposed the abuse of vigilante justice and violence. How could he possibly engage in a physical confrontation with Luo? He simply found himself confused. It was understandable that Luo sought personal vengeance against Jean Bing, and Matt believed he could achieve it. Yet why was he also gathering evidence against Jean Bing? Why was he compelled to find it for himself? Now that sufficient evidence had finally surfaced to bring Jean Bing to justice, why could he not proceed? "Do you truly intend to act this way?" Matt's voice was tinged with dryness. "Indeed, I shall take action at his charity gala, utilizing this information to indict him for each of his transgressions before ultimately eliminating him." Rovi candidly disclosed his scheme to Matt, curious to see whether Matt would attempt to thwart him. "Indictment?" Matt furrowed his brow upon hearing the term, lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate passage of time, he suddenly became animated. "Rovi, I wish to accompany you under the identity of Matt Murdock." "How so?" Rovi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Whether Matt desired to witness the demise of Kim or genuinely wished to impede him, Rovi was indifferent. However, he was intrigued by what Matt meant by using his true identity. Matt promptly elucidated, if you intend to indict him, it must be executed flawlessly. A lawyer is indispensable in this endeavor. No one comprehends this evidence better than I do. Matt spoke with increasing fervor. At the charity gala, numerous social luminaries and dignitaries will be present. Surely, there will be judges and lawyers among them, and the participants could form a jury, thereby establishing an impromptu court. The more Matt elaborated, the more exhilarated he became. At that juncture, I shall enumerate each of his offenses, and once the trial concludes, I shall not impede your course of action, nor could I. Is that truly feasible? Rovi was astonished by Matt's imaginative proposition. Observing Matt's enthusiasm, Rovi began to question whether Matt was a proponent of the law or merely relishing the process of adjudicating criminals. It seemed he was indifferent to the fate awaiting the offenders. Nevertheless, Matt's reasoning held merit. He was an expert. It would indeed be challenging for Rovi to present this evidence alone. While Rovi was unconcerned about this aspect, achieving a more impeccable execution of the plan would be advantageous. Furthermore, with Matt's involvement, an additional character in the narrative would yield him greater rewards. In the future, should he awaken his superhuman hearing, he might even learn radar-like perception from Matt. Matt, you have persuaded me. Rovi shrugged, easing the tension in the atmosphere. I shall grant you this opportunity. However, remember that you owe me a favor. Matt chuckled. Then I shall consider it as your prepayment for accommodation. The sun rose as usual, heralding the dawn of a new day. In Manhattan, at the Fist Tower, Kim fidgeted with his tie, feeling somewhat agitated. The previous night, he had lost another contingent of subordinates. The Secretary General, that inept fool, had failed to report, deploying a helicopter over Manhattan that subsequently crashed. Consequently, he would need to explain the situation to the city government the following day. Although he could manage this inconvenience, the substantial loss without apprehending his adversary irked him. What precisely did the opposition intend? For those adversaries standing in the light, he had never experienced fear. Everyone possessed vulnerabilities and preferences, familial ties, and social connections. As long as he could exploit these, such individuals posed no threat to him. However, this time the adversary remained shrouded in shadows, a smuggler without identity or social connections. Did he truly believe that the incriminating documents could bring him down? While the lost files would undoubtedly create difficulties for him, they would also ensnare many others. If the enemy were indeed so foolish as to expose everything, those implicated dignitaries would transform into his allies, aiding him in navigating this predicament. Although these individuals might harbor resentment towards him later, as long as he could endure the storm, he would manage the ensuing troubles. He had also dispatched others to eliminate the remaining evidence. Without physical or testimonial proof, much of it would prove ineffective. Yet, the task was not as effortless as he had envisioned, and it would demand a considerable price from him. Contemplating this, his face contorted with frustration. Damn it. He slammed his fist onto the desk, shattering it with tremendous force. I will find you. Stark Industries. The voice of Tony Stark, interrupted by Pepper Potts, broke through as he was engrossed in upgrading his armor. Mr. Wilson invites you to attend the charity gala this evening. Oh, accepting the invitation from Pepper. Tony glanced at it before carelessly tossing it onto the table. Inform him that I shall attend. With that, he turned back to his work on the armor. Generally, Tony did not shy away from such publicity events. In the past, it was primarily for the allure of beautiful women and self-promotion. Now, he felt a genuine need to give back to society. You really should attend. Look at you, immersed in your armor research all day. You must be growing stale. Pepper wrinkled her nose at the scent emanating from Tony. Now, you ought to take a shower. Hey, this is a sacrifice I am making for societal stability. The American government ought to award me a medal. Tony mumbled as Pepper nudged him towards the bathroom. After my shower, I shall present you with the Fragrant Stark Award. Now off you go. Chapter 14. Natasha, Stark makes his entrance having endured an entire night. Rovi awoke in the afternoon. After a brief wash, he made his way to the living room. Matt's assistant, Karen, brought him a meal, milk, a sandwich, and salad. How does it taste? Rovi sampled it. To be honest, it was mediocre, not quite to his liking. Seeing Karen's eager expression, he feigned delight. It's delicious. If you open a restaurant, Wall Street would invest in you. Thank you. Karen chuckled at Rovi's exaggerated praise. Once Karen departed, Rovi fell into contemplation. Was this to be his diet henceforth? After satisfying his hunger, Rovi entered the living room, only to find Matt absent. Where has Matt gone? Karen, busy in the living room, looked up. He had come back briefly, but left again quite quickly. Oh, right. Karen pointed to a box in the living room, indicating that it contained the items you requested. Rovi opened the box to reveal a sleek black battle suit. Given that Rovi consistently tattered his attire during combat, he had enlisted Matt's help the previous evening to procure a suitable outfit. Retrieving the suit, Rovi returned to his room to change. It felt remarkably comfortable. Initially, Rovi had specified that the suit should possess formidable defensive capabilities, elasticity, durability, and breathability. However, before he could elaborate, Matt interjected, expressing his limitations. After all, he was neither Iron Man nor an esteemed materials scientist. The prospect of finding a material that balanced defense with elasticity and breathability was far-fetched. And even if such a material existed, it would be challenging to locate on short notice. Consequently, after much contemplation, Rovi referred to Daredevil's suit and discovered that prioritizing defensive capabilities rendered it rather uncomfortable. Ultimately, he opted to forego some defensive strength. Nevertheless, compared to ordinary clothing, this suit still offered considerable protection. For the time being, it would suffice. Once reclad, Rovi took a moment to check the panel, curious if he had accrued any points since the previous night. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 52, 381. You thwarted Kingpin's pursuit, causing him substantial losses in his efforts to eliminate you, instilling a sense of fear regarding this enigmatic adversary. Reward points, 21,000. You fought alongside Daredevil last night. Your displayed prowess piquing his curiosity. Reward points, 5,000. In your debate with Daredevil regarding Kingpin's fate, you gained the upper hand, causing him to waver on his principles of justice. Reward points, 13,000. Over 50,000 points had accumulated, yet it was still insufficient to unlock any abilities. Nonetheless, this was merely an appetizer. The main event awaited that evening. Sound from outside indicated Matt's return. Rovi stepped out to find him seated on the sofa, his expression notably grim. What's wrong? Matt, visibly agitated, replied, Kingpin has taken action. Many of the witnesses and evidence outlined in the documents have been compromised. So are you planning to give up? Rovi reclined lazily on the sofa, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Of course not, Matt asserted. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, I will pursue him relentlessly. Well, it appears our esteemed lawyer is quite tenacious, Rovi chuckled. I look forward to your performance tonight. As time passed, darkness enveloped the city. At Fisk Tower, the banquet hall was ablaze with light. Servers weaving through the crowd with trays of wine glasses. The evening's host, Wilson, stood at the entrance, welcoming the invited guests. This grand affair was further elevated by the presence of Stark, the much-admired playboy, philanthropist, and superhero, whose reputation captivated the nation. Numerous journalists have gathered at the venue, diligently capturing the moments. At this juncture, Wilson exudes charm, his countenance adorned with a smile as he occasionally shakes hands with guests and engages in lighthearted banter. Laughter resonates as he jovially pats others on the shoulder. Suddenly, a middle-aged Caucasian couple approaches. Thank you for being here, Director Stacy. Wilson warmly extends his hands for a handshake with the gentleman before him. It is truly an honor to have you attend this gala. George Stacy gazes deeply at him, remarking, Wilson, I sincerely hope you partake in more such events in the future. Wilson's expression briefly falters before he regains his composure. Turning to the lady beside him, he exclaims, Ah, Mrs. Stacy, welcome. He opens his arms wide, offering an exaggerated embrace. Your beauty makes the lights of this gala shine even brighter. Thank you, she replies. After exchanging pleasantries, they follow the usher towards the banquet hall. On the way, Mrs. Stacy playfully taps her chest and whispers to her husband, Mr. Wilson is quite amusing, albeit rather portly. I could hardly wrap my arms around him. Director Stacy furrows his brow upon hearing this, cautioning, do not be deceived by his appearance. Remember to keep your distance. What's wrong, dear? Do you not like him? Are you jealous? George shakes his head, opting not to elaborate. Guests continue to arrive, and the gala is on the verge of commencing. Wilson glances at his watch, noting there is still a minute left. He inquires of his secretary, are there any guests yet to arrive on the list? Mr. Stark has yet to arrive. Wilson shakes his head, muttering, very well, You stay here to greet the guests. Just as he prepares to turn back inside, a red sports car screeches to a halt, and a stunning red-haired woman emerges. Who is this? Wilson frowns, feeling uncertain about the newcomer. My apologies, Mr. Wilson. The red-haired beauty approaches, offering an awkward smile. I am Mr. Stark's secretary. You may call me Natasha. Oh, Miss Natasha, may I inquire where Mr. Stark is? Wilson asks, puzzled. If Stark himself is unwilling to attend, what does it mean for a secretary to show up? Natasha tosses her hair back, gazing skyward. He is on his way. A flicker of irritation crosses Wilson's mind. Arrive on time. Now he is still en route. The gala is about to commence. Should he wait or proceed? Just as the hands of the clock approach the hour of the event, a golden-red figure streaks across the sky. With a clang, an armored suit descends from above. The suit transforms, and Tony Stark emerges from within. This grand entrance instantly captivates the audience, as flashes from cameras illuminate the scene, and Stark poses flamboyantly for photographs. Natasha gently patted his shoulder from behind, and it seemed that he finally remembered he was there for the soiree. He glanced at the armor on the ground, which had deformed and shrunk into a briefcase, and smiled at Wilson. It appears I am not late after all. Wilson checked his watch, a smile spreading across his face as he extended his hand toward Stark. Perfect timing, Mr. Stark. Stark did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, he lifted the briefcase with both hands and shrugged, indicating his inability to shake hands. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed, he declared, stepping toward the building. Apologies, Mr. Wilson. Natasha smiled and quickly followed Stark's lead. Wilson looked down at his palm, clenched it tightly, and then slowly made his way inside. Chapter 15. The performance begins. Kingpin, your judgment is upon you. The charity gala commenced punctually. The event's host, Mr. Wilson Fisk, stood at the podium, welcoming the esteemed guests. Unbeknownst to him, two uninvited individuals had infiltrated the venue. The formidable foes, Rovi and Matt, whom Kingpin had been searching for. Neither had received an invitation, but Matt managed to gain entry as an accompanying guest through his connections. As for Rovi, he possessed a myriad of methods to breach security. While enjoying hors d'oeuvres, Rovi observed a man engaged in jovial conversation with beautiful women, Tony Stark. Moments ago, he had felt a twinge of disappointment, believing Iron Man would not attend, but fortune favored him in the end. Beside Tony stood a red-haired beauty, clad as a secretary, Natasha Romanoff, a level 8 agent of S.H.L., codenamed Black Widow. Her identity was indeed impressive. Sensing Rovi's gaze, Natasha turned her attention in his direction. Rovi did not avert his eyes. Instead, he smiled at her. Natasha briefly assessed Rovi before shifting her gaze elsewhere. What keen instincts she possessed. As she looked away, Rovi too redirected his attention. At that moment, Matt, donned in a black suit and sunglasses, approached. Are we ready? When do you plan to commence? Rovi glanced at the briefcase armor beside Tony, a smile gracing his face. Now would be perfect. Prepare to dim the lights. Matt nodded and activated the prearranged mechanisms. The lights in the banquet hall flickered briefly before plunging into darkness, enveloping the room in shadow. What is happening? Power failure? Guests murmured, assuming it was merely an accidental occurrence. However, some astute individuals furrowed their brows, sensing an impending danger, such as Natasha Romanoff. Yet, she refrained from immediately shouting or warning those around her, for if this was a premeditated act of terror, inciting chaos could result in greater casualties. Natasha lifted her short skirt, revealing the handgun at her waist as she approached Stark's direction. Hey, beautiful lady. At that moment, Tony was engaged in light-hearted banter with a woman who had been flirting with him. Do not be alarmed. Iron Man will protect you. He reached down to touch his briefcase armor, only to find it missing. Hey, has anyone taken my belongings? Just as Tony began to inquire, a voice responded from the entrance of the banquet hall. Mr. Stark, are you searching for this? The lights in the hall suddenly brightened again, drawing everyone's attention toward the doorway. At that moment, Rovi had donned a black suit, complete with a mask, holding the briefcase and smiling at Stark. Tony furrowed his brow and replied coldly, Sir, pilfering is not a commendable habit. I apologize, Mr. Stark. Weapons are prohibited in this venue, and I will temporarily safeguard it for you. Although Rovi's demeanor was exceedingly polite, the attendees sensed an undercurrent of tension. At the podium, Wilson, the owner of the building, could no longer remain seated. Who is this masked jester daring to disrupt my event? Security, escort him out. At Wilson's command, Two burly men in black suits stepped forward, encircling Rovi with stern expressions. "Sir, you're not welcome here. Please leave." Beneath the mask, Rovi displayed a hint of amusement. "And what if I refuse? You're asking for trouble." The security guards exchanged glances and, no longer polite, each took hold of Rovi, attempting to lift him. However, they soon discovered that they could not budge him. "Are you exerting yourself?" The guard on the left, his face reddening, queried the one on the right. "Of course. I'm on your side. Truly a pair of clowns." Rovi shook his head and, with a swift motion of his arms, sent the two guards flying. "Get down, don't move." As Rovi took action, more security personnel rushed in, one brandishing a firearm, shouting, "This is your last warning. Leave, or I will shoot." "Shoot?" Rovi raised an eyebrow. "You may attempt it, but you only have one chance." Bang! The dark muzzle erupted with flames as a bullet struck Rovi's forehead, watching as the golden bullet rolled to the ground. In an instant, Rovi teleported before the armed guard. "In your next life, choose a different profession." With that, Rovi delivered a swift kick, sending the guard's body soaring toward the podium, landing beside Wilson. Who else wishes to test their luck? Rovi surveyed the remaining security, but none dared to meet his gaze, let alone draw their weapons. A piercing scream echoed as an unknown guest companion was startled, igniting chaos in the hall. "I said, quiet." Rovi forcefully stomped onto the ground, causing the surface beneath him to instantly crack. Everyone was taken aback, and the woman who had been screaming was silenced by another. Amidst the crowd, Iron Man whispered to Natasha, expressing his urgency to retrieve his armor, remarking on the madness of the situation and urging her to think of a solution. Given her affiliation with S.H.I.L.D., Natasha scrutinized Rovi intently and shook her head, advising Stark not to panic, suggesting that Rovi did not seem to be targeting them. As an eerie silence enveloped the scene, a figure emerged from the crowd. "Sir, please remain calm. I am George Stacy, the chief of the New York Police Department. If you have any requests, please voice them." Stacy felt a sense of helplessness. As the police chief, if he did not intervene, he would likely face resignation by the following day. "Rest assured, Chief Stacy, I am not a terrorist. On the contrary, I am a victim." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. How could such a creature claim to be a victim? What sort of formidable adversaries must he have faced? Chief Stacy, too, was perplexed, wondering if he was dealing with a deranged individual. Nonetheless, to avoid further provoking Rovi, he decided to cooperate. "You may share the details of your grievances with me, and we will assist you." No. Rovi exaggeratedly shook his head. "You have no idea how powerful those who have harmed me are." He claims to be Kingpin, the ruler of New York's underground gangs, capable of summoning 10,000 men with a mere phone call. Observing Rovi's performance, Wilson's expression turned ashen as he finally recognized the enemy he had been searching for. Chief Stacy's demeanor also shifted subtly. "Fortunately, I have been somewhat lucky," Rovi continued, "having uncovered some incriminating evidence against Kingpin, and I have enlisted the help of a dedicated lawyer who assures me that he will bring Kingpin to justice." With that, an odd smile appeared on Rovi's masked face. "Matt, are you here? Can you hear me?" From the crowd, Matt sighed and stepped forward. "I'm here." The onlookers were suddenly drawn to him, realizing that this lawyer was, in fact, blind. "Chief Stacy," Rovi earnestly addressed him, "since you are willing to assist me, let's proceed now. Help me find a judge. Here, I shall accuse Kingpin." Chief Stacy fell silent. As a police officer-in-chief, he certainly knew that a judge is present, but Rovi's demands were utterly ludicrous. Noticing Stacy's hesitation, Rovi's tone turned icy. "Chief Stacy, were you deceiving me just now? Or do you have some collusion with Kingpin?" With Rovi's words hanging in the air, Stacy had no choice but to summon a judge he was acquainted with. The unfortunate judge internally cursed Stacy, but maintained a facade of compliance as he approached. "I can establish a temporary court as per your request, but it is not lawful. Furthermore, for a trial to proceed, the defendant must at least be present. May I inquire who Mr. Jean Bing is and where he may be found?" "Your Honor, Jean Bing is merely a moniker. His true identity is that of the initiator of this soiree." Having said that, Rowe directed his gaze toward the podium. "Mr. Wilson, would you concur?" At the lectern, Mr. Wilson leisurely adjusted his tie, stating, "I believe you are under some misapprehension. I am not the Jean Bing you reference, nor do I possess any interest in participating in the trial you propose." "Wilson, you have one last opportunity." Rowe's voice remained calm, yet it sent shivers down Wilson's spine. Internally, he was seething, for it had been quite some time since he had endured such humiliation. He clenched his fists against the wooden lectern, applying enough pressure to leave indelible imprints upon its surface. Ultimately, however, he restrained himself. "Should you insist, I shall indulge your game, but I trust your evidence is substantial." "Excellent," Rowe applauded. "The rest of you shall serve as the jury for this court. Your Honor, you may commence the proceedings." Everything was in place, and now it was time for Matt's performance. He produced a disc and inserted it into the venue's projector, displaying the accusations and evidence he had meticulously prepared. On the screen, the first accusation emerged, alleging that the Fisk Group was involved in dealings with organized crime and engaged in illicit money laundering activities. The judge rapped his hand on the table. "Attorney Matt, you may begin your address." "Very well." Matt nodded and commenced his presentation. "Your Honor, within the first piece of evidence submitted by the plaintiff, it details the financial movements of the Fisk Group's accounts over the past 3 months. The Fisk Group amassed over $190 million through charity auctions, film profits, and stock liquidation. The second page of evidence reveals that the source of these funds stemmed from 18 distinct shell companies. Chapter 16, The Death of Gene Bing. Director Stacy innocently caught in the crossfire. Gene Bing opted not to engage a lawyer for his defense, as he possessed sufficient knowledge of legal statutes. Faced with Matt's allegations, he displayed a profound disdain. "Your Honor, I object." He pointedly indicated that the third chapter of this document lacks certain data. Objection sustained, dismissed. Matt was not surprised. He had discovered the omission during his data collection yesterday, and it was evident that Wilson had orchestrated it in advance. Subsequently, Matt proceeded to present charges one after another: intentional homicide, organized criminal activity, human trafficking, and illegal organ trade. Each accusation was accompanied by evidence projected onto the screen. Although some charges were successfully dismissed by Wilson, there were others he could not explain away. Yet, in response to these, he chose to remain silent, exercising his right to silence. In the audience, Mrs. Stacy nudged her husband, who was lost in thought, gazing at the curtain. "Darling, did you always know about Wilson's numerous wrongdoings?" "No, I had my suspicions before," replied Director Stacy, taking a deep breath. "But now I am certain." Stark felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It was truly ironic that Wilson utilized a charity gala as a means for money laundering, and he had unwittingly participated. He turned to Natasha. "Isn't your S-H-I-E-L-D supposed to be formidable? Why haven't you apprehended a scoundrel like Wilson?" Natasha shook her head. "In this world, there exists both darkness and light." She gestured. "You capture one criminal, and another emerges." "You clearly knew all along," Stark mocked. "Is this how you protect the American people? By compromising with criminals?" Natasha shot him a glare. "Under your leadership, Stark Industries' weaponry division has flourished. How much blood from war-torn regions has stained your wealth?" "That was never my intention. That is why I shut down the weapons division," Stark replied, touching his chest in self-mockery. "I too have paid a price for that." "Mr. Murdoch," the judge rapped the desk. "Mr. Wilson has chosen to exercise his right to silence. If you have no further additions, this hearing is concluded, and you must await the timeline for the appeal." Matt fell silent, having anticipated this failure. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. If only he had more time to gather evidence. Although Kingpin had promptly cleared the trails when the documents were stolen, such actions surely left traces. Given enough time, he believed he could unearth additional clues. On stage, Kingpin wore a smile, surprised by the naivety of his adversaries. "If they wish to defeat me through legal means, how regrettable. I, Wilson, have always been a lawful businessman." He spread his arms wide. "Yet, it is unfortunate that my company has, unbeknownst to me, developed connections with certain unscrupulous individuals." His expression turned somber. "This is my oversight. After the gala, I shall conduct a thorough review." "Enough, Wilson," Stark interjected, visibly disgusted by Wilson's pretense. "Put away your hypocritical facade. Do you think we are all blind?" "Oh, Mr. Murdoch, I'm not referring to you." Stark contemplated for a moment before turning to Rovi, "But I believe Mr. Murdoch's abilities are limited. If you require assistance, I can offer Stark Industries' legal team pro bono." "No, Mr. Stark," Rovi replied, shaking his head as he glanced at the somewhat disheartened Matt. "It is not a lack of capability. He merely chose a misguided path." With that, Rovi slowly approached the podium. "Kingpin, the judgment of the law has concluded. Now, let my judgment commence." As Rovi drew nearer, Kingpin's muscles tensed, a cold smirk on his face. "Who do you think you are, a superhero?" Superheroes do not engage in unlawful disruptions of gatherings, assault innocent security personnel, or establish makeshift courts. As he spoke, Jean Bing suddenly launched a punch, his fierce fist slicing through the air towards Luo Wei's temple. A desperate struggle ensued. Faced with Jean Bing's onslaught, Luo Wei did not flinch, but retaliated with a punch of his own. The two strikes collided with a resounding impact. Luo Wei remained steadfast, unmoving, while Jean Bing's massive form flew backward, crashing through the wall and creating a human-shaped breach. For an ordinary person, such a blow would have been fatal. Yet astonishingly, Jean Bing still clung to life. He leaned against the shattered wall, attempting to rise, but his efforts were in vain. "Huh, do you think that by killing me, you will represent justice?" His face flushed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and staining the fabric of his tuxedo. "I have not yet been convicted. If you kill me, this opportunity will vanish forever. And in front of so many witnesses, you will become a true murderer." In his final moments, Jean Bing sought to struggle, hoping to talk his way out of death, but Luo Wei would not grant him that chance. Justice and evil, heroes and criminals, different perspectives yield different conclusions. Luo Wei approached Jean Bing, looking down upon him. In a battlefield, who is just and who is wicked? Such questions hold no significance. However, I know that the strong survive while the weak perish. Therefore, you have misjudged the crux of the matter. Luo Wei shook his head, gazing at the dying Jean Bing. Your demise and my survival are solely because you're the weaker one, irrelevant to anything else. Upon finishing his words, Luo Wei noticed Jean Bing's face contorting in agony. Jean Bing opened his mouth, but before any sound escaped, he ceased to breathe, his pupils beginning to dissolve. Jean Bing was dead. Upon closer inspection, Luo Wei confirmed there was no disguise. Jean Bing's muscles possessed formidable defenses, yet Luo Wei's punch had damaged his internal organs. Task accomplished. With the plan of the evening concluded successfully, he prepared to depart. Under the watchful eyes of all, Luo Wei approached the grand windows of the banquet hall, shattering the glass and leaping down. Naturally, Matt would not accompany him. This was part of the plan, allowing him to evade subsequent police investigations. Ladies and gentlemen, you may choose to leave or remain on site, but please do not approach the podium. As Luo Wei departed, Director Stacy sealed off the area where he and Jean Bing had fought, facilitating the police's follow-up investigation. How will SHIELD handle this matter? Stark queried, reclaiming his armor and observing Director Stacy's actions, turning to Natasha. I will report the facts as they are, Natasha replied nonchalantly. As for how to deal with it, that is Nick Fury's concern. This is a dangerous individual. Stark gazed contemplatively in the direction where Rovi had departed. You should expedite your actions, SHIELD. Certainly, Mr. Consultant, Natasha replied, winking at Stark. I shall convey your sentiments to Director Fury. Mission accomplished. Under the cover of night, Rovi felt somewhat pleased. The recent elimination of Kingpin was certainly a significant achievement, aside from the points garnered from Kingpin's demise. The presence of social elites, Iron Man, Black Widow, and Daredevil at the scene would also contribute to his score. It is worth mentioning that George Stacy is the father of Gwen Stacy, the female protagonist in The Amazing Spider-Man. He also made an appearance in that narrative. Does he count as a plot character? Furthermore, could it be that the Spider-Man in this universe is indeed The Amazing Spider-Man? Chapter 17, 350,000 points, unlocking new abilities. Early the next morning, Rovi awoke and accessed the system panel. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 347,918. You revealed Wilson's other identity as Kingpin at his charity gala and eliminated him, causing a considerable uproar in society. Reward points, 210,537. Your revelation of Wilson's identity and subsequent actions have influenced Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, Matt Murdock, and George Stacy. Reward points, 70,000. Your display of power at the charity gala caught the attention of SHIELD Director Nick Fury. Reward points, 5,000. Adding these to previous scores brings me close to 350,000, a considerable gain indeed. However, has Nick Fury also taken notice of me? Given Rovi's understanding of this seasoned director, he surely harbors no trivial secrets. Regardless, strength is paramount. System, allocate my points. Ding. Points allocated successfully. New abilities unlocked. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 7, 918. Slots, 1. Character template. Patriotic hero. Unlock level 55. Unlocked abilities. Super strength, super defense, super hearing. Locked abilities. Supervision, heat vision, supersonic flight. The moment super hearing was unlocked, Rovi felt the world transform around him. He could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, the flow of blood within him, the sound of water running through the pipes in the room, the clattering of Karen's fingers on the keyboard downstairs, the rumbling of car engines on the street outside, the footsteps of pedestrians, and the murmur of conversations. Moreover, rather than merely hearing these sounds, his mind conjured vivid imagery based on them. I'll have a number 3 combo, a large cola. Thank you. This was the voice of a young man, ordering at the convenience store at the corner. Rovi quickly envisioned the scene within that store. Beep. A piercing honk erupted, the blaring of a car horn. Damn it. Can't you watch where you're walking? A middle-aged man is cursing, demanding that the young woman clean up her language. In response, she retaliates. As Rovi becomes increasingly absorbed in the unfolding scene, the cacophony around him intensifies, growing ever louder. Wait, pause for a moment, Rovi muses, attempting to command his ears to cease accepting any further sound. Yet this proves to be a daunting task. Unlike superhuman strength, which one can regulate through sheer exertion, how does one control the ears? After several unsuccessful attempts, Rovi decides to crumple several sheets of paper into balls and stuff them in both ears. This maneuver instantly brings a significant reduction in noise, reminiscent of the tranquility before he had unlocked his super hearing. However, maintaining this state is not a viable solution. If this newfound ability remains unutilized, what was the purpose of unlocking it? Rovi strokes his chin thoughtfully. It seems imperative to seek Matt's guidance on mastering his auditory control. Descending the stairs, Rovi finds Karen at the computer, tapping away at the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in her task. Good morning, Karen, he greets as he approaches her. Are you working? Indeed, Karen replies, pausing to rub her wrists. I'm drafting some documents. You know how inconvenient it is for Matt to handle these matters. Oh, by the way, there's milk and bread in the refrigerator. If you'd like something to eat, just pop the bread in the toaster, she adds, gesturing to her computer. Sorry. I've been quite busy and didn't prepare anything for you in advance. It's quite all right, Karen, Rovi reassures her, shaking his head. I merely wanted to inquire if Matt would be returning today. He is at the police station being questioned. However, he did send me a message earlier. He should be back later today. All right, thank you, Kate. I won't disturb your work any further. After bidding Karen farewell, Rovi heads to the nearby KFC to purchase breakfast before returning to the law firm. Matt has yet to return, indicating that the events of last night, in which Rovi killed Jean Bin, have indeed stirred considerable commotion. As the only individual connected to the incident, the police are undoubtedly eager to extract information from him. Nonetheless, Matt is a lawyer, well-versed in legal matters. The American police can detain someone without cause for a maximum of 24 hours, so Rovi remains untroubled. Given that Matt may be delayed in his return, Rovi decides to search online for reports regarding the incident involving Jean Bin from the previous night. Opening his laptop, he types in the name Wilson Fisk, and while enjoying his breakfast, he scrolls through the news articles. The New York Times, murder discovered at Fisk Tower. At 10 o'clock last night, a terror attack occurred at Fisk Tower, where a mysterious assailant infiltrated a gala, killing a security guard before fleeing the scene. Police spokesperson George Stacy stated that this was a premeditated crime and that a special task force has been established to investigate. This is a rather official report. Rovi continues to scroll further down. Daily Star. Beneath the philanthropist's mask, the billion-dollar criminal empire of Wilson, he once sheltered the homeless with an umbrella amidst a torrential downpour. Yet he wields the reins of Hell's Kitchen with blood-stained hands. This publication interviewed an informed source on the scene, who disclosed that prior to the assailant's attack on Wilson, numerous criminal allegations and pieces of evidence against him were revealed. These accusations include, but are not limited to, money laundering, organized violent activities, illegal organ trade, and human trafficking. The red wine served at Wilson's charity gala is tainted with the blood of countless victims. This article is quite well written. Rovi gave it a thumbs up. Onward to the next piece. Daily Beast. The bloody trial of Wilson's death. Justice or vigilante justice? According to an informed source at the scene, a mysterious figure orchestrated a trial before killing Wilson, presenting numerous charges against him. Yet intriguingly, the trial seemed to falter, and the mysterious individual, unwilling to accept this outcome. Declared, submit to my judgment. Behind his direct involvement, does there lie a profound disappointment in the law? What secrets of hatred reside within this self-proclaimed judge? Overinterpretation? Rovi shook his head and downvoted. S-H-I-E-L-D, Triskelion Tower. Nick Fury sat in his office, scrutinizing the detailed dossier on Rovi displayed on his computer. This file was exceptionally thorough, containing not only names and photographs, but also a comprehensive record of Rovi's journey from being sold by a trafficker to an abandoned factory, all the way to the charity gala. Natasha, share your thoughts, Nick Fury said, raising his single eye to meet Natasha, who sat opposite him. You were present at last night's charity gala. He harbored a divergent perspective on justice. Despite facing her superior, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, Natasha exhibited little deference, nonchalantly resting one leg on the table as she spoke. His power is formidable. If his sole intention was to kill Wilson, he had myriad methods at his disposal. However, it is evident that this was not his desire. Thus, he first gathered incriminating evidence against Wilson and collaborated with Daredevil to expose him at the charity gala, leading to Wilson's disgrace. Although Daredevil Matt did not convict Wilson during the gala's trial, Rovi had anticipated this and opted to enact his own judgment to eliminate Wilson. After Natasha concluded, Nick Fury nodded in agreement. This aligned with his thoughts. Rovi was not as rigid as Daredevil, insisting on legal measures to punish criminals. Yet, he was not solely an advocate for violence and personal vendettas. Had that been the case, he would have foregone the evidence collection altogether. Fury marked Rovi's dossier with a yellow label. S-H-I-E-L-D assesses the character of individuals with special powers and employs varying methods of engagement. Red signifies extreme danger, indicating absolute avoidance, with extermination warranted if necessary. Yellow denotes caution, allowing interaction but with careful consideration. Green signifies friendliness, approachability, and even the potential invitation for others to join. However, in reality, there exist numerous variations. Color labels merely serve as simplistic markers. Yet this analysis remains insufficient, as many enigmas surrounding Rovi remain unresolved, such as the source of his power and the stance he adopts. Rovi stands apart from Kingpin. Although Kingpin is the leader of the New York Mafia, his criminal organization's influence eclipses his own strength. The primary function of S-H-I-E-L-D is to safeguard the American government and domestic territories. Kingpin's influence poses a threat primarily to ordinary citizens and minor figures. The notion that he could endanger the American government is laughable, even without S-H-I-E-L-D's intervention. His subordinates would fracture at such a decision. In stark contrast, Rovi possesses formidable power. Data investigations indicate that ordinary firearms are ineffective against him. Such a person, should he choose to confront the American government, poses a significant danger. It is imperative to dispatch individuals to thoroughly investigate these matters. Nick Fury directed his gaze towards Natasha, who sat across from him. Having worked alongside him for years, Natasha instantly discerned Fury's thoughts. So it's still me, isn't it? Fury nodded and closed his laptop. By the end of the year, I will recommend a bonus for you. All right. Rolling her eyes, Natasha replied resignedly, You're the director. It's your call. Chapter 18, The Chaos of Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil. I'm utterly exhausted. Time online always seems to pass swiftly, and before long, afternoon had arrived. Immersed before the computer screen, Rovi recognized the distinctive sound of a blind man's cane tapping at the door, signifying Matt's return. It appeared the NYPD was quite desperate, having detained a blind man for such an extended period. Rovi turned to Cher to face the door and teased the somewhat weary Matt. That's because you made headlines. Matt hung his coat on the rack. The police were currently in a frenzy, investigating clues. You should lay low for a while. I am combating evil. Rovi retorted with a smirk. They ought to award me a good citizen medal. Kingpin has evaded justice for far too long. If I hadn't taken action, more would suffer from his harm. Matt fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Rovi's words. All right, boys, Kingpin is dead. Continuing this discussion is of no benefit to us. Karen entered with 2 cups of hot coffee to alleviate the tension between them. Thank you, Karen. You are truly thoughtful. After taking a sip of the warm beverage, Rovi chose to steer the conversation away, recognizing that some beliefs cannot be altered overnight. After a brief respite, Rovi inquired, Matt, How do you control your superhuman hearing? How to control super hearing. Matt was unsure why Rovi suddenly posed his question, but promptly responded. The key is focus. At the outset, this endeavor was far from effortless. It required an extensive period of training to attain such a skill. After speaking, Matt turned his gaze towards Rovi and inquired, "Why do you ask that?" He continued, "You may find it hard to believe." Rovi, maintaining a stoic facade, deceitfully replied, "When I woke up today, I discovered that I too possess super hearing. Perhaps it has been transmitted from you." With that, he produced 2 small paper wads from near his ears, exclaiming, "Now, everything around me seems overwhelmingly loud. I can scarcely sleep." Matt, taken aback, pondered in silence. Could such a phenomenon truly be contagious? After spending so much time with Karen, why had she not been affected? "All right, Matt," Rovi continued unabashedly, "I do not hold you accountable. It is a universal aversion to such occurrences. All I need is your guidance on how to control this newfound ability. Is it possible that one's abilities can indeed be transmitted?" Matt found himself engulfed in profound doubt, contemplating whether there was something unique about Rovi that rendered him susceptible to such influence. If that were the case, he felt a sense of obligation to take responsibility, as he too had endured considerable torment during the initial awakening of his own abilities. "Very well, follow me," Matt instructed, leading Rovi to an unoccupied room with superior soundproofing. With a cacophony from outside diminished significantly. The key to controlling your hearing lies in intention and concentration. Matt began to impart the method for regulating auditory perception. You must envision a specific range in your mind, wherein you will only receive sounds from that particular area. Upon succeeding, you will hear solely the sounds from that designated space, unaffected by the surrounding noise, no matter how loud it may be. This will be challenging, yet persistent practice is essential. Now, take a deep breath and envelop your thoughts around me. Rovi complied, focusing his intentions upon Matt. Suddenly, the sound of Matt's heartbeat resonated in Rovi's ears, amplifying and clarifying, while the surrounding noises receded, becoming negligible. "Matt, I believe I have succeeded." "Really?" Matt was astonished by Rovi's immediate success. "What do you hear?" "Your heartbeat, your breath, the flow of your blood." "Excellent. Let's relocate." Matt escorted Rovi out of the room and onto the street. What we just practiced was the simplest form, listening to nearby sounds in a tranquil setting. Now, you must discern distant noises amidst a noisy environment and selectively listen to only what you wish to hear. This requires extensive practice. For instance, there is a KFC approximately 60 meters away. Do you know the direction? "Well, I can see it directly." "Ah, I see." Matt suddenly realized that Rovi was not blind like him. Now, envision only the sound from within. Rovi mirrored the action, and in an instant, he could hear the conversations, footsteps, and chewing sounds of patrons inside the KFC, which became crystal clear. "It seems I have succeeded." Once more, Rovi raised an eyebrow. Matt suddenly felt a profound sense of defeat. It had taken him extensive practice to achieve this before. Perhaps it was because he was younger then, or perhaps because he lacked the sight that Rovi possessed. "Well, Rovi, you are indeed gifted," Matt exhaled, then added with seriousness. "The final step of training is the most crucial. Focusing one's thoughts is relatively easier without external distractions. However, in the midst of battle, one's attention often fixates on the opponent, neglecting the surroundings." At this point, Matt abruptly paused. For Rovi's ability to see meant that even if he concentrated solely on listening to the opponent ahead, he could still perceive the environment through his peripheral vision. What's wrong? Rovi wondered why Matt had fallen silent. Perhaps after a moment of contemplation, Matt concluded, "My training methods may not be entirely suitable for you. As you can see, while I cannot." Indeed, Rovi recalled a phrase he had encountered in a previous life. "Those who learn from me live. Those who emulate me perish." Learning from others allows for adaptation based on one's own circumstances and those of others. However, to mimic someone entirely means that what they are capable of, you may not be, and forcing oneself to conform can lead to self-detriment. "It's all right. Thank you, Matt. You have already helped me immensely," Rovi sincerely expressed as he patted Matt's shoulder. "Having a friend like you is truly valuable." "It's nothing. I haven't done much," Matt replied, shaking his head. "You can explore your training on your own, and if you encounter difficulties, feel free to come to me." By the way, Matt pulled out a mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to Rovi. "In the coming days, I will be quite busy. Gene Bing is dead, and his subordinates will undoubtedly create chaos in their struggle for power. The phone contains my and Karen S. numbers. Contact us if there is an emergency. Matt was right. Rovi thought as he accepted the phone, stroking his chin. Jean Bing had ruled his criminal empire like an emperor, and while he was alive, he could suppress everyone. However, his death would ignite fierce disputes over the remaining spoils and the coveted throne. Hell's Kitchen, the capital of his empire, would undoubtedly become a battleground for various factions. Yet, being a superhero like Matt seemed exceedingly exhausting. By day, he enforced the law against criminals, and by night, he dismantled illicit activities. It was a dual drain on both mental and physical resources. The mere thought sent shivers down Rovi's spine. Matt, is it truly necessary for you to go to such lengths? Rovi sighed, perplexed by his friend's fervor. You are neither the mayor nor the police here. You bear no obligation to manage these troubles. Matt sighed deeply. Rovi, you and I are different. I was born and raised here, so I cannot stand idly by while those scoundrels wreak havoc. Very well, Rovi patted his shoulder. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Thank you. But after speaking, Matt's voice gradually lowered as he said, I hope that day will never come. In the distance, a slender, red-haired beauty was peering through binoculars, observing the activities of the law firm. Ever since Nick Fury assigned a mission, Natasha had been pondering the best approach to engage with the investigated target. However, it seemed quite challenging at present. Patience is a virtue that the Black Widow possesses in abundance. Chapter 19. The Frustrated Little Spider. Mr. Rovi, be my big brother. As night fell, the guardian of Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock, transformed once again into Daredevil to combat the forces of evil. You're not calling me, Rovi thought. Lying on his bed, clearly hearing the sound of Matt's footsteps as he departed from the law firm, he understood that Matt refrained from involving him, believing that his methods were too brutal for the gangsters. Nonetheless, Rovi was determined not to cease his antics. He still needed 50,000 points to unlock his supervision. Dressed in his battle attire, Rovi leaped from the window. Since Matt was unwilling for him to intervene in the struggles of Hell's Kitchen, Rovi decided to give him a semblance of respect. Manhattan was vast, with more areas than just Hell's Kitchen. Cloaked in black, Rovi sprinted through the night, his silhouette ghostly and swift. A young couple sat on a bench, lost in each other's affections when a shadow flickered past, causing the girl to scream. Darling, what's wrong? The boy inquired. No, it's nothing. I just want to go home. Startled, the girl suddenly recalled certain urban legends and, disregarding her boyfriend's attempts to comfort her, hurriedly fled the scene. At that moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance team, monitoring Rovi, sprang into action. Agent Romanoff, the target has begun to move. Natasha, alerted by her companion, rushed to the monitor, where the infrared drone's perspective revealed Rovi darting through the city like a flame. One of the team members gasped at the data on the monitor. Goodness, he's moving at an astounding speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Does he have an engine inside him? Start the vehicle, quickly. We must keep up with the target, Natasha commanded, but her mind was filled with questions. Why was the target suddenly active at such a late hour? In Midtown Manhattan, the very heart of the city, Rovi had ascended to the roof of a tall building. At the edge of the terrace, he removed his mask and embraced the howling cold wind. In that moment, he began to understand why some individuals relished standing atop the towering structures of the city. For when you gaze down upon the urban expanse from such heights, a sensation washes over you, an illusion that the entire city lies under your dominion. Suddenly, a whoosh sliced through the air behind him, as a force pulled Rovi down from the rooftop. Hey there, buddy. What is troubling you? Have you encountered some setbacks? Perhaps you could share your thoughts with me. As Luo Wei turned around, he noticed a figure approaching from the opposite edge of the rooftop, clad in a form-fitting red and black suit, adorned with a spider emblem on his chest. Spider-Man? Observing the archetypal attire, Luo Wei discerned that the individual before him was undoubtedly Peter Parker, the famed Spider-Man. Do you know me? Have I become that renowned? Spider-Man exclaimed, his voice tinged with delight upon hearing Luo Wei utter his name. But why are you dressed like this? Are you my fan? An impersonator? Peter circled around Luo Wei, inspecting him with a critical eye. The all-black style is quite intriguing. I once contemplated something similar. Shaking his head, he continued, yet such an appearance is too grim and might lead others to mistake you for a villain. Moreover, your chest lacks my spider insignia. Are you concerned I might sue you for infringement? Fear not, I am not so petty. However, even if you were my imitator, standing in such a perilous location is unwise. True to his reputation as Marvel's renowned chatterbox, Peter rambled on before Luo Wei had the chance to speak. Yet, he was correct in one aspect. Prior to his transcendence, Luo Wei had indeed harbored a fondness for Spider-Man. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a fan. "I was once your admirer," Luo Wei asserted, donning his mask once more. "But I'm not your impersonator." "Oh wait." As Luo Wei secured his mask, Spider-Man suddenly gasped and leapt backward. "You are the Punisher? The one who killed Kingpin in Fist Tower? The Punisher, you say?" Luo Wei mused, stroking his chin as he recalled the newspaper article. "You may refer to me as such." Upon Luo Wei's acknowledgement of his identity, Spider-Man narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he flung his arm, shooting a web towards Luo Wei's chest, pulling him closer. "Hey, buddy, you need to come with me." The force with which Spider-Man acted was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Even Luo Wei, caught off guard, was drawn toward him. As he approached, Spider-Man threw a punch. Luo Wei raised his arms to block, and their fists collided. Spider-Man leaped back, shaking his hand with a grimace. "Are you made of iron? Why are you so tough?" Luo Wei staggered back from the punch, clearly dominating in this contest of strength. However, why had Spider-Man suddenly attacked him? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Wei swiftly deduced the reason. It must have been his public execution of Kingpin at the charity gala that led to a reprimand for director Stacy, who was present at the event. And since Stacy was Gwen's father, Peter, as Gwen's boyfriend, would undoubtedly seek to confront Luo Wei to curry favor with his future father-in-law. Well, although Luo Wei had once admired Spider-Man, it was now impossible to avoid a confrontation. With that thought, he bent his knees and propelled himself towards Spider-Man with great force. Yet Spider-Man exhibited remarkable agility, leaping preemptively as Rovi exerted his force, deftly evading the impending strike. Rovi followed suit, attempting to seize Spider-Man's legs midair. However, Spider-Man executed a somersault, delivering a kick to Rovi's chest. Subsequently, he shot a web that latched onto a lightning rod atop a skyscraper, propelling himself upward. This was proving to be a formidable challenge. Rovi sprang from the ground, his gaze fixated on Peter, clinging to the lightning rod. With his spider sense, Peter could anticipate incoming attacks, deftly sidestepping them, and his reliance on webs granted him exceptional nimbleness. "How is it that you can't even catch my shadow? Have you run so fast that you've blinded yourself?" Observing Rovi standing still, Spider-Man promptly activated his taunting skills. All right. Rovi leaped fiercely, throwing a punch at Spider-Man on the lightning rod. Once again, Spider-Man evaded the blow with his spider sense, opting not to engage Rovi directly, but instead to dodge while using his webs to harass him. The traffic in Manhattan is quicker than you. Should I teach you how to navigate the sidewalks? Don't tire yourself out. Take it slow. Oh wait, you already are. Their battle was essentially a stalemate. Rovi was a numerical powerhouse, while Spider-Man thrived on his mechanics. Yet, Spider-Man's incessant verbal jabs proved quite irksome. Although Rovi recognized that Spider-Man was attempting to provoke him into revealing a weakness, his emotions were inevitably stirred. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the villains in Spider-Man's world often found themselves maddened and outwitted by him. It was the combination of mockery and spider sense. Can one truly play games with such finesse? Not only was Rovi finding Spider-Man a troublesome opponent, but Spider-Man was equally astonished by the formidable being known as the Judicator. Each of Rovi's strikes triggered an intense spider sense in Peter's mind, indicating that a single hit would render him incapacitated. Conversely, his own attacks seemed to tickle Rovi, having no substantial effect whatsoever. What an enigma this was! Was Rovi even more challenging than the lizard doctor he had pursued in the sewers? As both pondered how to outmaneuver the other, a smile crept across Rovi's face. "An eye for an eye," he mused. "You think you're the only one who can taunt? I can play that game too. Peter, with your agility and swiftness. How is it that you couldn't save your Uncle Ben?" Chapter 20 S.H.I.L. Monitors Rovi, Natasha. Let us converse. Rovi's taunt struck Peter like a dagger. He froze, unable to utter another playful remark. The death of Uncle Ben remained an unhealed wound in his heart. Countless nights were spent replaying the events of that fateful day. Why had he lashed out at Uncle Ben? Why had he recklessly departed that night? Why did he not intervene to stop the gunman in the supermarket? He attributed the entire tragedy to himself. In his madness, he sought to find the perpetrator, yearning for vengeance for Uncle Ben, yet he had no leads. Peter, now devoid of the will to fight, removed his mask and gazed at Rovi with a complex expression. How did you know about this? Because I am the Arbiter, Rovi replied, unflinching. I can see through the depths of others' hearts, their sins and secrets. Is that so? The young Spider-Man, Peter, was evidently taken aback, entirely disregarding the possibility that Rovi might be deceiving him. Soon, however, envy for Rovi's abilities crept in. Despite having gained formidable power, agility, and the precognitive spider sense after being bitten, he had managed to botch nearly every situation, save for his romantic pursuits. If only I possessed such abilities, I could discern right from wrong and avoid ruining everything. Furthermore, I might locate the gunman or prevent Uncle Ben from being harmed, Peter murmured, his gaze toward Rovi suddenly alight with determination. I need your assistance, Mr. Arbiter. He strode briskly to Rovi, clasping his hands in earnest appeal. Please help me find the gunman who killed Uncle Ben. Oh, really? Rovi replied flatly. But weren't you just trying to take me in? No, Mr. Arbiter. Please allow me to explain, Spider-Man stammered, his voice hastening. This is because I want to assist Chief Stacy in solving the case swiftly. Gwen mentioned that her father has been under immense pressure due to this case, so I thought. At this point, Peter's face flushed slightly, regretting his inadvertent revelation about his girlfriend. All right, Rovi interjected. Sensing Peter's hesitation, I have but one question. Why should I assist you? Truth be told, Rovi was inclined to grant Peter's request, for this matter significantly affected Spider-Man, and it could yield some favor for him. However, considering Peter's earlier mockery during their confrontation, Rovi felt a need to assert himself first. Peter found himself in a conundrum. Indeed, he had just attempted to apprehend Rovi. On what grounds could he now request assistance? It was his own impetuosity that had led to this predicament. As Peter's expression turned disheartened, Rovi sensed he had the upper hand and decided to relent. Helping you is not out of the question. Please speak. Peter puffed out his chest, striking it with his hand. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests, provided they do not violate the law. It's not that serious. Rovi shot him a glance. You must acknowledge me as your elder brother or leader. Certainly, Rovi did not require Spider-Man's assistance in committing acts of violence or confronting adversaries. These were tasks he could manage on his own. However, it was imperative that he compelled Spider-Man to acknowledge his authority, treating him as an elder brother henceforth, to prevent any future insolence or unwarranted provocations from the web-slinger. Brother. Upon hearing this entreaty, Peter hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. He bore no aversion to acknowledging Rovi as an elder brother, for the latter possessed undeniable prowess. And Peter found himself in need of Rovi's assistance. Why speak so softly? The wind is too strong for me to hear clearly. Brother. Ah, splendid. Such enthusiasm. Rovi expressed his satisfaction with a pat on Peter's shoulder. Since you have called me brother, I shall not let you down. I will assist you with this matter. Rovi provided Peter with his phone number and instructed him to send the suspect photographs he had obtained from the police station to Matt's law firm email upon his return. Very well, little brother, await my message after you return. I shall inform you once I have found what I seek. Peter nodded, and then swung away from the building with his web. Watching Peter's departing figure, Rovi felt a twinge of envy. He needed to swiftly unlock his flying abilities. Otherwise, the incessant leaping and climbing was rather unbecoming. Initially, Rovi had intended to utilize his super hearing to enact justice and accumulate some points. But Spider-Man's interruption had dampened his spirits. Nevertheless, a bit of practice would not be amiss. Rovi extended his auditory range. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. At present, Rovi was unaware of the full extent of his auditory capabilities, but he could manage precisely up to about 3 kilometers. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him from all directions. Rovi quickly filtered through the meaningless noise, honing in on the information he desired. Wait, what was that? The sound of a rotor blade? Ever since his initial encounter with Daredevil, where he had battled a helicopter, this sound had left a lasting impression on him. Rovi scanned the skies, but could not discern any helicopters overhead. No, it was not a helicopter. Listening intently, he realized the blades were spinning at a rapid pace, producing a persistent buzzing sound. This noise resembled that of a drone. Agent Romanoff, it seems the target may have discovered us. At that moment, a dialogue reached Rovi's ears. Romanoff? A quintessential Russian surname, and yet another agent. It could only be Black Widow. S-H-I-O-D was surveilling him. He had suspected Nick Fury would not remain discreet for long. Rovi despised being monitored by others. After pinpointing the source of the sound, Rovi leaped swiftly from the high-rise, propelling himself toward the direction of the noise. The target is moving toward our location. He has detected us. Quick retreat. The intelligence is flawed. The target may possess super hearing akin to that of Daredevil. As they belatedly sought to start their vehicle and depart, Rovi had already dashed over. He pressed one hand against the car's hood, the engine roaring in response. The tires, spinning rapidly, slipped against the ground, emitting a jarring screech. Yet they could not advance an inch. Rovi smiled, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he gazed at the terrified S.H.I.L.D. agents inside the car. Is it me you seek? Lower your weapons. Natasha promptly intervened, halting the armed personnel from aiming their guns at Rovi. She was acutely aware that such measures would inflict no harm upon him, only serve to provoke and escalate tensions, an outcome S.H.L.D. wished to avoid. I will step out and speak with him. With that, Natasha opened the car door and emerged. Chapter 21. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assessment. Rovi was likened to a human nuclear bomb. Here they were, face to face once more. Natasha brushed her short hair aside, offering a faint smile as she extended her hand toward Rovi. Her movements appeared casual, yet were executed with the precision of professional training. The combination of her hair gesture and gentle smile, coupled with her beauty, could disarm 90% of men's aggression. For a top-tier female agent, appearance could indeed serve as a potent weapon. Indeed, Natasha Romanoff. Rovi's tone remained unruffled, unfazed by her charms. Perhaps I should refer to you by your S.H.I.E.L.D. codename, Black Widow. At the mention of this title, Natasha's pupils constricted. In the analysis dossier concerning Rovi, it was noted that he possibly possessed unique intelligence-gathering abilities. It was evident now that this information was accurate. He not only knew of S.H.I.L.D., but was also familiar with her codename. This was indeed a predicament, and Natasha felt a headache begin to form as she inwardly cursed Nick Fury. Rovi was clearly not someone who could be easily deceived. From the very first verbal exchange, it was apparent that her side was at a disadvantage. S.H.I.L.D. had always wielded such intelligence to intimidate others, and now she was experiencing that very sensation. Just how much did he know? Natasha pondered, assessing the implications for what she was about to say. This was akin to a business negotiation. If the opponent possessed more information than her own side, attempting to exploit that disparity would be folly. However, since Rovi had not resorted to violence upon their meeting, this afforded her an opportunity for dialogue. If she squandered this chance, future encounters would not unfold as smoothly. Authenticity would be her ultimate weapon. In the brief span of her thoughts, this elite agent reached a resolution within her mind. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Level 8 S.H.I.L.D. agent codename Black Widow. And so, why have you been following me? Rovi maintained his impassive demeanor. Natasha offered a wry smile. It's a matter of professional necessity. At this hour, I would much prefer to be resting comfortably in my bed. Oh, Rovi elongated the word, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As a mere individual, do I truly warrant the concern of director Nick Fury? Natasha lowered her gaze, then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor as she turned her attention back to Ro. No, from Fury's perspective, you are quite perilous. This does not pertain to your character, but rather your capabilities. The research team has analyzed your performance and derived a data model that indicates you possess a strength ranging from 100 to 200 tons, capable of withstanding conventional thermal weapons and even anti-material arms. Your normal movement speed can reach up to 120 kilometers per hour. Do you realize? You are akin to a nuclear bomb, a self-propelling nuclear bomb with its own thoughts. Ro was taken aback by how thoroughly the S.H.I.L.D. had studied him in a matter of days. Their diligence was quite impressive. Thus, Ro scoffed, you believe this nuclear bomb is unstable and wish to control it? Natasha shook her head and continued, no, the assessment team has given your character a high rating. Of course, the highest score comes from Natasha herself. To possess such power, yet refrain from chaos and the destruction of the existing order signifies that you harbor your own principles and boundaries, which you will not easily compromise. Such conduct embodies the greatest form of justice. There's no need to flatter me, Ms. Romanoff. I'm not as extraordinary as you envision. Ro saw through her ploy, reminiscent of his childhood when he would refuse to eat. His mother would then praise him with every bite she fed him, declaring him a wonderful child, which led him to indulge excessively until he nearly burst. However, my act of killing Jean means nothing to you, correct? Natasha blinked. We are not the police. You may already be aware of SHIELD's full title, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. As the director, Nick Fury's responsibilities include safeguarding national security. In truth, we harbor no malice towards you, nor do we wish to forcibly control you. Yet, surveillance is essential. It is our duty, the very essence of SHIELD's responsibilities. If a humanoid nuclear bomb were to roam freely within the territory and Fury chose to turn a blind eye, he would have failed in his duties. Indeed, you are correct, Ro nodded gently. Upon hearing this, Natasha exhaled in relief. Yet, I despise being monitored. Natasha's heart sank once more. However, in light of your sincere response, I am willing to grant you a modicum of opportunity. It could be said that Natasha had indeed discerned Ro's nature. He was not a man devoid of reason. No nation or power would permit someone with such formidable strength to roam unchecked. Ro could certainly choose non-compliance, take down SHIELD, and eliminate Nick Fury. Yet, for the time being, such an action would yield more harm than benefit. Would a different individual take the reins and cease monitoring Ro? Moreover, they possess satellite surveillance. Even if they do not follow him, they can still monitor him by mobilizing satellites, which would merely incur a slight financial expense. Furthermore, they have a formidable Captain Marvel operating in the cosmos. If war were to ensue, it would undoubtedly be an unwise venture. At present, Luo Wei believes that the paramount objective is to enhance his strength to confront the Chitauri army. In pursuit of this goal, anyone residing on Earth is an ally on the same front. With this thought in mind, Luo Wei laid out his conditions. First, your surveillance must maintain a distance of at least 1 kilometer from me. Second, you cannot eavesdrop on the activities within the law firm. As for the rest, I shall supplement it later. That is acceptable. I can agree to that. Natasha nodded in agreement without hesitation. Excellent, Agent Romanoff, Luo Wei said, extending his hand to her for the first time. I hope our preliminary agreement can endure for a while. No, Natasha grasped Luo Wei's hand firmly. I have greater faith that this agreement will be sustainable. SHIELD is not as malevolent as you might suppose. That remains to be seen. Luo Wei replied, shaking his head. The current SHIELD might be better referred to as Hydra Shield. There will certainly be more turmoil in the future. However, there was no need to elaborate further to Natasha. Goodbye. Having said that, Luo Wei left without looking back. As she watched him depart, Natasha felt a profound astonishment. Is this truly a young man in his teens? She perceived Luo Wei as remarkably mature and composed, unruffled by praise or blame. Her various attempts to influence him and cultivate a favorable impression had proven futile. He was as unyielding as stone. Nevertheless, this encounter had been relatively smooth, achieving its initial objective. In the dead of night, Peter Parker stealthily entered his room through the window without waking Aunt May. After opening his computer and sending information about the suspect who murdered his uncle using the email address Luo Wei had provided, he lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Ever since he acquired superpowers at Osborn Technologies, he had hoped his life would transform for the better. Yet the reality was far from that. Uncle Ben was gone, and Dr. Connors, who had once been a colleague of his father's, had been turned into a monster due to the genetic formula he had provided. Even his girlfriend, Gwen, had become morose due to her father's professional setbacks. He had intended to ascend to a high place to catch a breeze and alleviate his melancholy. However, an unexpected encounter with Luo Wei led to a confrontation between them due to his recklessness. None of the events had unfolded as he had wished, but ultimately, it was still his own doing. What choices should I make that are truly right? Where is Dr. Connors now? And how can I assist him? If Luo Wei truly helps me find the murderer of Uncle Ben, what should I do? Faced with these questions, he felt as though his head might explode. Peter, his mind a tangled mess, covered his head with a pillow, forcing himself to abandon those troubling thoughts. Back at the law firm, Robbie felt a sense of accomplishment from the day's events. He had effortlessly recruited Spider-Man as his ally, while the enigmatic demeanor he projected left SHIELD hesitant to act rashly. Additionally, upon meeting Spider-Man in person, Robbie confirmed that this was indeed the extraordinary version of a hero. According to the narrative, it wouldn't be long before Dr. Connors would attempt to transform the entire city into lizard creatures. When that time came, Robbie would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to score significant points. Chapter 22, Dr. Connors and Gwen's Peril. Peter, big brother, save him. The following morning in Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen, Robbie received information from Peter via email and sought out Matt. Although he had played the part of the confident figure the night before, he found himself at a loss when it came to actually locating someone. However, expertise lies in specialization, and Matt, particularly experienced in tracking down fugitives, was the ideal person to consult. The deceased, Benjamin Parker. After listening to Robbie's account, Matt lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Who is this boy? And what compels you to assist him in finding his murderer? Having spent time together, Matt had gained some understanding of Robbie. For him, combating crime was more of a pleasurable pursuit than a sense of duty. The willingness to help a high school student stemmed from deeper motivations. Robbie pondered for a moment, but chose not to conceal the truth, recounting the events in brief. Don't you think this boy bears a resemblance to you? Both are tragic superheroes. Notably, the backstories of most versions of Spider-Man and Daredevil are rather heartbreaking. Yet, both heroes maintain an extraordinary commitment to justice. Their shared experiences and choices forge a unique bond across various iterations. I see, Daredevil nodded. However, once we find the murderer, I hope we can bring this boy in for a conversation. In this small corner of New York, I am quite well informed. I also know there is a newcomer in Queens, swinging on webs, just like me, fighting crime. Considering that both of us tread this path due to the loss of loved ones, I believe I, as a mentor, may offer him some guidance. Of course, I am also concerned that once we identify the criminal, young Spider-Man may stray from his path. Suit yourself. Robbie understood he couldn't alter Matt's perspective and refrained from further persuasion, deciding it was best to locate the individual first. However, he briefly wondered whether it was inappropriate to continually rely on Matt's efforts. This thought, after a fleeting moment of consideration, was cast aside, despite their brief acquaintance. Neither possessed a nature inclined to dwell on such matters. Besides, he had a stash of gold yet to be liquidated. Matt's law firm was already in a precarious financial state due to his numerous pro bono cases. In due time, he intends to inject some capital and become Matt's master, at which point it would be perfectly justifiable for him to command at will. Little does Matt know that Rovi has already devised nefarious plans in his mind. He is preoccupied with numerous matters. At Midtown Tech High School, the early morning classes are about to commence, and students are bustling through the corridors, some engaging in playful antics, while others share laughter as they make their way to their respective classrooms. Peter Parker glances at his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, standing beside him. Their eyes meet, and they share a smile, as if the air around them crackles with the sparks of romance. However, this sweet moment is abruptly shattered when the restroom wall suddenly collapses, and a giant, dark green lizard creature emerges through the opening. A collective gasp erupts from the students, who then flee in panic, wishing they had been born with additional legs to escape faster. Yet Peter remains unmoved amidst the chaos, for he knows the lizard has come specifically for him. With a glance that urges Gwen to evacuate, Peter charges towards Dr. Connors. Based on their previous encounters, Peter understands that a head-on confrontation with the lizard would be unwise. He shoots a web that adheres to the wall, using it as a makeshift rope to execute a sliding kick that trips Dr. Connors. Seizing the moment while his opponent is down, Peter quickly climbs onto the lizard's back and delivers a punch aimed at his head. Dr. Connors, however, twists his arm and seizes Peter, slamming him against the wall with enough force to break through to the adjacent laboratory. The lizard lunges with his long tongue, and the two engage in a fierce scuffle. Despite Spider-Man's agility, he narrowly dodges several attacks, but the lizard is equally nimble and cunning, closing in for close-quarters combat. The confined space of the classroom prevents Peter from creating distance, and ultimately, he finds himself captured and forcefully hurled against the wall. Dr. Connors, reveling in his triumph, leisurely picks up a vial of experimental potion and concocts an explosive mixture to throw into the fray. At that moment, Peter manages to find an opening and dons his suit. Spider-Man enters the scene, and the second round commences. The battle rages from one classroom to another, each room succumbing to their fierce clashes as if made of mere paper. As they grapple fiercely outside the classroom, students have already rushed out, dialing their phones to alert the authorities. The police, upon receiving the call, hurry towards the school. Hearing the sirens, Connors finally regains a semblance of sanity. He realizes that the priority is not to settle scores with Peter, but to execute his grand vision, to create a world free of suffering and inequality. With this thought, he ceases his pursuit of Peter and retreats through the restroom into the sewers. Are you all right? After enduring a grueling battle, Gwen rushes over to gently caress Peter's face. Of course, I'm fine, Peter replies with a light chuckle, embracing Gwen and reassuring her, don't worry, I'm perfectly all right. That must have hurt. Gwen gently caressed the wound on his chest, tears cascading down her cheeks. Upon hearing her words of concern, Peter's heart swelled with a sweetness akin to honey. It doesn't hurt at all, please don't cry. He softly wiped away Gwen's tears and said, I need you to do me a favor. I must find Dr. Connors. You go to Oscorp and help me prepare the antidote, all right? After speaking, Peter embraced Gwen and turned to leave, but she grasped his arm. Gazing into Gwen's eyes, shimmering with tears, Peter understood her worry for him. Dr. Connors needs assistance. It is I who have transformed him into this state, and I bear this responsibility. Upon hearing this, Gwen released his arm. Responsibility. That word had echoed countless times in her father's voice. Whenever she feared that her father, a police officer, might never return due to the dangers of his job, he would utter that very term. Go. Gwen looked intently at Peter. I will ensure the antidote is ready. All right. Peter nodded, leaping down through the hole excavated from the restroom into the depths below. Upon reaching the sewers, Peter traced the walls, cautiously following the trail left by the doctor. As he walked, a bitter smile crept upon his face. Gwen was right. He was indeed in considerable pain. Doctor, Connor's claws could tear through steel. How could he possibly remain unscathed? Of course, perhaps Mr. Judgment could. After wandering through the sewers for an indeterminate time, Peter finally stumbled upon a clearing. Recognizing the familiar equipment within, he knew he had discovered the doctor's secret laboratory. Dr. Connors, are you there? After calling several times with no response, Peter began to inspect the laboratory. The equipment was evidently pilfered from Oscorp, intended for the formulation of the lizard serum. One particular recording device caught his attention. He activated the most recent video, revealing Dr. Connors in his human form, perhaps due to prolonged time spent in the sewers. He appeared haggard, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Initially, the doctor was seen tirelessly preparing the serum in the video. However, as it progressed, he exhibited increasingly erratic behavior, lamenting the frailty and insignificance of the human body while extolling the beauty and strength of his lizard form. Thus, he aspired to create a new world, utilizing Oscorp's instruments to infect everyone with the serum's toxin. All of this is thanks to you, Peter. The fully transformed lizard doctor proclaimed at the video's conclusion. A chill ran down Peter's spine. Oscorp. Gwen had been summoned there to concoct the antidote. No. Peter trembled as he retrieved his phone, dialing once more with shaking hands. As Gwen exited the laboratory, Dr. Connors was approaching. The antidote would be completed in just a few minutes. I could manage it. Witnessing Gwen's disregard for his warnings, Peter was fraught with anxiety. At that moment, a phone call came to his mind. Yo, big brother. Your little brother needs your assistance. Chapter 23. Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Rovi converge at Osborn. Gwen is in peril. Dr. Lizard intends to invade the Osborn Technology Building, utilizing a jet device to unleash a toxin that would transform the entire populace of New York into lizard people. This echoes the climactic battle between Peter and Dr. Lizard in The Amazing Spider-Man. As soon as he received the call from his younger sibling, Rovi promptly set off. How could a big brother ignore his little brother in distress? Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away from the Matt Murdock Law Office, a S.H.I.L.D. observation team was on alert. The target is on the move. Let us go. Following a preliminary agreement with Rovi, the S.H.I.L.D. team ceased their concealment. However, their surveillance maintained a distance of 1 kilometer, trailing Rovi from afar. Simultaneously, in Midtown, the New York Police Department was in a state of emergency. Chief Stacy was urgently orchestrating a response, feeling that this day could not get any worse. For reasons unknown, the lizard had attacked Midtown Tech High School while his daughter was present. Fortunately, Spider-Man was also there, engaging in a fierce battle against the lizard. Subsequently, he searched Dr. Connor's residence based on information provided by his daughter's boyfriend, Peter. Although the doctor was not found, evidence on his computer confirmed that Connors was indeed the lizard. Now, Receiving intel that the lizard was spotted on 7th Avenue, making its way toward the Osborn Technology building in Midtown. He activated the emergency plan to evacuate civilians and thwart Dr. Lizard. Leading an armed team onto a helicopter, he shouted into the intercom, "Everyone, prepare. Report Spider-Man and Dr. Lizard's movements at once. Let's move out. JARVIS. What is happening?" At Stark Industries, Tony stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine, watching the flashing police lights across the city. Soon, JARVIS found relevant information, projecting a news broadcast live from a media outlet. The footage revealed a colossal lizard creature being relentlessly fired upon by the police, eventually collapsing to the ground. However, as the police ceased their assault to inspect, the lizard creature suddenly rose and emitted a green gas, enveloping everyone in its vicinity. Those who came into contact with the gas were swiftly transformed into lizard creatures like it. A biological toxin, perhaps. Tony squinted. It appeared the lizard creature was once human. Was this the work of some deranged scientist? JARVIS. Finish this wine, Tony said solemnly. Prepare the armor. We are heading out. At this moment, 7th Street was in utter disarray. Dr. Lizard, in his frantic escape from the police, released a copious amount of toxins, transforming countless individuals into monstrous lizards. These creatures then turned their wrath upon both the officers and ordinary civilians. The terrified populace scattered in all directions, causing the roads to become congested and exacerbating the chaos. Faced with such turmoil, the officers on the scene found themselves utterly powerless to regain control. Suddenly, a brilliant red figure streaked across the sky. Iron Man descended from above. Upon landing, numerous weapon launchers sprang forth from his armor. With targeting assistance activated, a deluge of ammunition was unleashed, swiftly incapacitating the rampaging lizard creatures. Officers, evacuate the civilians. These monsters are mine to handle. The arrival of Iron Man invigorated the atmosphere, prompting the police to resume their coordination. Just as the situation seemed poised for improvement, the highly regenerative lizard creatures began to rise once more. They roared, their mouths agape, and charged at Iron Man en masse. Damn it! Iron Man found himself besieged, with lizard creatures swarming over him. "Hold on, Tony," a voice cried out from the crowd. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the lizard creatures surrounding Tony, allowing him to escape their clutches. "Natasha?" Iron Man turned to see his supporter. It was indeed Black Widow leading a reconnaissance team. They had been trailing Rhodey, but had found themselves ensnared in the chaos upon arriving in 7th Street. Without time for further deliberation, Iron Man joined forces with the SHIELD agents and some police officers to combat the lizard threat. United in their efforts, they quickly subdued the creatures. Iron Man procured some chains and bound the incapacitated lizards. Once the skirmish concluded, Iron Man opened his helmet and gazed at Natasha and her small team of 7 or 8, perplexed. "Natasha, how did you end up here?" Natasha succinctly recounted their pursuit of Rhodey, explaining that they lost track of him due to the traffic congestion. However, reconnaissance drones indicated that he was likely heading to Osborn Technologies. What is that rascal up to now? Iron Man pondered, recalling the strong impression Rhodey had made on him during the last charity gala. He had since gleaned some information on him through SHIELD, though he had primarily focused on upgrading his armor. "Jarvis, activate satellite surveillance. I wish to monitor all activities surrounding the Osborn Technologies building." "Yes, sir." In no time, the satellite feed appeared within his helmet. However, instead of spotting Rhodey, he witnessed the lizard monster that had been featured in the live broadcast. It dashed towards the Osborn building on all fours, resembling a true reptile in its frantic sprint. Within the Osborn building, there must be something pivotal. "Hey, Natasha. Tony's helmet is sealed. I'll leave this to you. I must head to Osborn Technologies." With that, he aligned his legs, activated the thrusters, and soared back into the sky. "Mr. Stark, wait." A figure swinging on webs suddenly glided past him, calling out, "Spider-Kid Peter?" Tony Stark had long been attentive to this newly emerged superhero. He found Peter's actions quite commendable, hailing from poverty, yet upon acquiring superpowers, he chose not to indulge in wrongdoing. Even in his quest to find the murderer of his loved ones, he merely turned them over to the authorities. Regrettably, this lad was still a minor. Otherwise, Tony would have eagerly recruited him to join the Avengers. "What is the matter, Spider-Kid?" Tony flew to Peter's side and halted. Could you give me a lift to Osborn Technologies? Peter promptly recounted the events, including Dr. Connors, the lizard, intending to utilize the drug dispersal device within the Osborn building to infect the entire city. Clutching Spider-Kid, Tony, upon hearing this, wasted no time and had Spider-Man secure him as they flew towards Osborn Technologies. Inside the biological laboratory of Osborn Technologies, the antidote was merely 3 minutes from completion. But Gwen suddenly heard commotion outside. After she triggered the alarm, the personnel within the building evacuated. Who would remain behind? Could it be Dr. Connors, the lizard? Realizing this, she swiftly activated the fire alarm in the lab with a Bunsen burner. The ceiling's sprinkler system activated, releasing liquid carbon dioxide, enveloping the laboratory in a white mist. Simultaneously, the lights extinguished. She found a cabinet, seized a flamethrower, and concealed herself within. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the darkened laboratory. Gwen held her breath, praying fervently not to be discovered. Chapter 24. The Battle with the Lizard and Stark's Invitation. Hiding within the cabinet, Gwen silently prayed to remain unseen. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it seems to draw near. The footsteps approached directly towards the cabinet where Gwen was hiding, as if aware of her presence. With a creak, the cabinet door swung open. A tongue of fire shot forth, aimed straight at his face. Miss Gwen? Rovi stepped back to evade the flames, gazing at the girl inside the cabinet wielding the flamethrower. Upon hearing her name called, Gwen opened her eyes. Before her stood, not the colossal, dark green figure of the lizard, but a tall man clad in black armor. Who are you? Gwen inquired. Perhaps you may call me the Judicator. Proclaiming his name always evoked a sense of adolescent embarrassment in Ro. Gwen's pupils dilated. Was that not the fugitive her father had been relentlessly pursuing? She instinctively shrank back, questioning his intentions. Observing Gwen's reaction, Ro felt a tinge of awkwardness. I am here to assist, sent by your little boyfriend Peter, he clarified, emphasizing, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. My apologies. Gwen finally emerged from her hiding place, admitting, he hasn't mentioned you to me. Oh, we've only recently become acquainted, Ro jested. You see, we are both on your father's wanted list. It is only natural for us to lend each other a hand. This time, it was Gwen's turn to feel uneasy as she hurriedly explained that this was his vocation, asserting that she believed both he and Peter to be good individuals. I comprehend. Ro nodded, shifting the topic. Peter mentioned you were concocting an antidote here? Indeed, Gwen replied, glancing at the countdown machine that displayed only 1 minute remaining. Wait, Ro interrupted, his superhuman hearing detecting a heavy heartbeat approaching. Hi, Dr. Lizard is coming. Thud, thud, thud. As the words left his mouth, a massive, dark green figure materialized outside the laboratory. Its vertical pupils glinted ominously as they scanned the interior until they locked onto Ro and Gwen. Their eyes met in silent understanding. Without uttering a word, Ro launched himself forward like a projectile, delivering a powerful punch that sent Dr. Lizard flying. He could not allow the laboratory to become a battleground for the two of them. Otherwise, both the concocting antidote and Gwen could be caught in the crossfire. Dr. Lizard shook his head and clambered to his feet, his grotesque face etched with confusion. How could such a diminutive human possess such immense strength? Nevertheless, he thought, nothing could deter him. Roaring, Dr. Lizard lunged forward, his claws like daggers aimed at Ro's chest. Clang! The claws shattered upon impact, eliciting a howl of pain from Dr. Lizard as he clutched his arm. Yet Ro retaliated with another punch, striking Dr. Lizard's chest with such force that his massive form was propelled through several walls, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Weakling, Ro uttered disdainfully, striding towards the fallen Dr. Lizard. The sound of bones cracking and growing filled the air. The lizard's remarkable regenerative abilities came into play once more as he shakily stood, his body seemingly enlarged. With mouth agape, he rasped, I am the most perfect and powerful being. Dr. Connors. Ro pointed at his head, clearly indicating that something was amiss with his mind. But fear not, I shall heal you. Ro charged once again. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Dr. Lizard's eyes as he abruptly turned, his sturdy tail sweeping violently against Roy. My mind is quite clear. Snorting with hot breath, Dr. Lizard ceased his entanglement with Roy and dashed towards the laboratory. Hey, watch your back. Roy raised a massive instrument and hurled it directly at Dr. Lizard. Caught off guard, Dr. Lizard was pinned down by the device, unable to move. Do not struggle, Doctor, Roy admonished, shaking his head as he stepped forward. Your regenerative abilities are formidable, but next time, I shall snap your neck. Clearly, Dr. Connors was heavily impacted by the blow and remained silent beneath the apparatus. New footsteps echoed as Director Stacy led a contingent of officers into the scene. Don't move. Countless red dots converged upon Roy. Don't shoot, Dad. Gwen suddenly burst from the laboratory, arms outstretched to shield Roy from the officers. Gwen? Director Stacy's expression became exceedingly complex as he witnessed his beloved daughter protect the very criminal he sought to apprehend. Nevertheless, he ordered the officers to momentarily lower their weapons. With a shattering crash, the building's glass suddenly fractured. Two figures soared in from above and below. From above descended Iron Man, who deactivated his thrusters to land gracefully on the floor. Meanwhile, Spider-Man emerged from below, rolling to dissipate the impact before rising to his feet. Guys, what is happening? Iron Man's visor retracted as he surveyed the intricate scene. Roy stood facing the officers, with a young woman shielding him, while their target, Dr. Lizard, lay trapped beneath the machine. Spider-Man instinctively stepped forward upon seeing Gwen, intending to call out, but halted abruptly upon spotting Director Stacy. The director, too, was momentarily at a loss. Faced with both a vigilante and Spider-Man, each possessing considerable power, he pondered whether to apprehend them or not. The situation hung in a delicate balance. Fortunately, a turning point soon emerged. With the sound of rotor blades slicing through the air, a rope descended. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent Natasha descended through the shattered glass wall. Upon witnessing the scene, Natasha instantly grasped the situation. She presented her badge to Director Stacy. I am A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent. This matter is now under our jurisdiction. You may leave. Clearly, the authority of S-H-I-E-L-D surpassed that of the police by a significant margin. After verifying the credentials, Director Stacy felt a slight relief wash over him. To be honest, although he was a police officer and capturing criminals was his duty, he did not wish to confront an opponent of Roy's caliber, one he could hardly defeat. Gwen, he called to his daughter, preparing to depart with his subordinates. Gwen too understood that her time to remain here had come to an end. Before leaving, she entrusted the antidote to Spider-Man, a detail that did not escape the keen observation of Director Stacy. As Peter gazed at Gwen's departing figure, he momentarily lost his focus. Hey, Spider-Kid. Tony waved his glowing palm in front of Peter. My apologies, Mr. Stark, Spider-Man replied, as if awakening from a dream, scratching his head. Dr. Connors, what has happened to you? Suddenly, Spider-Man noticed the unconscious lizard doctor lying beneath a heavy apparatus. Boss, did you kill him? Absolutely not. Rovi vehemently denied. P.S. merely exhausted. Asleep? See? I covered him with a blanket. As they observed the enormous device resting on Dr. Connors, Tony and Natasha exchanged bemused glances. Is that truly a blanket? Peter checked for a pulse on Dr. Connors, relieved to find he was still alive. All right, Spider-Kid, do what you must. Release the antidote. Seeing Peter's immature demeanor, Tony helplessly rubbed his forehead. Oh. Peter turned and entered the laboratory, carrying the equipment and serum to the rooftop. By the way, could you bring the doctor up as well? Rovi and Tony shared a glance. Tony spoke first. You can carry him. No, Rovi shook his head. He smells too bad. You should take him since you're in the armor. My armor lacks an air filtration system, and besides, I can't handle such a heavy load. All right, you too, Natasha interjected, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she clapped her hands. Can't we compromise? With that, the argument ceased, and Rovi moved the apparatus while he and Stark each took an arm of the lizard doctor, guiding him to the rooftop. As the antidote was released, a pale blue mist enveloped the sky, and Dr. Connors gradually regained consciousness, reverting to his human form. I seem to have done something terribly wrong. Iron Man and Natasha's gazes converged on his face. Iron Man stroked his chin. It appears this serum has a significant effect on the mind. Natasha smiled. Doctor, it seems you will be accompanying us back to S.H.I.E.L.D. The young spider leapt down from the rooftop's lightning rod. Dr. Connors looked at him, guilt-ridden. Peter, I'm sorry. Do not apologize, Doctor. Peter generously shook his head. It is I who caused you to become this way. Observing the expressions on Rovi and Peter's faces, a smile suddenly appeared on Tony's. How about a visit to Stark Industries? We could share a drink and chat. Spider-Kid, you can't drink, but I'll prepare some juice for you. Chapter 25. Iron Man's probing the Avengers Genesis. Stark Tower. Mr. Stark has invited me to Stark Tower? Is this for real? Upon hearing this, The young Spider was the first to feel exhilaration. Indeed, Spider-Kid, you can also tour my office. Tony found great pleasure in Peter's excited expression. This was indeed the correct attitude. After all, I am a superstar, the illustrious Iron Man. Thank you, Mr. Stark. I shall call Aunt May now. In contrast, Rhodey maintained a much calmer demeanor as he scrutinized Tony and said, "Give me a reason." "Hey, kid," Tony replied, somewhat displeased. "Do not adopt such an aloof demeanor, all right? We just saved New York together. Does that not warrant a celebration?" In truth, Rhodey had a fair inkling of Tony's intentions. The Avengers Initiative. This was an endeavor spearheaded by Nick Fury, with Tony at the helm, aimed at assembling individuals with extraordinary abilities to counter unknown threats. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Avengers operated independently and were not under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. For instance, Thor and the Hulk intervened only when Earth faced crises, otherwise leading their own lives. Even Tony himself had not joined S.H.I.E.L.D., but merely served as a consultant. Rhodey was not inclined to join S.H.I.E.L.D. at present, but he found the prospect of joining the Avengers rather intriguing. To accrue points swiftly, he needed to engage more with key narrative figures or participate in the storyline. Joining the Avengers perfectly aligned with both of these conditions. Furthermore, following the conclusion of the Civil War, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be disbanded, and the Avengers would ascend as the preeminent superhero organization. By joining early, Rhodey could strategically position himself and cultivate his influence. Although this was at odds with his typically laid-back nature, he understood that every opportunity comes with its sacrifices. Yet, his years of experience in business and international trade had taught him that before negotiations commence, one must conceal their true intentions. The more one desires, the more they must feign nonchalance. "All right, Tony, you have persuaded me." Upon hearing these words, Tony felt a slight sense of relief. To be honest, although he had interacted with Rhodey twice, his impressions of him were starkly contrasting. The first encounter occurred at a charity gala, where Rhodey, after eliminating Justin Hammer, uttered the chilling words, "The strong survive, while the weak perish." This sentiment sparked a mixture of intrigue and dread within Tony. Murder itself is not terrifying. Rather, it is the chilling indifference towards life that is truly fearsome. Yet this individual possessed formidable power. In their second encounter, however, he discovered that Rhodey was willing to protect his girlfriend, Gwen, and New York at the behest of Spider-Man. Thus, he resolved to probe further, seeking to discern Rhodey's genuine thoughts to assess his suitability for joining the Avengers. As each individual harbored their own thoughts, Natasha Eskol summoned the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, which soon arrived atop Oscorp Technologies. This spectacle elicited a flurry of excitement from Peter. Accompanied by Dr. Connors, they boarded the aircraft. Upon reaching the top of Stark Tower, they disembarked, leaving only Dr. Connors behind. He would be summoned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. for interrogation due to actions endangering national security. Fortunately, if the effects of the lizard serum are conclusively proven to influence the human mind, then Dr. Connors may not face a grave charge. How spectacular, my friend. Did you witness that? The young Spider-Man gazed with rapt fascination at Iron Man as he utilized mechanical arms to don his armor. That expression of his was even more enthralling than when he looked at Gwen. However, Rhodey could empathize. The armor represents a man's romantic endeavor, especially for someone like Peter, a quintessential engineering enthusiast. In truth, Rhodey felt a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be to possess such a suit himself, albeit the challenge was formidable. Throughout the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the number of individuals suited with Iron Man's armor is quite limited. Colonel Rhodes, a longtime friend of Iron Man, received his armor partly to alleviate military pressures. The Spider-Man portrayed by Holland was groomed as a successor. Ms. Pepper Potts, while they are family, no further words needed. Lastly, there was Dr. Banner, who temporarily commandeered Veronica during a time when he had lost the ability to summon the Hulk, facing the invasion of Thanos. There will be an opportunity to discuss this later. No longer dwelling on it, the group followed Tony into his office. Natasha had previously served as Tony's secretary. Thus, she felt quite at ease in this environment. Rhodey, having witnessed this scene in the films, surveyed the office with a sense of immersive curiosity. As for the young Spider-Man, he appeared somewhat apprehensive, resembling a child summoned to the teacher's office after a misstep, standing still, unsure of his next move. All right, Spider Kid. Loosen up. There are drinks in the fridge. Help yourself to whatever you fancy. Tony stood before the bar, pouring himself a glass of whiskey before continuing. Rovi, Natasha, what would you like to drink? Natasha reclined on the sofa, one leg draped over the table, languidly responding, just like you, whiskey. Rovi, not fond of strong spirits, glanced at the bar and requested, white wine champagne, please. Tony, resembling a bartender, expertly poured drinks for everyone and handed them out. The four settled onto the sofa, facing one another. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Although Tony had thoughts to share, he hesitated on how to initiate the conversation. Meanwhile, Peter suddenly realized that, apart from himself, the others bore unspoken burdens. His gaze flitted between Rovi, Tony, and Natasha. Observing this, Tony chuckled and decided to break the ice. So, Spider Kid, how old are you? 17, Mr. Stark, Peter replied, his hands resting on his knees, appearing as earnest as a student. No need to be nervous. You can call me Tony. All right, Mr. Stark. Perhaps you are unaware, but I have been following your journey since the moment you first swung through the skies of New York. It was a brilliant invention. What inspired you? The spider provided me with the inspiration. Faced with Stark's praise, Peter felt a touch of shyness. Have you ever contemplated realizing your commercial potential? Peter scratched his head, admitting that he had not considered such matters in depth. If you are willing, I can assist you in registering a patent. Subsequently, you could grant me the rights, and I would manage its operation, resulting in substantial financial gain for you. Really? Peter's excitement was palpable. Money was precisely what he lacked. Indeed, it would be a significant sum. Have you contemplated how you would spend it? I believe I would purchase a grand house and allow Aunt May to resign from her job, freeing her from hardship. Good lad, Tony nodded approvingly. And what comes next? Once you achieve financial freedom, have you envisioned what your future holds, especially in light of this newfound capability? I have thought about it consistently. At this point, Peter's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. For instance, I fantasized about becoming a superhero like you, yet the outcome appeared rather disheartening. This is not your fault, Peter. You lack experience, and no one is born knowing how to be a superhero. Tony touched the arc reactor at his chest, lost in reminiscence. When I was once captured by terrorists in a cave, I believed I would perish in that forsaken place, particularly upon realizing how many lives were lost due to the weapons I had created. I chastised myself, thinking, Tony, you scoundrel, this is your retribution. Yet, someone came to my aid, despite our unfamiliarity. He told me that since I possessed such capabilities, I should not meet my end there. Tragically, he sacrificed himself to save me, and I have pondered his words ever since. Thus, I shuttered the weapons division and resolved to utilize my abilities to assist others. Becoming a superhero was never my aspiration, but if I possess such power while others do not, I must rise to the occasion, not only to protect others, but also to safeguard myself in the future. Tony's charismatic persona shone through as he spoke these words. Young Spider-Man. Peter was deeply moved, feeling a tinge of shame for once doubting this path. This recent crisis has illuminated a vital truth for me. The strength of unity is far more potent than solitary endeavors. Peter, Tony gazed earnestly into his eyes. I have an idea, to form an alliance of superheroes. Would you be willing to join? Chapter 26. Rovi's Concerns, Uncertain Transformations. Mr. Stark, I am eager to join. Peter exclaimed with enthusiasm, offering his unhesitating agreement. Peter, you are a good lad. I believe in you. Tony patted his shoulder, adding, but there's no need to rush. You're still young. Your current task is to continue your studies. If you have a vacation, you are welcome to come here, and I will arrange for SHIELD personnel to train you, aiding you in mastering your powers and effectively managing crises. Peter nodded vigorously, affirming, I will heed your advice, Mr. Stark. Observing Tony, Rhodey could not help but concede that he was not only a remarkably competent leader, but also a paternal figure, tending to each member of the team with care. He did not merely utter slogans. Instead, he earnestly addressed issues with tangible solutions. Firstly, he alleviated financial concerns through the innovative web-slinging invention of Spider-Man, forging a partnership that was mutually beneficial rather than a mere lifeline. Secondly, he guided Peter along the path of heroism. Peter's motivations for embracing this heroic journey mirrored Tony's own, not driven by the desire for accolades, but fueled by a profound sense of responsibility to assist others, rooted in their shared values. However, The young Spider-Man often found himself faltering due to a lack of experience, resulting in harm not only to himself but also to others. If this pattern continued, even the kindest soul could begin to doubt themselves, waver, and potentially succumb to darkness. With Iron Man's support, it was certain that Spider-Man's fate would not mirror the tragic narrative of the past. After listening to their conversation, Rhodey had gained a substantial understanding of Tony's sincerity. Nevertheless, he remained poised, awaiting Tony to speak. Tony lifted his glass, concealing his gaze upon Rhodey. He felt somewhat at a loss with Rhodey, primarily due to a significant reason: his ignorance of Rhodey's past and his inability to discern what he truly sought. Was it wealth? Power? Beauty? None seemed to fit. Rhodey resembled a solitary beast, navigating the steel and concrete jungle, guided by his own will. Are you accustomed to life in America? Ultimately, Tony opted for a casual conversation approach, neither good nor bad. What aspect? Tony inquired, wishing to delve deeper into Rhodey's thoughts. Rhodey did not withhold his feelings. He gazed out at the nightscape beyond the expansive windows. Strange. There are no friends, no family. I feel unmoored and uncertain of whom to trust. In his previous life, while striving in distant lands, Rhodey often expressed similar sentiments. However, back then, he could still connect with friends and family online, deriving a modicum of solace. Now, that was no longer possible. As Rhodey spoke, Peter looked on in surprise, realizing that his formidable older brother harbored such profound loneliness. Tony remained silent, his expression contemplative. The only one capable of empathizing with Rhodey was Natasha. Born in the Soviet Union, she had been an orphan from a young age. To secure a meal, she joined a covert organization known as the Red Room. There, she endured brutal training daily. Failure to meet expectations meant severe punishment. Initially, she struggled to adapt, often weeping silently at night after being punished, but her tears proved futile. In order to meet the standards and avoid punishment, she trained relentlessly, ultimately becoming the finest agent of her time. Her subsequent life consisted of executing mission after mission. This existence left her somewhat bewildered. She had sacrificed so much, yet was everything she attained truly what she desired? One day, she had had enough. During a mission, she rebelled and joined the opposing side, now known as S.H.I.E.L.D., though she continued to live the life of an agent. At least she could now choose which missions to undertake. Rhodey's words interrupted Natasha's reverie. He continued, however, one positive aspect is that I possess sufficient strength to protect myself. Indeed, you are fortunate to hold such power, yet it is also a curse, Tony interjected, unless you are willing to retreat into the primal wilderness. A peaceful life is unattainable. Your strength far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Various factions will employ myriad methods to control, threaten, exploit, and tempt you. You must face countless trials. This is inescapable. You are correct, Tony. Rhodey nodded, fully aware of this reality. So what do you suggest I do? Step forward. Tony replied solemnly. Align with one of the factions. State your demands. Advocate for your interests. Of course, in exchange, you must offer something in return. After speaking, Stark fixed his gaze firmly on Rhodey. Are you willing to join the Avengers? Why not? Rhodey replied with a slight nod. My demands are simple. First, I reserve the right to refuse any order. Second, I require a legitimate identity and the removal of my bounty. Third, I need access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal documents. Not too high a clearance, but for crucial information, I am willing to negotiate through other means. Tony and Natasha exchanged glances. No problem, we can accommodate you. They replied. As an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha's authority was only subordinate to Nick Fury. Thus, lifting a bounty was a trivial matter for her. Although Tony was the architect of the Avengers initiative, he never coerced anyone. However, Natasha added, regarding access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s documents, you will need to communicate directly with Nick Fury. No issue, Rhodey nodded. After all, if one were to utilize another's resources, it was only courteous to inform the owner. Truthfully, I hope that the Avengers initiative never has to be activated, Tony sighed. But regardless, for the sake of this moment. He then looked at everyone, raised his glass, and declared cheers. As the group achieved their respective goals, the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. The previously silent young Spider, Peter, finally voiced a matter that had been on his mind. Mr. Stark, would you be so kind as to give me a tour of your armor? To be honest, Peter has long coveted Tony's impressive suits. If given the opportunity, he would love to design a spider armor of his own, and perhaps glean some insight from this experience. Of course, Tony replied, rising from his seat. He glanced at Rhodey and Natasha, lounging on the sofa, and inquired, "Would you like to join us?" Natasha shook her head, stretching lazily on the couch. Only you men would find fascination in a heap of metal. Rhodey, however, accepted the invitation and followed Tony and Peter to the lab. Upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by a display case showcasing the various armors from past eras. Tony began to introduce each piece to the two, while Peter occasionally interjected with a question. "Mr. Stark, do you have any design concept for the new armor?" "Well, I've been contemplating that," Tony mused, stroking his chin. "At present, I am trying to balance portability with offensive and defensive capabilities." As he spoke, he approached the Mark V suitcase armor. This suit, while convenient to carry, sacrifices too much in terms of protection and firepower. It's only suitable for emergencies. At that moment, Rhodey recalled the suit from the Avengers that could automatically track its wearer. "Perhaps you don't need to carry it at all. How about having the armor come to you?" "Having the armor come to me." Tony pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. "What a brilliant idea. How did you come up with that?" "Sometimes, a person merely needs a spark of inspiration or a shift in perspective," Tony acknowledged. With his brilliance, it was surprising he hadn't thought of such an idea himself. It's akin to writing a novel. Sometimes a plot can stall for days, yet when inspiration strikes, one can write countless words without pause. Rhodey shrugged and, in a small act of deception, remarked, "I once watched an anime in my youth where characters summoned their armors in such a manner." "Ah, I see," Tony chuckled. "Thank you for your inspiration." "Not a problem. If you wouldn't mind, could you assist me with a small favor?" "Please, go ahead. Could you design a suit for me?" Tony assessed Rhodey's attire and replied, "No problem." "What specifications do you have in mind?" "Just ensure it is comfortable, breathable, durable, and possesses a degree of elasticity," Rhodey expressed, placing his trust in Tony's technical prowess. "I will have it ready for you as soon as possible," Tony assured him. As the conversation drifted into deeper technical discussions between Tony and the young Spider-Man, Rhodey opted to withdraw to the living room, his mind occupied with future plans. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, as it stands, reveals only a fraction of its potential. Many foreshadowed storylines have yet to be brought to the screen. The most recent events involve the Hulk and Thor, and intriguingly, in the universe he inhabits, the Garfield version of Spider-Man has replaced the Holland iteration. Would the narrative concerning Dr. Lizard conclude so simply? Oscorp still holds onto its imperfect genetic technology. One cannot help but wonder how many genetic mutations will emerge in the future. Tomorrow, I shall assess how many points have been accrued from this endeavor. I have engaged in the extraordinary narrative and joined the Avengers. Enhancing my supervision should undoubtedly be sufficient. Chapter 27, 120,000 points, Supervision Unlocked. The following morning, Rovi awakened in Matt's law office. The previous day, the four of them had enjoyed a delightful gathering at Stark Tower, which only concluded when Tony, under Pepper Potts' urging, decided to call it a night. Subsequently, they departed one by one, arranged by Tony's bodyguard, Happy. Upon activating the system, Rovi's first task was to check how many points he had earned the night before. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 126, 464. Slots, 1. Character Template, Captain America, Unlock Rate, 55. Unlocked abilities, Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Hearing. Locked abilities, Supervision, Heat Vision, Super Speed Flight. Your act of protecting Gwen and defeating Dr. Lizard has had a significant impact on the narrative character Spider-Man. Reward points, 30,000. You, alongside narrative characters Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Black Widow, have collectively quelled the chaos in Midtown. Reward points, 83,546. You have joined the Avengers, having a negligible impact on the narrative. Reward points, 5,000. 120,000 points were within Rovi's expectations. Allocate points. Ding, point allocation complete. Remaining points, 6,464. Ding, new ability unlocked. Character template, Captain America, 67. Unlocked abilities, Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Hearing, Supervision. Locked abilities, Heat Vision, Super Speed Flight. At last, Supervision has been unlocked. A formidable skill indeed. Rovi eagerly commenced his experience. He gazed at the wall of the room. Focusing intently, his sight penetrated the wall, revealing the scene outside on the street. So this is what it means to have X-ray vision. Continuing to gaze further afield, the distant blurred images swiftly drew near, magnifying into clarity akin to a high-powered magnifying glass. Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that his vision could extend up to approximately 20 kilometers. Although situated in Hell's Kitchen, he could observe 80% of Manhattan. Moreover, his dynamic vision had become extraordinarily potent. When concentrating, he could clearly see the trajectory of every bird's wing beats in the sky. This ability was remarkably easy to control. With merely a focused gaze, he could effortlessly utilize farsight, X-ray vision, or dynamic capture at will. Is Matt also at the law office? Peering through the floor below, Rovi observed Matt engaged in conversation with Karen. Their words a mystery to him. Activating his super hearing, Rovi transformed into a voyeur, eavesdropping on their dialogue. After listening for a while, it became apparent that the two individuals were engaged in a discussion regarding a previous case of human trafficking. It was rather uninteresting. Luo Wei had hoped to overhear some juicy gossip. Upon descending the stairs, he greeted the two. Suddenly, Matt called out to Luo Wei, revealing that he had gleaned information about the whereabouts of the assassin who had slain Benjamin Parker. Is that true? Luo Wei inquired. Indeed, Matt affirmed with a nod. Yesterday, someone spotted him in the downtown area. He is cunning and has been evading capture, and I have yet to come into contact with him, making it impossible to ascertain his location through his breathing or heartbeat. No worries, Matt. Leave the rest to me, Luo Wei declared, narrowing his eyes. He had just unlocked his supervision, a remarkable skill for locating individuals. In a downtown area, Luo Wei ascended to the top of a towering building. Activating his supervision, his gaze penetrated through the structures like a sharp blade. He meticulously divided the entire downtown into numerous sections for a thorough search. Nevertheless, locating a single individual amidst the vast crowd proved to be a formidable challenge. Time passed, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Luo Wei finally identified his target in a small bar. What a master of concealment, he thought, feeling a surge of impatience after investing so much time. Without hesitation, he entered the bar and dispatched the man with a single punch, subsequently carrying him back to Matt's law firm as if unperturbed by the surroundings. Uncertain of Matt's whereabouts, Luo Wei made a phone call to inform him. He then secured the man to a chair and commenced an intense interrogation. Before long, the assassin could no longer withstand the pressure, divulging even the incident of peeping at a widow bathing when he was 8 years old. Upon receiving Luo Wei's notification, Matt returned to the firm to take a brief statement from the assassin. Having apprehended the perpetrator, Luo Wei intended to fulfill the promise he made to young Spider-Man, Peter. In Queens, Peter was contemplating how to design a suit of mechanized armor akin to Iron Man's when the phone rang. "We've caught the killer." "All right, I understand," he replied. After ending the call, Peter collapsed onto the bed behind him. No one remains composed when faced with the murderer of their loved ones. And Peter was no exception. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. He had contemplated taking the life of the killer himself to avenge Uncle Ben. Yet, the values instilled in him by Uncle Ben and Aunt May made him feel that such an act was morally wrong. "Uncle Ben, what would you have me do?" He pondered, gazing at the ceiling in a state of confusion. After a while, he suddenly rose and approached Aunt May's room. He knocked softly on the door, and Aunt May opened it, stepping out. "What is it, dear?" Peter looked at Aunt May's somewhat aged face, struggling to find the words to express his feelings. Would telling Aunt May change anything? It would only inflict more pain upon her. "It's nothing, Aunt May. I just wanted to check if you were asleep." Peter's feeble pretense was clearly transparent to Aunt May's discerning eyes. "Child, it is unwise to keep everything bottled up inside," said Aunt May, her expression laced with concern. After a moment of hesitation, Peter replied, "I believe I have found the assassin who killed Uncle Ben." "Oh," Aunt May gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Peter. "How could you undertake such a perilous endeavor? This is a matter for the police." Suddenly, her eyes widened as realization struck her. "Peter, what are you planning to do?" Shaking her head, she grasped Peter's hands tightly. "Please do not pursue this path. Report it to the authorities. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Uncle Ben would not want to see you like this." "I understand," Peter responded, closing his eyes as he embraced Aunt May. After a long moment, he finally managed to reassure her before retreating to his room. He dialed Roy's number, informing him that he did not wish to confront the murderer and that it should be left to the police. On the other end, Roy was not particularly surprised by Peter's response. Following the gathering the previous day, Peter's two major dilemmas were swiftly resolved, and he no longer felt as radical in his thoughts. "All right, Matt, take the murderer to the precinct tomorrow. The boy 1TB coming." Matt nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. "That works for me. I'll ensure this scoundrel spends a lifetime behind bars." Thus, a tranquil day came to a close. The next day, a vibrant red sports car pulled up outside the law firm. Natasha, seated within, removed her sunglasses. Roy, having received a heads-up, approached the vehicle. "Nick Fury has agreed to let you review the documents, but first, you must meet with him." Chapter 28. A Visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. The Arrival of the Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D., housed within the Triskelion, stands proudly on Roosevelt Island in the East River, dominating the landscape. Following Natasha into the headquarters, Roy observed a flurry of agents bustling about. It was evident that Natasha was quite well known at the headquarters, and her presence with Roy, a newcomer, attracted considerable attention. Seizing the opportunity, Roy utilized his X-ray vision to survey the surroundings. Natasha, noticing his curiosity as he glanced around, thought nothing of it. However, upon closer inspection, Roy stumbled upon a significant secret. Within a building to the southeast, Captain America was found asleep, evidently located by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Taking an elevator, Natasha guided Roy to the top floor, where Nick Fury's office, the domain of the King of Agents, awaited. Upon reaching the office door, Natasha knocked, and a booming voice beckoned, "Come in." As she opened the door, Natasha gestured for Roy to enter before turning to leave. It seemed this conversation was intended solely for Roy and Nick Fury. Stepping into the office, Roy was greeted by the sight of a chair turned away from him, its occupant obscured from view. As Luo Wei approached the desk, the swivel chair finally turned to reveal the visage of Nick Fury. Their gazes locked in a silent confrontation. Fury's piercing single eye was intently fixed upon Luo Wei. The spacious and grand office exuded an indescribable aura of authority. Was it intimidation? A display of power? Luo Wei had encountered such tactics before. Neither spoke. Instead, Luo Wei sat down resolutely across from Fury, their eyes locked in a battle of wills. "You wish to access S.H.I.E.L.D. files, as Natasha informed me?" Fury broke the silence first. "Indeed," Luo Wei replied with a nonchalant nod. Fury's voice deepened. "Why? What is your objective?" "No particular aim." Luo Wei shook his head. "I merely seek to satiate my curiosity." "Your curiosity is rather excessive. I've heard an ancient saying from your country. Curiosity killed the cat." "Ah, so you are familiar with that adage?" Luo Wei inquired, his hands resting on the desk as he leaned forward to scrutinize Fury. "And yet, you still dare to research the Tesseract?" "The Tesseract?" Fury's heart sank. "Do you understand what it is?" "Of course." Luo Wei grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "I'm also aware that you have recovered Captain America. Even you know about the retrieval of Captain America?" Fury's expression darkened, though it was difficult to discern, as his countenance was already rather grim. Perhaps this ability to mask his emotions was one of the keys to Fury's prowess as a master spy. "What else do you know?" Fury probed, contemplating his next words. "For instance, what exactly is this Tesseract?" "That's a lengthy story, beginning from the Big Bang." Luo Wei tilted his head, feigning deep contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head. "Never mind, it's too long. It would take days to recount." Fury's expression grew even darker. He inhaled deeply. "I can grant you access to S.H.I.E.L.D. files." "What level of access?" Fury raised a finger. "Level 1. Luo Wei knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were ranked from 1 to 10, and level 1 held little value. "Absolutely not." Luo Wei shook his head. "Then what level do you desire?" Fury countered. Luo Wei spread his 5 fingers wide. "Impossible." Fury shook his head in turn. The two commenced a negotiation, ultimately settling on level 3 access, contingent upon Luo Wei revealing the nature of the Tesseract. After some deliberation, Luo Wei consented. To be honest, the Tesseract was indeed remarkable, and Luo Wei had contemplated acquiring it. However, upon further reflection on the Marvel narrative, he decided to abandon that thought for the time being. The Cosmic Cube now has an owner, and for reasons unknown, its master, Odin, has placed it upon Earth. Meanwhile, the relentless Thanos is aware of its existence on this very planet. Even if Rovi were to acquire it now, its usage would be confined to Earth. Should he venture to another celestial body, Not only would Odin be a concern, but Thanos would swiftly take action to seize it from him. Nonetheless, it is inevitable that Rovi will eventually obtain it. For the time being, its placement within S.H.D. is inconsequential. The cosmic cube is merely a vessel, and Rovi leisurely elaborated on this notion. The true treasure lies within, the source of the cube's boundless power, known as the Space Stone. Is that all? Nick Fury inquired, his face a portrait of skepticism. These are the only details pertinent to the cosmic cube, Rovi shrugged. Anything beyond this pertains to different intelligence. Fury felt a surge of frustration. Although he suspected Rovi was withholding information, he refrained from pressing further. Having spent a lifetime as an agent, he was acutely aware of Rovi's enigmatic tactics. No matter how significant the matter, patience was paramount. For to rush would be to fall victim to Rovi's manipulation, resulting in a considerable loss. However, from what Rovi had revealed, Fury could already infer much. The most alarming revelation was that the cosmic cube was merely a container, an artificial creation. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had devoted 70 to 80 years to studying this very box. What manner of beings, what civilization, had crafted such an object? Were they still in pursuit of it? After all, the cosmic cube embodies an inexhaustible source of energy. Regardless, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not cease its investigations. For the advancement of human civilization is rooted in the relentless exploration of the unknown. To safeguard Earth from future crises, such diligence is imperative. Rubbing his temples, Nick Fury addressed Rovi. I will register a level 3 agent account for you, which will grant you access to the S.H.I.E.L.D. intranet. I will send the details to Natasha shortly. For any further inquiries, direct them to her. Having achieved his objective, Rovi made no further small talk with Nick and departed, patting himself down as he left. At the entrance, Natasha stood leaning against the doorframe, awaiting his emergence. Upon seeing Rovi exit, she smiled and remarked, "So, how is it? I told you Nick is actually a decent guy." Rovi stroked his chin, reflecting honestly that in his previous life, he had always perceived Nick Fury as rather sinister. Yet, when viewed from an objective perspective, the director's role was undoubtedly burdensome, leaving him with few choices in certain matters. Moreover, considering the duplicitous nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. and its complex dynamics, Nick had managed to steer the organization with considerable effort. Naturally, Natasha, having worked alongside Nick for many years, also shared a bond of camaraderie with him. In the present day, as fellow Avengers, Rovi did not wish to undermine Natasha's dignity. "How are you, Natasha?" Nick asked me how to access information. "Follow me," Natasha replied, leading Rovi to an office. Once inside, she closed the door and positioned him before the desk, then stood beside him and activated the computer. "This is my office. You are not an S.H.I.E.L.D. employee and lack the proper workspace and equipment. In the future, if you wish to inquire about something, feel free to come directly to my office. It will be more convenient." As she spoke, a message from Nick appeared on her screen. Natasha opened the message, revealing a string of numbers. "This will be your account." Rovi glanced at it and memorized the sequence. "Do you need to use it now?" Natasha winked at him. Of course, Rovi promptly entered his account and logged in, while Natasha observed with keen interest. He typed in the name Bruce Banner, and soon an extensive array of documents appeared, displaying Banner's personal information, career, and recent reports. The records indicated that Banner was wanted by the military due to an experimental mishap and was currently in hiding. There's also a video file, but when Rovi attempted to access it, he was met with a notification of insufficient permissions. He turned to Natasha, who tilted her head, remarking, "That constitutes a violation." Despite her words, she nonetheless utilized her authority to unlock the file for him. Upon opening the video, it revealed footage of Dr. Banner transforming into the Hulk. Clearly, Natasha had not seen this footage before, and her curiosity drew her closer to the screen. "Does Nick Fury know about this?" Rovi inquired, noting Natasha's unfamiliarity with the video. "He might know, or he might not," Natasha replied, shaking her head. "Though he is the director, it is impossible for him to be aware of everything." "Is this Dr. Banner yet another one of the military's mad scientists?" Upon witnessing the terrifying transformation of Banner into the Hulk, Natasha seemed to have mistakenly categorized him alongside individuals like Dr. Connors. "I suppose we can consider him an acquaintance," Rovi replied ambiguously, his mind racing with contemplation. Had the narrative of the Incredible Hulk commenced? He recalled that in the storyline of the first Incredible Hulk, Banner sought to cure himself of the affliction that caused his transformation. Indeed, he believed it to be a disease and traveled to New York to contact a man named Mr. Blue. There, he would confront General Ross of the military and face abominations. Natasha, could you assist me in keeping an eye on Dr. Banner's movements? Natasha recognized Rovi's unique ability to gather intelligence and, intrigued by his keen interest in this potential monster, found herself pondering the implications. Could it be that Rovi intended to preemptively prevent Dr. Banner from causing harm? Unexpectedly, while Rovi appears indifferent, he actually leans towards the side of justice. Little did Rovi know that Natasha was contemplating much more. He simply did not wish to miss the unfolding narrative of the indomitable Hulk. Chapter 29. Realizing $1 million from gold. Daredevil becomes a vampire? I shall keep an eye on Dr. Banner's movements. Natasha did not reject Rovi's desire to locate Dr. Banner. Remarkably, the military was secretly conducting the super soldier program, having even developed such a terrifying creature. Such matters could not be overlooked by SHIELD. After concluding the discussion regarding Dr. Banner, Rovi revealed another matter. He wished to liquidate the gold he had acquired from Jean through SHIELD's channels. Though Rovi harbored little desire for wealth, he recognized that sometimes money could resolve numerous issues more conveniently than power. For SHIELD, this was merely a trivial matter. Gold is universally coveted. Indeed, Rovi could have sold it directly to the Federal Reserve, but given the nature of the gold, SHIELD would handle it with greater ease. After Natasha drove Rovi to the outskirts of Manhattan to retrieve the gold, they secured a total of 350 kilograms. With the day's gold price, it was converted into over $11 million. Oh, congratulations, you are now a millionaire. Natasha winked at Rovi as she handed him a bank card. Just 10 million, is that a lot? Although Rovi had never earned such wealth in his previous life. To him, money was merely a number now. With her hands on her hips, Natasha remarked, "How old are you? How long have you been in America? My annual salary as a level 8 agent is only $2 million, and you've earned what would take me 5 years in just a few days." Rovi chuckled, acknowledging the truth in Natasha's words, though he was aware that the figure she mentioned represented only the legal income. The extent of his shadowy earnings remained unknown. "Ms. Natasha, could you please take me back?" Rovi inquired. Natasha sighed. "I feel like I'm becoming your babysitter." Though she jested, she nonetheless returned Rovi to the law firm. Bidding farewell to Natasha, Rovi watched her retreating figure. To be honest, he hesitated to engage with her overtures. After all, she was a seasoned operative, and one could never discern whether her intentions were genuine or feigned. While Rovi could certainly play along, he prided himself on not being a heartless individual. Regardless, he made a mental note of her kindness. Upon entering the law office, he found it eerily empty. Even the usually bustling Karen was nowhere to be seen. Where could they have gone? Rovi pulled out his phone, but had received no messages from Matt or Karen. Activating his enhanced vision, Rovi scanned the premises thoroughly. As he glanced towards the basement, a realization struck him. In the dimly lit basement, Matt was bound to a chair, while Karen stood anxiously at his side. Additionally, there was an unfamiliar stranger present, someone Rovi had never encountered before. What was happening? Had Matt been kidnapped? No, that couldn't be right. If he had truly been abducted, why was Karen still unharmed? Rovi hurried into the basement. "Karen, what is going on?" In response to Rovi's inquiry, Karen promptly explained the unfolding events. It turned out that Matt had been investigating the human trafficking business that Jean had previously mentioned. Based on the information provided by Rovi, Matt had quickly identified one of the major traffickers, located at a mansion on the outskirts of the city. Through his keen hearing, he discerned the presence of hundreds of heartbeats beneath the mansion, indicating that previous victims had been imprisoned there. He intended to infiltrate the place to gather further evidence regarding the mansion owner's nefarious activities. However, to his astonishment, he discovered a large congregation of vampires residing there. Although Matt was quite skilled, he stood no chance against a horde of vampires. Fortunately, he was spared from becoming their meal. An elder vampire took notice of Matt's abilities and initiated a transformation ritual. Just as the ceremony was nearing its conclusion, Blade arrived and rescued him. Blade? Rovi gazed at the figure clad in a black trench coat with a piercing gaze and recalled the character's background. A hybrid of vampire and human, a daywalker. He possessed the formidable physical attributes of a vampire without their vulnerabilities. A television series had existed prior to Iron Man featuring this character. Yet, he distinctly remembered Blade being portrayed as African American. Never mind, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Matt had transformed into a vampire. A vampire daredevil? One couldn't help but note the irony, considering Matt's penchant for nighttime activities. So why'd you bound him? Bloodlust, Blade declared. Newly turned vampires experience an intense craving for blood, a yearning that cannot be suppressed by mere willpower. What should we do then? Can't we temporarily provide him with some blood? Observing Matt's tense body, drenched in sweat, as he emitted primal growls, Rovi recognized his suffering. Blade shook his head. Such relief is only temporary. Once he tastes blood, the desire will only intensify. Rovi? Matt suddenly regained some clarity. He scanned his surroundings before locking his gaze on Rovi's face. After taking a few deep breaths, he solemnly stated, "Listen to me, before I start harming others, kill me." "No," Karen immediately interrupted, pleading with Matt, "don't act impulsively. There must be another way to resolve this." Rovi scrutinized Matt intently, suddenly noticing that his gaze was fixed upon him. "Can you see?" The Blade Runner interjected, "It's the healing ability of a vampire." Rovi stroked his chin, contemplating that this might not be such a dire predicament after all. If the price is to become a vampire, I would rather embrace death. Matt contorted his face, seemingly battling against his bloodlust. "Can we knock him out?" Rovi inquired of the Blade Runner. The Blade Runner nodded in affirmation. Rovi approached Matt, raising his hand in a knife-like fashion towards his neck, muttering under his breath, "This is a delicate task, Matt. I've never attempted to render someone unconscious before. However, now that you possess vampire healing, you should survive this strike." After a moment's reflection, Rovi endeavored to moderate his force and delivered a swift blow to Matt's neck. Matt's face twitched, his head dipped, and he fell silent. Rovi reached out to check for Matt's breath. There was airflow. Not bad. He was still alive. The Blade Runner cast Rovi a knowing glance and remarked, "He is not merely unconscious. He is pained into submission." Rovi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless, the outcome was favorable. As he pulled the Blade Runner out of the basement, new questions arose in Rovi's mind. Is the transformation into a vampire irreversible? The Blade Runner shook his head, asserting that, for now, it appeared that way. "I beg to differ," Rovi countered, assessing the Blade Runner from head to toe. "Are you not the very exception? You possess the powers of a vampire without the associated weaknesses. If we can eliminate the vampire vulnerabilities for Matt, at the very least allowing him to walk in sunlight and abstain from blood, the rest seems inconsequential. What are you planning?" The Blade Runner, discerning the insidious intent in Rovi's tone, stepped back several paces. Chapter 30. Avenge Matt the Plan to Kill. If you harbor any intentions towards me, I advise you to abandon that thought. The Blade Runner retreated further, gripping the long knife at his waist. "I merely require a small amount of your blood for research." Observing the Blade Runner's wary demeanor, Rovi elaborated, "Given your immunity to the adverse effects of vampires, your blood must contain antibodies." The Blade Runner's expression turned slightly perplexed, as if struggling to comprehend Rovi's words. However, upon realizing that Rovi only sought a small sample of blood, he nodded in agreement. "If you only require blood," he said, brandishing his long knife and gesturing towards his wrist, indicating his intent to draw blood. "Wait," Rovi interrupted his actions. "I lack the means to store blood. Isn't it sufficient to collect it directly in a cup?" The Blade Runner retorted. Rovi regarded him thoughtfully and inquired, "Which school did you graduate from?" "School?" The Blade Runner replied, somewhat puzzled. Though he was unsure why Rovi posed such a question, he answered honestly, "I have never been to that place." Rovi gestured, urging to wait a moment. He took out his phone and called Tony Stark. "Tony, do you know of any top-tier experts in biology?" On the other end, Stark quickly provided an address. "Could you send a car? I need to bring a few people." "No problem." After hanging up, Rovi sighed, reflecting on the advantages of being friends with Iron Man. "My friend, you are indeed reliable. When the time comes for the Civil War, I will undoubtedly stand by your side." A business van arrived at the law firm's entrance a few minutes later, with Happy, Tony's bodyguard, behind the wheel. "Karen, would you like to accompany me? Matt might need some assistance." Rovi greeted Karen as he entered the basement. After her ascent, Rovi hoisted Matt out of the basement and placed him in the vehicle. He also summoned Blade to join them. Happy, true to his role as a competent bodyguard, made no inquiries regarding Rovi's seemingly abduction-like actions and simply started the car. Traffic in Manhattan is notoriously congested, but thanks to Happy's exceptional driving skills, they reached their destination in about 10 minutes. It was an apartment building. At the entrance, a figure clad in a blue hoodie awaited them. Samuel Stern? Rovey inquired as he alighted from the vehicle. Indeed, Mr. Stark just called me. You must be Rovey? Samuel replied with a somewhat ingratiating smile. He had recently been engaged in a private research endeavor, which had become increasingly challenging due to a lack of funding. Stark's phone call had granted him $1 million, instilling a warm enthusiasm towards Rovey, the bearer of such financial fortune. I have a special patient that requires your attention. This is not the place for discussion. Let us proceed inside. Rovey gestured for Samuel to lead the way, following with Matt, Blade, and Karen. Although the apartment building was modest, Samuel had rented several interconnected rooms, transforming them into a spacious laboratory. Surprisingly, despite the shabby living quarters, the lab was expertly arranged, indicating that he had invested his funds wisely. Yet, Rovey couldn't shake the peculiar sense of familiarity he felt towards Samuel. With little time for contemplation, Rovey set Matt down. What I am about to share may astonish you. Looking directly at Samuel, Rovey recounted the events that had transpired. He anticipated fear or confusion on Samuel's face, but instead, he was met with sheer excitement. Incredible! Vampires, such extraordinary beings, actually exist, Samuel exclaimed, pacing the room with enthusiasm. Observing his vibrant demeanor, Rovey couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. In the realm of Marvel, is there truly not a single individual engaged in scientific pursuits who is deemed normal? Is there a possibility of healing him? How much time would it require? Roy swiftly addressed the matter at hand, asserting the financial concerns were negligible. That depends on the circumstances, Samuel remarked as he rubbed his cheeks, subsequently scrutinizing Matt's condition. I must conduct clinical trials to gather data. The earliest I could propose a treatment plan would be tomorrow. Roy cast a glance at Blade, who shook his head, expressing, I cannot remain here indefinitely. Roy stroked his chin, contemplating. While he could stay, it would serve little purpose, and he was eager to track down the culprit who had transformed Matt into a vampire. Do you have a method to secure Matt? Roy inquired. His thirst for blood may lead to uncontrollable behavior. You must have a means to contain him. Not to worry, Dr. Samuel replied, his countenance devoid of fear. He patted the surgical table beside him, declaring, I shall bind him to this table, reinforcing the protective measures. Not even a raging bear could break free. Furthermore, should the situation turn awry, I will administer a sedative, ensuring he sleeps soundly. Gazing at the surgical table, Roy felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Could this doctor have engaged in any organ harvesting? Surely not. The person Tony had recommended couldn't be so unreliable. Besides, since Matt had already become a vampire, he could regenerate any organs taken from him at any time. Nodding, Roy continued that it is settled. Here is the plan. Turning to Dr. Samuel, he added, the patient will remain under your care. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Karen, please take good care of Matt. After delegating these responsibilities, Roy requested the doctor to draw several bags of Blade's blood, and then the two departed. Thank you, Happy, Roy said as he bid farewell to Happy, who had escorted them back to the law firm. He then began to discuss the matter of vampires with Blade. What is the nature of the vampires that Matt encountered? Seated on the sofa, Roy inquired of Blade. That would be one of the strongholds of the New York elders, Blade replied leisurely. They are hoarding a considerable population, likely preparing for a ritual sacrifice. Sacrifice? Roy questioned. Indeed, Blade elaborated. They aim to summon their progenitor, the blood god, Zissith. That name sounded like yet another troublesome entity, and Roy furrowed his brow. In the Marvel universe, any being associated with divinity is rarely feeble. However, with the Ancient One still alive, her presence prevents even the Dark Dimension's Lord, Dormammu, from invading Earth. This blood god should be no less formidable. Nevertheless, Roy resolved to confront this group of vampires and disrupt their sacrificial ceremony. Earning points was secondary. What truly mattered was avenging Matt. What plans did you initially have? Roy asked Blade. Quite simple. The Blade warrior unsheathed his long sword, charging forth to unleash carnage. This plan seemed utterly unreliable. Do you have confidence? Roy was uncertain whether the Blade warrior was filled with assurance or simply lacked foresight. They have weaknesses, I do not, the Blade warrior retorted, exuding an icy demeanor. Then let us proceed. Roy was even less inclined to back down. If the Blade warrior showed no fear, neither would he. Chapter 31. The Vampire Manor, the Crimson Feast. The Vampire Maiden. Late at night, on the outskirts of Manhattan, the secluded manor exuded an eerie silence. Bathed in the pallid moonlight, the outline of the estate emerged, resembling a stone beast lurking in the shadows, devoid of life. Sensing the faintly sweet and metallic scent in the air, Ro frowned. This was undoubtedly a dwelling for the malevolent creatures one might encounter in a film. When do we strike? The Blade Warrior repeatedly polished his long sword, awaiting Ro's command. Patience. To calm the restless Blade Warrior, Ro began to utilize his enhanced vision to inspect the manor's interior. If they were to engage in battle, they must first discern their approach. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage, unaware of the enemy's numbers and positioning. Peering through the manor's walls, Ro beheld the scene within. In the dimly lit hall, flickering flames danced. 12 cloaked vampires formed a circle, chanting ominously. Surrounding the circle, a series of recesses contained human victims, forcefully pressed down as the vampires mercilessly plunged their blades into their necks. Blood gushed forth, pooling in the recesses and flowing into the circle, coalescing into a massive array of runes. Ro's gaze shifted to the runes, which pulsed with a brilliant crimson light as the blood infused them. The sacrificial ritual had commenced. The enemies were entirely focused within the manor's hall, numbering around 30 to 40. Ro drew a long sword identical to that of the Blade Warrior, a spare weapon imbued with silver alloy during its forging, renowned for its lethal efficacy against dark beings. A nod towards the Blade Warrior elicited instant understanding. Beneath the night sky, the two moved in unison toward the heart of the manor. "Oh, great Zysorn, weaver of the dark incantations, god of shadows, hear our prayers and cast your gaze upon your devoted followers. We offer you the crimson flow of life. Ignite the chaotic flame within our feeble bloodlines. Grant us the power of hunger, that for which we thirst in the shadows. Oh, great Zysorn, father of fangs, architect of curses, tear open the rift and let your eternal darkness descend. Walk among your progeny, deepening the night. We are your vessels, your voids maw upon which you nourish." Amidst the haunting chants of the vampires, two figures abruptly burst through the door. The vampire nearest to the entrance turned towards the sound, only to be met with a deadly flash of silver. The blade severed the neck, and blood splattered forth. A massive head tumbled to the floor, bouncing slightly. A black boot then kicked the head, sending it rolling through the air, landing in the center of the altar. The vampire elders, conducting the ritual, were startled and turned their gaze towards the intruders. Rovi revealed his gleaming white teeth and smiled at them, declaring, "Vampires, your doom has arrived. We have intruders." The elder raised a gnarled finger towards Rovi and the Blade Warrior, a raspy cry escaping their throat. Instantly, countless crimson eyes ignited in the surroundings, fixating on the two. Over a dozen nearby vampires swiftly converged, splitting into two groups to assault them. 7 or 8 lunged at Rovi, while 3 or 4 charged at the Blade Warrior. All of you," Rovi proclaimed as he swung his blade, cleaving the first vampire in two. He then twirled his long sword, slashing horizontally and vertically, claiming the lives of 3 more vampires. Under Rovi's immense strength and the blade forged with mithril, the vampire's once prized regenerative abilities were rendered utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, the Blade Warrior, though lacking Rovi's sheer power, fought with a ferocity fueled by his self-healing capabilities. As he faced off against 3 vampires, he adopted a strategy of trading wounds for attacks, focusing solely on offense. In a fleeting moment, blood erupted like a fountain, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Within mere breaths, the encroaching vampires fell silent. The remaining vampires, witnessing the brutal efficiency of Rovi and the Blade Warrior, no longer dared to recklessly charge into the fray. "You dare to desecrate this sacred ritual." A voice, aged and female, emerged from amongst the 12 cloaked vampires. An elderly figure stepped forward, shedding her black robe to reveal a body resembling that of Crone. "A daywalker," she exclaimed, narrowing her wrinkled eyes towards the Blade Warrior. As she spoke, an immense surge of blood energy coalesced around her, lifting her into the air as her form visibly swelled. "You brought this wretch here to deliver your own funeral." With that, she transformed into the visage of a youthful and radiant maiden. Her mouth opened, emitting a piercing laughter that released shockwaves, shattering the nearby glass. The surrounding vampires, witnessing this transformation, bared their fangs once more, rushing towards the duo. The Blade Warrior, his expression grave, turned his back to Rovi and said, "Blood magic, a descendant. Likely of Cain or Dracula. Even Dracula himself would be ineffective." Rovi replied solemnly, "You handle these minions. I shall confront her." With that, he raised his long sword and leaped into the air, the silver blade glinting as it descended towards the airborne vampire maiden. "Dare you call me a wretch?" With a swift motion, the vampire maiden transformed into a swarm of bats, evading the strike, only to rematerialize behind Ro. "I command you to serve me, eternally," she declared, revealing her pale fangs as she seized Ro's shoulders, her teeth lunging towards his neck. A sharp clang echoed. The anticipated scene of her piercing Ro's throat did not unfold. Instead, she felt a jolt of pain as if striking stone. She recoiled, her eyes wide with disbelief. My neck is not made of tofu," Ro retorted, a mocking smile gracing his face. "You wish to bite me? Are you not concerned about shattering your teeth? You are courting your own demise." The vampire maiden, clearly incensed, leaped from the air, her hands morphing into claws aimed at Ro's chest. Ro swung his blade, but she transformed into bats once more, reforming behind him. Her claws glimmered with a dark light as she lunged at Ro's back. Ro had presumed her attacks would falter against his defenses, yet this time, he felt a searing pain in his back. He swiftly pivoted, thrusting his blade backward, but alas, struck nothing but air. A cluster of bats coalesced in front of him, and the vampire maiden licked the blood from her fingertips, flashing a taunting smile. "How does it feel to taste my shadowy claws?" "Dark magic?" Ro mused, observing the dark glow at her fingertips, a spell likely enhancing her offensive power. Time to get serious. He focused intently, activating his dynamic vision. Though the vampire maiden could evade his strikes by transforming into bats, she had to revert to her corporeal form to attack. This was the moment Ro needed to seize. "Is this the extent of your dark magic?" Ro raised an eyebrow, continuing his taunt. "This wound? I need not even apply a bandage." The vampire maiden's smug smile faltered. Slowly baring her fangs, she threatened, "I will drain you of every drop of blood." As her words hung in the air, she surged forward like a gust of wind, her hands reaching for Ro. He raised his blade, feigning a preparation for a powerful strike, while his muscles relaxed, fully engaging his dynamic vision and heightened hearing. In an instant, the world around him began to shift. He could see the patterns in the vampire maiden's pupils widening, and her raised hands moved in excruciating slowness, as if caught in a stuttering video playback, frame by frame, advancing toward the next moment. Just as her claws were about to reach his blade, her form transformed into a bat and dissipated, coalescing behind Ro. At that moment, Ro's ears caught the sound of the vampire girl's fingertips slicing through the air. Now is the time. Channeling all his strength, Ro pivoted abruptly, his long blade sweeping horizontally. The sharp edge of the sword cleaved through her body like a molten iron sheet cutting through butter, severing the vampire girl at the waist. The glimmer of cold light in her eyes transformed into sheer terror as the blade struck. No, it cannot be. The vampire girl's upper and lower halves separated, collapsing to the ground. She gazed in disbelief at her empty lower half, her hands futilely reaching towards the earth. Yet, countless streams of blood gushed from her waist. The wound, inflicted by the silver, could not heal, and she could only watch helplessly as her body withered and shrank with the loss of blood. Her once exquisite features twisted into hideousness. "I curse you." The vampire matriarch raised her aged visage, her gaze filled with venomous malice directed at Ro. In an instant, a flash of silvery light descended, cleaving her head in two, rendering her speechless. "What curse?" Ro scoffed derisively. After such a lengthy incantation, did she think he would allow her to finish? With a casual kick, he sent her head flying, rolling onto the altar. Ro turned his attention back to the fray between the Blade Warriors and the throng of foes. Only about 10 vampires remained entangled with the Blade Warriors, most of them elite creatures cloaked in black robes. Upon sensing Ro's gaze, they realized the vampire girl's demise. Form the barrier, accelerate the sacrifice. Summon the ancestors with the blood of the descendants. A black-robed vampire commanded their comrades. Following the order, they ceased their skirmish with the Blade Warriors, gathering together, hands raised. Instantly, an abundance of blood energy converged above their palms, unfolding into a blood-red arcane barrier that enveloped them. No, although Ro was uncertain of the vampire's intentions, he would not allow them to proceed unchecked. With a swift stroke of his blade, the silvery light collided with the blood curtain. The curtain reacted like a soft, resilient ball, momentarily absorbing Ro's blade before swiftly rebuffing him. Meanwhile, within the blood curtain, the vampires invoked the lifeless body of the vampire girl, which hovered above the altar before erupting violently. Countless drops of blood rained down, causing the altar to appear increasingly crimson, as if stimulated. Thunder rumbled, and a storm brewed above the manor. A blood-red vortex formed, and simultaneously, a beam of blood light pierced through the manor's roof, outlining a passageway at the altar. Earth, the cradle of origin, I have descended once more. Before the outline could fully take shape, a voice emanated from within. Concurrently, an overwhelming sense of oppression began to envelop the entire estate. The perpetually stoic blade warrior felt his knees weaken, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming pressure and kneeling. In contrast, Rovi remained upright, though the gravity of his gaze towards the passage was palpable. He raised his sword once more, intent on striking at the impending portal. Yet once again, a voice resonated from within the passage. Your power to maintain the portal is too feeble. My followers, it is time to sacrifice yourselves for your god. As the words echoed, all surviving vampires in the vicinity erupted, transforming into a crimson mist that surged towards the sanguine portal. The outline of the portal gradually solidified, and two hands clad in scarlet gloves emerged, grasping the edges of the passage. Subsequently, a white-haired man adorned in black and red attire emerged. Rovi's blade had reached its destination, yet the edge halted just before the man's head, unable to descend. Mortal, the man turned to Rovi, a smile playing upon his lips, as if mocking Rovi's audacity. You should kneel. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding scene froze, akin to a captured oil painting. Time had ceased. Just as this thought flickered in Rovi's mind, a radiant circle crackling with sparks appeared beside him. Simultaneously, a bald woman in a yellow robe stepped forth. She formed intricate hand seals, and from the necklace adorning her chest, a green gem soared forth, emanating a brilliant emerald light. Return to your dimension of dark magic. The newcomer was none other than the Earth's protector, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. As her command resonated, a circle shimmering with golden runes struck the sanguine portal, which immediately began to collapse inward. The recently arrived Zisith was also drawn into the vortex. You cannot thwart me indefinitely, Ancient One. The air lingered with a sigh that refused to dissipate. Having prevented Zisitha's arrival, the green gem returned to the Ancient One's chest, enveloped once more by the necklace. Ancient One then turned her attention to Rovi. Her expression, inscrutable, revealed nothing to Rovi. However, Rovi held deep respect for the powerful, especially given that he had just been saved by her. Sheathing his sword, Rovi brought his hands together in gratitude, saying, Ancient One, you have once again safeguarded the earth. The Blade Warrior, confronted with this scene beyond his imagination, seemed momentarily dazed. Yet, from Rovi's demeanor, he discerned that this Ancient One was indeed a formidable force for good. Thus, he mimicked Rovi's gesture, stating, likewise, Ancient One. Follow me. Ancient One replied with a slight nod, opting not to converse with Rovi at that moment. Instead, traversing the passage from which she had arrived. Observing this, Rovi followed through the golden portal, with the Blade Warrior trailing closely behind. As they passed through the passage, the scenery shifted instantaneously, and Rovi found himself within a grand hall adorned with classical elegance. In the grand hall, 3 cushions were arranged in a triangular formation. Master Gu knelt gracefully atop the foremost cushion, observing the 2 remaining cushions as they beckoned to the individuals, Luo Wei and the Blade Warrior. Luo Wei chose to seat himself on the left cushion, while the Blade Warrior naturally settled onto the right. Once both were seated, Master Gu performed a subtle gesture with one hand, and 3 cups of steaming tea soared through the air, gracefully landing before the trio. It seemed that Master Gu had something significant to convey. Luo Wei lifted his cup and took a gentle sip, the delicate aroma unfurling upon his palate. Yet his mind wandered in contemplation. Chapter 33. Gu Yi's Request and the Division of Treasures in the Sanctuary. Within the New York Sanctuary, Gu Yi sat poised upon her cushion, silently observing Luo Wei, who sat opposite, savoring his tea. The recent incursion of the dark god Zisith into the realm of reality had not been anticipated. although she wielded the Time Stone, enabling her to glimpse future developments. Her observations had indicated that the vampire's sacrificial act to Zisith was merely an attempt to acquire greater dark powers. Their nemesis, the Blade Warrior, would typically have fled after thwarting the sacrificial rites. However, Luo Wei's unexpected emergence and the slaying of the pure-blood vampire progeny compelled the vampires to elevate the stakes of their sacrifice. This in turn afforded Zisith a fleeting opportunity to invade the realm of reality. Fortunately, the protective net formed by the three great sanctuaries have been diligently monitoring all magical disturbances and promptly sensed Zisith's incursion. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. Yet, Gu Yi's invitation for Luo Wei to come forth was not a summons for retribution against the architect of this turmoil. In her 5 centuries as the Sorcerer Supreme safeguarding Earth, she had thwarted innumerable incursions by higher-dimensional beings. She was well aware of their nature. Even without Luo Wei or others intervening, they would not relinquish the slightest chance to breach Earth. What astonished her was that the future she had steadfastly nurtured had begun to shift in the presence of Luo Wei. In her view, this was far more grave than the invasion of a demon into the realm of reality. As the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj, she had frequently employed the Time Stone to observe the trajectory of the current timeline, preparing measures to minimize the impact of any forthcoming dangers. Yet, Luo Wei's existence subtly undermined this equilibrium, causing her considerable distress. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to stifle Luo Wei, seeking to maintain control over the future's unfolding. As the master of time, she understood a crucial principle. One must never confuse cause and effect. Every individual's distinct choices on Earth could potentially influence the future's path. If she were to eradicate all elements that might incite fluctuations in the future, the majority of Earth's inhabitants would face annihilation. However, her discoveries regarding Luo Wei prompted her to contemplate an alternative possibility. Having observed the future countless times, she has arrived at a profound conclusion. Some events are destined to occur, and even her interventions merely postpone their inevitable arrival. Take, for instance, the death of the god King Odin, the twilight of the gods, the invasion of Thanos, and the emergence of the Scarlet Witch, the wielder of chaos. Each of these occurrences holds the potential to greatly impact the fabric of reality, rendering her attempts to thwart them futile. Thus, weariness envelopes her. If these events are fated to transpire, what significance does her intervention hold? Consequently, she has identified the most suitable successor, Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. He possesses the capability to address the majority of the aforementioned crises, yet uncertainties remain. The arrival of Rovi, however, presents her with an opportunity to fortify her plans. These contemplations flitted through her mind in an instant. Just as Rovi prepared to sip his hot tea once more, she spoke. In your future, I foresee a monumental crisis that concerns both you and the safety of the entire realm. The gravity of the Ancient One's expression nearly caused Rovi to spew his tea. Why did Master Ancient One, when choosing to speak, resort to the tactics of charlatan? Much like those fortune tellers who, upon opening their mouths, proclaim dire omens of bloodshed. Once the subject, alarmed, offers treasures in a panic, the fortune teller reluctantly accepts, then claims to possess a remedy, imparting vague incantations or bestowing ancestral talismans for protection. Surely not. Rovi interrupted his own errant thoughts. What stature did Master Ancient One possess to engage in such trivialities? Nevertheless, he respectfully clasped his hands before her and said, I beseech you, Master, to enlighten me. Master Ancient One inclined her head slightly. Do you know who the demon descending upon Earth is? Blade, standing nearby, eagerly interjected, is it the blood god Thon? Indeed, but not entirely correct, Master Ancient One elaborated. He is one of the oldest demons on Earth, the original dark sorcerer, the creator of the Darkhold, the source of all malevolent beings. Thus, Blood God is merely the least significant of his many identities. Such a formidable being. Upon hearing Ancient One's revelations, Rovi felt a chill run down his spine. To have offended him could very well mean he has now drawn the attention of a formidable foe, a veritable omen of bloodshed. However, Ancient One's presence surely implies a means of resolution. Unable to contain himself, Rovi mimicked a theatrical character and asked, May I inquire what wisdom you have to impart? Master Ancient One? With profound significance, Master Ancient One regarded Rovi and stated, "I foresee that in the near future, the host of chaos will manifest. Her name is Wanda Maximoff. Her arrival shall serve as a pivotal opportunity." Taking a sip of her hot tea to soothe her throat, Ancient One continued, "The force of chaos is an immensely potent power, symbolizing disorder and turmoil. This force has long been concealed within the earth, and it is the very essence that Zissith seeks to unleash upon the world. In the future, he shall employ the power of the Darkhold to tempt Wanda into his embrace, and once this transpires, the outcome is all too predictable. Is this not reminiscent of the narrative involving Wanda and Vision? In that story, Wanda, consumed by the grief of losing her brother Quicksilver and her husband Vision, fabricates an alternate reality through the chaos power. Yet this fabricated world is ultimately illusory. Thus, in her quest for familial love, Wanda invades parallel universes through the Darkhold in search of her loved ones, even single-handedly confronting the Illuminati and annihilating them. It is no wonder that Wanda was able to acquire the Darkhold with such ease. It was, after all, a trap laid by Zissith. Observing the contemplative expression on Robi's face, Master Gu Yi continued, "Robi, I sense that you harbor secrets beyond my comprehension. In 1,000 parallel universes, there exists 1,000 Wandas, yet only one possesses the power of chaos. This holds true for you as well. Therefore, you have the capability to alter the predetermined fate. I implore you to guide Wanda in the future, steering her away from the path of darkness. This is not a command, but a plea, for your sake and for the world you inhabit, to guide Wanda away from the shadows." After hearing Gu Yi's request, Robi began to ponder. The reasons behind Wanda's eventual descent into darkness were foreshadowed in earlier narratives. Firstly, witnessing the death of her family at a tender age. This event is depicted in the film, where missiles strike Wanda's home during a conflict, resulting in her parents' demise. Had it not been for the chaotic power within her manifesting at a crucial moment to alter reality, rendering the last missile a dud, she and her brother would have surely perished. Interestingly, those missiles were produced by Stark Industries, which fueled Wanda's animosity towards Tony. Secondly, the death of her brother. In the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron, her brother sacrifices himself to save Hawkeye, an event that further amplifies Wanda's chaotic power, perhaps spiraling it out of control. The third tragedy is the death of Vision. Subsequently, Wanda's vengeful resolve significantly bolstered her chaotic power, nearly allowing her to rend Thanos asunder. The first tragedy has already unfolded, and Robi feels powerless to amend it. However, he believes he can still exert some influence to prevent the second and third tragedies. Despite this, Robi refrains from hastily acquiescing to Gu Yi's request. His nature is such that he does not overstate matters, and Gu Yi's grandiose aim of saving the world holds little sway over him. Since Gu Yi requires his assistance, he contemplates how to gain some advantage in return. With this in mind, he carefully responded, "Master Gu Yi, I am willing to make an attempt at your request. Yet I am apprehensive about my limited capabilities, and I may not be able to fulfill the goals you desire." A smile graced the face of the Ancient One. Having lived for centuries, how could she not perceive the thoughts swirling within Rovi's mind? "Perhaps I can offer you some assistance." The Ancient One rose from her cushion and gestured for Rovi and the Blade Warrior to follow her. Ascending the staircase, they trailed behind the sorceress until they arrived at a spacious hall on the upper floor. With a series of intricate hand gestures, she conjured golden runes that transformed the hall before them. In an instant, the once bare space was filled with an array of display cases, each showcasing a multitude of treasures. The Ancient One, smiling, introduced the collection to the two. "This is the accumulation of treasures gathered by the supreme sorcerers of Camartage throughout the ages. You may each select one to take with you. Indeed, it is magnificent, befitting a supreme sorcerer. Her actions exude grandeur." After sharing a glance, Rovi and the Blade Warrior ventured inside, eager to choose the perfect artifact. This was the moment to test their discernment. Rovi, possessing some knowledge of the Marvel Universe from his previous life, felt he could make educated guesses amidst the dazzling array of items. However, the Blade Warrior found himself in utter confusion. Raised and trained by his master, he had spent his life either battling vampires or en route to confront them. Each item appeared commendable, yet its true worth eluded him. After some time, he returned humbly to the Ancient One, seeking her guidance. "Master, I trust your collection contains exceptional artifacts, yet I fear not all may be suitable for my use. Thus, I wish to inquire what choice I should make." Upon hearing the Blade Warrior's request, the Ancient One nodded slightly and said, "You have tirelessly battled dark creatures, contributing significantly to the protection of humanity." With that, she summoned a dark red sword that soared into her hand. This sword once belonged to your ancestor, a formidable demon hunter. When forged, it was imbued with hellfire ore, granting it a potent lethality against dark beings and the ability to summon unquenchable flames against monsters. She presented the sword to the Blade Warrior, continuing, "I believe nothing could suit you better than this blade." "Thank you, Master Ancient One." The Blade Warrior's heart soared with joy as he accepted the sword, running his fingers along its surface. For him, this sword was akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. With it, the struggle against dark beings would become considerably easier. Meanwhile, Rovi, still in search of a suitable treasure, felt a sense of unease. Chapter 34. The Camartage Treasury, Divine War Armor. The more Rovi explored, the more astonished he became. The treasury appeared modest in size, yet it expanded the deeper he ventured, clearly enhanced by some form of spatial magic. In the pursuit of treasures, aside from a few seemingly mundane items, he encountered several familiar artifacts. For instance, there was a hammer reminiscent of Thor's Mjolnir, which appeared to be a mere imitation. A small, perpetually burning flame raised questions of its possible connection to the eternal fire. A shard exuding a chilling aura seemed to hint at being a fragment of the icebox. Among these recognizable items, distinctly imbued with the essence of Asgard, there were also objects that clearly hailed from other realms, mysterious in nature and likely to require magical prowess for comprehension. Amidst this plethora of artifacts, Rovi pondered a crucial question, not which was the finest, but which would best suit him. What was he lacking at present? He concluded that while his physical strength was adequate, his magical abilities remained woefully insufficient. It would be ideal to discover an item that harmonized both offensive and defensive capabilities. With no clear direction, Rovi noticed that Ancient One had procured a sword for Blade from a distance. Thus, he approached her side. "Master Ancient One, your treasury is truly abundant, yet I failed to recognize many of its contents. Might I trouble you for some guidance?" Ancient One, facing the same request from Rovi and Blade, did not decline. However, regarding Rovi, she refrained from making assumptions and instead inquired, "What kind of item are you seeking?" After a moment of contemplation, Rovi articulated his desires. "I lack effective means in the realm of magic, so I believe I need an item that embodies both offensive and defensive properties." He further elaborated, "Ideally, it should be capable of withstanding mental assaults, be easily portable, resistant to damage, or possess self-repairing qualities, and it must recognize its master to prevent misuse by others." Recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, Rovi was keen not to overlook any specifications he wished to include. Ancient One patiently listened to his extensive list of requirements. Once Rovi concluded, she closed her eyes in contemplation and remarked, "Your ideas are well conceived, yet items that encompass such comprehensive attributes are scarce." Upon hearing this, Rovi began to question whether his demands were excessive. Just as he considered paring down his requests, Ancient One smiled gently and said, "However, I happen to have just the item you seek." With that, she gestured, and a pair of bracers materialized before Rovi. Curiously, he grasped the floating bracers, noting that while their design was identical, their colors diverged, one gleaming gold, the other shimmering silver. Ancient One regarded the bracers and introduced them. These bracers are known as the Divine Warrior's Armor, originating from ancient Egypt circa 1200 BC. For reasons unknown, a holy war erupted between the sun god Ra and the moon god Khonsu. This conflict transcended the divine realm, spilling into the material plane. And though the outcome remains uncertain, the blood and primal energies of both deities inadvertently fused, absorbed by the subterranean ores. A blind craftsman named Sehetup ultimately discovered them and devoted the remainder of his life to forging them into a pair of arm guards. Quite impressive indeed. Rovi turned to the Ancient One and inquired, "What capabilities do they possess?" "You may don them and find out," replied the Ancient One. Rovi, ever eager to comply, adorned his arms with the guards. They seemed slightly oversized. After putting them on, he realized they did not fit perfectly. At that moment, the Ancient One formed intricate seals with his hands, and golden luminescence etched mystical runes upon the arm guards. In an instant, the guards appeared to come alive, conforming seamlessly to Rovi's arms, adjusting to the proper size. The Ancient One exhaled softly, stating, "I have placed a restriction upon them, as long as you draw breath. No one else may wield them. However, should a being more powerful than I breach this restriction, the situation would differ. Now, you may utilize them, guided by your will." Upon hearing this, Rovi gazed at his arms and endeavored to manipulate them with his thoughts, as his intent merged with the arm guards. They radiated a dual brilliance of gold and silver, the light cascading over him like a tidal wave, coalescing into a form-fitting suit of armor. Wow! Rovi gasped at the dazzling spectacle, bouncing on the spot, and then turning to stretch his legs. The armor resembled metal, yet was astonishingly lightweight and breathable, devoid of any cumbersome sensation. Raising his right hand adorned with the golden arm guard, he concentrated, and it emitted a faint golden glow, as if an energy were poised to unleash. The solar power of R.A. Rovi hastily aimed his right arm at the ceiling, releasing a beam of golden light that instantly pierced a large hole through it. "My apologies, Ancient One," he said sheepishly, observing the damage wrought upon the ancient structure due to his experimental display. He pondered the age of the building, perhaps an antique, and worried about the repercussions of creating such a gaping hole. The Ancient One shook his head, unperturbed, and with a flourish of his hands, activated the eye of Agamotto at his chest. A verdant light erupted, and the ceiling was restored to its former state. "Allow me to elucidate further," the Ancient One continued, redirecting the focus from Rovi's experiments to an explanation. "These armed guards embody the primordial powers of the sun god Ra and the moon goddess Khonsu. Although these two forces are inherently conflicting, the craftsman skillfully harmonized them. The golden arm guard absorbs solar energy during the day, storing it for release. This radiance can suppress dark creatures and can be coalesced into weapons or unleashed to inflict damage. Conversely, the silver arm guard collects lunar energy at night, safeguarding your mind from corruption. It can also manifest moonlight to resist dark magic attacks, or be released to instill calm in those whose minds are affected." Incredible. This truly is a remarkable acquisition. After listening to the introduction by the Ancient One, Luo Wei felt an overwhelming joy that he could hardly contain on his face. He reminded himself to remain composed and not lose his poise. With a mere thought, the silver gauntlet on his left arm emitted a faint silver glow, a manifestation of the power of the moon god, Khonsu. Instantly, it was as though a silver moon rose in his mind, soothing his restless spirit. Regaining his composure, Luo Wei clasped his hands together and said, "Master Ancient One, I am grateful for your generous gift. I shall utilize this power wisely to fulfill your request." In truth, the Ancient One's request aligned perfectly with Luo Wei's intentions. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, possessed chaotic powers that ranked among the strongest in the Marvel Universe, and she was undeniably beautiful. Luo Wei had long since devised a plan to intercept her. The Ancient One nodded with a smile, saying, "No need for formalities. Protecting the Earth is the duty of the supreme sorcerers of Kamar-Taj across the ages. If this item can assist you, then it is indeed my responsibility." With both parties having received what they desired, the Ancient One did not linger any longer. She led them downstairs to the entrance of the New York Sanctum and stated, "Beyond this door lies Bleecker Street in Manhattan. Should you ever require assistance from Kamar-Taj, feel free to visit the New York Sanctum." Luo Wei and Blade nodded in unison, replying, "We will, Master Ancient One." As they stepped outside the sanctum, the sky was beginning to brighten. "What are your plans?" Luo Wei inquired of Blade. This collaboration had led him to view Blade as a commendable ally. Although he might not be the most cerebral, he was very obedient. Without hesitation, Blade responded, "I will continue to track down the whereabouts of those vampires until I have completely eradicated them." "You'll have your work cut out for you," Luo Wei remarked, shaking his head. Superheroes often harbored their own obsessions, and it was challenging to alter them merely through words. "Here is my number. You can reach out if needed." Anticipating future opportunities for collaboration, Luo Wei proactively gave Blade his contact information. Blade coolly nodded and turned to leave. "Hey, aren't you going to keep your sword?" Luo Wei called after him. "Consider a memento. Besides, I have acquired a better one," Blade replied without looking back, waving his hand as he disappeared at the corner. "Such charisma," Luo Wei mused, watching his retreating figure before turning to head towards his law firm. It was time to purchase a car and a decent house. Without the ability to fly unlocked, walking every day was hardly sensible. As he walked, Luo Wei's thoughts wandered. Matt was still awaiting treatment from Dr. Samuel, and Dr. Banner's whereabouts remained uncertain. Furthermore, he had the unfortunate Wanda waiting for his rescue. What busy life it was. In the early morning light, Luo Wei exhaled a warm breath. Thankfully, these endeavors were not without reward. How many points would he accrue tonight? Chapter 35. The Emergence of Dr. Banner, Natasha's Concerns. 160,000 points, Heat Vision unlocked, S-H-I-E-L-D, in the Triarch Wing building. Agent Natasha, in her quest to fulfill the directives of her superior, found herself compelled to work overtime, investigating the whereabouts of Dr. Bruce Banner. The relentless pace of her duties left her feeling as though she was wilting under the pressure. Fortunately, as a level 8 agent, she possessed considerable authority, enabling her to mobilize resources within S-H-I-E-L-D. She did not have to endure the same drudgery as her lower-tier counterparts, who were perpetually engaged in monitoring and analyzing data. Instead, she could remain seated in her office, observing her team of agents laboring diligently on her behalf. In the modern world, mere existence inevitably leaves traces, and uncovering these traces was the forte of agents like her. Before long, her team presented their findings to Natasha. Agent Romanoff, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend have arrived in Manhattan. By tracking his email, we discovered he has been communicating with an individual known as Mr. Blue. Upon hacking into Mr. Blue's email, we uncovered his true identity. Samuel Stearns, a doctoral candidate in biocellular sciences at the Greenbaum Institute. His email address indicates he is currently located on 7th Street in Harlem. After delivering this information, the agent provided a report detailing the life history of Samuel Stearns. Taking up the report, Natasha mused, another Ph.D. holder. Can't these scientists take a break? From Dr. Connors, the Lizard, to Dr. Banner, the Hulk, to Samuel Stearns. It seemed that within just a few days, these expensive titles were appearing as if they were inconsequential. Agent Romanoff, another agent, interjected. During our investigation into Dr. Banner, we discovered that General Ross from the military appears to be actively searching for him and has mobilized local troops to assist. What? Troops pursuing him on American soil? Natasha's expression darkened upon hearing this report. Had General Ross lost his mind? Who had granted him such authority? He was already conducting illegal human experiments, and S-H-I-E-L-D had been aware of this through prior investigations. However, due to the military's involvement, they had refrained from intervening hastily to avoid conflict. Historically, the two factions had been at odds due to overlapping jurisdictions, often competing for resource allocation. Furthermore, the military's domineering nature frequently left S-H-I-E-L-D at a disadvantage. Generally speaking, S-H-I-E-L-D preferred not to provoke conflict. Yet this situation was different. The military's actions abroad were one matter, but their audacity to mobilize troops domestically posed a significant threat to national security. In a broader sense, labeling them as a coup would not be unfounded. This was a matter that required reporting to Nick Fury. Furrowing her brow, Natasha recognized the escalating danger was beyond her purview. It was time for the director to take responsibility. However, she still dialed the phone to contact Rovi in Hell's Kitchen at Matt's law office. Upon returning home, the first task that Rovi undertook was to bathe, washing away the lingering scent of the bloodshed from his recent battle with the vampires. After changing into his casual attire and settling onto the sofa, Rovi activated the system panel. The Celestial Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 161, 089. Slots, 1. Character Template. Patriotic Individual. Unlock Progress, 67. Unlocked abilities: Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Hearing, Supervision. Locked abilities: Heat Vision, Supersonic Flight. You fought alongside the Blade in last night's battle, obliterating the vampire factions in New York, thus influencing the narrative and the character Blade. Reward points: 28, 625. You attracted the attention of the demon Zissith during the skirmish with the vampires, impacting the storyline. Reward points: 50, 000. You met with the Ancient One alongside the Blade last night and agreed to his request, significantly affecting the plot. Reward points: 76, 000. Another 160, 000 points credited to his account. Rovi's prowess was a testament to his relentless effort and innate talent. System allocate points. Point allocation complete. Points consumed, 160,000. Current remaining points, 89. Patriotic Individual Template Fusion Level, 83. New ability, Heat Vision unlocked. Excellent. He finally possessed a formidable means of offense. Rovi was eager to put it to the test. However, he restrained himself, aware that he might damage Matt's law office. Not forgetting the incident that transpired at the New York Sanctum, he ventured into the storage room, where discarded steel lay. Grasping a piece, he focused intently. Suddenly, he felt an intense energy surging from his eyes. With a sizzling sound, a searing red beam shot forth, striking the iron fragment. The metal began to heat rapidly, glowing red and subsequently softening. Rovi felt a wave of heat radiating through his palm, yet his body could endure it. Ultimately, as the temperature reached the melting point of the steel, it transformed into a pool of molten iron that dripped from his hand. The melting point of typical steel hovers around 500 degrees Celsius, and Rovi sensed he had yet to reach his output limit. Insatiable, he thought to himself, as the saying goes, when one has a hammer in hand, everything appears as a nail. Just as he contemplated finding something else to test the limits of his heat vision, his phone began to ring. Ding. Caller ID, Natasha. Upon answering, Natasha's voice resonated through the line. Rovi, we have located Dr. Banner. He is about to meet with an online acquaintance known as Mr. Blue. This Mr. Blue's true identity is Samuel Stern, a PhD in biological cell science from the Greenbloom Institute. His address is located in the Harlem district of Manhattan, specifically on 7th Street. Should you wish to locate Dr. Banner, you may venture to his school or residence in hopes of encountering him. Samuel Stearns? The mere mention of this familiar name sent a jolt through Rovi. Wasn't this the very name he had asked Tony to help him find regarding the biology doctorate? How remarkable that this individual also happened to be the Blue Man from the Incredible Hulk. One extraordinary coincidence. After a moment of contemplation, Rovi found it rather reasonable. After all, Manhattan is not vast, and how many biology PhDs could there possibly be in such a locale? It was no wonder he had felt a peculiar sense of familiarity upon meeting Dr. Samuel. However, having only seen the Incredible Hulk's narrative once, the appearances of the characters had grown rather hazy in his memory. On the other end of the line, Natasha continued, regardless of your intentions in seeking Dr. Banner, please refrain from acting impulsively. General Ross from the military is still in pursuit of him and has mobilized the local forces. RSHIELD will approach him for negotiations, and until we receive the outcome of those discussions, it is imperative to avoid escalating any conflict. At this juncture, Natasha's tone took on a serious gravity. Rovi, I hope you can extend me a favor considering our friendship. I will comply with your request. Suddenly, Rovi's voice faltered on the phone. But that is contingent upon the military not provoking me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee how matters will unfold. He hung up the phone. Natasha felt a tightening in her chest. She understood Rovi's character all too well. If one were to approach him with kindness, he would be amenable. However, should one challenge him, he would show no leniency. The military, known for its domineering tactics, could easily incite a conflict. With this thought in mind, Natasha hurried to Nick Fury's office, hoping it was not too late to prevent the situation from escalating. Chapter 36. General Ross takes action. Rovi defies the military. SHIEL mediation. After hanging up, Rovi swiftly made his way to 7th Street in Harlem, the residence of the Blue Man, Dr. Samuel. Before entering the apartment, he utilized his superhuman vision to scan the surroundings. Inside, he observed that Dr. Banner had already arrived and was conversing with the Blue Man remarkably. Matt was no longer lying in his sickbed. Instead, he stood alongside Karen. Knocking on the door, Rovi announced his presence. "Who is it?" came a cautious male voice from within. Peering through the door, Rovi realized it was Dr. Banner speaking. "Karen, it's me," he replied, recognizing Rovi's voice. Karen immediately explained to Banner, "It's our friend, Rovi." With that, she rushed over to open the door. "Matt, you're all right." Upon entering, Rovi cast his gaze towards the quietly standing Matt, who seemed unaffected by his previous affliction. Is the Blue Man truly this formidable? Has he managed to heal Matt in a single day? Perceiving the doubt in Luo Wei's eyes, Matt shook his head and replied, "Not yet, but I'm feeling much better." Dr. Samuel immediately added, "I have created an inhibitor for Mr. Matt, allowing him to temporarily suppress his thirst for blood." Impressive. Luo Wei was quite pleased with Dr. Samuel's efficiency. turning his gaze towards Banner and Betty in the room. Luo Wei feigned just noticing them and inquired, "Dr. Samuel, may I ask who these two are?" In response to Luo Wei's question, the financier, Dr. Samuel swiftly introduced them. "This is Mr. Banner, and this is his girlfriend, Betty. Like Mr. Matt, Mr. Banner is here for treatment." Oh, Luo Wei nodded in understanding. Then, pretending to be intrigued, he scrutinized Banner and asked, "Mr. Banner, would you mind sharing what ailment you are being treated for?" Banner looked at Luo Wei, hesitating for a moment as he contemplated whether to reveal his experiences. However, after a brief pause, he chose to speak, recognizing that sharing his burden could serve as a form of release. "My affliction stems from a laboratory accident. Following that incident, a monster was born within me, which I have named Hulk." Reflecting on the painful memories, Banner inhaled deeply. "Whenever I become angry or agitated, this monster seizes control of my body. This creature lacks reason and thought. It brings only destruction and chaos." Can you imagine? Banner's expression was one of anguish. When you inadvertently lose control of your anger, you find yourself enveloped in darkness, only to awaken amidst ruins, surrounded by the terrified gazes of onlookers. You are left in the dark about what transpired. For years, I have been unable to lead a normal life, forced to conceal my true self and avoid crowds. But now I believe I can finally find relief. With that, he turned to Dr. Samuel and declared, "Let us commence the experiment." "Doctor," Samuel appeared somewhat hesitant and asked Banner, "Are you certain?" "I cannot guarantee that this experiment will cure your condition." Banner offered a carefree smile. "It can't get any worse, can it? Regardless, I have endured enough of this existence." Since Banner had made his decision, Dr. Samuel refrained from further persuasion. He instructed Banner to lie on the operating table and prepared the medication and infusion apparatus. Before the experiment commenced, Dr. Banner kindly warned Luo Wei and Matt, "Would you like to step outside? I cannot control what will happen next." Luo Wei was indifferent, but Matt, ever the compassionate soul, had already engaged in conversation with Banner prior to Luo Wei's arrival. "I wish to stay. Perhaps I can be of assistance." However, Karen, considering her safety, Matt advised her, "You may retreat to another room for a while." Once Karen departed, the experiment commenced in earnest. An exhilarated smile suddenly lit up Dr. Samuel's face as he produced an electroshock device and struck Banner forcefully on the head. In an instant, the agony of the electric current coursing through his body caused Dr. Banner to writhe in pain. At that moment, the monitoring instruments indicated a surge in his heart rate, while his physique began to visibly swell, his skin gradually transforming into a deep shade of green. As he struggled, the operating table shook violently. Witnessing the transformation into the Hulk caused both Matt and Samuel to instinctively recoil. However, Banner's girlfriend, Betty, mustered her courage and climbed onto his chest, gazing at him with pleading eyes, as if to convey a message of calmness and restraint. Her soothing presence proved effective. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Samuel pressed the injection button, and the prepared antidote was swiftly administered into Banner's system. Within a few breaths, Banner's expression softened, and his body gradually reverted to its original form. The experiment was a success. Betty, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Banner tightly, while a tear escaped Banner's eye. He turned to Dr. Samuel and expressed, "Thank you. I shall never forget your assistance." Samuel, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, yet reminded Banner, lacking multiple experimental data, "I cannot ascertain whether the monster within you has been merely subdued or entirely eradicated. However, I have preserved the blood samples you sent earlier for further research. If we can successfully eliminate the hazards within your blood, we could develop various potions to combat numerous diseases. This would represent a monumental advancement in biology." "No," Banner interjected, furrowing his brow in opposition. "This is far too perilous. It cannot be done." He understood better than anyone the nature of the blood coursing through his veins. He rose to argue with Samuel, insisting, "You must destroy all those samples." "Why?" Samuel queried, perplexed. "We could achieve great success and perhaps even secure a Nobel Prize." Just as their dispute escalated, Rovi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, recalling that the military was still pursuing Banner and had been secretly utilizing enhanced hearing. Moments ago, he had detected the sound of numerous footsteps approaching them rapidly. With a swift whoosh, a syringe struck Banner's back. The anesthetic took effect immediately, causing him to falter and collapse to the ground. Betty screamed, throwing herself over Banner in an attempt to shield him. Meanwhile, the apartment door was violently breached. and a throng of soldiers surged in, encircling the laboratory. At that moment, a soldier of Western European descent pushed through the crowd, urgently declaring, "United States military, we are apprehending a fugitive. Everyone, get down and cover your heads." The intruder was none other than the Special Forces soldier Emil Blonsky, who had long pursued Banner. He burst into the room, only to find Rovi standing defiantly in his path, and attempted to shove him aside. However, his forceful push barely moved Rovi an inch, leaving Blonsky momentarily astonished as he scrutinized Rovi from head to toe. "What do you intend to do, kid? Get out of my way," and crouch down, he barked, his displeasure evident. Rovi narrowed his eyes, retorting coldly, "If you wish for me to leave, then do try." "Damn it," Blonsky cursed, raising his weapon and pressing it against Rovi's forehead as he shouted, "This is a military operation. Do you think I'm jesting? Get lost, and do not test my patience." Observing the escalating situation, Matt quickly positioned himself between Rovi and Blonsky. "Soldier, who permitted you to aim your weapon at a civilian on American soil? You will face a military tribunal for this." Matt intervened, though his motives were not to shield Rovi. He understood all too well that this soldier posed no real threat to Rovi. Rather, it was Rovi's wrath that could spell doom for the soldier. Typically, a soldier confronted by an attorney like Matt might hesitate, fearing legal repercussions. However, Blonsky was a madman, indifferent to Matt's warnings. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a blaring horn resonated from outside. "This is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, and I am Director Nick Fury. General Ross, you have violated American law by unlawfully deploying soldiers without prior authorization. Cease this operation immediately." Nick's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, reverberating down the street. Upon hearing this, some soldiers hesitated in their actions. Inside the room, Rovi's phone rang. It was Natasha on the other end. "Rovi, are you in a room?" she inquired. "I am," Rovi responded. Sensing his agitation, Natasha quickly urged him to remain calm, saying, "Do not act impulsively. Director Fury is negotiating with the opposing party." After relaying the situation to Nick, he once again addressed the soldiers via the loudspeaker. "Soldiers in the apartment, please vacate the premises immediately. Our field agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. are handling this matter." "Is that all you've got?" General Ross retorted, brandishing a loudspeaker of his own. "The military is pursuing a significant suspect. This is an official military operation, and we possess the authority to apprehend or eliminate anyone obstructing our mission." Both sides stood their ground, the tension mounting palpably. Hearing General Ross's declaration, Blonsky's arrogance surged. He commanded the soldiers in the room, "Everyone, raise your weapons and be prepared to fire at my command." With a fierce glare directed at Rovi, he declared, "This is your last chance. Get out." "Is that so?" Rovi scoffed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "I believe you have been afforded ample opportunities. You might as well take a shot." Their conversation was relayed through Rovi's phone to Natasha's ears. She immediately shouted, urging Rovi to remain calm, asserting that they were negotiating outside. Beside them, Matt quickly placed a hand on Rovi's shoulder, shaking his head and advising, "Do not act impulsively. Karen is still in the room. Trust me, it is best that we withdraw for now. This matter does not concern us." Rovi reluctantly acquiesced to Matt's request. Observing Blonsky's arrogant demeanor, Rovi felt no anger, only amusement. The man, having injected himself with a flawed super soldier serum, was now recklessly unhinged. Engaging him in combat would be utterly predictable. Soon, he would forcibly demand Dr. Samuel to administer the Hulk serum, transforming him into the Abomination. At that moment, the spectacle would be grand and shocking, allowing Rovi to justifiably confront him while also accumulating more points. Chapter 37. The Armor Fusion. Rovi's brutality against the Abomination. Astonishment from all sides. Rovi and Matt escorted Karen out of the apartment, where S.H.I.L.D. agents were to stand off with the soldiers led by General Ross. The military boasted overwhelming numbers and formidable firepower. Armed helicopters patrolled the skies, while tanks and armored vehicles lined the ground. In stark contrast, S.H.I.L.D.'s presence appeared meager, with only a few cars and dozens of personnel, completely overshadowed by the military's might. "Thank heavens," Natasha exclaimed as she rushed over. "Rovi, it is truly fortunate that a conflict did not erupt." Rovi replied in a calm tone, "Natasha, I did it for your sake." Although Rovi had ulterior motives, he saw no harm in presenting a favorable front to Natasha. At that moment, Banner and Betty were also being escorted by military soldiers toward the helicopter. Observing the military's actions, Natasha turned to Rovi with a serious expression, stating, "Rest assured, Ross will not remain arrogant for long. We have gathered evidence of his illegal use of Dr. Banner for the Super Soldier program, and it will not matter whether he takes Banner with him or not. SHIELD will pursue this matter to the end. He will soon encounter trouble." Rovi remained silent, his gaze directed towards the laboratory above. His superhuman vision revealed Bronsky threatening Dr. Samuel to inject him with Banner serum. Natasha, Ross's troubles are about to unfold." Natasha looked at Rovi, puzzled by his meaning. However, as she followed his gaze upward, her eyes widened in realization. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the upper apartment, followed by the shattering of windows, and a green figure burst forth, landing on the street below. It was Colonel Bronsky, who had transformed into the Abomination after injecting himself with Banner serum. Upon landing, he unleashed his immense power, wreaking havoc upon the streets, lifting cars as if they were mere toys to smash and toss aside. The bewildered military soldiers, upon witnessing the scene, mistakenly believed that the Hulk had emerged. They promptly retrieved their radios to report to General Ross, and soon thereafter, raised their weapons to unleash a barrage of gunfire at the Abomination. General Ross, who had already departed via helicopter, could scarcely believe his ears. He hastily turned his gaze to the monitor on the soldier's vehicle, where he beheld a dark green figure, reminiscent of the Hulk, defiantly enduring a deluge of bullets while ruthlessly slaughtering soldiers. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions reverberated, transforming the streets into a veritable battlefield. How could this be? Witnessing the countless military personnel fall, General Ross was finally gripped by fear. While others may not have recognized the creature, he instantly identified it as Blonsky. The current situation was utterly untenable, and perhaps the National Guard was already en route. The architect of this chaos, none other than himself, would likely not escape the clutches of a military tribunal. Observing his father-in-law in a state of despair, Banner felt no sympathy. Instead, he experienced a twinge of satisfaction. As countless soldiers succumbed to the monster's wrath, Banner's benevolent heart was tormented, for he believed that all of this stemmed from him, his experiments, his blood. "We must return," Banner finally resolved. He firmly interrupted Betty, who was about to speak, asserting to Ross, "Only I can stop him." "Damn it." Nick Fury's face turned pale at the sight of the devastation wrought by the Abomination. What the hell is wrong with Ross? Are the minds of these generals filled with nonsense? Despite the military being the source of this turmoil, as the director of SHIELD, he knew that when accountability was sought, he too would be implicated. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone and immediately called for reinforcements, regardless of the circumstances. He had to regain control of the situation. Indeed, it was this very power. On the streets, Blonsky, reveling in the annihilation of his former comrades, surveyed his surroundings with immense satisfaction. He had now become the most formidable entity in existence, impervious to any opposition. As his gaze drifted towards the entrance of an apartment, Blonsky suddenly spotted the figure of Rovi, the very SHIELD agent who had thwarted him moments earlier. Now, it was time for him to experience the extent of Blonsky's power. As the Abomination charged towards SHIELD, all agents felt a tightening in their chests. They had witnessed the fate of the military soldiers, with tanks being crumpled like tin cans before the creature. No one would gamble with their lives. Thus, each agent utilized their skills to vanish in an instant. Nick Fury, the king of agents, stood out among them. With his enhanced agility, he seamlessly melded into the enveloping darkness of the night. Unfortunately, the Abomination paid no heed to their evasive maneuvers and continued its relentless advance towards Rovi. As the ominous figure, reminiscent of a demon, drew nearer, the tremendous force it exuded cracked the cement pavement beneath it. Natasha found her breath becoming increasingly labored. "We must flee," she urged, grasping hold of Rovi. But he gently shook his head in refusal. Panic surged within Natasha. She intended to implore him not to be reckless, yet the ensuing spectacle left her utterly astonished. Radiant light cascaded over Rovi's arms, enveloping him entirely. Soon, a magnificent suit of armor adorned his form. Natasha stepped back. A celestial voice resonated in her ears, as if a divine and tranquil power soothed the turmoil within her heart. Stunned, Natasha instinctively retreated a few steps. In the next moment, Rovi ascended into the heavens, a dazzling streak of light heading straight for the malevolent entity. The clash was thunderous. Golden radiance collided with the green monstrosity, producing a sound akin to an explosion and generating a massive cloud of dust. The shockwave rippled outward, causing those nearby to wince in pain, their ears ringing, while windows of surrounding buildings shattered under the force. In an instant, the green demon was sent hurtling backward, its massive frame carving a trench several meters long into the concrete. Yet, Rovi stood tall and unwavering, like a sacred and inviolable deity. This breathtaking scene etched itself deeply into Natasha's memory, evoking a long-forgotten oil painting she had once admired, titled Hercules Slaying the Titan. Matt and Karen, having regained their senses, were equally awestruck. As a devout Catholic, Matt perceived this moment as an angelic visitation. Meanwhile, Karen felt an odd sense of dissonance in her mind. Rovi had always resembled a neighborly boy, and she was astounded by his extraordinary prowess. Curious onlookers, previously hidden within the nearby buildings, cautiously emerged to witness the spectacle, some audaciously brandishing their phones to capture the moment. From above, General Ross and Dr. Banner, observing from a helicopter, were rendered speechless. General Ross grappled with mixed emotions, realizing that his super soldier initiative had become a mere joke in light of Rovi's effortless defeat of Blonsky. Conversely, Banner was filled with exhilaration, realizing that someone in this world could vanquish the monstrous hulk that resided within him. Rovi remained still, not in a state of stupor, but in contemplation. This armor seemed to amplify my strength. Just as silence enveloped the scene, the malevolent entity staggered back to its feet. Why had this happened? It was Blonsky who had been thrown aside. Racked with pain in his chest, Blonsky seethed with fury and jealousy. How could this diminutive human achieve what rockets and tanks had failed to accomplish? Why did someone more powerful than him exist? What justified Rovi's possession of such formidable strength? A fervent jealousy blazed within him, a vacuous emotion that astonishingly began to manifest itself in his physical form. Indeed, it was as such. As he observed his arms swelling and his stature heightening, Blonsky was filled with immense delight. I can grow even stronger. Just as his name implies, hatred fuels his power. The Hulk grows more formidable with rage, while hatred amplifies the strength of abomination. Once more, the diminutive insect. The inflated Blonsky immediately disregarded the lesson imparted by Rovi moments ago. However, this time, I shall crush you, obliterate you. Chapter 38. Stark joins the fray. Rovi strikes again. Merely having acquired a modicum of power, he began to display a sense of superiority. Rovi felt no anger towards Abomination's taunts. Instead, he regarded him with pity for his ignorance. Did no one in the military ever teach you to respect the strong? Or perhaps, Rovi mockingly inquired, has your muscles supplanted your intellect? Abomination, evidently lacking in verbal prowess, could only seethe with impotent rage in response to Rovi's derision. He bellowed, charging towards Rovi with his massive frame. Rovi narrowed his eyes, activating his dynamic vision. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion employs its utmost strength. With numerous spectators present, he was determined not to be struck and humiliated. He deftly evaded Abomination's clumsy assault, maneuvering to the side, and delivered a powerful blow to his lower back with a clenched fist. Thud! Abomination soared through the air, crashing into a nearby structure, becoming entombed in rubble. Yet, he quickly pushed aside the debris and rose once more. Insect, you cannot harm me. Abomination's countenance radiated disdain, nostrils flaring with a puff of heated air. Hey, big guy, give us a try. From the sky, Stark's voice resonated as a shoulder-mounted launcher activated, unleashing a swarm of miniature missiles upon Abomination. Boom! Tony's technology was evidently superior to the military's rocket launchers. However, the explosions that erupted upon Abomination merely darkened his skin slightly. Having faced setbacks against Rovi, he now felt an overwhelming frustration as Iron Man joined the fray. Tony Stark, do you consider yourself a superhero? You are nothing more than a parasitic bat feeding off the military's resources. Such words were indeed harsh, mocking Stark for profiting from military contracts. Consequently, Tony's expression turned a shade of green. The weapons division of Stark Industries had become a relic of the past, and you, executioner of the military, lacked the standing to make such claims. As both parties exchanged barbs, Their animosity reached a fever pitch. Even Rovi, standing aside, was disregarded as they engaged in battle. Ugly brute, if you have the capability, catch me. Stark was undeterred, soaring above, intermittently bombarding the foe with an array of weaponry. In the midst of evading the artillery bombardment, the Abomination kept a vigilant eye on Stark, who was soaring above him. Seizing the moment, he suddenly lunged forward, grasping Tony's legs with ferocity. This is bad. Tony sensed the impending doom, and soon, everything turned to darkness. The Abomination, holding onto his legs, slammed him against the ground, creating two massive craters in the concrete. Realizing the dire situation, Rovi quickly intervened. A crimson beam struck the Abomination's head, causing a surge of heat and pain that compelled him to release Stark and shield his head with both hands. As Rovi advanced, he amplified his power to suppress the Abomination. What new ability is this? Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been lurking in the shadows, widened his singular eye in astonishment. Simultaneously, his impeccable disguise began to falter, revealing a white spot against the dark backdrop. As the temperature continued to escalate, the Abomination found it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip. He was forced to retreat, crashing through a nearby wall for cover. It's too hot. Rovi also ceased his attack, unable to withstand the soaring temperatures, estimating that his output reached at least 4,000 to 5,000 degrees, approaching the heat of the sun's surface and the explosion of a low-yield nuclear weapon. Fortunately, his intention was merely to drive back the Abomination and rescue Iron Man. Hey, you're not dead, are you? Sacrificed yourself? Rovi said, patting Tony's helmet. Stop. Tony interrupted Rovi's actions, the faceplate lifting as he took several deep breaths. Sir, Jarvis reports multiple contusions on your body, came the voice of Jarvis. Bruised and battered. Tony retorted, I've noticed that myself. Ouch. Come on, old friend. Rovi quickly guided Tony aside. How could you be so careless? At your age, getting hurt is no small matter. Tony sighed in resignation. If you'd say a little less, I might feel better. All right, you just rest, Rovi replied, handing Tony over to Natasha, who had just arrived. Turning back, he clenched his fists, declaring, such heavy lifting is best left to the youth. Regardless, Iron Man was still in good spirits. Although Tony had not been of much assistance, Rovi appreciated the sentiment. As he observed the Abomination emerging from the building, Rovi was ready to get serious. Tough skin and muscle. Even thermal vision won't help you. Then I shall resort to this technique. With a radiant golden light shimmering on his right arm, a sword forged from the power of sunlight materialized in his grasp. The Abomination, noticing Rovi's new trick, immediately grew wary. He swiftly picked up a nearby car and hurled it at Rovi. Rovi dodged with agility, frowning as he said, Do you not value other people's property? Do you realize that the car you just tossed could take someone years to pay off? Shut up, you insect. Blusky, consumed by rage, surged forward and unleashed a powerful punch at Rovi. Skillfully evading the sluggish assault, Rovi landed a strike upon his back, despite being impervious to lasers and missiles. Blusky's skin was torn open, revealing a long gash under the assault of the Sword of Dawn. A piercing pain caused Abomination to emit a howl of anguish. What was happening? Turning to observe the green blood pooling beneath him, a sensation of fear coursed through his mind for the first time. He is capable of inflicting harm upon me. What is the matter, big guy? Isn't it quite normal to sustain injuries in battle? Rovi continued his taunts, questioning whether Blusky only thrived on bullying the elderly, now trembling before a youthful and vigorous adversary. Blusky's visage contorted in fury. He had dared to pursue the Hulk, a monstrous entity, and had never known fear of death. In his frenzied state, he disregarded all caution and unleashed a flurry of wild punches toward Rovi. Too slow. Far too slow. Rovi effortlessly dodged his attacks, simultaneously inflicting several cuts upon him. Tony, positioned at a distance, observed the unfolding spectacle and inquired of Natasha, Have you ever witnessed a Spanish bullfighter-esque performance? Natasha, fixated on the clash, found his question perplexing, yet responded, I have heard of such performances. Rumored to be quite brutal, though I have never seen one. As Tony continued to watch the battle, he elucidated, Spanish bullfighters provoke the bull with a red cloth, evading its charges while using a rapier to inflict wounds and deplete its strength. Once the bull shows signs of exhaustion, the bullfighter delivers a fatal thrust to its heart. Is that so? Natasha pondered, observing the abomination being ravaged by Rovi's attacks, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. At that moment, Rovi seized the opportunity presented by the abomination's exposed chest and plunged his sword deep into its torso. The abomination gazed down at his chest, devoid of pain, yet felt an inexplicable drain of power within, his knees buckling as he sank to the ground. His robust fingers stubbornly reached forward, attempting to grasp Rovi. But Rovi merely stepped back. With a resounding thud, the massive form of the abomination collapsed at Rovi's feet. Is he dead? Rovi activated his super hearing and confirmed that the abomination's heartbeat had indeed ceased. A sudden crack echoed through the air. A flash of light emerged from the crowd, and Rovi turned to see a journalist raising a camera towards him. Maintaining a stoic expression, he approached the journalist. "Hey, calm down. I merely wish to take a photograph." The journalist hastily brandished his press credentials, explaining, "If you disapprove, I can delete it, but this shot is truly remarkable." "Is that so?" Rovi took the camera, examining the captured images within. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. In the photograph, he is clad in armor, exuding a subtle luminescence, and juxtaposed with the grotesque corpse lying before him, there emerges an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Very well, I grant you permission to utilize this photograph." Rovi returned the camera, and the journalist exhaled a sigh of relief. "However," Rovi added, "do not let me hear any inaccurate reports, understood?" "Absolutely." The journalist hastily nodded, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Am I truly that intimidating?" Patting his shoulder, Rovi encouraged, "Just focus on your work." His allowance for the journalist to retain the photograph was not an act of vanity. Rather, he contemplated whether its inclusion would enhance the points he would accrue following the conclusion of the incident. Turning back to Natasha and Tony, he noticed their unwavering gazes fixed upon him. "You think I'm handsome too, don't you?" Natasha and Tony exchanged glances, and Tony, exasperated, remarked, "All right, kid. You indeed look dashing while saving New York. Now help me up. My thrusters malfunctioned, and Natasha likely lacks the strength to assist me into the vehicle." Chapter 39. Rovi was toppled, accumulating 420,000 points, and his national panel was fully unlocked. The belated support from SHIELD's aircraft finally arrived, yet only the aftermath remained for them to address. Forcing General Ross's helicopter to land, Director Nick Fury approached him with an expression devoid of emotion. "Look at our esteemed general," Nick Fury taunted, gesturing to the devastation surrounding them. "This is the consequence of your audacity in conducting research without authorization. Countless soldiers have perished because of you. Do you still believe that pursuing uncontrollable, formidable power is commendable?" General Ross remained silent. At this juncture, victors are kings while the vanquished are branded as criminals. Having failed, he had no justification to offer. Nick did not anticipate that mere words could awaken one's conscience. It was a matter of character. "Very well, prepare to face a military tribunal." Without further ado, Nick waved his hand, and agents escorted General Ross away. His gaze then shifted to Dr. Banner and Betty within the cabin. Upon witnessing her father being taken away by the director, Betty grew increasingly anxious. She grasped Banner's sleeve, urging him to restrain his impulses and mustered the courage to defend her boyfriend. "Director, Dr. Banner is innocent. All his research was conducted under the deception of my father." "Madam," Nick replied, his tone grave, "innocence is not determined by your assertion. That is for the law to decide." "Betty, enough," Banner interjected, regardless of the outcome. "I am prepared to accept it." Touched by his girlfriend's concern, Banner felt a swell of gratitude, yet he believed he could not evade these issues. Hearing Banner's response, Nick discreetly nodded. He had gathered all pertinent information prior to their arrival. Dr. Banner is indeed innocent and possesses a remarkably kind disposition. Upon transforming into the Hulk as a result of the Gamma experiment, he immediately sensed the anomaly and fled from military control. During his 2 years on the run, he endured and sought ways to manage his powers so as not to harm innocents. Yet, as he aptly stated, both good and evil must be judged by the law. However, Nick believes that individuals like Banner can be a formidable force if harnessed correctly, provided they are under the auspices of SHIELD. Naturally, neither of them was aware of the intentions of the agent before them, as they were subsequently taken away by other operatives. The abominable corpse was not spared either. It was loaded into a vehicle and returned to SHIELD. The remaining personnel stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. With much work still ahead of them, Rovi and Natasha assisted Iron Man into a SHIELD vehicle, which would transport him to Stark Industries. Meanwhile, Matt and Karen, who had been absent for some time, helped Dr. Samuel down as well. He appeared to have been injured during the transformation of the Abomination, his head bandaged and swollen significantly. Rovi, however, looked at him with keen interest. His enhanced vision allowed him to discern the anomalies in the Blue Gentleman's brain. Yet, he chose not to expose this, as Matt still required his treatment. In the distance, Nick Fury approached with a team of agents. "Well done, kid." Nick felt quite proud of the outcome. This incident was serious, and had it not been for Rovi's intervention, the repercussions could have escalated dramatically. Rovi could be considered an operative of SHIELD, and surely Nick's accolades were well-deserved. He gave Nick a sidelong glance and said, "That's a fair assessment. May I inquire about my reward? I will advocate for you, and once the procedures are complete, your reward will be duly administered," Nick promised. Painting a rosy picture, Rovi was in no rush to claim it. After all, what was rightfully his would inevitably come to him. Dr. Samuel, Nick scrutinized his swollen head, furrowing his brow. "Your laboratory is now under SHIELD's jurisdiction. We will retrieve the pertinent items and return them to you." Samuel replied dully, "Very well, you may proceed, but most of the contents have been destroyed by that creature." "Will Matt's treatment continue?" Karen inquired with concern. "Not a problem," Dr. Samuel nodded. "The experimental data remains intact. Only the equipment needs to be repurchased." Upon hearing this, Rovi turned to Nick Fury and remarked, "Director, I believe Dr. Samuel is also a victim of this incident. Shouldn't SHIELD offer some form of compensation?" Nick, seasoned and astute, quickly grasped Rovi's implication. Given Rovi's significant contributions that night, he could effortlessly address this minor issue. "I will expedite this matter and ensure that personnel are dispatched tonight to replace all the equipment." Upon hearing this, Matt and Karen chose to remain and tend to the injured Dr. Samuel, continuing his treatment. Everything seemed to conclude on a positive note, and Rovi was prepared to leave and see how many points he had accumulated that evening. "Do you need a ride?" Natasha approached Rovi in her car. Rovi shrugged, expressing his gratitude. Climbing into Natasha's vehicle, Rovi swiftly returned to the law firm. After disembarking, Natasha did not start the engine to depart. She rolled down the window and gazed intently at Rovi's face, as if she had something to articulate. "What's the matter?" Rovi inquired. Natasha blinked and asked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a while?" "Well, come on in." Rovi hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. The two entered the law firm, where Natasha settled onto the sofa and glanced around. "Is there any alcohol?" she inquired. "Let me check," Rovi replied, utilizing his supervision to peer through the cabinets, and soon discovered a bottle of vodka. Pouring 2 glasses, he filled one for himself. Natasha tilted her head, raising her glass towards Rovi. "Shall we toast?" To be honest, Rovi was not particularly fond of such strong spirits, having consumed his fair share in his past life due to work obligations. However, as Natasha had extended the invitation, he clinked his glass with hers and downed the drink. Observing Rovi's slight grimace, Natasha chuckled softly. She continued to pour vodka for both, then, swirling the liquid, languidly remarked, "I'm curious, do you get drunk?" Rovi shook his head, admitting he had never tried. With a smile, Natasha parted her red lips and, exhaling a hint of alcohol, suggested, "Why not give it a shot?" Rovi's gaze shifted to her eyes, filled with mirth, and he was about to say something when his lips were enveloped in a warm embrace. No need for words. Let your body reveal the answer. Time swiftly transitioned to the following day. Rovi opened his eyes and glanced beside him, only to find the wild figure from the previous night had vanished. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he suddenly let out a bitter smile. "Have I been taken advantage of?" Dismissing such chaotic thoughts, Rovi rose to dress and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he silently recited, "System. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 321, 985. Slots, 1. Character Template, Patriot, Unlock Progress, 83. Unlocked abilities, Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Hearing, Super Vision, Heat Vision. Unlocked abilities, Supersonic Flight. Your confrontation with the Abomination last night and your subsequent victory were widely reported by the media, creating a significant impact in New York City. Awarding you 331,896 points. Your actions against the abomination last night affected the plot characters. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow, Iron Man, Hulk, and Daredevil, awarding you 90,000 points. A total of 420,000 points. Finally, he could unlock the ability to fly. System, allocate points. Chapter 40. The next target, the power of Magneto. Ding, point allocation successful. Consumption of 130,000 points. Ding, the panel of the patriotic being has fully fused, and the system marketplace is now accessible, which can be viewed on the system panel. Open the system panel. Celestial Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 291,985. Function, Marketplace. Slot, 1, Character Template. Patriotic Being, Fusion Level, 100. Unlocked abilities, Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Hearing, Super Vision, Heat Vision, Supersonic Flight. At last, the panel of the patriotic being has been entirely unlocked, granting him the ability to fly. However, Rovi was not in haste to experiment with his newfound aerial capabilities. Instead, he pondered which character to acquire next. He first tapped on the slot to examine the cost of acquiring an additional slot. Ding! The first purchase of a slot costs 100,000 points. Subsequent purchases will multiply the previous cost by 10. Thus, the second would be 1,000,000, and the third 10,000,000. Rovi contemplated spending 100,000 points to purchase 2 slots, which he deemed sufficient for dominating the Marvel Universe. The crucial factor remained the strength of the character templates he would load. Open the system marketplace. Ding! Marketplace successfully opened. At the moment the system's notification echoed, the luminous screen before Rovi transformed, revealing an array of character cards. Each card displayed a level indicator in the upper right corner, ranging from the lowest to the highest. After a moment's consideration, Rovi issued another command. System, display only characters of level A or above. Given that his initial card was already the formidable patriotic being, and considering the additional cost of acquiring slots, he deemed it prudent to disregard characters below level A for the time being. Upon filtering out the lower-level characters, the interface displayed a reduction of 90% in the available options. Level A characters. Magneto template from the mutant world, purchase price, 1,000,000. Soldier Boy template from the Black Cloak world, purchase price, 1,000,000. Superman template from the normal world, purchase price, 10,000,000. Phoenix Force template from the mutant world, purchase price, 10,000,000. Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen world, purchase price, 100,000,000. Gazing at the multitude of character templates before him, Rovi fell into deep contemplation. He firmly adhered to the belief that one should not select the best, but rather the most suitable. Having traversed the narrative of the indomitable Hulk, he was now poised to face Thor in the Battle of New York from the Avengers saga. While the level A characters required 10,000,000 points, still beyond his reach, the level B character cards, available for 1,000,000 points, were within his grasp. The Magneto from the mutant world appeared exceptionally promising, as his mutant ability harnessed one of the 4 fundamental forces, electromagnetism, wielding terrifying destructive power. If not for his frail physique resembling that of an ordinary human, he might have surpassed this mere tier. However, the formidable physical prowess bestowed upon him by his homeland adequately compensates for this shortcoming. Whether in the forthcoming battle in New York or the confrontation against Ultron, Magneto's electromagnetic powers are poised to shine brilliantly against these mechanized legions. Consequently, Rovi stands to gain abundant points. Thus, acquiring such a card not only amplifies Rovi's strength, but also constitutes a shrewd investment. Undoubtedly, the Magneto template is Rovi's next prime objective. With clarity of thought, Rovi made his way to the balcony of his room. The ability to fly is undoubtedly a superpower long coveted by all humanity. After all, while the ground may be vast, it pales in comparison to the boundless sky. Let's ascend. As this thought flickered in Rovi's mind, his feet slowly lifted off the ground. Indeed, just like that, a smile graced Rovi's lips as he launched himself skyward. The howling winds whipped past his ears as his speed increased, and the clouds above became distinctly visible. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms echoed as Rovi glided through the thick clouds like a fish in water, scattering the once condensed cloud formations into disarray. Breaking through the cloud cover, a passenger plane suddenly materialized before him. With a swift maneuver, Rovi narrowly avoided colliding with the aircraft, catching a glimpse of the pilot's terrified expression through the cockpit glass. Incredulously, the pilot could hardly believe his eyes, exchanging a glance with the co-pilot. Seeing the same look of disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes, he confirmed he was not hallucinating. Watching the plane recede into the distance, Rovi stroked his chin, reflecting on the near miss. It seems I flew too high and have already entered the stratosphere. Never mind, I shall refrain from such antics. Having thoroughly savored the experience of flight, Rovi began his descent towards the ground. As he reached the skies above Manhattan, his eyes were immediately drawn to the prominent Stark Industries building. Below, a throng of journalists encircled a singular figure, an array of flashing lights illuminating the scene, seemingly interviewing an important individual. Activating his supervision, Rovi discerned that the surrounded figure was none other than Tony Stark. What is transpiring here? He activated his super hearing to eavesdrop. Mr. Stark, what can you tell us about the identity of the mysterious individual who killed the Green Monster in Harlem last night? It has been reported that you were also present at the scene. Do you possess any insights? Mr. Stark, there are rumors that the Green Monster was born from military experiments. Are you privy to any insider information? Faced with the journalist's frenzied inquiries, Tony was hardly fazed. All right, the answers to these questions cannot be divulged at this moment. Now, please step aside. I must return to the office. After Stark's words, his bodyguard, Happy, immediately pushed through the crowd with his imposing physique, successfully escorting Tony into the company. Meanwhile, Rhodey conveniently landed on the rooftop of Stark Tower. It seems I've gained some notoriety. There was no way to avoid media attention after last night's events. The military and the battle against the Abomination had nearly transformed the area into a war zone. Ding! The elevator arrived at the top floor, and Tony and Pepper stepped out. Tony, you are being overly stubborn. Why must you involve yourself in everything? Pepper complained, trailing behind Tony, clearly displeased with his injuries from the previous day's confrontation with the Abomination. All right, my dear Pepper, Tony said, shaking his head in resignation. He could dismiss the complaints of others, but Pepper was not someone he could easily brush aside. Being a hero always requires sacrifice, and look at me now. Iem me perfectly fine. Only for now. Pepper shot him a disapproving glance. How many more times can you take such risks? Eventually, there will come a day. Tony silenced her remaining words with an embrace, then comfortingly patted her back, saying, that day will never come. After all, I am Iron Man. The affection in Pepper's eyes was palpable as she caressed Stark's face, whispering, you know I cannot lose you. I feel the same way. Outside the glass door, Rhodey, who was about to enter the office, halted, shaking his head in resignation after witnessing their intimate moment. He had initially intended to discuss some matters with Tony, but was now uncertain if he should interrupt them. Sir, Jarvis's voice suddenly chimed in. Your friend Rhodey is waiting on the rooftop for a visit. Tony and Pepper simultaneously glanced out the window. Upon seeing Rhodey's figure, Pepper quickly released Tony from her embrace and tidied her disheveled outfit. All right, darling, let me talk to him. Aware that Rhodey likely had something important to discuss, Tony signaled for Pepper to leave and instructed Jarvis to open the glass door. Stark casually approached the bar, poured a drink, and handed it to the approaching Rhodey, asking, how did you get up here? Accepting the champagne, Rhodey levitated effortlessly, responding to Stark's inquiry. How is this possible? Stark curiously circled Rhodey, even sweeping his foot across the empty space beneath him, yet he found no mechanism. Rhodey could not explain it either, simply stating, superpower, you know how it is. No. Stark waved his hand, recalling the moment last night when Rhodey had used his eye lasers to repel the Abomination. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. There must be a method to this power. If I could decipher it, perhaps I could achieve it as well. Seeing Stark's enthusiasm for research ignited, Rhodey quickly interjected, all right, Stark, this is a trade secret, you know? I am the rightful owner of this patent, and I hereby prohibit any infringement upon it. Stark acknowledged this with understanding, then shifted to the matter at hand. Did you seek me out for a particular reason? Rhodey nodded. I need to leave for a while. Leave? Tony inquired. Are you departing New York? No, I am leaving the United States. With some time, yet before the events of Thor, Rovi planned to seize this opportunity to visit Sokovia. Thus commenced the mission to rescue the young Wanda. Chapter 41. The mission to rescue Wanda commences with Tony's farewell gathering, leaving the United States. Upon hearing this, Tony halted his drink mid-air, perplexed. Now, our alliance has only just begun, and we require your core strength. That monster from yesterday would have turned my armor into scrap metal had it not been for you, he remarked, instinctively rubbing his aching lower back. Attempting humor, he noticed Rovi's impassive expression, which prompted a sudden sharpness in his gaze. Wait, is it the military that's giving you trouble? Or Nick Fury? Rovi shook his head in resignation at Tony's wild conjectures. They do not possess the audacity for that. I am undertaking something of great importance. All right, Tony sighed in relief, realizing it was not those matters. At least divulge a little. We are a team, are we not? After some contemplation, Rovi revealed the destination of his journey, Sokovia. Sokovia? Tony stroked his chin, then commanded Jarvis to retrieve information about Sokovia. The data revealed it to be a small Eastern European nation that had been fragmented due to the actions of rebel forces years prior. Presently, various factions engaged in frequent skirmishes, leaving the country in a state of anarchy. Do you require any assistance? Tony understood that Rovi's decision was immutable, yet he still wished to offer some support. Personnel? Equipment? Logistics? It's a war-torn area. Are you sure you don't need some manpower? That's enough, Tony. Rovi interjected. This is a personal matter. Too many people would only increase the uncertainty. After all, the primary objective of this mission was to foster a bond with Wanda. He had no need for an entourage. However, Rovi continued, upon my return, I may need accommodation for a few individuals. Currently, he was residing at Matt's law firm. Alone. It was manageable, but it would be different once he returned with Wanda and Pietro. As he spoke, Rovi produced the bank card he had exchanged for gold at SHIELD. This card contained 1,100,000. He had already devised a plan for the expenditure of funds before his departure. Tony accepted the card, his expression tinged with confusion. Typically, he was the one distributing money. Today, it seemed the roles had reversed. However, soon after, Rovi resolved his doubts. I wish to purchase a residence in downtown Manhattan with a budget of around $8 million. Ideally, I desire a spacious penthouse with a breathtaking view. He has grown fond of the sensation of overlooking the city from such heights. Furthermore, Rovi added, please assist me in selecting a vehicle priced around $500,000, suitable for daily commuting. I trust your discerning eye. As for the remaining funds, he intended to reserve them for emergencies and expenses in Sokovia. After all, one cannot pursue romance without the means. Is that all? Upon hearing Rovi's requests, Tony raised an eyebrow, reverting to his persona of a master of financial prowess. It's a piece of cake. The house and car are on me. I'll have everything sorted by tonight, ensuring your satisfaction. Yet, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and a smile appeared on his face. If you're not in a hurry to leave, why not wait until tonight to see your new home in person? Very well, Rovi nodded in agreement, as he didn't mind waiting a day. By the way, Tony turned and walked towards the laboratory, soon returning with an exquisite box. Here it is, the suit you desired. However, recalling the suit Rovi wore last night, which seemed imbued with magical properties, his tone took on a slightly envious note. It appears you have found a better option elsewhere. Rovi accepted the box and opened it to reveal a black and red suit of exceptional quality. No, it remains quite useful. Although he had acquired a superior one from the ancient one, this suit would not go to waste. He could pass it on to Matt, who would surely appreciate such a gift. After bidding farewell to Tony, Rovi soared through the skies, landing outside Dr. Samuel's apartment in Harlem. The streets had been cleared overnight by SHIELD, erasing the remnants of the previous night's fierce battle. Only a few ruins and workers repairing the pavement testified to the severity of the conflict that had transpired. Karen, I have arrived. Rovi, utilizing his enhanced vision, spotted Matt lying on the operating table, prompting him to call out for Karen to open the door. Upon hearing Rovi's voice, Karen quickly opened the door, saying, You're here. Are you managing alone at the law firm? Miss Karen, in response to her concern, Rovi replied earnestly, I am not a child in need of care. After exchanging greetings, Rovi turned his gaze to Matt on the hospital bed and inquired, Is the treatment progressing well? Quite well. Karen's face brightened. Dr. Samuel's progress was promising, and Matt was expected to make a full recovery within a few days. That is splendid news. Rovi set down the box, saying, however, I must leave for a while. The box contains a gift I have prepared for Matt. All right, I will pass it to him once he awakens. Karen accepted the box, refraining from asking Rovi why he was leaving, as she likely assumed he would only be away from Manhattan for a few days. Well then, I must take my leave. Take good care of Matt. Hell's Kitchen awaits the hero's return. With that parting remark, Rovi departed from the scene. As evening approached, he seized a rare moment of respite. The night gradually enveloped Manhattan in its embrace. Tony's phone rang, heralding the arrival of good news. Everything's set. Come to Star Tower. I shall show you your new home. Tony personally drove, bringing Rovi to a centrally located, modern skyscraper in Manhattan. Ascending in a private elevator to the top floor, Rovi was greeted by an awe-inspiring expanse. The triplex structure, adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offered a breathtaking view of the Manhattan skyline at night. The rooftop garden flourished with greenery, and a colossal infinity pool mirrored the starry sky. After estimating the area, Rovi surmised it must be over 3,600 square feet. Well, what do you think? Tony inquired with a hint of pride. Far beyond expectations, Tony, Rovi exclaimed sincerely. But did this truly only cost $8 million? Having spent some time familiarizing himself with the value of luxury properties in prime Manhattan locales, he was taken aback. Tony shrugged, returning Rovi's bank card and a set of car keys, along with a property deed. Just precisely $8 million. Don't look at me like that. This was originally an investment property of mine, and I'm transferring it to you at a friendly rate. Is that so wrong? The car was parked in an exclusive spot below, a brand new model belonging to the elite, perfectly suiting Rovi's desires, discreet yet powerful. All right, Rovi conceded, realizing that such an amount was trivial for Tony. Descending from the rooftop garden, Tony guided Rovi to the grand panoramic lounge on the first floor. Suddenly, as Rovi stepped inside, the sound of celebratory fireworks erupted, and a flurry of confetti cascaded upon him. Surprise! As a smile spread across Tony's face, two figures emerged from the shadows. Boss, this is so cool, Peter Parker exclaimed, bouncing forward, holding a spent confetti cannon. The battle photos from yesterday in Harlem went viral. So many in our school idolize you now. They've even changed their phone wallpapers to your image. Natasha, dressed casually, playfully brushed the confetti off Rovi, her tone tinged with mock sadness. Why the sudden departure? Did I frighten you away? Rovi quickly explained, there's a significant personal matter I need to attend to, but I should return soon. Tony had already prepared champagne, handing out glasses to everyone. Hey, surprise party. Let us toast to the valiant warrior embarking on a journey. True to his reputation as a party maestro, Tony ignited a lively atmosphere. As the evening drew to a close, Tony, slightly tipsy with a glass of wine in hand, playfully wrapped an arm around Rovi's neck. Remember, the house is furnished and the parking spot is secured. If you dare not return, he pointed at the ceiling, I shall convert your splendid rooftop garden into my personal helicopter pad. I mean it. The night swiftly passed, and by the following day, everyone had departed. Rovi was fully prepared. He slung a lightweight backpack over his shoulder, containing essential cash, forged documents, and the latest multifunctional satellite communicator provided by Tony. Thus began the mission to rescue the unfortunate Wanda. Chapter 42. The rescue operation for the poor girl Wanda in the slums of Sokovia within a modest dwelling. Wanda returned home after a long day's work, exhausted and carrying a bag of bread. Upon entering, she discovered her brother, Pietro, seated at the table, counting a handful of scattered bills and coins. A frown immediately creased her brow. Pietro, have you stolen again? She inquired. And what of it? Pietro replied with a disdainful smile in the face of his sister's admonishment. At least I can fill my stomach and save money for the things I enjoy. Working can also sustain you without the fear of being caught by the police. Wanda was infuriated. Her brother was becoming increasingly troublesome. No one can catch me, Pietro declared, leaping from the table to stand before Wanda, speaking each word with conviction. Besides, you were merely born a few minutes before me. It doesn't give you the right to lecture me. With that, he pushed past Wanda and exited their home. Inside, Wanda's eyes welled with tears, her chest heaving with emotion. She was visibly distraught. She could not comprehend why her brother, Pietro, was growing so disobedient. Since the war had begun, their parents had tragically perished, and the two siblings had found themselves in an orphanage. Though the orphanage was filled with children, life there was far from a fairy tale. Children fought over toys, food, and even to assert their status. Daily, there were skirmishes among the young ones, smaller children bullied by older ones, and those older still tormented by even bigger children. During those times, Pietro had been timid and obedient, often bursting into tears at the slightest scare. In her fierce protective instinct, Wanda would confront those who bullied her brother like a ferocious little tiger. Yet, despite their struggles, they could barely scrape by. As they matured, the deteriorating state of their country made it increasingly untenable for the orphanage to care for so many children, leading to older children being gradually pushed out to fend for themselves. Wanda and Pietro were among those cast adrift. However, amidst the escalating chaos of war, opportunities for these orphans were scarce. Fortunately, Wanda was fortunate. The director of the orphanage introduced her to a job with an anti-war organization, which involved promoting anti-war sentiments and aiding those affected by the conflict in war-torn regions. Although arduous, it provided Wanda with enough income to support both of them. Yet, as her workload increased, she gradually neglected her brother's needs, allowing Pietro to drift into the streets, where he unwittingly learned the craft of theft. When Wanda first discovered the situation, she had hoped to dissuade her brother from his reckless path through counsel. However, Pietro, endowed with a natural talent for running since childhood, had never been apprehended. Unlike many other thieves who occasionally faltered, the allure of easy gains grew ever more enticing, rendering her pleas as his elder sister ineffectual. Father, mother, what am I to do? Life was already fraught with hardship, and now her brother had chosen a wayward path. This turmoil shattered Wanda, who had long maintained a facade of composure. She sat quietly on her bed, drawing her knees close, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Not far from the slum, a bombed-out building stood in ruins. On its rooftop, Rovi utilized his superhuman vision to observe the unfolding events within. He had been in Sokovia for some time, having only known Wanda and Pietro by name and appearance, which necessitated a lengthy search for the siblings. Upon finding them, he refrained from immediate action. His mission was not to extricate Wanda forcibly, but rather to guide her away from the shadows of despair. Thus, he spent several days discreetly monitoring their lives and gathering information. However, the outlook appeared grim. If the trajectory of the cinematic universe were to unfold as anticipated, in a few years, Wanda and Pietro would voluntarily enlist in Hydra's human experimentation program in Sokovia, driven by their animosity towards Iron Man. The experiments aimed to investigate the effects of the Mind Stone on human subjects. In this endeavor, the siblings would inadvertently acquire superpowers. Yet, Rovi suspected that their abilities might not stem from the Mind Stone at all. After all, Hydra had conducted numerous experiments. Why should only the siblings be granted powers? The true source likely resided within Wanda herself and her chaotic powers. In her yearning for vengeance during the experiment, coupled with the Mind Stone's ability to influence human thoughts and emotions, Wanda's amplified desire for retribution enabled her to manipulate chaos for the first time. Pietro's powers, too, might originate from this chaotic force, as it could indeed alter reality. Thus, in her apprehension regarding her brother's involvement in the experiment, Wanda inadvertently shifted the experiment's outcome, bestowing Pietro with superhuman speed. Rovi speculated that this ability was perhaps a reflection of Pietro's natural swiftness, combined with Wanda's protective instincts as an elder sister, wishing for him to evade danger through his newfound speed. Rovi's plan was not overly complex. Based on the information he had gathered, preventing Wanda from succumbing to darkness in the future did not seem insurmountable. He believed that by integrating himself into her life, he could reignite her hope for the future and help her appreciate the beauty of life once more. However, in the war-torn nation of Sokovia, this endeavor would undoubtedly prove challenging. He currently faces two dilemmas. The first pertains to how he might seamlessly integrate himself into Wanda's life. The second concerns how he can persuade Wanda to willingly depart from the sorrowful land of Sokovia and embark on a new life in America. After careful contemplation, Rovi devised a tentative plan, which involved exploiting Pietro's vulnerabilities. In a bustling market not far from the slums, Pietro leaned against a wall, scrutinizing every individual entering the market, searching for his next target. As a self-proclaimed professional thief, he adhered to his own code of conduct. Firstly, he refrained from stealing from nearby shops and residents, as they were familiar with him and aware of his residence. If he were to be discovered stealing, even if not caught on the spot, it was inevitable that repercussions would follow. Secondly, he understood the importance of selecting targets wisely, avoiding those who appeared formidable. This lesson was etched in his memory after witnessing a fellow thief being apprehended while attempting to pilfer from a soldier on leave, resulting in his immediate demise. Thirdly, in situations where escape was unattainable, he knew the value of relinquishing any acquired goods to divert the pursuer's attention. This was also a lesson learned from his peers, though he had never had to employ it, for he was always swifter than his chasers. Patience was essential in his line of work. Pietro's gaze shifted, and finally, a faint smile graced his lips. A target had emerged. Chapter 43. The Rescue of Young Wanda. Operation 2. Rovi and Pietro's Willing Bait. A young man of Asian descent appeared, carrying a backpack and occasionally selecting trinkets from the market stalls. Judging by his attire and appearance, Pietro deduced that he was likely a foreign traveler. After exchanging a few words with the stall owner, the young man completed a transaction and retrieved a bulging wallet from his jacket pocket. As the traveler opened his wallet, Pietro glimpsed the green notes concealed within, American dollars. Given the wallet's bulging nature, it likely contained thousands. A veritable windfall. Pietro's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his nostrils flaring as if savoring the alluring scent of fresh ink. Such a person was an ideal target. A foreign traveler, naive and utterly oblivious to the need for safeguarding his belongings. Moreover, being unfamiliar with the local environment, he would most likely refrain from pursuing any theft. Alas, this innocent tourist, even if spared by him, would surely fall prey to others. Therefore, it was only fitting that he himself impart a lesson. With determination, Pietro set forth, blending into the stream of people as he approached his mark. As he neared the target, he feigned an accidental collision. Under the guise of the impact, his right hand stealthily delved into the young man's jacket pocket, extracting the coveted wallet. Success! Pietro felt a surge of delight as he slipped his wallet into his back pocket, simultaneously uttering an apology. "Oh, sir, I am truly sorry. Are you all right?" "It's nothing." The young man of Chinese descent seemed unfazed by the minor incident, offering Pietro a gentle smile before waving him off as he departed. "Poor unfortunate soul. Soon you shall find no reason to smile." Pietro watched the figure retreat with a sense of triumph. Whistling merrily, he ventured into an alley to examine his spoils. 1 bill, 2 bills, 3 bills. He counted the cash within his wallet, his spirits soaring higher with each note. He had not miscalculated. There was over $7,000 in total. Inhaling the aromatic scent of the crisp banknotes, Pietro mused, "Poor sister. You would never imagine that in just 10 minutes, I earned the $7,000 you toil for an entire year to accumulate." Just as Pietro was reveling in his good fortune on his way home, a figure suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. As the saying goes, those willing to take the bait shall hook the fish. A smile graced Robbie's face as he addressed Pietro. "Excuse me, sir. Did you happen to take something of mine? How could he possibly block my path?" Pietro raised an eyebrow, shaking his wallet in front of him. "If you want this back, you'll have to catch me first." With that, he bolted away, darting like a rabbit. Humph! Pietro had memorized the surrounding terrain and doubted his pursuer could catch up. As he sprinted wildly through the intricate alleys, he glanced back after a minute, only to find no sign of his pursuer. "I thought you were formidable." Pietro halted, catching his breath. Yet when he looked ahead again, the young man was still standing there, resolute. "Where did you come from?" Pietro asked incredulously. He had clearly shaken him off. So how did he appear before him once more? "Guess," Robbie replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. With his superhuman vision and flight capabilities, Pietro would not escape, even with wings. "Let's do this again." With that, Pietro took off once more. Although he was unsure how Robbie had anticipated his path, this time he intended to return to the market area, hoping to lose his pursuer amidst the crowd. "Run on." Robbie leisurely trailed behind him. Among the bustling throngs, Pietro weaved through the crowd like a slippery eel. Every so often, he would glance back, checking for any signs of pursuit. Yet, to his dismay, no matter how fast he ran, he could always vaguely see Robbie's silhouette. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Pietro pulled out the stolen wallet, reluctantly withdrawing a handful of cash, which he then scattered into the air. Dozens of green bills fluttered above, prompting the crowd to scramble for the floating currency. The scene descended into chaos and congestion. For the sake of those bills, some individuals even resorted to violence. "You can't catch me now," Pietro thought to himself, yet he did not cease his flight. He continued running until he reached the slum where he resided. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the wall. "Still running?" A familiar voice echoed in his ear. Pietro turned to see that a cursed Chinese man was still tailing him. Look, I must concede. You are quite formidable, but you shouldn't have come here. With that, Pietro emitted a sharp whistle. In an instant, commotion erupted from the crude houses surrounding him. Young men of similar age to Pietro emerged. You see, Pietro straightened up and addressed his companions. There are 7 or 8 of us, and only one of you. So, you should leave while you still can. Luo Wei chuckled. What if I refuse? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Pietro's eyes. Attack. At his command, his companions lunged forward. Luo Wei activated his dynamic vision, deftly evading the assaults while controlling the intensity of his counterattacks. Within mere breaths, the scene was filled with anguished cries. Pietro's eyes widened as he finally realized he had provoked someone he should not have. Now, escape was futile and fighting was impossible. He could only yield. Raising his wallet above his head, Pietro intoned, I apologize, sir. Here, your wallet back. Luo Wei approached with a smile and retrieved the wallet. Without uttering a word, he opened it and began to silently count the bills. The sound of fingertips gliding over the notes, once music to Pietro's ears, now brought beads of sweat to his forehead as he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why had he discarded a portion to create chaos? This was disastrous. After finishing his count, Luo Wei nodded. You owe me $3,000. His tone was light, but Pietro's heart sank to the depths. I have no money, sir, he replied in a dry voice. Of course, Luo Wei said, gently patting his shoulder. If you had money, you wouldn't be a thief, would you? Pietro lowered his gaze. Uncertain of Luo Wei's intentions, he could only respond, yes, sir. But my money cannot simply be disregarded. Luo Wei locked Pietro's arms behind him, smiling. If you cannot repay it, you might seek assistance from someone, family or friends. Otherwise, you may find yourself eating with one hand in the future. Friends? Pietro bitterly smiled within. Which friend would lend him $3,000? Should he ask his sister? Absolutely not. He gritted his teeth, fully aware of his sister's struggles. Relying solely on her sister's volunteer work at the anti-war organization, they would remain trapped in this impoverished neighborhood for a lifetime. How else could he have resorted to thievery to make ends meet? Observing Pietro's silence, Rovi raised an eyebrow, finding him rather defiant. However, having brought the plan this far, he would not permit failure. He kicked the thug lying on the ground, feigning death, and coldly commanded, Get up and take me to this boy's home. The thug awkwardly rose and promptly led the way. Rovi forced Pietro to follow. No, Pietro silently screamed in fury, struggling with all his might. Yet the hands gripping him from behind were as unyielding as iron clamps. Within mere minutes, they arrived at Wanda's residence. The thug knocked on the door, exclaiming, Wanda, open up. Inside, Wanda, curled up and asleep, was startled awake. She approached the door and opened it, only to be met with a sight that left her wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 44. The Rescue of Young Wanda. Act 3. Love always feels like a debt. Pietro. Wanda gasped at the scene before her, instantly shaken from her drowsiness. Had her worst fears come to fruition? Calm down, Ms. Wanda, Rovi said as he untied Pietro's hands, gesturing for silence. Your brother Pietro has stolen my wallet and lost $3,000. How do you intend to repay this debt? $3,000. Wanda covered her mouth, feeling a sharp pang in her heart. It took her a month of volunteering at the anti-war organization to earn less than $300. Moreover, most of that money went towards living expenses, leaving her with little to save. Yet at this moment, she could not bear the thought of her brother ending up in prison, especially in these times when some criminals were sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Sir, please wait. Wanda stammered nervously as she entered the house, rummaging through everything to gather all the money she could find, even a solitary coin. Soon, she emerged, cradling a pitiful amount of change in her hands, her expression one of deep despondency. Rovi glanced at it, then inquired, Ms. Wanda, how much do you believe this amounts to? $237. Wanda lifted her sorrowful little face, her voice quivering. Is this all you possess? Rovi feigned disbelief. In truth, he had already counted every mouse in Wanda's home with his super sight over the past few days. I also have my salary. Wanda continued to stutter. I earn $500 a month as a volunteer at the charity. Give me a few months, and I promise I can repay this debt. Having told a small lie, Wanda hoped to persuade Rovi. Rovi stroked his chin. Do you think I will wait for a few months? Then what should I do? Observing the flustered Wanda, who blinked her eyes in confusion, Ro feigned a sigh. Very well, Miss Wanda, you are indeed an earnest individual. Therefore, I am inclined to offer you an alternative solution. Upon hearing this, Wanda's spirits lifted as she gazed at Ro, while Pietro discreetly perked up his ears. As you can see, Ro continued, I am a traveler who delights in exploring different cultures across the globe. Hence, if you're unable to repay this debt, why not serve as my guide for a while and immerse me in the local way of life? At this proposition, Pietro, who had been silent, cast a skeptical glance. Is this person genuinely so benevolent? Meanwhile, Wanda, overwhelmed by her worries, immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, sir, I shall make a diligent effort to be your guide. However, she paused, suddenly anxious about her job. Could you grant me a day's time? I would like to request leave from my work. No need for that, Miss Wanda, Ro replied with a shake of his head. I can accompany you to the charitable organization as a volunteer. I relish the experience of life. This was, of course, mere pretext. Ro merely sought to better integrate himself into Wanda's daily existence. Very well, sir, Wanda conceded, lacking any grounds for dissent. You may call me Ro. He introduced himself, then continued. All right, Miss Wanda, I am residing at the Duke Oak Hotel in the city center. I look forward to our meeting tomorrow. Having achieved his objective, Ro turned and departed. As he faded from view, Wanda closed the door and quietly regarded Pietro, who remained silent with his head bowed. His demeanor evoked memories of his well-behaved self during their time in the orphanage. After much contemplation, Wanda refrained from scolding him. Pietro, you must learn from this lesson, she earnestly advised. Promise me you will find a proper job and refrain from such actions in the future, all right? Pietro moved his lips, but ultimately remained silent, nodding in acquiescence. He was not a disobedient child, yet the current societal landscape offered scant suitable employment for the siblings. Pietro was weary of toiling endlessly for meager wages. He found today's events rather peculiar. Though he could not substantiate his feelings, he sensed that Ro harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he kept these thoughts to himself, resolved to find a way to repay Ro without burdening his sister. As both siblings wrestled with their own concerns, the night swiftly passed. The next morning, Wanda rose early, determined to fulfill her promise and introduce Ro to the essence of life. The slums were not far from the city center. Yet, a mere few kilometers apart lies the stark contrast between affluence and destitution. Upon arriving at the Duke Oak Hotel, one of the most luxurious establishments in the city center, Wanda felt a pang of inadequacy upon entering the opulently adorned lobby. Even prior to the war, her family could scarcely afford such lavish accommodations. This sparked a flicker of curiosity about Mr. Ro. He appeared to be a man of considerable wealth. What could possibly compel him to immerse himself in the lives of the impoverished? Perhaps it is merely a quirk of the affluent. Wanda approached the front desk and provided Ro's room number, prompting the receptionist to place a call to him. Shortly thereafter, Ro descended in the elevator to the first floor. Shall we be off, Miss Wanda? He inquired with a smile, nodding at her. And I must say, you look quite lovely today. Oh no, thank you, Wanda stammered, initially flustered by his compliment as she waved her hand dismissively. She then cast a doubtful glance at her attire, questioning its elegance. However, upon witnessing the smile gracing Ro's face, she swiftly realized it was merely a courteous gesture. Wanda, what troubles you? She thought, her heart racing as she inhaled deeply to calm herself. Yet, her rapid heartbeat did not escape Ro's acute hearing. Astonished by the unexpected utility of his heightened senses, he maintained his affable demeanor. As they exited the hotel, Ro suddenly inquired, shall we walk there? Wanda nodded, accustomed to traversing on foot. Miss Wanda, let's take a taxi instead. I shall cover the fare, he insisted, hailing a cab without waiting for her objection. Reluctantly, she climbed into the vehicle. During the ride, Ro initiated a conversation, inquiring about the nature of her work. Wanda soon began to elaborate on her involvement with an anti-war organization established by the United Nations to provide humanitarian aid in Sokovia. The majority of her colleagues were peace activists from around the globe, supplemented by local residents. Their mission entailed traversing into conflict zones to offer assistance to those affected by the strife, including but not limited to food, tents, medicine, and clothing. While it may seem perilous to operate within war-torn areas, the reality is quite different. This is largely due to the backing of the United Nations. Although they face various constraints that preclude direct interference in domestic affairs, providing humanitarian relief is a moral imperative. Should any faction assault the aid organization, the United Nations would then have legitimate grounds to intervene. Moreover, attacking such charitable entities yields little more than material gain and could tarnish one's reputation. Thus, no party would engage in conflict with them. During their casual conversation, the two swiftly arrived at their destination. The arrival of Luo was met with no resistance. Given their limited manpower, they were more than pleased to welcome him. The morning's tasks primarily involved loading various supplies onto the vehicle, a laborious endeavor indeed. For Wanda, being the sole female among them, the task proved even more arduous. Yet for Luo, it was hardly a challenge. While attending to his own duties, he seized opportunities to assist Wanda, thereby subtly enhancing their rapport. This strategy evidently bore fruit. After transporting the supplies, as everyone boarded the bus to the rescue site, Wanda, blushing, took a seat beside Luo and expressed her gratitude. "It's no trouble. I'm quite strong," Luo replied, flashing a bright smile and showcasing the muscles in his arms. The journey to the rescue location was fraught with difficulty, as the damaged roads necessitated that the group disembark to walk on occasion. They even had to push vehicles that had become stuck. When another vehicle encountered trouble, the group rallied to assist. A pickup truck laden with supplies was lodged in the gravel, and despite their collective efforts, it would not budge. However, when Luo approached, the truck was effortlessly freed. "Well done, lad," someone shouted, offering Luo a thumbs up. "Wanda, your boyfriend is impressive." Luo did not deny the compliment, discreetly winking at the supporter, who returned a knowing look. Wanda's face flushed as she hurriedly defended herself, but the crowd was unyielding. "Come on, if he didn't like you, who would endure this hardship?" remarked an older lady, teasingly. "If I were a few years younger, I would surely fall for him." Wanda found herself flustered by the playful banter. Despite the challenging journey, the group maintained a light-hearted spirit. Truth be told, Luo relished this atmosphere. Throughout the journey, he continued to shine, receiving encouragement from the others at intervals. Observing it all, Wanda felt an unexpected yearning. How wonderful it would be to have such a supportive boyfriend by her side. Before long, the convoy reached the rescue site. Responsibilities were assigned. Some began setting up tents, others unloaded supplies, while a few took to their vehicles to announce the availability of assistance via loudspeakers. Luo was busy throughout the afternoon. "Wanda, why don't you and your boyfriend take a break and grab a bite?" At last, someone came to relieve them from their tasks, allowing Wanda and Luo to find a quiet spot to eat. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Luo," Wanda said, feeling somewhat ashamed. It was originally her intention to repay her debt through labor, yet it seemed she had been the recipient of Luo's assistance instead. "Just call me Luo," he replied, shaking his head dismissively at the formality. However, inwardly, he felt a deep satisfaction. It was precisely this sense of guilt he sought to evoke. After all, there's a saying that love often feels like a debt. The two resumed their conversation. "If there were peace and tranquility in the future, what do you think you would do, Wanda?" "Well, I might become a chef or a gourmet," she replied. "You enjoy culinary delights." "Indeed," Wanda nodded, but her tone soon turned somber. "However, none of this is likely to come to fruition." Rovi inquired, "Why not?" "Because of this country, those arms dealers and Stark Industries, which incite wars to sell weapons. They even caused my parents' demise." At this point, the gentle Wanda rarely revealed a look of hatred. "What a tangled mess." Rovi dared not interject. Their casual chat quickly drew to a close, and they returned to work. Time passed gradually, and as the supplies were depleted, the convoy began its journey back. The return trip was significantly faster due to the lack of cargo. On the way home, noticing Wanda's evident exhaustion, Rovi kindly offered to escort her in a car. "Wanda, see you tomorrow." Inside the vehicle, they waved goodbye. For some inexplicable reason, Wanda suddenly began to look forward to the arrival of the next day. Chapter 45. The rescue of young Wanda. The following day arrived swiftly. Wanda returned to the hotel, but this time Rovi instructed her to take the elevator to his room. While feeling puzzled, she complied and ascended to his suite. Knock, knock, knock. Upon entering, Wanda was greeted by a collection of garments on display. "Do not refuse. You deserve this gift." Before Wanda could utter a word, Rovi began to place beautiful clothes into her arms. "Go on, try them on. The tags have been torn off. They cannot be returned." "Very well," Wanda said reluctantly, stepping into a room to change. Gazing into the mirror, she found herself somewhat entranced. She had never realized she could look so stunning. Yet, these garments must be quite expensive. Why would Mr. Rovi gift such costly attire to her? Did he truly have feelings for her? Her heart began to race with excitement. Having never experienced romance, Wanda was uncertain if her assumptions were correct, but it felt as though she had consumed a sweet treat. Nonetheless, she resolved to be cautious while working today, ensuring she did not damage the clothing. Leaving the remaining garments in the room, Wanda quietly opened the door. At that moment, Rovi was standing by the window, admiring the view. Although he had already seen everything with his supervision, could he truly express that? "They suit you perfectly," Rovi remarked, feigning surprise at Wanda's emergence. "What do you think, Miss Wanda?" She responded softly. Today's work mirrored that of the previous day. As they concluded their tasks and made their way back, Rovi invited Wanda to dine at a restaurant. "Come on, Wanda, let's not be impolite," said Rovi at the entrance of the restaurant, lifting his left arm to signal that she could link hers with his. With a sense of inexplicable delight, Wanda complied, finding herself enchanted by this orchestrated intimacy. "Do you remember when you expressed your desire to become a connoisseur of fine cuisine?" Rovi quipped, winking as he handed her the menu. "Now, let's invite the judges to critique the dishes." As she glanced at the menu, noting that even the simplest dish could deplete her salary for months, Wanda hesitated. "Wanda," Rovi encouraged, "is your dream merely a fleeting thought?" Under the encouraging gaze of Mr. Rovi, she found herself perplexed by his kindness towards her. Yet, she resolved within her heart that even if it led to despair, she would willingly succumb to this moment. No longer hesitating, Wanda began to order black truffle roasted venison, sturgeon caviar blinis, and 2 servings of borscht. As she returned the menu to Rovi, he simply conveyed her order to the waiter. As the dishes gradually arrived, Wanda found herself forgetting the exorbitant prices. This meal left her satisfied, even to the point of losing her composure. "Oh dear, Mr. Rovi must be horrified by my ravenous demeanor. I apologize." "There is no need for apologies, Wanda," Rovi replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. "I relish watching you enjoy your meal. In our homeland, there is a saying, to be able to eat is a blessing, meaning that those who can consume plentifully are fortunate." Wanda nodded, still somewhat bewildered. "So, I am deemed fortunate, but not for my appetite, rather for having met Mr. Rovi." After being escorted home once more, Wanda carefully folded the clothes Rovi had gifted her and placed them in her wardrobe. She resolved to prepare a gift for him as well. She retrieved an old watch, the only keepsake left by her father. Unfortunately, it was broken, but perhaps it could be repaired. Yet, where had Pietro gone? He had been leaving early and returning late these days, and a trace of worry crept into her heart. However, he had promised to fulfill her request a few days prior, so she chose to trust her brother. In the days that followed, Wanda continued to work alongside Rovi, dining at various restaurants. At last, the watch was repaired. While at a restaurant, after they had ordered, she summoned her courage and placed the wrapped watch before Rovi. "I have prepared a gift for you." Rovi accepted it, unwrapping it without a moment's hesitation before adorning his wrist with the watch. "Thank you, Wanda. I cherish this gift. It serves as a reminder that time is precious." Seeing Rovi's delight, Wanda exhaled in relief. Yet, a sudden thought struck her. When would Mr. Rovi leave? Would she then return to her previous life? Though she should never have had to experience such things, the thought inevitably brought her a sense of despondency. At the very moment they were dining, Pietro's figure emerged in the adjacent commercial district. After several days of diligent labor, he had accumulated $1,000, a sum comprised of cash and ill-gotten gains. With $2,000 still needed, he had transformed his burden of his sister into an obsession. Thus he reverted to his old ways, hoping to amass funds swiftly to repay Rovi and spare his sister from any further disruption in her life. At last, he spotted 2 shadowy figures engaged in a suspicious transaction, potentially involving contraband. Such items typically held considerable value, and the original owners would never dare to report their theft. In the past, he might have hesitated to intervene, but today he resolved to seize a significant opportunity. "I trust you will act swiftly upon obtaining this information. He has begun to suspect me," he thought. "Rest assured, once our mission is accomplished, I shall report to Baron Strucker, and your position will surely rise. Long live Hydra." As the transaction concluded and both parties departed, no one could have anticipated that a government official had been coerced by Hydra operatives. The items exchanged contained crucial records of the security plans for the government's military leaders. Subsequently, Hydra would dispatch super soldiers to assassinate these leaders and incite internal divisions within the military ranks. Amidst the ensuing chaos, with a front line bereft of command. The rebel forces would breach the government's defenses, rendering Sokovia a prize for Hydra, just as Hydra's operatives reveled in their schemes. An impetuous young man collided with one of them. "I'm so sorry, sir. I apologize," he hurriedly exclaimed. The Hydra operative, wishing to avoid complications, furrowed his brow and swiftly departed. However, at that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. His companion, who had been monitoring their movements through binoculars, reported, "That guy is a thief. He has stolen the records." "What?" Panic surged as he checked his pockets, only to find the bag containing the records was indeed missing. "Catch him!" A shout echoed behind Pietro. He had been discovered. A knot tightened in his chest, and without daring to look back, he sprinted away. He decisively dashed across the road, narrowly avoiding several cars, as horns blared and drivers shouted angrily from their windows. Yet what transpired next left him utterly astounded. A cold-faced man in a suit leaped onto a car, crushing its roof and shattering the glass. The vehicle emitted a piercing alarm. Turning back just in time to witness the scene, Pietro felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was this a normal human being? Why had he once again attracted such a monstrosity? Pietro's heart was burdened with unspoken anguish. He darted recklessly through the bustling traffic, pursued relentlessly by the suited man, who rampaged like a beast, unaware of the havoc he wreaked. Inside the restaurant, the commotion outside caught the attention of Wanda and Rovi. Sensing something amiss, Wanda glanced outside and instantly spotted Pietro's frantic figure fleeing. "I'll return this to you. I no longer want it." The suited man was closing in, and Pietro could even hear the sound of his impending assault. He rolled to evade capture and swiftly discarded the bag, believing he had evaded his pursuer. However, the suited man caught the bag and paused, listening intently. A cold voice crackled through his earpiece. "Eliminate him." Without hesitation, the suited man drew his gun. Bang! 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 "No!" Wanda, rising from her seat, let out a piercing scream upon witnessing the scene. A crimson glow erupted around her, expanding towards Pietro and the suited man. Chapter 46. The Rescue of Wanda. Operation 5. The Sorrow of the Sokovian People. The scarlet light collided with the bullets aimed at Pietro, shattering them as if they struck a solid object. Pietro cried out, his expression contorting in agony. Yet, some bullet fragments embedded themselves in his body, causing blood to surge from his wounds, the intense pain rendering him unconscious. "Pietro!" Wanda was engulfed by despair at the sight. Boom! At that moment, Rovi propelled himself forward like a cannonball, shattering the reinforced glass of the restaurant as if it were mere paper. Without a moment's pause, he appeared before the suited man, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed. The suited man's torso caved in, and he was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a parked car with a sickening crunch. A piercing alarm instantly shattered the silence of the street, halting pedestrians and traffic alike. Countless eyes fixated on Rovi in astonishment. Yet, Rovi merely furrowed his brow and clenched his fist, acutely aware that the force he had just struck with was far from that of an ordinary individual. A super soldier? "Pietro!" No. Wanda stumbled out of the restaurant, collapsing beside her brother. Her trembling hands gently caressed Pietro's face, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Look at me, Pietro, I beg you." Overwhelmed with emotion, the chaotic crimson energy swirled at her fingertips. "Wanda, Pietro is not in mortal danger." Rovi activated his enhanced vision and, through Pietro's flesh, discerned the bullet fragments lodged within, noting that they had not struck any vital areas. Picking up the fallen plate of the suited man, Rovi knew that there were likely more of his accomplices lurking nearby. However, there is no need to rush in search of it, for what they desire lies within their grasp. The immediate priority is to ensure Pietro's safety. To the hospital. With that, Rovi carefully scooped up the unconscious Pietro. Wanda, in a daze, suddenly came to her senses, grasping the hem of Rovi's clothing as if it were a lifeline. She closely followed in his footsteps. The advantages of being in the city center became apparent. A hospital was merely 100 meters away. Cradling, Pietro. Rovi swiftly entered the emergency room. Gunshot wound. Multiple penetrating injuries. Immediate assistance required. As he relayed the critical injuries to the approaching nurses, they swallowed their questions upon seeing Pietro's bleeding wounds, their instincts taking over. This way, quickly. The stretcher was promptly positioned, and Rovi gently laid Pietro down, with Wanda at his side as they proceeded toward the operating room. "Sir, Mom, please wait." As the operating room doors closed, a diligent nurse blocked their path. "Let me in, I need to see him. He is my brother," Wanda implored, her tear-stained eyes pleading with the nurse. "Wanda," Rovi grasped her gently, wiping away the tears forming in the corners of her eyes. "Trust me, Pietro will be all right." "Really?" Wanda's voice still held a hint of uncertainty. Rovi simply embraced her, understanding that she needed a source of strength in this moment. "Sir, the surgical fees." The nurse spoke cautiously from the side. Without turning around, Rovi produced his bank card, stating Visa. "It's accepted here." As the two awaited news of the surgery, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the corridor. Suddenly, a squad of armed and well-equipped government soldiers entered in formation. They halted directly opposite Rovi, who instinctively shielded Wanda behind him. Government troops? They surely weren't affiliated with the man in the suit from earlier. But what was their purpose? As Rovi assessed the situation, the soldiers parted to reveal a stern, silver-haired general adorned with gleaming insignia. He removed his military cap, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Rovi and the weeping Wanda behind him. Rovi met his gaze unwaveringly. "Who are you?" "I am General Vladimir Minilov, Commander of the 1st Army Corps." "Oh." Rovi nodded nonchalantly, then asked, "Might I inquire, General, what brings you and your soldiers here?" Minilov did not rush to respond. "Shouldn't you first disclose your own identity?" He remained tense, closely monitoring Rovi's every move. This man, capable of effortlessly annihilating Hydra's super soldiers, was indeed a significant threat. "You may call me Rovi, merely an ordinary tourist." "An ordinary tourist?" General Minilov appeared astonished, his brows furrowed tightly. An ordinary tourist could hardly deliver a blow capable of collapsing the chest cavity of a super soldier meticulously enhanced by Hydra, much less crush a car. His voice rose, resolute and commanding. "And what of the lady behind you? That crimson energy wave that erupted earlier. Who are you? You infiltrated Sokovia, became embroiled in this conflict, and wielded such power. What is your purpose?" As he spoke, the general instinctively placed his hand on the firearm at his waist, while the soldiers behind him quietly positioned their fingers on the triggers. Listening to the general's stern inquiries, Rose's expression finally turned cold. In an instant, the red light in his eyes flickered, and a laser severed the firearms in the soldiers' hands. The soldiers, now holding only half of their weapons, were left in shock. Rose's frigid words sliced through the air like the biting winds of Siberia. "My intentions are simple. The boy in the operating room, and her." Taking Wanda's somewhat icy hand, Ro continued, "They are my friends, those I wish to protect. As for that super soldier you refer to," a cold smile crept across Ro's lips. "He dared to threaten them, hence I crushed him. So, General, have you contemplated your next move?" Sensing Ro's palpable intent to kill, the seasoned general swallowed hard, realizing he was not jesting. In truth, he did not wish to oppose Ro. His earlier words were more of a show of strength, a means to gauge and assess the character of his counterpart. Should Ro relent out of concern for the boy in the hospital or other considerations, the general would seize the opportunity to coerce him into an alliance against Hydra. However, it was evident that Ro was resolute and possessed ample strength and confidence. Should a confrontation ensue, it would not only be counterproductive, but likely no one would emerge alive. Nevertheless, collaboration with the weak necessitated a firm stance. Yet with true strength, he had an alternative approach. Having sensed Ro's unwavering determination to protect the girl behind him, General Minilov took a deep breath, removed his military cap, and deeply bowed to Ro. "Your Excellency, please forgive my rudeness." Chapter 47. The Rescue of Young Wanda. 6. Through mountains and rivers, I shall accompany you. It is entirely reasonable for the weak to apologize when they offend the strong. The general felt no shame in this act. Moreover, their government was in desperate need of a formidable ally to confront Hydra's super soldiers. Replacing his military cap, the general began to narrate the situation to Ro with earnestness. "Our government has long been infiltrated and ravaged by Hydra's influence. Although we have recognized this peril, we have been powerless to counter it. It is our acting president, willing to serve as bait, who has taken the initiative. He deliberately leaked the security plan and allowed spies to seize it." Rovi stroked his chin and produced the disc. Questioning, "Is this a honeypot?" "Indeed," the general nodded, continuing, "Our original strategy was to follow Hydra's spies to locate their gathering places. However, the unexpected arrival of that boy disrupted our arrangement. Then your intervention further clouded our judgment. Nevertheless, now that the misunderstanding has finally been resolved, Your Excellency, I believe our common enemy is Hydra. Since Hydra dares to harm your friends, why not collaborate to eradicate them together? Upon uttering this, the general gazed eagerly at Rovi. Yet, Rovi internally scoffed. The general's calculations were astute. Although he harbored intentions to confront Hydra, he was unwilling to be so openly used as a pawn. The one who harmed my friend was merely a soldier among Hydra, and now he is dead. So, why should I join you in battling the entirety of Hydra? Observing Rovi's indifferent demeanor, the general cast a profound glance at Wanda behind him, remarking, "The lady behind you, like myself, was born in Sokovia, correct? I have lived in this country for over 50 years. For more than 30 of those years, everything was harmonious. But when Hydra arrived, everything changed." As he spoke, the general fell into reminiscence, a look of anguish crossing his features. 12 years ago, Hydra dispatched super soldiers to assassinate our president, who was devoted to peace and unity. They exploited traitors embedded within the government and military, swiftly inciting division and hatred after the assassination, tearing Sokovia in two. At this juncture, the general's tone grew fervent once more. It was they who incessantly supplied weapons to both sides of the conflict, causing our brethren to turn against one another, rendering this land forever unrestful. It was they who lurked in the shadows, manipulating Sokovia's fate like puppeteers, nourishing their nefarious ambitions with the blood and bones of our people. What? Wanda, who had been leaning against Rovi, suddenly lifted her head, her face awash with disbelief. It wasn't the arms dealers. Our parents were killed by Stark Industries bombs. Her voice trembled, yet she had begun to discern the truth. Stark Industries? The general sighed. Weapons have no will. Madam, you too are a Sokovian. You can understand the shared suffering of our people, the loved ones and friends they have lost, the relentless warfare, division, and displacement that have plagued this land for decades. These are all the machinations of Hydra. The general's words thundered in Wanda's mind like a cataclysmic explosion. Those fragmented, hazy memories of childhood resound with deafening explosions. Terrified, despairing faces of her parents, collapsed houses, and endless flights. In this moment, these memories are resurrected by the general's words. As these images shatter, the underlying truth emerges, pointing to a source more sinister and horrific than she had ever imagined. Hydra, not the arms dealers, nor Stark Industries, but Hydra. They are the architects of her parents' demise, her and Pietro's tragic upbringing, and the devastation of Sokovia. It is they who are culpable. Wanda's body trembles violently, not from sorrow, but from an overwhelming, almost sanity-destroying rage. The crimson chaotic energy surges around her like awakened volcanic lava, uncontrollably roiling and flickering, casting an eerie scarlet glow along the corridor. Simultaneously, a formidable sense of oppression pervades the entire hallway. The soldiers instinctively take a step back, their faces betraying their fear. Recognizing Wanda's impending loss of control over her chaotic power, Rovi gently cradles her face in his hands, gazing intently into her eyes. "Look at me, Wanda. Hatred requires strength, but strength demands control." As he speaks, the silver gleam of his armament flickers, revealing the luminous power of the moon goddess, Khonshu. Yet, this silver light clearly falters against the chaotic force, being repeatedly subdued. However, when Wanda's crimson gaze meets Rovi's profound and resolute eyes, the scarlet chaotic energy gradually calms, retreating back into her being. It seems that Rovi's efforts in matters of the heart have not been in vain. The power of love is far greater than that of chaos. As he embraces Wanda once more, he hears the sound of her soft sobs, feeling his chest gradually dampen. In truth, he had contemplated interrupting General Minilove when he spoke, yet he ultimately refrained. For Rovi, Wanda is a living, breathing person. She is not merely a character in a virtual romance game to be conquered. She deserves to know the truth and should not be kept in the dark. Just as she trusts Rovi, never questioning why he treats her with such kindness or whether he has ulterior motives. Thus, Rovi is unwilling to continue deceiving her. I treat others with sincerity, and I expect the same in return. Moreover, can the tragic experiences of childhood truly be obscured solely by a later life of happiness? Rather than suppressing them, it is better to express vengeance, an eye for an eye, even if this leads Wanda into darkness. He will retrieve her from the depths of hell. General, you have achieved your objective. His cold gaze sweeps over Minilove. Although he has dispelled the misunderstandings that have long haunted Wanda, he harbors no fondness for the general. I will remain to confront Hydra. But all of this must wait until the boy in the hospital has safely undergone his surgery. You may now depart. General Vladimir Minilove straightened his back, which had slightly curved from years of warfare. With the utmost solemnity befitting a soldier, he offered a slow, profoundly respectful salute to Rovi. Your Excellency, on behalf of the people of Sokovia, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. The crisp sound of his footsteps echoed as he exited the corridor. Rovi gently caressed Wanda's back, speaking softly. Whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you once Pietro's surgery is complete. All right? Chapter 48. The Rescue of Young Wanda. Operation 7. Wanda's Confusion and Heartfelt Confession. Hearing Rovi's tender promise, Wanda felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. She curled up in Rovi's embrace. The chaotic energy that had previously erupted from her anger and sorrow now settled like a docile creature. Wanda, her voice, tinged with a slight rasp, carried an indescribable sense of dependence as she tilted her head, her tear-streaked eyes transforming into pools of crystal clarity. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have become. Rovi raised his finger to wipe away the traces of tears from her eyes. There is no need for such gratitude. Wanda, you are far stronger than you realize, but do not allow your power to be consumed by hatred. Strength, Wanda murmured, her gaze flickering with confusion and fear. She lifted her delicate hand, her fingertips trembling slightly as a faint, uncontrollable crimson energy danced playfully like mischievous sparks. What exactly is this crimson power? Gazing at her fingertips, Wanda felt both curiosity and trepidation. I can sense this power is filled with destruction and chaos, like a beast poised to break free from its chains. Why has it chosen me? Recalling the overwhelming impulse to obliterate everything earlier, Wanda still felt a twinge of dread. Confronted with Wanda's questions about the chaotic energy, Rovi hesitated for a moment. However, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to reveal the truth. Fear arises from the unknown, and the more one fears, the harder it becomes to control this power. Gently grasping Wanda's fingertips, Rovi spoke softly. This power is known as chaos energy. It originates from one of the most ancient laws of the universe. Chaos energy? Indeed. Observing Wanda's bewildered expression, Rovi continued to elucidate. At its core, it is the source of creation and destruction, immensely potent yet exceedingly difficult to tame. It can fulfill desires and distort reality. As for why it has chosen you, I believe it is your destined fate. Destiny? Rovi's words did not wholly dispel the confusion within Wanda's heart. Yet simultaneously, she felt a peculiar intrigue at Rovi's profound understanding of this power, as if he had foreseen her awakening to it. Biting her lip, Wanda ultimately decided to voice her concerns. Rovi, is your kindness towards me, your closeness, due to this chaos energy? Her voice was soft, tinged with a slight tremor, for she feared the answer that would shatter all warmth within her heart. Observing the cautious anticipation and concealed dread in Wanda's eyes, Rovi felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, his initial approach to Wanda had been motivated by the chaotic power that resided within her. However, throughout their time together, he found himself captivated by her essence. Lies are like bubbles, beautiful yet easily burst. True feelings, on the other hand, can withstand trials. Thus, Rovi wished not to deceive her, nor did he desire to be misconstrued as one who sought to exploit her strength. Gazing earnestly into Wanda's eyes, Rovi softly confessed, my initial intent in approaching you was indeed due to your power and your fate. Yet, as we spent time together, I became entranced by your character, your kindness, your gentleness, your perseverance. Therefore, I believe you deserve a life far better. Upon hearing Rovi's words, Wanda felt her heart melt completely. She did not truly care if Rovi had been drawn to her because of her power. What terrified her was the possibility that their shared moments were merely a woven dream. She also feared that Rovi's displayed affections were but a dramatic performance. However, Rovi's sincere response dispelled all her doubts, for she sought not a perfect lie, but genuine feelings, and she could see the sincerity reflected in Rovi's eyes. I believe in you, Rovi, Wanda said, her voice trembling as she grasped Rovi's large hand tightly, burying her cheek once more against his chest. No one has ever treated me this well before. Pietro is my only family, and you make me feel no longer alone. These words represented the bravest expression from Wanda, given her shy nature. Yes, I promise you shall never be alone again. Just as they embraced one another, the red light on the operating room door, a symbol of the unknown, extinguished with a sudden snap. The door swung open, and a doctor clad in a white coat emerged, addressing them. The surgery was successful. We have removed the shrapnel from the boy's body. Fortunately, none of the fragments have caused critical harm. You may enter to see him, but please do not linger too long. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Wanda was instantly overwhelmed with joy. She stumbled into the operating room, where she found Pietro, pale and half awake, seemingly still under the effects of anesthesia. "Pietro!" Wanda cried, rushing to his bedside, tears streaming down her face. "I'm here. I'll stay with you." "Madam, please allow the patient to rest," the nurse said, disregarding Wanda's heartfelt bond with her brother as she fulfilled her duty. Taking a deep breath, Wanda, reassured of her brother's safety, chose not to insist further. "Rovi," stepping out of the hospital room, Wanda grasped his arm and said, "The Hydra has harmed Pietro. They took our parents from us. The hatred I bear is indeed difficult to relinquish." However, casting a glance back at the ward, she continued, "Pietro is in this state. He needs me, and I wish to remain by his side." "It's all right," Rovi gently reassured her. "You can rest here, and I will eliminate those remnants of Hydra." "No." Wanda suddenly tightened her grip on Rovi's hand, her eyes filled with turmoil. "There must be many soldiers at the Hydra base, and those super soldiers are too dangerous. I cannot bear the thought of you risking your life. I do not want to lose you." She shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the dreadful imaginings. "Perhaps hatred is significant, but in my heart, you matter more than that. Rovi, we can wait until Pietro recovers, and then leave this place for one free of Hydra." Her words were tinged with urgency due to her anxiety. Yet, Rovi sensed her deep concern for him. Gently cupping Wanda's face, he placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. "Do not worry, Wanda. Those Hydra scum cannot harm me." His tone, though calm, was imbued with unwavering confidence. "Take care of yourself." Releasing her hand and tenderly tousling Wanda's crimson hair, Rovi's gaze swept over the frail form of Pietro on the hospital bed. "Wait for me here. I shall return swiftly." With that, he descended the stairs. Chapter 49. The Annihilation of Hydra Operation 1. Rovi's terrifying power. Upon reaching the hospital lobby, Rovi encountered General Minilove, who was waiting alongside several elite soldiers. "Mr. Rovi," General Minilove approached with purposeful strides, his voice steady and commanding. "We have successfully captured the commander of the super soldier faction of Hydra, and he has been escorted to a nearby safe house for urgent interrogation by professionals." He paused, his tone grave as he added, "Moreover, rest assured, I have stationed the most reliable soldiers to safeguard both Ms. Wanda and her brother Pietro, ensuring their absolute safety." As he gestured towards the vehicles outside, he continued, "I beg your pardon. The intelligence is critical, and we must act before Hydra becomes aware. Let us proceed." In response to the general's urgency, Rovi nodded with calm resolve. Outside the hospital, a green military SUV was already running, its engine rumbling with a low growl. Rovi and the general entered the vehicle, which then pulled away from the hospital and merged onto the street, the scenery outside rushing past in a blur. A brief silence enveloped the interior. General Minilove placed his hands on his knees, his knuckles tightening slightly, as if contemplating something. Finally, he turned his head, his gaze sincere as he addressed Rovi. "I must apologize for my previous demeanor and words in the hospital, particularly for any distress caused to Ms. Wanda." He took a deep breath. Such an apology seemed no small feat for a man of his rank. "I beg your pardon for any offense I may have caused. My actions may not have been entirely appropriate, yet please trust that my sole intention is for the sake of Sokovia." The general's gaze drifted toward the window as the vehicle departed from the bustling city and ventured into the outskirts. He observed the dilapidated buildings and the hurried civilians whose faces bore expressions of numbness or fear. This nation has long been afflicted by the malignant presence of Hydra. No one desires to see it liberated from this blight and reborn more than I do. Although the general's confessional tone, imbued with remorse and patriotism, stirred something within Rovi, his expression remained impassive. Approximately 20 minutes later, the off-road vehicle entered an area that appeared to be an abandoned factory. After passing several concealed sentries and undergoing stringent identity verification, it finally halted before a fortified concrete structure's iron gate. Two soldiers clad in black combat uniforms swung open the heavy blast door. Rovi and the general stepped inside, traversing a corridor until they reached a core chamber. In the center of the room, a large metal table dominated the space, adorned with numerous computers, encrypted communication devices, and an expansive electronic tactical display. The screen vividly depicted a satellite map of the northern mountainous region of Sokovia, with a conspicuous red marker flashing at a particular valley. The Hydra spy was not present in the room. Upon seeing the two, a captain responsible for intelligence synthesis promptly stood and saluted. "General, the interrogation has concluded, and the target has completely broken down, revealing all intelligence." "Well done. Your efficiency is commendable," the general acknowledged with a nod. "Now, what about the intelligence regarding their base?" "Please observe." The captain gestured toward the tactical display. "These are the precise coordinates of the Hydra base, as disclosed by the target, located within a mountain, fortified with exceptionally robust defenses." With a flick of his finger, the screen transitioned to a three-dimensional view of the base's interior structure, meticulously labeling key passages, the command center, armory, barracks, and other areas. Regarding troop strength, the captain continued, "The base houses approximately 3,500 personnel, equipped with a tank company, self-propelled artillery positions, air defense missile systems, and a concealed helicopter hangar, boasting at least 12 attack helicopters. Most critically, he magnified the central area of the map. The command center of Baron Strack is situated at the deepest level of the base." After the subordinate's report, General Minilov's expression grew grave. "This is more complicated than I anticipated. Strack has fortified his stronghold like a steel drum." Turning to Rovi, he pointed at the defensive structure on the map and stated, "Mr. Rovi, most of our forces are engaged in combat with the rebels at the front. Our rear forces are exceedingly limited. A direct assault on the base would likely incur substantial costs." And thus, Rovi's gaze swept across the general's face as he awaited the subsequent strategy. "And thus," the general pondered for a moment before restating his course of action. "My plan is to deploy a small contingent of elite troops to initiate multiple, high-intensity feints at the periphery, creating the illusion of a comprehensive assault, thereby drawing and constraining their firepower and manpower to the utmost extent. Concurrently, during this tumultuous window of opportunity," the general's finger decisively pointed at the red dot on the command center, "we require an extraordinary individual, such as yourself, who, with your speed and strength, can clandestinely infiltrate the base to locate or subdue Baron Strack. Once the head of the serpent is severed, the remaining soldiers' will to resist will swiftly crumble, allowing us to capture the base with minimal cost." However, the general hesitated, casting a somewhat uncertain glance at Roe, his voice lowering significantly. "This plan poses considerable risks for you. I wonder what your thoughts are on it?" After speaking, the general maintained a calm exterior, though internally he was quite anxious, awaiting Roe's response. In his view, while the plan indeed held great potential for success, it entailed risks that Roe would have to bear. Moreover, should the feint falter or if Roe encounters difficulties during infiltration, their ability to rescue him would be severely compromised. As the seconds ticked by, just when the general anticipated Roe might oppose due to the overwhelming risks, Roe's voice finally broke the silence. "General, your plan is indeed commendable." Upon hearing this, the general's heart finally eased. They were in dire need of someone like Roe, endowed with extraordinary capabilities, especially considering the presence of super soldiers protecting Baron Strack within the base. "Mr. Roe, I pledge my honor," General Minilov declared, removing his military cap and bowing respectfully to Roe. "Our forces will launch a full-scale assault to provide the best cover for your infiltration. Time is of the essence." Just as the general bent forward, Roe's voice rang out once more. "Cover? Feint?" Observing the general's astonished expression, Roe remained remarkably composed. "Is such complexity truly necessary?" With that, he slightly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick concrete walls, precisely directed at the coordinates nestled among the northern mountains. "I alone will suffice." No sooner had he spoken than, under the incredulous gaze of General Minilov, the captain, and all the soldiers in the room, Roe made no preparatory movements. The high-intensity concrete floor beneath him erupted into a web of fissures. Boom! A sound more terrifying than thunder erupted suddenly. The solid reinforced concrete ceiling was struck as if by a colossal hammer, instantly torn apart, shattered, and blasted open a massive gaping hole. Twisted rebar and immense concrete blocks were swept up by the violent shockwave, soaring skyward like a volcanic eruption. Blinding sunlight poured through the breach, smoke billowed, and debris rained down like a torrential downpour. And Rose's figure, now accompanied by a continuous, deafening sonic boom, pierced through the dust like an arrow cleaving the heavens. Vanishing into the northern horizon, General Minilove was jolted by a tremendous shockwave, causing his military cap to fly off. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his head and face, coughing violently from the dust, as he struggled to regain his footing and gaze through the gaping, several-meter-wide hole in the ceiling towards the azure sky. His expression reflected sheer astonishment, and his mind was engulfed in bewilderment. Had he truly flown through that? Chapter 50. The Fall of Hydra Operation 2. In the northern region of Sokovia, surrounded by majestic mountains, lay the Hydra base, concealed within a valley. The entrance boasted 2 alloy doors, each exceeding half a meter in thickness, firmly shut. Above the doors, in a surveillance room camouflaged as a boulder, 2 Hydra sentinels were engaged in idle chatter, smoking cigarettes. "Did you hear that the operation in the city went awry today?" One sentinel exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. "A bunch of fools. They managed to botch even the simple task of trading intelligence." "Shoo, keep your voice down." The other sentinel glanced nervously at the surveillance feed, lowering his voice. "The Baron is in a foul mood. Moreover, I heard we lost a super soldier this time." Just as the two were slacking off, a piercing shriek reverberated from the lofty skies above. "What was that sound?" The first sentinel exclaimed in terror, discarding his cigarette and lunging toward the observation window. In the next moment, he beheld an unforgettable sight. It was neither a missile nor an aircraft. It was a person. A figure, moving at high speed, was enveloped in a white wave of energy, akin to a divine spear of judgment hurled from the heavens, plummeting downwards. The velocity was astonishingly rapid, so swift that the sentinel's mind could scarcely register it. The figure collided with the alloy doors of the base like a meteor. Boom! The sound was akin to an earthquake as it reverberated from the entrance. The alloy gate, reputed to withstand armor-piercing missiles, shattered upon impact like an eggshell. Enormous metal fragments, intermingled with shattered rock, exploded outward in all directions. A ferocious shockwave swept a cloud of dust into the corridor, causing the wall-mounted lights to burst, sending shards flying everywhere. As the dust began to settle, a silhouette clad in shimmering silver and gold armor emerged, radiating a faint glow, standing majestically atop the ruins at the entrance of the base. Enemy attack. Highest level enemy incursion. Instantly, the Valley base's alarm blared, the red warning lights rousing the Hydra personnel within. The gate has been breached. Repeat. The main gate has been destroyed. Target confirmed. Single intruder. Target has surpassed the first line of defense. The communications channel in the command center erupted with shouts and static. Meanwhile, Rovi coldly surveyed the chaotic corridor, ravaged by the explosion's impact. Activating his supervision, he peered through the darkness, locking onto the nearest fire point at the end of the corridor, behind a fortified bunker. The Hydra squad stationed here, armed with 2 high-speed machine guns, aimed their barrels at the intruder, Rovi. "Fire! Fire! Eliminate him!" The squad leader bellowed from behind cover, his voice filled with urgency. In an instant, the 2 guns, capable of firing 600 rounds per minute, erupted with a thunderous roar. Bullets cascaded like rain towards Rovi and the wall behind him, sending countless shards of stone and dust flying, enveloping him entirely. After a frenetic barrage, lasting mere seconds, silence fell. The overheated gun barrels glowed red as the Hydra soldiers gasped for breath, fixated on the smoke-shrouded area. "Huh, what a monster! He must be riddled with bullets." One soldier scoffed, only to be abruptly silenced. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing Rovi standing firm and scathed. "No, this is impossible," the squad leader exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "Nothing is impossible, you fools." Rovi's eyes blazed with a hellish light. "Now it's my turn." With a crackle, 2 searing beams shot forth from his eyes. The rays sliced through the cover as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, melting the heavy alloy gun barrels like wax. The Hydra soldiers hiding behind the machine guns had no time to scream before they vaporized in the intense heat. The squad leader, who had narrowly escaped the beams, scrambled out from cover, fleeing into the corridor. "Run, you fools!" Rovi's face broke into a smile as he surged forward into the passage. With a series of explosive booms, terrifying shockwaves erupted around him. The fleeing squad leader was merely grazed by the shockwave, his body disintegrating into a grotesque spectacle of blood, shattered bones, and viscera, creating an abstract painting upon the wall. Emerging from the corridor, Rovi hovered above the valley, beneath him a throng of rushing Hydra soldiers. Without a word, his eyes glimmered with a fierce light. The soldiers raised their weapons in retaliation, gunfire and shouts echoing through the valley. Yet, it soon became apparent that their bullets had no effect on Rovi. His searing gaze reaped the soldiers like weeds. Eventually, after the systematic annihilation of the Hydra ranks, only a scattering of soldiers remained, their expressions shifting from fervor and ferocity to sheer terror in the face of the incomprehensible. A monster! Divine retribution! Run, run! The first cry of panic rang out, triggering a mass collapse among the scattered soldiers, who fled in disarray like ants. The glory of the Hydra and the authority of the Baron became nothing but a farcical joke in the presence of Rovi, a walking calamity. Rovi gazed impassively at the fleeing figures, refraining from immediate pursuit. He tilted his head slightly, his superhuman hearing functioning like an invisible radar, instantly enveloping the vast mountain base. The chaotic sounds of footsteps, terrified screams, the roar of engines, and the hum of weapons systems activating resonated throughout. Deep within the mountain, in the most secure command center, a voice, filled with shock and fury, bellowed wildly, "You fools! Useless swine! Hold your ground! Hold fast! All combat units! I care not what you use! Tanks! Helicopters! Reduce him to rubble!" The furious German accent of Baron Strack pierced through the thick walls, clearly reaching Rovi's ears. "Found you!" A cold smile crept across Rovi's lips. He moved. The terrifying sonic boom erupted once more, akin to the death knell sounding. Boom, boom, boom. Near the command center, several main battle tanks, hastily activated, adjusted the angles of their cannons. "Aim! Hurry, aim!" Just as the tank commander frantically urged his subordinates to lock onto the target, Rovi appeared beside the foremost tank. Without any ostentatious movements, he simply raised his right arm and delivered a punch to the heavy, sloped armor. Thud! A dull metallic sound echoed. The tank, weighing several tons, was struck as if by a locomotive at high speed. The entire vehicle was sent tumbling, rolling over a dozen times, ultimately becoming a toppled iron shell. The soldiers inside were crushed and battered in the confined space, reduced to a mere paste. Immediately, he sprang to the second tank, inserting himself into the gap between it and its connected companion, unleashing immense force. The entire tank was then hoisted and violently smashed into another tank that was firing. The clamor of metal clashing, the fireballs of munitions detonating, and the despairing screams of soldiers in their final moments intertwined to create a hellish symphony. Fragile toys. Meanwhile, several armed helicopters ascended, their cannons and rockets targeting Rovi for launch. Chapter 51. The Annihilation of the Hydra Operation Finale. Several rockets struck Rovi almost simultaneously, erupting into fiery explosions that scorched the earth for dozens of meters. Inside the command post, Baron Strack's pupils turned red from the flames flickering on the monitors, his throat constricting with unease. "Is the target eliminated?" came the trembling voice of the helicopter pilot over the communication channel, just as they awaited the answer with bated breath. From amidst the inferno, that demonic figure soared into the sky once more. Surveying the circling armed helicopters, Rovi's eyes glowed ominously. Seeking death, two beams of energy sliced through the sky like the scythe of death, instantly severing the rotors of all the helicopters. The once mighty armed helicopter, stripped of its power, plummeted from the heavens like a severed kite, accompanied by desperate wails emanating from the cockpit. Moments after a series of explosions, the helicopter, worth millions, was reduced to mere scrap metal, engulfed in flames upon the ground. Arriving at the entrance of Baron Strack's hidden command post, Ro raised his fist, delivering powerful blows against the alloy door. Bang, bang, bang. The door twisted and warped under Ro's formidable strength, producing a jarring sound reminiscent of metal being torn apart. To the Baron, this noise was undoubtedly the death knell heralding his doom. Staggering back, he turned to behold the rows of metallic cryo chambers behind him, within which super soldiers lay in slumber, their faces pale and ghostly. These invaluable weapons of war were meant to be his bargaining chips for ascending the ranks of Hydra. Bang! As a thunderous roar resounded once more, his trembling fingers finally pressed the activation button. Instantly, the cryo chambers opened, and the figures within awakened. Their expressions blank as they emerged from their pods at the Baron's command. With a final, thunderous punch, Rose shattered the door that symbolized the last line of defense, sending half of it crashing toward the command post. Wait! Sensing the tremendous tremor as the alloy door smashed into the wall, the Baron broke into a cold sweat and hastily exclaimed, "My lord, I believe there is some misunderstanding. Allow me to explain." "There is no misunderstanding, Strack." Rose's eyes glowed ominously. "Today marks your end. No, spare my life. Your gains would far exceed my death," Strack stammered, retreating in fear. "Only I can control these super soldiers. Spare me, and I shall pledge my eternal loyalty to you. With this power, alongside my influence within Hydra, you shall possess the ability to upend the world." "Upend the world?" Rose scoffed at the Baron's delusions. "With a fool like you in this trash?" With a flash of crimson in his eyes, Ro unleashed two beams of searing energy, cleaving all the super soldiers in half. "And you are mistaken. If I desire, I can upend the world myself." Seizing the Baron's collar, Ro coldly observed the tremor in his lips, quaking from fear. "What I seek now is your demise." With that, Rose's eyes emitted another beam of energy, piercing straight through the Baron's skull. Outside the base, in a valley surrounded by mountains, hundreds of armored vehicles and troop carriers of the Sokovia government stirred up clouds of dust. Above the convoy, helicopters circled the sky, General Minilove peering through binoculars at the flames rising from the Hydra base. "Hurry faster. Lord Ro must be locked in fierce combat." He fervently urged the Legion to hasten their pace. A subtle anxiety etched upon his features, with perspiration dampening the hair at his temples beneath the military cap. Soon, the entire Legion surged forward, enveloped in swirling dust into the area shrouded by the scent of death. Before the vehicles had come to a complete stop, the soldiers clad in uniform leapt from the transports in a state of heightened alertness, quickly dispersing. They strategically positioned themselves, utilizing the vehicles and terrain to establish a defensive line, their weapons aimed warily at the entrance of the base, which loomed like a slumbering behemoth within the mountainside. Meanwhile, the helicopter carrying General Minilove ascended higher into the valley. He grasped his binoculars, scrutinizing the interior of the valley while directing the advancing Legion below. However, upon witnessing the scene within the valley, he was rendered utterly speechless, stripped of all language and thought. At the entrance of the colossal mountain, the once formidable alloy gates had vanished, leaving only a grotesquely torn and twisted aperture. Within the valley, thick smoke billowed skyward, the air saturated with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Inside the base, an eerie silence prevailed. There were no sounds of gunfire, no explosions, nor even the slightest stir of life. All that remained were the crackling sounds of burning structures and the creaking of cooling, warped metal, akin to the dying moans of a great beast. Above the ruins and billowing smoke, a familiar figure hovered silently in the air. The lingering smoke and faint blood mist enveloped him like a battle cloak from the depths of hell. The Hydra's entire valley base lay beneath him, transformed into a burning, bleeding grave. Thousands of Hydra soldiers, tanks, helicopters, and super soldiers, along with Baron Strack, who had entrenched himself here, plunging Sokovia into turmoil and suffering. All had been reduced to a silent wasteland and profound stillness. As he gazed upon the figure of Rovi, General Minilove instinctively parted his lips, yet no sound emerged. An unprecedented wave of shock, accompanied by boundless fear and a hint of absurd relief, surged through his limbs, rendering him as if ensnared within an icy abyss. Was this the power of Mr. Rovi? Was this the very force he had once sought to ally with, even to manipulate? Behind him, all the government soldiers who bore witness to this spectacle stood frozen in place. Countless eyes were fixated upon that figure suspended in midair. A primal fear and reverence for absolute power washed over them like a chilling tide, engulfing the entire Legion. "What brings you here?" Rovi's figure soared towards the helicopter carrying General Minilove. In response to Rovi's inquiry, Minilove gazed at him with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities, stating, "Mr. Rovi, we are here to assist." Rovi regarded the general with keen interest, unflinchingly exposing his deceit. "It seems you do not trust in my strength. General Minilove was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. Mr. Rovi, this battle is of utmost importance to us, and we merely wish to proceed with greater caution. Very well, Rovi interjected. Think as you wish. I shall take my leave. With that, he ceased further conversation, for Wanda awaited him at the hospital. As Rovi's figure soared into the heavens, he left behind a trail of white waves dissipating into the horizon. Only General Minilove and their legion remained, ensnared in a lingering stupor. Chapter 52. Return to New York, Hydra's machinations. In the heart of a digital expanse, constructed from a torrent of emerald-hued data and binary code, 3 virtual figures hovered. At the center stood a colossal head composed of binary digits, Dr. Zola. He was the true embodiment of digital life, the sovereign of the cyber realm. To Zola's right was a woman of striking elegance, exuding a lethal aura. Madame Viper, the leader of a covert organization known as the Serpent Society, was herself an expert in poison and espionage. The third figure was a middle-aged man clad in a meticulously tailored suit, Alexander Pierce, former director of S.H.I.L.D. and a member of the World Security Council. These 3 luminaries of Hydra convened with a singular focus, the video playing on the screen before them. The footage transitioned through various angles, documenting the events that transpired at Hydra's Sokovia base. A Chinese superhuman, clad in battle armor, possessed the strength to send tanks flying with a single punch and board defenses impervious to bullets and rockets. He flew at supersonic speeds and wielded beams capable of melting steel. In the face of such an adversary, Hydra's military resistance proved utterly futile, culminating in the moment Baron Strucker's head was pierced by a ray, after which the video concluded. Subsequently, a holographic display emerged with Rovi's information. The emerald digital realm fell into a profound silence. Madame Viper, with a tone as chilling as a serpent's hiss, was the first to break the stillness. That fool Strucker dared to provoke such an opponent. The deed has been done. Dr. Zola's synthesized voice resonated. We require a contingency plan. Bribery? Pierce furrowed his brow before shaking his head. Difficult. He is not one to be swayed by mere desires. Moreover, the gap between us is insurmountable. Madame Viper scoffed. With such power, we lack the standing to negotiate. Eliminate him? Impossible. The electronic voice chimed in once more. Outcome assessment indicates our overall probability of victory is below 7%. So, shall we merely await our demise? In response to Madame Viper's query, the trio fell into silence. Engaging him head-on was a dead end. Bribery was a fantasy, and inaction amounted to suicide. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Zola's digital head emitted a low hum, as if electronic machinery were whirring into rapid motion. Eliminate? No, he's a fine blade. His words instantly captured the attention of Madame Viper and Pierce. Without a hint of hesitation, Zola continued, since we cannot seize control, let's allow our enemies to take hold. As he spoke, countless screens illuminated the virtual space. The profiles of S.H.I.E.L.D., high-ranking military officials, and political figures, some marked as obstacles, appeared. Let us orchestrate a terror event with evidence and witnesses, directing the focus towards Rovi. Utilizing our infiltrated systems, military, political media, and even S.H.I.E.L.D., we shall portray him as an uncontrollable, extremely dangerous national enemy. Upon hearing this, Pierce nodded slightly. Zola then pulled up footage of Rovi dismissing the surrendering foes, stating, based on his personality profile analysis, there's a 973 probability that he will never surrender. Therefore, he will retaliate, and it will be a devastating counterstrike. The synthetic electronic voice carried a hint of excitement, proclaiming, this embodies the essence of a grand scheme. We need not combat this blade. We merely need to intensify the conflict, letting this uncontrollable weapon turn against the vast machinery of the state. During this process, the images of the marked military and political figures illuminated on the projection, only to be shattered by a red arrow symbolizing Rovi's power. He will eliminate those political adversaries obstructing the rise of Hydra, paving a smoother path for us. Finally, Zola's head projection occupied the center of the space. When both sides are mutually annihilated, when society is plunged into chaos and order needs restoration, we will emerge to clean up the aftermath. Moreover, at the opportune moment, we shall resolve this dulled, and even fractured blade with minimal cost. Hydra shall ascend amidst this turmoil and reconstruction. After hearing Dr. Zola's plan, a profound silence enveloped the virtual space. Madame Viper smirked with a serpent-like coldness, while Pierce's expression began to harden. Hail Hydra! In Sokovia, at the Central Hospital, a figure descended from the sky, landing precisely at the hospital entrance. Ignoring the astonished gazes of passers-by, Rovi strode directly into the hospital. Upon reaching Pietro's ward, he noticed a squad of soldiers stationed at the door. It appeared that Minilove was indeed reliable. Rovi glanced at the soldiers, recognizing them as the same ones he had encountered during the earlier conflict at the hospital, who clearly remembered him as well. Without further exchange, Rovi nodded to them and pushed the door open. Rovi, as soon as he stepped into the room, a soft body leaped into his embrace. The small head nestled against him, and Wanda looked up with concern, asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I dealt with them easily," Rovi replied, playfully pinching Wanda's cheek. "Those Hydra scum have all gone to confess to God." "I believe you," Wanda exclaimed, tightening her embrace around Rovi. Ahem. As Rovi and Wanda were affectionately engrossed in each other, Pietro's untimely interruption from his hospital bed broke the moment. Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson as she stepped back, releasing Rovi's hand. Noticing Pietro's mournful gaze, Rovi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How is my little brother faring?" With a roll of his eyes, Pietro weakly replied, "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." "Oh dear brother," Rovi approached, feigning concern, "once you recover, you must turn over a new leaf and ease your sister's worries." This was a thought that lingered in Rovi's mind with a hint of apprehension. In the films, Pietro had met his demise from a bullet, which subsequently amplified Wanda has chaotic powers. "Pietro," Wanda chided her brother with hands on her hips, "you never learn your lesson." Pietro opened his mouth to offer an explanation, but the predatory glare from his sister rendered him mute. Sighing heavily, Wanda was acutely aware of the fundamental reasons behind her brother's thievery. In a war-torn country, normal jobs were scarce, leaving two orphans struggling to find a path to happiness. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Wanda turned to Rovi with hopeful eyes and asked, "Once Pietro is healed, shall we leave Sokovia?" "Absolutely." Rovi gently brushed aside Wanda's disheveled hair. "I'm a millionaire in America, and I have a beautiful home waiting for you." Wanda shook her head, saying, "As long as I'm with you, I would be content anywhere." In Chapter 53, they celebrated the acquisition of 130,000 points, bringing joy to Wanda. Pietro, with his youthful resilience, healed swiftly under Rovi's care. Within less than half a month, he was nearly recovered, though he still required time to regain his strength and avoid strenuous activities. During this period, Rovi enlisted Tony's help in the States to secure green cards for Wanda and Pietro. The trio was now aboard a plane bound for New York. On the flight, Rovi opened the system to review the gains accumulated during this time. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 1, 300, 639. Functions, Marketplace. Slots, 1. Character Template, Patriotic Individual, 100 Integration. Unlocked abilities, Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Hearing, Super Vision, Heat Vision, Super Speed. You have had a profound impact on Daredevil Matt. Restoring his sight. Reward points, 50,000. You have significantly influenced the plot characters Scarlet, Witch Wanda, and Quicksilver Pietro. Reward points, 120,000. You have obliterated the Hydra base in Sokovia and eliminated one of its high-ranking officials, greatly impacting the storyline. Reward points, 150,000. Your actions in dismantling the Sokovia Hydra base have brought an end to years of conflict in Sokovia, profoundly affecting its people. Reward points, 678,654. Your annihilation of the Hydra base in Sokovia has instilled a sense of trepidation in key figures such as Alexander Pierce, Madame Viper, and Dr. Zola, who are conspiring to orchestrate a grand scheme, with reward points amounting to 90,000. You have preemptively influenced the Scarlet Witch to awaken her chaotic powers, drawing the attention of the Dark God Thon towards Earth, resulting in a significant impact on the narrative, with reward points totaling 70,000. To my astonishment, Rovi meticulously calculated the outcomes of this Sokovia expedition, yielding over 1,000,000 points. Coupled with the original 290,000, the total now exceeds 3 million. The Magneto template is within grasp. However, he refrained from hastily redeeming it, opting instead to scrutinize the specific ramifications further. Daredevil's points appear to have been accrued after a vampire's bite, leading to an unexpected restoration of his sight. Moreover, the ancient Thon has set his sights on Wanda, prompting a cold smirk from Rovi. He would eventually deal with him. As for Hydra, that band of vermin lurking in the shadows, Rovi recalled that both Dr. Zola and Alexander Pierce had made appearances in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, where they masterminded the Insight Project. Madam Viper, while absent from the cinematic universe, has made her mark in the comics. What conspiracies await him from these three? Regardless, as the adage goes, one must be prepared to face whatever comes, and Rovi held no fear of them. At New York's Manhattan Airport, the aircraft touched down smoothly. As Rovi, accompanied by Wanda and Pietro, stepped out of the jet bridge, they spotted the unmistakable figure of Tony Stark, who stood out even in a crowd. Clad in an expensive casual suit, with his iconic sunglasses perched atop his forehead, he was flanked by his loyal bodyguard, Happy. Rovi succinctly introduced the two beside him to Stark, including his bodyguard, Happy. "Mr. Stark, good day," Wanda greeted politely, her voice calm. She had learned from General Minilove that the tragedy in Sokovia was not directly caused by Tony, given that Tony had also assisted them in securing green cards. Her demeanor remained courteous. Pietro merely nodded slightly, acknowledging Stark, yet his gaze held a scrutinizing curiosity towards the affluent superhero. Although Tony was unaware of the underlying dynamics, he sensed Pietro's subtle aversion towards him. Thus, he offered Pietro a professional smile and remarked, "Mr. Pietro, you're looking fit. Welcome to New York." His tone was markedly warmer towards Wanda. "Wow, Rovi didn't inform me he was bringing back a muse straight from Slavic mythology," Tony exclaimed dramatically after surveying Wanda appreciatively. "Miss Wanda, a pleasure to meet you." Taken aback by his extravagant compliment, Wanda felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she replied, "Thank you, Mr. Stark." Pietro rolled his eyes nearby, muttering under his breath flattery. Taking advantage of the brief moment while Wanda and Pietro exchanged polite nods with Happy, Tony draped an arm over Rovi's shoulder and said, "So, young man, the important matter you mentioned turns out to be rescuing a distressed princess?" With a teasing smile, Tony continued, "Quite the taste you have, Mr. Robin Hood." Rovi rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Tony, your imagination remains as vivid as ever." Tony released his grip on Rovi's shoulder, saying, "Of course, otherwise, how could I possibly be a genius scientist? Now, come along, the car awaits outside. Allow me to treat you properly." He snapped his fingers and turned to lead the way, with Happy promptly following suit. Rovi sighed in resignation and gestured for Wanda and Pietro to join them. Pietro glanced at Tony's retreating figure and smirked, while Wanda gently linked her arm with Rovi's, seemingly unaccustomed to Tony's exuberant demeanor. After Tony had indulged them in a taste of high society living, they finally bid farewell and arrived at Rovi's new abode. The central apartment, situated on the top floor, revealed itself as the elevator doors silently slid open, unveiling a vast garden. "Welcome home." Rovi stepped inside first and then turned, spreading his arms wide. Through his silhouette, Wanda beheld a scene akin to a dream. The moonlight poured down like liquid mercury, outlining the meticulously manicured foliage. In the distance, the dazzling skyline of Manhattan appeared almost within reach. At the center of the garden, a boundless swimming pool shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, resembling a colossal gemstone set between the stars and the city. Frozen in place, Wanda instinctively covered her mouth in awe. The dwelling Rovi had in Sokovia had already felt like a different world to her, but this was like a paradise from her dreams. "What do you think?" Rovi's voice broke through her reverie. He had been observing her reaction intently. Startled, Wanda lowered her hand from her mouth and found herself momentarily speechless. She could only nod vigorously, her gaze lingering on the opulence that lay beyond her previous understanding. Her life would no longer be confined to the squalid alleys of Sokovia, perpetually steeped in the stench of refuse and dampness. Instead, it would encompass this expansive oasis, suffused with the fragrance of lush greenery and fresh air. Gone were the days of queuing in public baths that reeked of cheap disinfectants. Now, she would enjoy this private, radiant pool under the starlit sky. "Wow!" An identical exclamation of astonishment came from beside her. Pietro strolled into the garden with hands tucked in his pockets, surveying the vast space. He intended to say something profound, but ended up muttering, "This place is big enough. I could certainly enjoy a few laps here." Rovi chuckled. There will be plenty of opportunities for that. Come on, this will be your home from now on. Wanda inhaled deeply, cautiously following Rovi's lead. Their destination had reached Manhattan. The plan was set in motion. In the digital realm of Dr. Zola, the chilling electronic synths reverberate as Chapter 54 unfolds. The conspiracy of Hydra begins. Are we the pawns or the players? Wanda's concerns. The morning sunlight streams through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the expansive 500-square-meter bedroom of Rovi. Stretching languidly, he rises, his ears first to awaken to the crackling sounds emanating from downstairs. Utilizing his enhanced vision through the floor, he discovers Wanda meticulously preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Freshening up in the bathroom, Rovi descends the stairs. In the spacious open kitchen, Wanda, adorned with a floral apron, delicately flips the omelet in the skillet. Witnessing this girl, who once toiled for a brighter future, now savoring the life she yearned for, fills him with warmth. Good morning, Rovi. Wanda turns with a gentle smile as she hears his footsteps. Just a moment, my omelet will be ready shortly. Inhaling the enticing aroma, Rovi praises her. I'm certain it will be splendid. Please do not keep my stomach waiting. Seizing the opportunity while Wanda tends to breakfast, he ascends to the top floor via the elevator. In a verdant sky garden, the air is exceptionally fresh. Pietro is seen jogging along the garden's edge. The sunlight glistens, beating sweat upon his forehead. Observing as Pietro completes a slow lap and comes to a halt, Rovi inquires, will this not aggravate your injury? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pietro's face radiates vitality. Exercising makes me feel alive, and it accelerates my recovery. Taking a deep breath, he reflects, Rovi, do you know? Back in Sokovia, every time I watched athletics on television, I would think if one day I saved enough money, perhaps I could stand on such a track. Pausing, his tone turns earnest. Thank you, Rovi. It is you who has restored hope for both my sister and me. In that moment, the previous distance he maintained from Rovi dissipates, replaced by aspirations of dreams and profound gratitude. Hey, breakfast is ready. Wanda's bright voice calls from downstairs, interrupting their conversation. The omelet and bacon are on the table. If you don't hurry, I might just confiscate Pietro's bacon. Coming. The two share a knowing smile and descend together. Rovi takes his seat at the dining table, admiring the breakfast prepared with care by Wanda. The omelet indeed looks delectable, golden, and inviting, paired with aromatic bacon and steaming milk. Satisfied, the trio enjoys this family-filled breakfast while casually watching the large wall-mounted television across from them. On the screen, the anchor reports on international news and local anecdotes. Just as Rovi forks a piece of omelet and brings it to his mouth, the television abruptly shifts its tone and imagery. Breaking news. Last night, a military research facility was subjected to a terrifying assault by unidentified individuals. The scene shifted to a grainy, shaky video, evidently captured from a hidden camera or surveillance perspective. A shadowy figure, exhibiting unimaginable speed and strength, breached the stronghold of the military base and wreaked havoc without restraint. In the aftermath of smoke and debris, the figure left behind a pair of glowing red eyes and a silhouette shimmering in gold and silver. A striking headline beneath the video proclaimed, Mysterious Superhuman Rampage? Military base brutally attacked. As of now, no organization or individual has claimed responsibility for this incident, yet the inhuman capabilities displayed by the assailant are astonishing. The serious face of the news anchor reappeared on the screen, but the military had already located eyewitnesses, believing that the truth would soon come to light. The news anchor's voice droned on, but the atmosphere in the restaurant shifted. Rovi's chewing came to an abrupt halt, his eyes deep in contemplation. Framing someone? It was undoubtedly the work of Hydra. This video is undoubtedly a fabrication, so convincingly real that it likely bears the mark of that Dr. Zola. Moreover, the so-called research facility depicted in the video could very well be under their control. What a grand scheme. Would they rather destroy a military base than let me be? Just as Rovi was lost in thought, Wanda, seated across the table, lost her grip on her fork, which clattered against her plate. The figure on the television was all too familiar to her. An attack on a military base? A moment of realization struck her, for Rovi had spent the night beside her, making the timing of the assault incongruous. Pietro, though silent, sensed something amiss in his sister's reaction. Wanda, do not fret. Rovi noticed her concern and gently grasped her hand, assuring her, this is merely Hydra's scheme. Feeling the warmth and confidence radiating from Rovi's hand, Wanda's anxious heart gradually found solace. So, this is Hydra's retaliation? The thought weighed heavily on her, and a sense of melancholy washed over her. It was all because of me. The beautiful life they had finally embraced was now threatened. Observing their exchange, Pietro grew curious, straining to catch fragments of unknown information. No, Rovi softly shook his head in reassurance. Sometimes, even when you do nothing, those ambitious individuals will exploit you in their pursuit of their objectives. Rovi remained unfazed by Hydra's machinations, as he had an inkling of their intentions. They merely sought to incite conflict between the U.S. government and himself through this frame-up. Though the plan was rudimentary, the likelihood of success was substantial, given the power they wielded. However, in this world, every scheme and stratagem hinges upon one absolute key: the disparity of information. And who is Rovi? A time traveler, well-versed in the narrative and endowed with a system, possesses an understanding of Hydra that far surpasses Hydra's comprehension of itself. Moreover, much of the intelligence that Hydra possesses, aside from their abilities, is merely a fade. For instance, their domineering style of operation. Thus, the true master of the information disparity is Ro, not Hydra. This is something they could never fathom. If Hydra believes itself to be the chess player, manipulating all on the board, it is gravely mistaken. For Ro can easily transcend the confines of the board and deliver a decisive blow to the player. Therefore, let us clarify this situation promptly. Wanda grasped Ro's hand and stated, "Those actions were not your doing." "No need to rush," Ro replied, shaking his head. "Since Hydra has made its move, they must have anticipated this development. Thus, rather than being led by the nose, it is wiser to remain unyielding amidst change." Furthermore, having navigated the turbulent waters of commerce in his past life, he is acutely aware of one fundamental truth: with proper execution, even adverse circumstances can yield favorable outcomes. Having established a strong position, he might contemplate what advantages he could extract from this incident. Chapter 55. Panic, Hero or Criminal. The choices of Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Daredevil. Under the relentless operation of Hydra's media machinery, news of the terrorist attack spread through New York like a plague, swiftly extending across the nation. They deliberately paired incendiary headlines with meticulously edited, blurry footage and analyses from so-called authorities, saturating various platforms and successfully igniting public fear. At Midtown Technology High School, during lunch break, Peter Parker, nearing graduation, sat amidst the clamor of the cafeteria, gnawing on a sandwich. "Hey, girls, look at this. Your beloved Angel of Judgment has gone berserk." A boy clad in a baseball jacket brandished his phone, revealing the impactful yet indistinct video, showcasing a figure clad in golden and silver armor, wreaking havoc amidst flames. The Angel of Judgment. Hearing this moniker, Peter glanced over, aware that this was a nickname some in the public had bestowed upon Ro, for the image of him slaying the abomination resembled that of a mythical angel. "Oh my, is that really him? His armor?" Several girls immediately gathered around. One girl's voice trembled with disbelief. "He was so handsome before, and he saved so many. Look at his laser eyes. And that speed. Who else could it be?" Another boy confidently asserted, "I knew it. These so-called superheroes are more dangerous the greater their power. Who knows when they might go out of control?" "No way," Peter exclaimed, rising abruptly to counter the disparagement of Ro. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. "What did you just say, Parker?" The boy in the baseball jersey, having just made a spectacle before the girl, retorted with evident displeasure at Peter's interruption. "On what grounds do you say that is incorrect? Were you even present?" Of course, Peter could not have been there. Yet he held unwavering faith in Ro, the one who had extended a helping hand during his moment of need. The Judgment Angel, would never engage in such behavior. There must be something amiss with that video. "Come on, Parker," the boy in the baseball jersey scoffed, thrusting his phone almost into Peter's face. "This is the truth. The armor, the abilities all align. What gives you the right to deny it?" Surrounding classmates cast doubtful or mocking glances, seemingly regarding Peter as nothing more than a fervent admirer of Ro. The still youthful Peter, confronted with such skepticism, felt his face flush crimson. Yet, he could hardly confess that he knew the Judgment Angel was Ro. Taking a deep breath, he stubbornly insisted, "Because he has protected this city. He has saved countless lives. There must be a conspiracy at play." Suddenly, as Peter's mind raced, a thought struck him. Perhaps someone was impersonating him, or the military was conducting some nefarious experiment, compelling Ro to intervene. This was the most plausible hypothesis he could conjure. Though lacking in concrete evidence, his understanding of Ro and the trust forged in their shared battles led him to believe this might indeed be the truth. Oh no, mister. Ro is surely in danger. With this realization, he disregarded the chatter and ridicule behind him, swiftly grabbing his backpack and departing, intent on finding a way to contact Ro or investigate the matter further. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony Stark faced a multitude of holographic screens, each broadcasting various media reports on the Judgment Angel's assault. The sensational headlines were increasingly alarming, and with his extensive knowledge of these outlets, he recognized the unusual trend. Someone was deliberately escalating the situation. They were targeting Ro. JARVIS retrieved the original surveillance footage, all available clips in the highest resolution, filtering out all commentary and effects from the news channels. Tony's voice was calm as he elegantly sipped his coffee, his gaze fixed on the footage being analyzed by JARVIS. He scrutinized the combat patterns and energy release characteristics of the figure, particularly the wavelength and intensity of the laser eyes, conducting a millisecond-level comparison with any public battle records of Ro in our database. The preliminary visual match reached an astounding 97.7, yet there was a 0.3 anomaly in the energy spectrum that fundamentally aligned with Mr. Ro's known energy characteristics. Basic alignment indicates a problem. Tony's eyes sharpened. JARVIS. Focus on that 0.3 anomaly. Perform a deep analysis of the energy decay model and compare it with Ro's actual data. Executing millisecond-level decay, curve-fitting JARVIS swiftly produced a comparative graph. In the video, Ro's thermal energy spectrum appeared flawless, yet within the final millisecond interval of energy dissipation, the decay curve revealed discrepancies. It presented a slight pattern descent, revealing a core flaw and the discontinuity of quantum decay. Jarvis's analytical voice resonated. The authentic energy decay aligns with the chaos model, rife with random noise. The steps here are traces of discrete time stepping adopted for optimizing computational power. Digital forgery, Tony scoffed, finally unearthing the inconsistency. Search the database. I want you to trace the origin. Amidst the algorithmic feature comparison, Jarvis fell momentarily silent. Match successful. The discrete optimization pattern exhibits a 99.98 genetic similarity to the algorithmic structure of Dr. Zola's Hive 7 protocol found in the Hydra archives. Zola? That antiquated relic wrapped in binary shrouds. Didn't he perish over a decade ago? Tony pondered. Jarvis compiled the evidence, analyzed the energy ladder data, Zola's Hive code, and the complete forgery report. Hydra's petty tricks, framing, and scapegoating. Technologically mediocre at best. He rose, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon New York, ensnared in a tempest of public opinion. Contact Rhodey. Inquire about the military's true stance on this matter. Additionally, in the name of Stark Industries, connect me to the White House Chief of Staff's office, stating I possess crucial intelligence regarding the Angel attack incident. As a leading scientist and affluent magnate, he faced the conspiracy against Rovi. He could not only leverage technology to break the impasse, but also utilize his wealth, status, and influence to secure time and space for Rovi within the realms of public opinion and politics. He believed in Rovi's innocence, fully aware of the peril lurking behind this conspiracy. In Hell's Kitchen, within Matt Murdock's law firm, he, having regained his sight, watched the news anchor report the atrocities of the Angel with exaggerated fervor. As an experienced lawyer, he detected the deliberate sensationalism in the anchor's tone. Frowning, he sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. His acquaintance with Rovi was extensive, particularly in the handling of the gold incident, despite their arguments stemming from differing opinions. Yet Matt understood Rovi's character well, clear in purpose, direct in method, yet never a mindless killer. Such an unwarranted assault on a military base contradicted Rovi's behavioral logic. Witnesses? Military base? Matt murmured to himself. A perfect crime cannot exist. If this is a conspiracy, then forged evidence must surely exist. With this thought, he rose and opened an exquisite gift box, revealing a set of black and red battle attire. A gift from Rovi upon his departure from America. In the news, the anchor's clamor faded into the background. Donning sunglasses, he grasped a weapon transformed into a cane and gently tapped it against the ground. The law demands evidence. The streets require truth, he murmured, merging into the bustling thoroughfare outside. His battleground lies before him. He must personally visit the ravaged military base, employing his extraordinary senses to uncover the minutiae. The lingering scent of chemicals, unnatural traces of destruction, concealed ballistics or energy trajectories, and even the so-called eyewitness. He seeks the evidence that can pierce through the web of deceit, not only for Rovi, but also for this city, which has been ensnared in lies. Chapter 56. The Ignorant Masses, the White House Meeting. Outside the streets of Washington, D.C., a throng of people has gathered to march. They brandish placards and chant resounding slogans. The Judgment Angel is a threat. Regulate the superheroes. Protect our safety. The crowd surges against the barricades erected by military police, the atmosphere crackling with tension as if poised to ignite. The citizens' concerns are palpable. A serious-faced female journalist addresses the camera. We cannot allow a powerful superhero to roam unchecked. The government must act immediately. Look at what he has done. A man pushes into the frame, shouting, "He blew up the military base. Who knows if he will target the city next? We need legislation. Arrest him. He is not a hero. He is a ticking time bomb." Within the White House Situation Room, the president shuts off the live broadcast. A sleepless night has etched fatigue upon his features. "Ladies and gentlemen," he begins, his voice hoarse as it sweeps across the long table. "You have all heard the clamor outside. The ruins of the military base are still smoking. We require a plan to assuage the outraged populace. Regarding the Judgment Angel Rovi in this attack, I need your positions." He slams his hand on the table, the sound reverberating in the confined space now. As the president finishes speaking, a middle-aged white man in a suit rises first. Alexander Pierce. As the representative of the Security Council, he surveys the room with a solemn demeanor. "Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, the harsh reality confronts us." He raises his hand, accurately pointing to Rovi's figure on the large screen. An unregulated superhuman, a Chinese national. He has launched a direct attack on the military heart of the United States. This is no accident. It is a declaration of war, a blatant provocation to national security. After speaking, Pierce shares a barely perceptible glance with the vice president seated at the table's edge. That exchange of looks rekindles the vice president's memory of their conversation from the night before. "Support us, and you shall attain the presidency." The pinnacle of power lies within reach. The vice president immediately interjects. "Mr. Pierce is correct. Gentlemen, allowing such a level of power to roam unrestrained within the United States poses a grave threat to the safety of every citizen's life and property. We cannot remain blinded by the halo of so-called heroes. Power must be regulated. This is urgent." He leans slightly forward, emphasizing his words. "I propose that we immediately initiate the Superhero Regulation Act and issue a global arrest warrant for Roe." With a resounding thud, a military representative clad in uniform, adorned with 5 gleaming gold stars on his epaulettes, slammed his fist onto the table. "Our soldiers must not sacrifice in vain. This Roe must pay with blood for his transgressions." The military representative was consumed with fury at that moment. Who were they? They were the United States Armed Forces. They had always been the ones to bully others, never the ones to be bullied. "Mr. President," the military representative fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "Please, issue the order. The military will mobilize all resources to confront this audacious villain." After the heavyweight representatives had spoken, an air of tension enveloped the room. Even those who remained neutral or opposed felt too intimidated to voice their opinions amidst the pressure exerted by the three. "Calm down, gentlemen." At that moment, a deep voice broke the silence. Nick Fury rose, his single eye glinting with intensity as it swept across Pierce, the vice president, and the military representative. Anger and fear only obscure one's vision, leading to disaster. In the face of the three, though his words were courteous, an expletive echoed in his mind. Damn it! To issue a global warrant for someone capable of dismantling a military base with his bare hands? Are you all brainless? Alas, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Approaching the screen, he pointed at Roe's image and spoke gravely. A being endowed with immense, uncontrollable power is indeed a source of dread. Yet, this precisely underscores our need for caution. Furthermore, do you not find it peculiar? Nick Fury's tone turned suggestive. The rapid escalation of this matter far exceeds expectations, as if someone is deliberately fueling it. The energy expended to influence this situation must conceal a significant conspiracy. Mr. President, Nick Fury's gaze returned to him. We must conduct a thorough investigation. The public deserves the truth, not war. Fury's words rekindled contemplation among those present. This situation was indeed unusual, a realization grasped by nearly everyone in attendance. After all, those who could participate in this meeting were the elite of America. Just as the atmosphere wavered once more, the roar of the military representative startled everyone. Fury, spare us your nonsense. Do not think we have forgotten the incident in New York. And General Ross, he confronted Nick Fury like an enraged lion. Why did Ross engage in super soldier research? It was to prepare for threats like Roe in the future, though the process spiraled out of control. The intention was for the nation's benefit. But what about you? Collaborating with that outsider, turning your weapons against our military? Capturing General Ross, who has dedicated decades to this country, as if he were a criminal. As he spoke, the general's voice was laced with sarcasm and animosity. What conspiracies are we discussing now? What further investigations do you wish to pursue? Are you seeking another scapegoat like Ross? Will you continue to shield Rovi? Then wield his power to trample upon our military and reduce us to mere vassals of your S.H.I.L.D. Upon finishing his tirade, many previously neutral individuals present were swayed, casting doubtful glances toward Nick. It was common knowledge that S.H.I.D. and the military were at odds. Should he advocate for Rovi with such intentions, it would indeed be perilous. Fool, you remain oblivious. Even as you were used as a pawn, Nick seethed inwardly at the general's accusations, but refrained from further explanation. Any defense concerning Rovi would be futile, plunging the discussion into a verbal skirmish between S.H.I.L.D. and the military, thereby distracting from the core issue at hand. Enough, gentlemen, Pierce interjected, rising to quell the escalating conflict. He soothed the enraged general, feigning a stance of defending his former subordinate. I am confident that Director Fury harbors no ill intentions toward the military. His handling of General Ross was also motivated by a desire to safeguard national security. However, he pivoted, fixing his gaze back on Nick. Director Fury, it seems you have forgotten S.H.I.L.D.'s mandate. Is the priority truly an investigation? An uncontrollable nuclear weapon roams Manhattan. Should not S.H.I.L.D. be focused on its immediate containment? Have you truly harbored some unspeakable agenda by allowing Rovi such latitude? Faced with their allegations, Nick Fury found himself entirely on the defensive. At that moment, a golden red figure descended from above, landing on the lawn outside the war room. Subsequently, the president's chief of staff entered the war room and whispered a few words to the president. Tony Stark has arrived with crucial intelligence regarding Rovi's assault on the military base. Upon hearing the chief of staff's words, the president nodded in acknowledgement. Allow him to enter. Gentlemen, the president surveyed the assembly. I possess significant intelligence concerning the recent assault on the military base, and I hope that after reviewing it, you will arrive at a final decision. Chapter 57. The Final Judgment on Rovi, the Dawn of War. After the president's statement, a shadow of gloom flickered across Pierce's face. Yet, this fleeting expression did not escape the keen eyes of Nick Fury, who immediately began to harbor doubts regarding his old superior. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, interrupting Fury's contemplation. Everyone turned toward the sound. There stood Tony Stark, clad in a tailored black suit, slowly entering the war room. In the presence of the nation's high-ranking officials, he exhibited no signs of tension, maintaining his characteristic irreverent demeanor. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I apologize for intruding upon your closed meeting. Despite the sincerity of his words, no trace of regret was visible on his face. However, I believe it would be prudent to examine this before you press that red button, which could potentially send everyone skyward. With that, Tony delicately tapped his wristwatch with his finger. A resonant hum filled the air as a brilliant blue light projected forth, instantly unfolding into a vast holographic screen above the conference table. Displayed upon this screen was the military base assault video that had been scrutinized countless times by the assembly. Now, I understand that some of you may not be well versed in the technical aspects, Tony remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he observed the puzzled expressions around him. Fortunately, I'm an expert in this field, so allow me a few moments to elucidate the artistry behind this evidence. As he spoke, his fingers glided gracefully across the virtual display like a maestro conducting an orchestra, clicking to dissect the video into a myriad of data streams and individual frames. Observe here, Tony magnified the rapidly moving silhouette of Rovi, his tone akin to that of an esteemed physics lecturer. The particle effects generated by the shockwave of the explosion exhibit a delay of 0.3 seconds and a mismatch in core algorithmic parameters when compared to the light and shadow rendering at the edge of Rovi's figure. This dissonance is as distinctive and irreparable in the realm of digital synthesis as a fingerprint. The scene shifted, freezing on a segment where Rovi emitted thermal beams from his eyes. If this does not suffice as evidence, consider the thermal energy spectrum of these beams. The decay model reveals a pattern descent, smooth as if it were preordained animation. Such a trajectory exists solely within the realm of ideal computational models. Upon concluding his explanation, Tony cast a confident glance over the assembly. Yet, a palpable confusion blanketed the room, as if the attendees struggled to grasp his meaning. With a sigh of exasperation, Tony felt akin to a teacher attempting to explain advanced mathematics to elementary students. He promptly accessed Dr. Zola's Hive protocol algorithm, remnants of Hydra. The algorithmic logic of Dr. Zola, with its distinctive digital soul imprint, was unmistakable to him. Tony unequivocally presented the incontrovertible evidence that the video was fabricated. It appeared that the specter of Hydra had not only persisted, but had donned a polished facade, seated at this very table. A wave of suppressed commotion erupted within the conference room, filled with whispers, gasps, and murmurs of disbelief, even if the assembly was not entirely knowledgeable. The notorious legacy of Hydra, remnants of the Nazis, was indelibly etched in their minds. Nick Fury's pupils constricted as he immediately fixed his gaze on Pierce. The president leaned forward, intently scrutinizing the flaw in the holographic display that Tony had highlighted, his expression growing increasingly grim. Pierce abruptly rose, astonished that even Zola's forged evidence could be unmasked by Tony. It was crucial to note that Zola was a true digital entity. Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, disdain returned to Pierce's countenance. Due to their prior preparation, within the military base, the presence of a witness was undeniable. Dr. Zola, a remnant of Hydra long since turned to dust. Do you dare to use the name of a deceased individual to dismiss the bloody realities of the military base? The military representative rose, seemingly insulted. Stark, cease your theatrics. We have an eyewitness at the military base. Can the evidence of human sight be fabricated? The vice president seamlessly interjected. Indeed, Tony Stark, do you presume that no one is aware of your unusual rapport with that Loe? You even formed a nebulous alliance. And now you wield your technology to divert attention. Does that guarantee the authenticity of your evidence? Pierce, the vice president, and the military representative loomed like three formidable mountains, bearing down upon Tony. Fury was about to speak, but Pierce forcibly seized control of the situation. He stepped forward, his gaze earnest as he addressed the president. Mr. President, Director Fury's caution is understandable, and Mr. Stark's technological demonstration is indeed impressive. However, this does not alter the undeniable truth. Loe, a being of cataclysmic power, poses a grave threat to the United States. The public's trust is crumbling. The foundation of the nation is shaking. The Superhero Registration Act and the warrant for Loe's capture are the only choices to rally the people's spirit, defend the nation, and restore order. Indeed, the president was startled awake by this assertion. Regardless of the facts, could he truly ignore the cries of the populace outside? Perhaps there were indeed conspiracies being woven, but the immediate priority was to safeguard his reputation. A president who lacks the courage to protect the people will be scorned. He did not wish for such a stain on his presidential tenure. His gaze drifted across Fury, Tony, Pierce, the vice president, and the military representative, ultimately hardening. Enough. His voice, though not loud, fell like a heavy hammer, quelling all debate. The safety of the populace and the stability of the nation supersede all else. We cannot afford to take risks. However, he pivoted his tone, turning to Nick Fury. Director Fury, Mr. Stark, your suspicions can be promptly verified by S.H.I.E. L.D. Having been alerted by Stark, he recognized that today's conflict between the two factions was anything but simple. He could not yet discern the intentions harbored by both sides. Thus, he resolved to maintain a balance. At the very least, This would prevent a catastrophic error. Even if the worst outcome were to transpire, he would not bear the blame. He picked up the pen of ultimate authority resting on the table. The tip hovered over the document for a moment. Ultimately, he inscribed his name upon the paper bearing the urgent enactment of the Superhero Registration Act and the global warrant for Luo Wei's arrest. I hereby command the immediate initiation of the emergency enactment of the Superhero Registration Act. Simultaneously, the military and the Department of Justice were authorized to commence the apprehension of the trial's angel, Luo Wei. He cast a glance at Fury, his eyes seemingly harboring an insinuation, fully committed to cooperating. With a stroke of the pen, resolutions were set into motion. Deep within the depths of Pierce, the vice president, a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flickered. Fury's solitary eye narrowed into a perilous slit, his expression dark enough to condense water. Even Tony, with his renowned temperament, could not suppress the fury brewing within. These bureaucratic imbeciles, none of whom took responsibility, only concerned themselves with their positions and interests. What of the truth? They were utterly indifferent. Various factions withdrew, while Tony donned his armor and soared into the sky. Yet, Nick Fury did not immediately take action. After receiving the president's subtle cue, he began to sift through the events of the day. Alexander Pierce, his former superior, was undoubtedly embroiled in something sinister. The true war was on the verge of commencing. It would be a tempest that engulfed all. Chapter 58, Mobilization for War, a nationwide live capture operation. At the top floor of Central Apartments, Luo Wei's residence. The spacious reception room on the first floor was abuzz with activity. In addition to him and the twins, Iron Man Tony and young Spider-Man Peter had also arrived. The military-s buffoons, did they only contemplate war, daring to pressure the president into signing your arrest warrant? Tony's anger boiled over as he recounted the events that transpired in the war room. Va? Peter Parker, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. Mr. Stark, are you saying the government is going to wage war against Mr. Luo Wei? How can this be possible? The young Peter was clearly perplexed by such an outcome. Did they not realize that Mr. Luo Wei was a victim of slander? After hearing Tony's account, the twins were equally astonished. Wanda, who had been anxious about this matter, found herself at a loss for words. Her complexion was pale, and the chaotic crimson magic surged uneasily at her fingertips. The sounds of artillery from Sokovia echoed in her ears once more. After barely escaping the turmoil, had they now to face its end once again? Pietro, more direct, exclaimed, "Are Americans all mad? What do they want? To turn New York into a battleground? Right and wrong? Truth and falsehood?" Luo Wei, who had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city, slowly turned around. His voice, though not raised, silenced the clamor around him. These matters were of little consequence. What truly mattered was what each individual sought in this intricate game. The military, having lost General Ross, craved vengeance and desperately needed to re-establish a formidable authority that could not be challenged. The populace? They only perceived the devastation wrought by incomprehensible power, their fear giving rise to a longing for a promise of safety. As for His Excellency the President, a smirk curled at the corners of Luo Wei's mouth. Perhaps he understood the conspiracies at play more than anyone. Yet what he needed most was to quell the public's panic and solidify his position. Sacrificing an unstable element in exchange for superficial stability was, to him, a shrewd transaction. At last, Luo Wei's gaze settled upon Tony. "Tony, since you are aware that Hydra is orchestrating this matter from the shadows, can you deduce who among those in the war room is affiliated with Hydra? Who could it be?" Upon hearing Luo Wei's analysis, Tony's pupils constricted. Apart from a military representative, the only other active proponents of this initiative were Council Representative Alexander Pierce and the Vice President, both of whom held increasingly elevated positions. Could it be that Hydra had infiltrated the very core of America to such an extent? Just as Tony found himself ensnared in contemplation, unable to respond, outside the window, A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Quinjet soared from the distance and landed atop the building. Luo Wei, with his enhanced vision, looked upward to see the cabin door slide open, revealing Natasha Romanoff stepping out from the cockpit. She made her way directly to the meeting room, nodding in greeting to the assembly before delivering a weighty revelation. "Luo Wei, Fury is monitoring the military's actions. He sent me to inform you that Hydra is the puppet master." Natasha spoke rapidly, explaining, because Zola might still be alive. It was he who fabricated the attack video. Moreover, the military has already commenced operations. This is not a mere capture. It is a mobilization for war. The sole objective is indisputable: to eliminate you at all costs. I am aware, Rovi nodded slowly. And I also know that Alexander Pierce is one of Hydra's high-ranking officials. Alexander Pierce is Hydra. Both Natasha and Tony were jolted by the revelation. Tony's astonishment stemmed from his understanding of Pierce's peculiar demeanor in the war room. It was he who was Hydra. No wonder he had outright dismissed Tony's evidence regarding Zola. Natasha, on the other hand, was completely taken aback. Pierce had been the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could he possibly be a part of Hydra? Yet, Rovi did not allow them the time to process this information, continuing to expound upon everything. Hydra's plan is not particularly intricate. It seeks to incite conflict between myself and the American government. Regardless of which side suffers, it benefits them. Furthermore, Rovi remarked with a sardonic smile, they must be hoping for a mutual destruction between me and the military, only to then direct their wrath toward the upper echelons. Perhaps even the president himself, at which point they can seize the opportunity to install their own puppets and manipulate the situation in America. I suspect the vice president is one of them. Indeed, Natasha interjected promptly. Director Fury shares this belief. The public, the military, and the president are merely pawns in their game. They wish to exacerbate the conflict. We must not allow Hydra's machinations to succeed. No, Natasha, there is another issue. Rovi's tone shifted to one of cold resolve. It is my long-standing concealment that has led them to underestimate me. If they were aware of the cataclysmic power I wield, even if the attack were indeed orchestrated by me, they would not dare declare war against me. Thus, I shall demonstrate to them that disregarding my counsel is the gravest error they could commit. Rovi, do not act impulsively. Tony and Natasha's voices resonated almost in unison. Natasha, her expression tinged with urgency, remarked, "Do you not comprehend this? Conflict will only exacerbate the discord, allowing Hydra's insidious schemes to prevail." Indeed, Tony interjected swiftly. Now that we have identified Hydra's identity, we can apprehend him. Simply clarifying the facts is futile. Tony, Rovi shook his head and continued. Do you think the Superhero Registration Act was hastily conceived? The government is utterly untrustworthy. If we do not exhibit our strength, they will perpetually devise pretexts to subjugate us. Do you wish for the day when the Avengers must heed their commands? As if to corroborate Rovi's assertions, the television screen within the apartment abruptly shifted, showcasing the president's somber and resolute visage dominating the display. America is confronted with an unprecedented threat, Rovi, this so-called judgment angel, whose powers have proven to be entirely uncontrollable. Therefore, I hereby announce the urgent activation of the Superhero Regulation Act, granting authority to the military and all law enforcement to apprehend Rovi. We shall spare no effort in safeguarding our citizens and our nation. The scene transitioned, revealing a five-star general addressing the camera, flanked by a multitude of assembled troops. Soldiers, citizens, target, Rovi, highly dangerous. We face a monster possessing godlike powers yet devoid of divine compassion. He slaughters our brethren and tramples upon our homeland. But today, the armed forces of the United States shall demonstrate that this is not a domain for his tyranny. We wield the most formidable military might in the world. We possess fearless warriors. We hold steadfast beliefs, no matter how high he soars or how immense his strength. Before the will of the people and the machinery of the state, he shall ultimately be crushed. The president's decree and the general's address were instantaneously broadcasted across the nation. Countless citizens gathered before their televisions, computers, and mobile screens, their hearts racing and breaths quickening. Some covered their mouths in fear. Others shook their fists in anger, while many appeared bewildered and lost. Yet, all eyes were riveted to this unprecedented live broadcast regarding the national superhero crisis. Social media erupted in a frenzy, with topics such as Rovi Wanted, Judgment Day Operation, and Superhero Regulation Act soaring to the top of trending searches. Chapter 59, Mastery of one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism. Listening to the military's resolute declarations on the television, a profound silence enveloped the room. The military's actions were imminent. Rovi ceased to offer explanations and instead issued commands. Tony, take Wanda and Pietro and depart. This battle is mine alone. No, Wanda grasped Rovi's arm, crimson energy flickering uncontrollably around her. I shall not leave. I intend to remain here. I believe in you, Wanda. Rovi grasped her wrist, suppressing her chaotic powers that threatened to spiral out of control. However, the situation ahead would be perilous, and that was precisely the reason for his insistence on remaining. Wanda raised her head, defiantly meeting Rovi's gaze. Wherever you are, I shall be there too. With a sigh, Rovi glanced at Natasha, signaling her with a knowing look. Natasha instantly understood, delivering a precise strike to the side of Wanda's neck. Wanda's body slackened. Disbelief etched across her face as she collapsed. Gently lifting her, Natasha whispered, I'm sorry, little witch, but you need to calm down. What are you doing? Pietro exploded at Natasha's actions. Yet, Rovi quickly interjected, Pietro, protect your sister. That is your sole mission. Do you understand? After ensuring Pietro comprehended his directive, Rovi turned to Tony, saying, take them away. Let Natasha go. I intend to stay here. The mask of Tony Stark concealed the turmoil in his eyes, reflecting his disillusionment with the government due to Hydra's infiltration and the higher-ups' decisions. Rovi, you always relish the spotlight. But this lone hero act is best left aside. Do not forget we are a team. All right, my friend, Rovi replied with a smile, but do not hinder my efforts. Young Peter, inspired by the heroic fervor of the two, stepped forward, chest out, exclaiming, Mr. Stark. Mr. Rovi, I can help too. I can disrupt their communications. Ensnare tank treads with my web, or no. Rovi and Tony's voices interjected in unison, abruptly silencing the young hero. Listen, this is not about catching petty thieves or thwarting bank robberies. Tony's tone turned grave. This is war, real, tangible, and lethal warfare. He pointed towards Pietro, cradling Wanda. And Black Widow, your task is over. You must immediately and promptly follow Natasha's lead. Doused with cold water by Tony's response, Peter's fervor extinguished in an instant. Rovi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Peter, your abilities are not suited for such a direct battlefield. However, ensuring Wanda and Pietro's safety is equally vital. As an experienced agent, Natasha was succinct and decisive. Without wasting words, she commanded Pietro and Peter, follow me. I have a safe house with 3 exits and a complete counter-surveillance protocol, undetectable by S-H-I-E-L-D-S database. With that, she led everyone away. Once the room returned to its emptiness, Tony began to pace, seemingly searching for something. Ultimately, his footsteps halted before the liquor cabinet, and he retrieved a bottle. Care for a drink? With his mask retracted, he poured a glass and raised it toward Rovi. Rovi raised an eyebrow, noting that the impending battle could erupt at any moment. Yet Tony still found time for a drink. Clearly, his inner calm was not as unwavering as it appeared. No, thank you. Lo shook his head and jested, be careful not to crash from sky while intoxicated. Jarvis will assist me in controlling it. Tony shrugged and took a sip. In truth, a small amount of alcohol would not impair Lo's faculties. However, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. System. Exchange card slot and Magneto character template. Ding exchange successful, consuming 110,000 points. Remaining points, 200,639. Loading the Magneto template. Lo continued to chant inwardly. Ding loading successful. The System S purchase of the template requires no point fusion and grants complete mastery of all abilities. Almost simultaneously with the system's announcement, Lo experienced a profound transformation in his senses. He became acutely aware of the pulsing of metal, the steel framework within the building, the distant precision of Tony's titanium alloy armor, and even the intricate network of pipes beneath the city. All metals sang. They resonated with a deep, sonorous frequency, akin to billions of iron hearts beating in unison. Lo could perceive their locations, shapes, compositions, and even their internal stress states. They were no longer mere obstacles or tools. They were extensions of his own being, subjects awaiting his command to awaken their dormant power with a mere thought. Lo continued to delve deeper into this sensation. From the weighty earth beneath him came a profound, vast, eternal breath. In an instant, Lo comprehended that it was the very magnetic field of the earth. It lay like a slumbering giant, its boundless power penetrating the core, enveloping the globe. This force was so immense that it illuminated for him why Magneto could move mountains and fill seas. He was now connected to the very lifeblood of the planet. Emerging from this grand macro-perception, Luo discovered he could also sense changes at the microscopic level. For instance, the movement of electrons orbiting atomic nuclei, the electromagnetic forces binding matter together. This was one of the great forces of the universe, now entwined like gentle threads around his fingertips, awaiting his weaving. This marvelous sensation compelled Luo to instinctively manipulate his surroundings. He cast his gaze towards the whiskey glass resting on the table, remnants of amber liquid and a few unmelted ice cubes still lingering at the bottom. Without incantations or gestures, merely through thought alone. The crystal glass, along with the ice and residual whiskey, defied the laws of physics and levitated into the air. It hovered before Tony. Luo could even sense the crystalline structure of the water molecules within the ice, manipulating the minuscule magnetic moments between these molecules. Luo, what have you done? Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Tony instinctively stepped back. Simultaneously, the sensors in his armor blared in alarm, registering an incomprehensible surge of terrifying energy radiating from Luo. The sensation was akin to the sudden emergence of a nascent humanoid black hole before me. "It's nothing, Tony," said Rovi with a silent smile, as the crystal glass gently descended onto the table. "I merely grasped a fragment of the true essence of this world. Was it I who was inebriated, or was it Jarvis?" A wave of uncertainty washed over Tony as the soaring energy readings emanating from Rovi abruptly vanished, as if the preceding events were mere phantoms of the mind. Time slipped by unnoticed until a cacophony of police sirens erupted throughout the city. Rovi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing downwards, where a throng of people was evacuating under the guidance of police and emergency personnel centered around the central apartment. In the distance, the land and sky were filled with a relentless swarm of fighter jets and a torrent of steel. They were coming. Chapter 60. Overwhelming the military. Tony shocked the true deity. They are approaching. Rovi's lips curled into a faint smile. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a fleeting shadow, shattering the sturdy window and soaring skyward. Tony's reaction was equally swift. The golden-red helmet enveloped his head, and the thrusters expelled a brilliant plume of fire as he followed suit. The two hovered back to back beneath the heavens. Boom! The roar of fighter jet engines resonated through the sky. From all directions, hundreds of Apaches, Blackhawks, and a myriad of other warplanes converged upon them like a swarm of iron vultures. On the ground, hundreds of main battle tanks loomed like colossal steel beasts, their turrets raised like fangs, locking onto the two figures in the sky. Infantry fighting vehicles followed closely, their machine gun barrels glinting ominously, and missile launchers poised for action. Further afield, Humvees and armored personnel carriers scattered like ants, with countless armed soldiers establishing firing positions, ensnaring the entire expanse of sky within a web of death. Tony's gaze, concealed behind his visor, swept across this terrifying display, quickly calculating billions of dollars in military might, all for the sake of just the two of us? Oh, the military has commenced its operation, sending forth the Judgment Angel Rovi and Iron Man Tony Stark. At that moment, countless American households were glued to their television screens, witnessing this live broadcast from every conceivable angle. Cameras atop ground vehicles, wide-angle views from helicopters, and even the satellite hovering in outer space, all capturing the images of the two men and beaming them into homes across the nation. The grand scale of this military endeavor was not merely aimed at apprehending or eliminating a superhuman, but rather to declare to the American populace that the government possessed the formidable strength to ensure their safety. Simultaneously, within Natasha's safe house, a piercing scream shattered the air. "Rovi, no! Pietro, let go of me!" The awakened Wanda crumbled at the sight of the armored legion surrounding Rovi on the television screen. The scarlet chaos energy erupted within her, causing Pietro, who struggled to restrain her, to lament in despair. "Miss Maximoff, remain calm." Peter the little spider hurriedly jumped forward, his hands gesturing anxiously before her. "It is Mr. Rovi who has entrusted us with your protection. You must trust him. Let me out." Wanda disregarded any explanations, a crimson light flickering in her eyes as the scarlet force surged forth, sending Pietro and Peter flying. "This is all my fault. I cannot allow Rovi to bear this alone. Do you think you can aid him?" Natasha's demeanor was icy as she stood resolutely at the threshold, obstructing Wanda's path. "You are far too weak. What can you accomplish by going out? Will you distract him while he strives to protect you? Natasha's merciless words struck Wanda like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her fury in an instant. Weak. This harsh reality pierced Wanda's heart, causing her to bite her lip and taste the metallic tang of blood. I need true power. This thought imprinted itself like a brand deep within her soul. Within the confines of the Triskelion S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury and Council Representative Alexander Pierce were closely monitoring the unfolding battle. Compared to the worry etched on Nick's face, Pierce appeared remarkably at ease. Let the battle commence. The more brutal, the better. Regardless of the outcome, Hydra will emerge as the ultimate victor. As this heart-stirring confrontation reached its climactic moment, the Angel of Judgment, Rovi, was confronted by an Apache-armed helicopter that issued a stern warning. This is the United States military. You are completely surrounded. Surrender immediately. The voice repeated. Any act of resistance will be deemed a direct assault on you. As forces, we will employ all necessary force to eliminate you. In the face of the military's ultimatum, the gathered crowd held their breath, awaiting Rovi's response. At last, he moved. A gentle breeze tousled the hair on his forehead as he spread his arms wide, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you crave war, I shall grant you war. Buzz. As Rovi's words hung in the air, an ominous hum, chilling to the bone and originating from the very essence of matter, erupted forth. Magneto's power, activate. What is happening? The craft is shaking. Good heavens. It's moving on its own. In the skies above, the pilots of the fighter jet formations were the first to sense something amiss. The gauges within their cockpits fluctuated wildly, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing alarms. Terrified, the pilots clutched the control sticks, feeling as though invisible hands were gripping the aircraft, causing it to emit a distressing groan. The tremors emanating from the metallic structures swiftly enveloped every aircraft. Almost simultaneously, tanks, armored vehicles, and Humvees on the ground began to shake violently. Tracks lifted off the ground, turret bases screeched with friction, and soldiers struggled to maintain their footing, their rifles trembling as if imbued with life. An earthquake? The soldiers exchanged fearful glances, but soon they realized it was all the metal. It was moving. JARVIS. Stabilize the system. Tony's command abruptly ceased. He was horrified to discover that blinding electric sparks erupted from within the crimson battle armor. The propulsion system abruptly ceased, the joints locked, and the entire suit resembled a frozen steel coffin, spiraling into chaos. Inside the helmet, energy readings skyrocketed, indicating a source he had never fathomed. Rovi, electromagnetic force? He was manipulating the electromagnetic field of the entire battlefield. This was impossible. Tony's voice resonated with incredulity and shock. In the command center, witnessing the aircraft lose control and the tanks tremble on the screen, the general in charge of operations had eyes ablaze with fury, completely unhinged. Fire! Fire! Target Rovi. All units. Launch! Launch everything that can be launched. Reduce him to dust. In an instant, desperate soldiers and uncontrollable war machines executed this final command. Whoosh! Boom! Tot 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 tot. The sky and ground erupted with the most blinding light of death. Missiles, autocannons, and shells hurtled toward Rovi. Faced with a saturation attack potent enough to obliterate an entire army, Rovi summoned his electromagnetic force with all his might. Stop! Buzz! A more grandiose and ferocious magnetic shockwave abruptly surged outward from his center. Time seemed to freeze. The countless missiles, shells, and bullets that had been soaring toward Rovi halted midair, several hundred meters away. This scene was as if the entire battlefield had been placed on pause. A surreal spectacle. Art is an explosion. Boom! With a mere flicker of Rovi's will, all the weapons and munitions suspended in the air were simultaneously compressed inward by the raging magnetic field and detonated. An unprecedented super explosion, composed of steel and fire, erupted resoundingly above New York. The deafening roar shattered every remaining pane of glass within a radius of several kilometers. Terrifying fireballs and shockwaves rushed outward, mercilessly crushing the aircraft above and the troops below. The earth groaned, the air ignited. The ground live-streaming vehicles and low-flying helicopters lost their signal in an instant as the shockwave swept through, plunging screens into utter darkness. Only the satellites suspended in outer space captured this scene, akin to divine retribution, and projected it clearly before the eyes of viewers across America. What transpired next left them even more astounded. Countless surviving tanks, armored vehicles, Humvees, and even groups of soldiers on the ground, as if unshackled from the bonds of gravity, began to float slowly upward. They formed a metallic ring around the out-of-control aircraft and helicopters, encircling Rovi. Then, before the horrified gazes of billions, these suspended war machines and human soldiers, along with innumerable metallic debris rising from the city, began to twist, deform, and compress. Tanks were crushed into iron spheres. Aircraft twisted into helixes, and soldiers, along with their gear, were squeezed and torn apart by an invisible force. The entire battlefield seemed to transform into a colossal vortex of destruction, composed of metal and flesh, slowly rotating in the sky. Before the television screens and computer monitors, the spectators were utterly devastated. "Oh God!" Someone collapsed to the ground. "He is not human." Another cried out in horror. "That is a deity. It is the punishment bestowed by a true divine being." Some knelt and wept, lamenting, "What manner of existence have we provoked?" An overwhelming sense of fear and regret spread throughout the crowd. "Mr. President, you madman, look at what you have done." Angry curses were directed towards the White House. Inside, the president, who witnessed the chaos, turned pale, cold sweat soaking through his shirt, as he beheld the figure on the screen, akin to a god wielding dominion over all, transforming a city into mere plaything. His body trembled uncontrollably. In the Triskelion, Pierce's calm demeanor and calculated expression had vanished, replaced by an inescapable, profound fear. This power exceeded Hydra's wildest imaginings. This was no mere pawn. It was a calamity potent enough to overturn the chessboard and crush all players. Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance bearing an unprecedented gravity. From this moment forth, the dynamics of the world had been irrevocably altered. An entity transcending national machinery had emerged. The Judgment Angel, Rovi, threat level, incalculable, suspended at the vortex of annihilation, surrounded by burning ruins and swirling, distorted metal and dust. Rovi coldly surveyed the realm governed by his will, akin to a deity observing the struggles of ants. War? No, this was divine retribution. He slowly raised his hand, fingers curling as if to grasp the entirety of New York within his palm. The magnetic field roared silently, heralding the end of worldly power. Chapter 61. Fragile Mortals, Tedious. Within Natasha's safe house, all were rendered speechless by Rovi's godlike presence. "What manner of man are you, Rovi?" Natasha pondered, her heart heavy as she recalled their intimate encounter. A pang of jealousy igniting as she glanced at Wanda. Oblivious to the turmoil, Wanda breathed a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. Yet, simultaneously, she resolved to grow stronger, determined to accompany Rovi to the end. Pietro was engulfed in existential doubt. Is this truly my brother-in-law? Can such power belong to a mere human? The young hero's face flushed with excitement, but witnessing the tragic demise of countless soldiers filled him with an indescribable sympathy. It is time to end this farce. Rovi surveyed his surroundings, and the steel ring encircling him crashed violently towards the earth. "Rovi, let me go." Tony's voice emerged from the suit beside him. His marked suit had been twisted and damaged by Rovi's electromagnetic force, now transformed into a confining steel box. "I'm sorry." Tony. Luo raised his hand, and an invisible force brushed aside Tony's shattered helmet. What came into view was Tony's face, laden with complex emotions. Gasping for breath, Tony fixed his gaze on Luo and inquired, "Can you manipulate electromagnetic forces?" Though phrased as a question, his tone resonated with certainty. "Indeed, but I have yet to master fine control," Luo admitted with a hint of frustration. Earlier, his influence had been too expansive, and even though he sensed Tony's presence, he could only strive to prevent Tony's armor from being utterly crushed. A fine control you cannot achieve. Tony's voice was somewhat hoarse. Just moments ago, he had feared that Luo intended to crush him as well. What do you plan to do now? Moving past the previous topic, Tony cast a glance at the battlefield, now reduced to ruins. Of course, Luo smirked slightly. "We are to meet with our esteemed president. You must bring me along as a witness," Tony interjected without hesitation. Without further ado, Luo lifted Tony with his electromagnetic powers and propelled him toward the White House. Upon arriving at this edifice, symbolizing the pinnacle of American authority, Luo's superhuman vision pierced through the layers of walls, accurately locating the figure in the Oval Office, a man clad in an expensive suit, yet appearing as startled as a rabbit. Without warning and without proclamation, Luo simply raised his hand. With a thunderous roar, the White House's formidable dome and its underlying structure were violently torn apart. As if rending a mere sheet of paper, blinding sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the face of the man below, now pallid with fear, along with the frantic Secret Service agents around him, uncertain whether to resist. Luo and Tony descended slowly, fixating on the individual whose decisions could alter countless lives. "Mr. President, do you have anything to say?" As Luo's words echoed in the air, the president felt an uncontrollable tremor seize him. Even the high-backed chair, a symbol of power, could not support his slumped form. "Lord Luo, I have committed a grave error. On behalf of the American government, I apologize." An apology? Before Luo could contemplate his response, Tony's furious voice rang out. "Do you think a mere apology can erase the ruins of New York and revive the fallen soldiers? Look over there at the battlefield." Tony gestured emphatically, pointing through the torn dome towards the distant smoke that had yet to dissipate. "That is the hell you have wrought with your own hands." He advanced a step, the sound of his damaged boots crunching on the rubble as he pressed closer to the weakened president. "You occupy this position, basking in the glory of power, yet you lack even the most basic judgment. You mistake the serpent coiling around your neck for a warm scarf." The president, scorched by Tony's wrath, nearly sank into his chair, his voice trembling as he stammered. "Nick Fury is already investigating the traces of Hydra." "We will. It is already too late." Tony interjected. Tony interrupted him sharply. "Alexander Pierce, your former SHIELD advisor, your trusted confidant, the very man who incited you to initiate the Superhero Registration Act, even at the cost of igniting this war. He is Hydra, a malignant tumor entrenched in the heart of SHIELD, now corrupting the highest echelons of the White House." The president's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Pierce, and the vice president." A hint of derision curled at the corners of Tony's mouth. He had long conspired with Pierce, manipulating the military, fueled by hatred, to further this war. "Did you think you were eliminating a threat? No, you are merely clearing obstacles for Hydra, paving the way for their new world order." Tony's words sliced through the air like a cold scalpel, peeling away the sordid truths behind this catastrophe. The president's complexion shifted from ashen to a ghastly gray, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. The checks and balances he believed he had were nothing but a cruel joke. From the moment the Superhero Registration Act was set in motion, he had already fallen into a trap. Loki silently listened to Tony's tirade, observing the president's tear-streaked visage, and suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him. In the face of absolute power, mortal authority appeared as fragile as a soap bubble, easily shattered. Regardless of the guise it donned, humanity remained fundamentally human. At this moment, Loki's mind was as clear as a tranquil lake, devoid of turbulence. The emotions that once drove him, anger, the exhilaration of revenge, and the allure of power, retreated like the tide, leaving behind a barren, icy shore. He could easily extinguish the life of this trembling mortal before him, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. With such power, he could become the de facto ruler of this planet, occupying the throne that had been flung from the roof. Yet, such a feat seemed utterly mundane, even somewhat ludicrous. The power struggles of mortals, their fears and avarice, their lives and deaths, appeared to him as insignificant as the sheep and cattle roaming the vast plains. Mere specks of dust in the grand scheme of existence. He, Loki, wielded one of the four fundamental forces of the universe. His perspective, his existential plane, had long transcended this petty game of power, surpassing even this diminutive blue planet. What significance did the realm of mortals, their leaders, and their trifling grievances hold for him? A shepherd may concern himself with the well-being of his flock, the security of his pen, but a true deity would never stoop to regard the ant hills beneath his feet. It mattered not. Pierce, the vice president, and every military official involved in this conflict would be held accountable for treason, subjected to public trial. Loki was not negotiating. He was issuing a direct command. Indifferent to how the president would proceed, he only demanded results. Furthermore, abolish the Superhero Registration Act, and compensate my economic losses. As for the amount, I trust you will provide a satisfactory response. Tony, I leave these matters to you. Loki's tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if he were merely addressing a trivial task. As soon as the words fell from his lips, Luo Wei's figure soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Within the confines of the Oval Office, an oppressive silence reigned. The only sound were the labored breaths and muffled sobs of the president, who had narrowly escaped calamity. Tony Stark stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the place where Luo Wei had disappeared, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply and turned his gaze to the president. Very well, let us discuss how to clean up this mess you have left behind. Furthermore, remember this lesson. Your survival in this moment is not due to your significance, but rather because he finds the act of crushing an ant rather dull. Chapter 62, 10 million points, Superman's power, system upgrade, the arrival of Thor's hammer. The cacophony of New York seemed to be veiled by an invisible barrier, isolating it from Luo Wei's penthouse. Sunlight poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, generously drenching him in warmth akin to flowing liquid gold. At that moment, every inch of his skin greedily absorbed the energy emanating from distant stars. He could distinctly feel the power surging through his veins, settling within him as every cell rejoiced, gradually merging with the legendary Kryptonian template of evolution. Over a month had passed since the military confrontation, and after witnessing Luo Wei's cataclysmic power, both the American populace and the president had swiftly capitulated. The president convened a press conference, declaring that the war had been a complete misunderstanding, a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by the remnants of the Nazis, Hydra. Iron Man, Tony Stark, and attorney Matt Murdock subsequently provided pivotal evidence elucidating the events. Under the carefully guided public sentiment, Luo Wei became the victim, while the populace's ire was redirected towards former SHIELD director Alexander Pierce, a high-ranking member of the council. Following an investigation by SHIELD director Nick Fury, it was confirmed that he was indeed one of Hydra's upper echelons. He confessed to his involvement in the conspiracy and divulged the identities of his accomplices hidden within SHIELD, including Dr. Zola and Madam Viper. Consequently, under the president's decree, Alexander Pierce, along with the vice president and military representatives, were all sentenced to death for treason. Tony Stark began to upgrade JARVISS intelligence, intent on tracking Zola's whereabouts in the digital realm, while Madam Viper, who wielded multiple identities, continued her pursuit. Undoubtedly, the greatest beneficiary of this conflict was Luo Wei. Firstly, the impact of his display of power and its aftermath earned him a staggering 11 million points, which I shall refrain from elaborating on to avoid accusations of padding the narrative. Secondly, in a bid to curry favor with Luo Wei, the president compensated him for economic losses amounting to 100 billion and bestowed upon him a medal of national heroism. However, Luo Wei regarded this so-called national hero medal with disdain, refusing to even collect it. It was ultimately delivered to him by persistent agents of the president. After acquiring the immense sum of 11 million points, Luo Wei promptly redeemed the coveted Superman template. System. Open the panel. Success. The multiverse character template system is activated. Host, Luo Wei. Points, 621, 769. Functions, Marketplace. Slots, 2. Character templates, Superman, Magneto. Unlocked abilities, Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Vision, Super Hearing, Super Smell, Super Intelligence, Freezing Breath, Heat Vision, Supersonic Flight, Biofield, Super Healing, Eternal Youth, Electromagnetic Manipulation. After redeeming the Superman panel, he still has over 600,000 points remaining, and he has temporarily removed the Patriot template. After all, with the Superman template, who would still need the Patriot template? Moreover, the kryptonite does not exist in this Marvel universe. After a month of absorption with the Superman template, Luo Wei felt a saturation of power. The primary distinction between the Superman and Patriot templates lies not merely in the quantity of strength and defense, but in the exhilarating capabilities of the biofield and superintelligence. The biofield speaks for itself. However, the transformation brought by enhanced superintelligence is most remarkable. Luo Wei felt as if his mind had instantaneously evolved from an antiquated single-chip computer to a supercomputer of extraordinary caliber. Of course, the enhancement of superintelligence pertains solely to cognitive processing and does not conjure knowledge from thin air. Yet, he currently faces a dilemma. After battling against the mightiest military forces of America live on national television, he only amassed a little over 10 million points. To redeem a template worth 100 million points, how significant an impact must he have on the storyline? Would he need to broadcast a global mayhem? Just as Luo Wei was immersed in contemplation, a cold system notification echoed in his mind. System has detected the host distress, initiating upgrade of the multiverse character template system. Upgrade successful. New features unlocked. The Multiverse Exploration Channel is now open. Description of the Multiverse Exploration Channel. The system will periodically open a new world for the host to explore, allowing the host to collect items or complete tasks for point rewards. Countdown to the opening of the new world channel, 72 hours. It's truly you. Dear system, so considerate. The thought of venturing into different worlds and showcasing his prowess while earning points filled Luo Wei with joy. Luo Wei, how do you think I controlled it today? A voice filled with surprise and a hint of fatigue broke his reverie. In the center of the living room, Wanda's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow. Her slender fingers danced gracefully, and in her palms, a vibrant swirl of chaotic energy spun slowly, stretching and morphing like a living nebula. Under her mental command, the chaotic force coalesced into a vividly lifelike phoenix, each feather composed of pulsating strands of energy. In the next moment, the phoenix form disintegrated, energy cascading forth, swiftly constructing a transparent shield adorned with intricate runes before her, emanating a resilient wave of energy. Shortly thereafter, the shield dissipated, transforming the energy into dozens of small, radiant energy darts, brilliant as rubies, gracefully swirling around her, weaving through the air, emitting a soft hum. How does it feel? Much more stable than yesterday, right? After a series of complex maneuvers, fine beads of sweat began to form on Wanda's forehead, her delicate face slightly flushed from concentration and the exertion of power. Excellent work, Wanda, Ro praised sincerely, gently brushing aside a damp strand of red hair clinging to her forehead. Your control, transformation, and energy concentration have all improved significantly, especially the stability of these energy cores. With Ro's affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Wanda's face, more dazzling than any magic. The speed and penetrative power of these darts. I believe they could pierce through tank armor. Ever since the tumultuous event that reverberated across the nation, where she witnessed Ro confront the entire military, the deep-seated desire within Wanda to grow stronger, to genuinely assist Ro rather than be a burden, had intensified like never before. She relentlessly pushed her own limits, tirelessly honing her innate chaotic power. Ro, who observed all of this, could not remain unaffected. He tousled Wanda's hair, saying, "You've done remarkably well today. Go take a rest. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Who told you to always leave me behind?" Wanda scrunched her adorable little nose, but seeing Ro's concerned gaze, she obediently returned to her room. All right then, I suppose I shall grant myself a day off. After Wanda departed, Ro continued to bask in the nurturing sunlight. Suddenly, an immensely powerful and pure wave of energy crashed into his heightened senses. Ro instantly opened his eyes, activating his super sight, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, piercing through countless obstacles, locking onto a point in the southwest. He sensed that the wave was not of technological origin. It was ancient, heavy, bearing a sacred pressure. Its core seemed to embody some form of manifested rule. New Mexico, the town of Puente Antiguo. After piercing through thousands of miles, Ro finally pinpointed the source of the energy. A silver hammer? Was the saga of the god of thunder beginning? Gazing at the hammer resting in the center of a sand pit, Ro felt a surge of curiosity. He wondered if he could lift it with his superhuman strength. Why not try? With that thought, Ro soared into the sky, the air behind him exploding in a circle of white sonic clouds, his figure vanishing into the horizon like a flash of blue lightning. Chapter 63, The Hammer of the Thunder God, MJ Ulner, Power of the Runes. On the outskirts of the town of Puente Antiguo, in the center of a vast meteorite crater, lay a robust, archaically designed, square-headed warhammer. The hammer surface was adorned with enigmatic patterns, emanating a faint silvery glow amidst the swirling sands. It was none other than Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. The resounding crash of the meteor's descent and the peculiar flash that illuminated half the sky had already stirred the entire somnolent town. At this moment, a throng of townsfolk, akin to ants, gathered at the edge of the crater, drawn by the news. Good heavens, folks! You won't believe it. This hammer fell from the sky. A drunken man, clutching a beer, burped and began to boast about witnessing the hammer's descent. I wager it must have slipped from God's hands while he was fixing the floor. Spare me your nonsense. An old man with a pipe retorted, glaring. Does God need to repair floors? It must be some fool's tool dropped from an airplane. Who cares whose it is? Spat a burly redneck, his eyes fixed greedily on the hammer at the bottom of the pit. It looked valuable, unable to contain himself. He cursed and rushed down the steep slope of the crater, his sturdy hands seizing the hammer's handle. However, the moment he attempted to lift it, his greed turned to astonishment. His muscular frame strained as he exerted all his might. Yet Mjolnir remained immovable, as if welded to the earth. What the hell? The redneck, undeterred, spat into his palms, gripped the hammer tightly with both hands, and pushed off the ground, every muscle in his body bulging. Rise! His deep roar echoed within the pit, causing the gravel beneath him to tumble. Yet, Mjolnir remained in slumber, coldly rejecting the audacity of mortals. Defeated, the man released his grip and stumbled backward, disbelief etched on his face. Damn! Is this thing nailed to the earth? Hey, look up, everyone! The drunken man's voice, now tinged with an unusual excitement, pointed towards the distant sky. A vague silhouette tore through the air, accompanied by a deep, oppressive howl, approaching at an incredible speed. Almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! A ferocious shockwave erupted from the impact site, sending yellow sand spiraling skyward in a swirling cyclone. Cough, cough! My goodness! Was crashing down now. Gasps, coughs, and curses were drowned in the cacophony of dust and chaos as people shielded their mouths and noses, retreating in fear, their gazes fixed on the obscured area. As the dust began to settle, a tall figure emerged. Rovi disregarded the frightened and curious stares around him, his focus solely on the glowing square-headed war hammer before him. Buddy, I had no idea this was yours. I'm leaving. The redneck, who had previously attempted to lift the hammer, was now terrified, scrambling out of the sand pit and retreating behind the crowd. Unfortunately, his antics went unnoticed by Rovi, who simply stepped into the crater, approaching Mjolnir. The legend surrounding the thunder god's hammer flashed through Rovi's formidable mind. The will of Odin, the craftsmanship of the Dwarf King, the forging of URU and the core of a dying neutron star, along with the seal of Odin that filters the pure of heart. Pure of heart? Rovi deemed this notion utterly absurd. Power, he believed, was the truest law of the universe. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, fingers curling inward, firmly grasping the frigid, rune-etched handle of the hammer. Buzz! At the moment Rovi exerted his strength, Mjolnir seemed to awaken from slumber. The dormant runes upon its head flared to life, shimmering like flowing liquid silver, and an immense wave of energy, imbued with a fierce will of resistance, erupted instantaneously. Odin's seal. Clearly, Rovi had not gained the hammer's acceptance. However, he could sense that the sealing force imposed by Odin was fundamentally different from the magic borrowed from other dimensional deities like that of Kamartaj. It was more primal, more direct, as if it were directly prying at the very fabric of the universe's fundamental rules. Unqualified? Yet Rovi was determined to test whether his superhuman strength could forcibly lift it. Rise! He uttered a low command, transforming his intent from mere experimentation to a true declaration of power. The overwhelming force surged within him like a dormant volcano erupting. His muscles did not bulge to an exaggerated degree, yet the energy torrent sourced from Kryptonian cells, having basked in the glow of a yellow sun, was ruthlessly channeled through his arm into the hammer's handle. Sizzle! The runes upon the hammer blazed brighter, instantly becoming blinding, akin to melting stars. The invisible chains of the rules groaned under the weight of Rovi's pure strength. The air was compressed, emitting a thunderous crack as the sand beneath his feet collapsed silently, cracking and spreading like a spiderweb. This was a direct confrontation between rules and power. Mjolnir trembled, not in fear, but as a lament of the artifact's core. Shaken by absolute strength, To forcibly lift Mjolnir without its acknowledgement meant contending with the sheer weight of its neutron star core. Yet this burden paled in comparison to Rovi's superhuman strength, capable of moving planets. Clang, a sound akin to metal being forcibly torn asunder, as if the rules themselves were being violently twisted. The blinding runes extinguished in an instant. In the next moment, under the gaze of dozens of astonished onlookers, that hammer, seemingly merged with the earth, was effortlessly lifted by Rovi with one arm. There was no thunderous response, no divine light bestowed upon him. It was simply raised, like an ordinary hammer, yet astonishingly heavy. Indeed, Rovi weighed the war hammer in his hand, feeling its terrifying mass, which was entirely disproportionate to its size. Enough to crush a continental shelf. That was the density of a neutron star's core. It seemed that the notion of qualification was but a fragile veneer before the might of absolute power. Interestingly, the hammer in his grasp felt heavy and devoid of spirit, starkly contrasting with the lightness and effortless command that Thor displayed when wielding it, accompanied by the thunder. Odin's seal had not truly vanished. The hammer had merely been seized by a force surpassing that of a Superman. Yet, he could not summon the divine thunder within it. To him, it was akin to an extraordinarily dense lump of supermetal. Observing the marvelous runes upon the hammer's surface, his super intellect raced with thoughts. The structure of the runes, the flow of energy, all pointing to the fundamental rules of the universe. Essentially, this rune technology, or divine magic, differed from the magical borrowing of the Kamatage system, being more akin to a direct encoding and invocation of the universe's fundamental forces. Odin had harnessed this power to tame the wild matter of neutron stars, shaping it and imbuing it with the traits of ownership and the ability to call forth thunder. As he gazed at the dimming runes on the hammer, a spark of curiosity flickered in the depths of his eyes. Quite intriguing. Chapter 64. Thor, the god of thunder, plays with the fool. The Kamatage trick of borrowing magic from alternate dimensions held little allure for him. However, the rune power of the Aesir indeed piqued his interest, as it reached directly to the core of the universe's essence. Consider the implications. With the hammer's volume and mass, its inherent gravitational force could potentially create a black hole, distorting space and consuming all surrounding matter. Yet, the rune power not only bestowed upon it the rules of eligibility, but also perfectly restrained that destructive mass, allowing it to rest quietly in the sandpit. His superior vision pierced through dozens of kilometers, locking onto the town of Punta Antiguo. Soon, he pinpointed his target in a room at the town's edge. Thor Odinson. With a sudden burst, he launched himself into the air, transforming into a nearly imperceptible blur, slicing through the atmosphere as he sped towards the town. High above A.S.H.I.L.D. Quinjet evaded urgently like a startled bird, its body shaking violently. Inside the cockpit, Agent Phil Coulson gripped the armrest tightly, watching the fleeting light through the window with a grave expression as he pressed the communicator. Director Fury. We found something, but it was taken by the Judgment Angel, Rovi. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Nick Fury's deep voice. Coulson. Approach with caution. See if you can glean any information from him. And remember, do not provoke him. Wow, I never expected a vagrant's physique to be so intriguing. In the dilapidated residence rented by Dr. Eric, Assistant Daisy Lewis's gaze was fixated on Thor, who had just changed into an old shirt she had found for him. I am Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard. Thor corrected Daisy's address, though a profound sense of loss enveloped him. Just the day before, he had been the Prince of Asgard, the god of thunder. Yet now, stripped of divine power and exiled to Midgard, he is unable even to prove his identity. Well, Prince of Asgard, Daisy remarked, shrugging with a teasing tone, might I inquire how you ended up concussed by our vehicle in the desert of New Mexico? The Bifrost. Thor's expression turned despondent. I have erred gravely. My father has banished me to this place and reclaimed my powers. The Bifrost. Jane Foster, who had been organizing data, suddenly lifted her head. The magnificent aurora that had torn through the night sky the previous evening vividly resurfacing in her mind. Are you referring to the peculiar light we witnessed last night? Indeed, Thor affirmed with a nod. It can construct bridges across the 9 realms, allowing anyone to traverse to any location within them. Jane, Doctor. Eric Selvig furrowed his brow and pulled Jane aside, lowering his voice as he gestured toward Thor. Don't let him lead you astray. That was merely a rare atmospheric optical phenomenon. This fellow, he remarked, tapping his temple, has sustained a severe blow to the head. His delusions are quite pronounced. Thor Odinson? That is mere mythology. I am aware of your disbelief, Thor declared, donning his coat with resolute conviction. But once I retrieve Mjolnir, all will be validated. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the debate within a room. Daisy, closest to the door, opened it to reveal an unfamiliar young man of Easter descent. "Who are you looking for?" Daisy inquired. "Thor Odinson." The stranger's gaze bypassed Daisy and locked onto the golden-haired giant within. "You know me?" Thor spun around, his eyes wide with incredulous delight. In this strange Midgard, someone recognized his true name? The research team exchanged glances, questioning yet another madman. However, as Thor's gaze followed the stranger's lowered arm, it fell upon the ancient square-headed hammer he casually held. Boom! It felt as though a thunderclap had erupted in his mind. Thor's pupils dilated, and his breath hitched. "Mjolnir, my hammer," he exclaimed, his visage alight with exhilaration and joy. "Come back." Thor instinctively reached out, fingers splayed, as though summoning his loyal companion for the millionth time. Buzz. The hammer of the thunder god remained utterly unmoved, resting in the stranger's grip, tranquil as a true chunk of adamantine. The joy on Thor's face abruptly froze, transforming into sheer shock and panic. "Mortal, what have you done?" His gaze shifted to the stranger, his voice brimming with fury. Although he could not fathom why the hammer would not respond to his call, he was certain it was intricately connected to the individual before him. "Release it. That is the artifact of Thor, the god of thunder. Only I am worthy to wield its power." Thor bellowed, rushing towards a stranger, his robust arm seizing the wrist of the hand that held the hammer's handle, intent on reclaiming it. Yet, the stranger's wrist was as unyielding as Asgard's URU alloy, and no matter how Thor strained, he could not budge it an inch. Observing Thor's anxious and furious demeanor, a faint smile curled at the corners of the stranger's lips. He released his grip. The artifact, embodying the terrifying mass of a neutron star, landed with a mere whisper, not even marring the wooden floor. "Is this truly your hammer?" Rovi crossed his arms, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Thor. "Very well, lift it for me to see." At this moment, Thor was oblivious to his opponent's demeanor. The overwhelming thirst for restored power eclipsed all else. He practically lunged forward, grasping the familiar handle tightly, a foolish grin spreading across his face in excitement. With all his might, he exerted force. The hammer remained utterly unmoved. Thor's smile froze in place. He summoned more strength. This time, his muscles bulged like iron, his teeth grinding audibly, and the floor beneath him creaked ominously, as though it might shatter at any moment. Yet, to his utter dismay, the hammer remained steadfast. "No, this cannot be." Thor's expression twisted in anguish, his voice transforming into a desperate howl. Like a wild beast, he tugged and pulled with unrelenting fervor, even using his shoulder to push against it. Each attempt drained him of every ounce of strength, and each outcome was a crushing failure. That hammer, once a companion in battles across the 9 realms and a symbol of glory and might, now mercilessly rejected him. His heart ached as he sank to his knees beside the hammer, giant brought low. Observing the former god of thunder weeping like a child whose beloved toy has been snatched away, Rovi felt a sense of ennui wash over him. "It seems you're no longer its master." Bending down, Rovi effortlessly lifted the mighty hammer, tossing it into the air and catching it with ease. "Who are you?" Thor's eyes shot up, filled with anguish and confusion. To him, Mjolnir was more than a weapon. It was a partner, a representation of his identity as the god of thunder, a symbol recognized by his father. Witnessing it toyed with by another was a torment akin to betrayal. Before Rovi could introduce himself, Jane Foster suddenly gasped. "Rovi, it's the Judgment Angel Rovi." The tales of his battle against the military had spread throughout America long ago, and Jane, having recognized him, felt a rush of affirmation. "Rovi?" Thor looked at Jane in bewilderment. "He is the most powerful superhero on Earth." Jane's voice brimmed with awe. "He single-handedly annihilated a formidable army. A superhero? Defeating the mightiest of armies? This man must be the strongest warrior in Midgard." Thor's once dull mind began to race. His father had stripped him of his power and bestowed Mjolnir upon the mightiest warrior in Midgard to guard the 9 realms in his stead. It had to be so. Rarely had such valor been seen in Valhalla. Thor sprang to his feet, his face a tumult of pain, loss, and a hint of acceptance born from self-conviction. He gazed at Rovi, his tone imbued with a tragic nobility. I understand now. Use it well, Rovi. Fight for the 9 realms. My father will surely reserve the most esteemed seat for you in Valhalla. As Rovi observed the pained expression on Thor's face, he nearly burst into laughter. Huh, who said this wretched hammer was a gift from your father? With a hint of disdain, Rovi tossed the hammer aside. Isn't it a gift from my father? Thor was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate. Rovi, weary of teasing this stubborn fool, deemed it a waste of time. I picked it up. Do you truly believe your father's qualifying incantations can deter everyone? Chapter 65. The God of Deceit, Loki. I have little patience for jesting with fools. Thor, jolted by Rovi's words, was struck by an even greater revelation. Are you suggesting that you lifted Mjolnir solely through sheer strength? Indeed, Rovi replied nonchalantly, as if acknowledging a trivial matter. Thus, I'm quite curious. How do you Asgardians bind such a colossal mass, weighing billions of tons, with those runic powers? At this inquiry, Thor's gaze faltered, his speech faltering. The runes contain profoundly esoteric power. Perhaps only my father or the dwarven king Eitri, who forged it, could elucidate that for you. Rovi frowned, regarding Thor with curiosity. As the prince of Asgard, having lived in the realm of gods for millennia, you are utterly ignorant of the runic forces that underpin your strength? That is because I must constantly hone my valor, battle across the 9 realms, safeguard the glory of Asgard. Thor retorted as if struck at his core. That is the path of a true king. A true king's duties extend far beyond mere warfare. Rovi interjected, and it is equally essential to protect every single subject under your reign. No wonder your father stripped you of your power and cast you aside. You are fit only to be a reckless warrior, utterly devoid of understanding in the art of governance. Boom! Rovi's words landed like a heavy hammer upon Thor's heart. His towering frame swayed, and he collapsed back to the ground, disoriented. The notion of being merely a brute echoed in his ears like an incantation, shattering the remnants of his pride. Buzz! Just then, the distinctive jet sound of a Quinjet engine from S.H.I.E.L.D. broke the oppressive silence within the room. Rovi raised his gaze, his enhanced vision piercing through the walls, revealing a middle-aged Caucasian man in a black suit, his hairline precariously receding, approaching the door. Through the pocket of his suit, Rovi discerned his name, Phil Coulson. Coulson paused outside the door, raising his hand, hesitating in the balance of timing and force required to knock. The beads of perspiration forming on his brow betrayed the immense psychological pressure he faced in the presence of Rovi, the god among men. Creak. The door, however, was opened from within, and Rovi stood calmly at the threshold. Lord Rovi, Coulson managed to muster a somewhat stiff smile, attempting to mask his tension. You may enter. Loki merely uttered a faint remark before turning and retreating into the confines of the room. Coulson inhaled deeply, swiftly signaling the waiting team of agents stationed at a distance, and then adjusted his tie as he cautiously stepped into the chamber. To be fair, Coulson was one of the few individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. who did not evoke disdain from Loki, a benevolent soul tinged with idealism. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s desire for information, Loki had no intention of deliberately concealing anything. Your Excellency Loki, Coulson began after entering, his gaze sweeping across the room, lingering momentarily on the disheartened Thor and the hammer lying on the floor. He then spoke with caution. Our global defense network has detected an energy fluctuation entering Earth's atmosphere that far exceeds conventional norms. He produced a tablet, displaying images captured by satellites, and glanced down at the hammer. We hypothesize that the source should be this. The hammer of the thunder god, Mjolnir, Loki replied succinctly. As for its current owner, he gestured toward the golden-haired giant seated on the floor, Thor Odinson. Indeed, the very figure from Norse mythology that one might envision. Coulson inhaled sharply, his vast experience and composure faltering momentarily under the weight of such revelation. A living myth, the son of Odin. He held no doubts regarding Loki's veracity. A being of such power would not stoop to deceit. Yet, in the presence of this earthly deity, why did the Norse god of thunder dare not lift his head? What could have transpired? Despite the swirling thoughts, Coulson wisely refrained from further inquiry. Understood. Thank you for the information, Your Excellency Loki. I must report to Director Fury immediately. He suppressed the tempest within, recognizing Loki's disinterest in elaboration, and tactfully exited the room. As Coulson closed the door behind him and his footsteps receded, the room's atmosphere shifted, rippling like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. Suddenly, a tall figure clad in a resplendent dark green robe and adorned with a golden horned helmet emerged from the center of the undulating space. He wielded an oddly shaped staff, a familiar, sinister smile gracing his lips. Loki Laufeyson. This peculiar spatial disturbance instantly caught Loki's attention, his gaze sharpening, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. As Loki materialized, his emerald green eyes radiated unabashed malice and derision toward his disheveled brother. Look at the mess you've created. Father is in a deep sleep due to your reckless incursion into Jotunheim, inciting war, and has yet to awaken. The frost giants are stirring, eager to reignite the flames of conflict, to clean up your utterly foolish debacle. I have been compelled to assume the throne of Asgard in a time of crisis. Thor, clutching his head in despair, rasped, I have come to understand my mistakes. Loki, take me back. Allow me to plead for Father's forgiveness. That is not an option. Loki resolutely declined, an expression of helplessness surfacing upon his visage. This was the final command from his father before succumbing to slumber, a directive I cannot defy. He is lying. At this juncture, Ro interjected, interrupting Loki's deceit. Why tease someone who is already foolish? Ro disdained such behavior towards the simple-minded. Loki's illusion magic was indeed exquisite, capable of crafting an energy barrier that obscured the senses of mere mortals. Yet such tactics were effective only against the ordinary. Ro's superhuman senses were not to be underestimated. The elegant smile on Loki's face abruptly solidified, his emerald eyes aflame with fury as he scrutinized Ro, a mere mortal, who could see through his illusion. As he spoke, the energy barrier cloaking him, designed for concealment and isolation, dissolved like mercury, revealing his form wielding the eternal spear Gungnir. With a dismissive stance, Ro crossed his arms, retorting, Do you Asgardians possess such an air of superiority? Do you dare speak thus before the supreme sorceress, Ancient One? Boldness. Loki, akin to a cat whose tail has been trodden upon, erupted with rage. As the god of mischief and the new king of Asgard, how had he ever been so brazenly confronted by a mere mortal? Without a moment's hesitation, a glint of malice flashed in Loki's eyes, and he thrust his staff toward Ro. Whoosh! A chilling arc of cerulean magical energy surged forth, aimed directly at Ro's face. Magic resistance, Ro conceded, was a theoretical vulnerability of his superhuman form. Yet, a weakness must be struck to be effective. The instant Loki raised his hand, Ro evaded with superhuman speed. In the next heartbeat, he appeared before Loki, raising his fist, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Loki's chest. Chapter 66. The War Machine of Asgard. The Destroyer. Boom! A fist, accompanied by a sonic boom, crashed toward Loki. Yet upon impact, it met with nothingness, devoid of substance. The figure before him rippled violently, shattering like a reflection in water struck by stones, ultimately dissolving into a myriad of drifting green motes. Illusion. Ro gazed at the dissipating lights, instantaneously enlightened. Truly, he was the god of trickery. Loki's true form could not possibly match Ro's super speed. The realistic visage had always been a meticulously crafted projection. Loki, Ro, Thor shouted anxiously. The sudden turn of events left his mind in disarray, but witnessing the confrontation, he instinctively felt the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware of Loki's magical prowess. In the face of Ro's absolute strength capable of forcibly shaking Mjolnir, even he dared not claim victory. Stop, Loki. Ro is the mightiest warrior of Midgard. You cannot defeat him. Thor's earnest warning to his brother, however, struck Loki as the most piercing insult. His brother, of all people, was warning him for the sake of a mere mortal. The strongest warrior among mortals was still just a mortal. Loki's voice, laden with scorn and fury, reverberated throughout the room, echoing in every corner. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light and shadow twisted violently. In the blink of an eye, countless manifestations of Loki, wielding staffs and wearing sinister smiles, materialized out of thin air. They moved in perfect unison, the eerie blue energy of destruction rapidly coalescing at the tips of their staffs. Feel the wrath of the divine, You insignificant insects. A cacophony of overlapping voices surged like a tsunami, heralding the onslaught of saturated aggression. Confronted by the impenetrable encirclement of illusions, Ro remained silent, merely striking out with his fists. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if an invisible air bomb had detonated within the room. A tempest, born solely of velocity, erupted spontaneously, with shavings, paper, and fragments of furniture were instantly swept into the air, while the atmosphere was filled with a relentless series of sonic booms. In a mere instant, the multitude of Loki's illusions shattered like foam caught in a gale, dissipating with a series of pops. Meanwhile, Ro's figure reappeared in the center of the room as if he had never moved. His brow furrowed as his gaze swept across the chaotic scene. In that fleeting moment, his fist had not only obliterated every illusion, but had also hammered through every inch of air within the room. Yet he had failed to strike any tangible form. Not here in the room. Ro smirked. It mattered not if he could not land a blow, for he possessed a sharper weapon, his words. Even as a mere mortal, I surpass you, a coward who hides behind illusions and dares not reveal your true self. What a ridiculous god of trickery you are. Ro's mockery sliced through the air like a poisoned dagger, each word piercing deeply. Just a pitiful creature, adept at weaving lies and relying on illusions. Too afraid to confront an enemy face to face. Silence. Loki's furious roar erupted, as if bursting forth from the depths of some distant void. Lies cannot wound. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Each of Ro's words precisely tore through the layers of Loki's deepest insecurities and the scars of his AIDS. I am the king of the Nine Realms, the ruler of Asgard, the rightful heir of Odin, the All-Father. Nonsense. Ro abruptly interrupted that distant roar, asserting that a throne stolen from comatose father through petty schemes hardly qualified one as a king. You Loki Laufeyson, Ro pronounced slowly, syllable by syllable. Merely a tragic charlatan, a fool who will never grasp the essence of true kingship, seeking solace only in lies and illusions. In the distant Asgard, upon the resplendent throne of the celestial palace, Loki, seated in the supreme seat and wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, could no longer maintain his feigned elegance. His handsome visage twisted into a grimace as he sprang to his feet, smashing the golden chalice, a symbol of his authority, forcefully against the polished floor. He had never been so brutally stripped of all pretense. What had just transpired on Earth was merely a formidable illusion projected remotely through the power of Gungnir, which also explained why Ro could not directly assail his true form. Yet, even across the vast expanse of the cosmos, Ro's piercing words shattered his defenses. Mortal, insect Ro. Loki's eyes blazed crimson, an unprecedented thirst for vengeance flooding his soul. You shall await your reckoning. I will make you pay the most excruciating price. You will come to understand the cost of offending the king of gods. The venomous vow echoed in the hollow golden palace as the wrathful Loki swung Gungnir with fervor. The resplendent golden divine light rending the fabric of space, and a colossal portal materialized in an instant. Deep within the vaults of Asgard, the ancient war machine, the Destroyer, which had slumbered for countless ages, slowly awakened with glimmering eyes. He intended to reduce that accursed earthling to ashes beneath the flames of the Destroyer. Laufeyson. Thor was struck as if by lightning, abruptly lifting his gaze to Ro. Luo Wei is the name of the frost giant king of Jotunheim, and the usurped throne, Ro. What in the world are you saying? Do you not yet comprehend? Ro turned, his gaze sharp as he regarded the incredulous Thor. Loki is not your true brother. He is the son of Luo Wei. Odin exiled you with the intent of fostering growth and trials. Yet upon falling into slumber, Loki seized control of everything. He intends for you to remain here eternally, stripped of your birthright. No, that cannot be. Thor murmured, his voice parched, desperately seeking threads of contradiction within their millennia of shared memories. We grew up together. Your father, during his campaign against Jotunheim, discovered an abandoned infant amidst the ruins of Laufey's palace. Ro slowly unveiled the truth. He adopted him and named him Loki. Is this the reason Loki believes our father favored me more? Thor, still clinging to notions of brotherhood, seemed to finally grasp why Loki had turned so extreme. The inherent pride within the Asgardian lineage regarded Jotunheim as a savage land, viewing the frost giants as base folk. Yet this very pride had become the deepest thorn piercing Loki. He must believe that it was this lowly origin that led Odin to deem him unworthy of the throne. The quartet of celestial researchers, trembling in a corner, exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts still racing. The recent battle, akin to an epic myth, had utterly upended their understanding. Is Thor truly the god of thunder? And the god of mischief, Loki? The sight of him fracturing into countless manifestations had left them awestruck. Yet Ro appeared even more formidable. Before they could fully process the events, Loki had been vanquished. However, gazing at the chaos strewn across the room, they felt a pang of sorrow. All of this was invaluable research material. Yet, despite their heartbreak, none dared to approach and demand restitution from Ro. In the room, Thor, who had stood in stunned silence for a while, suddenly bolted outside as if awakened. Heimdall, take me back. Loki, you shall forever remain my brother. You were, you are, and you will always be. Do not allow that throne to cloud your heart. Thor shouted frantically at the heavens, attempting to rekindle the millennia-long bond with Loki. Then, with a thunderous roar, as if responding to his call, the sky transformed. A colossal golden beam, imbued with an aura of destruction, descended like a spear of divine retribution, striking fiercely at the outskirts of a distant town. The earth reverberated like a colossal drum. Terrifying plumes of dust surged skyward like a mushroom cloud. Amidst the haze, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in heavy silver-gray armor, slowly rose. Its face was an expressionless metallic mask, exuding a chilling, unyielding presence of annihilation. The Destroyer Armor of Odin. Chapter 67. The Fall of the Destroyer, the Death of Luo Wei. King of the Frost Giants. The silver-gray metallic giant, descending from the divine light, instantly captivated the attention of the entire town of Pointintiki. Ro, from the astrophysical research team, also emerged from the room. Good heavens, what is that creature? Jane and Daisy gasped in astonishment. However, Ro, aware of the Destroyer's origins, shook his head. Thor, it seems your profound brotherly affection cannot sway Loki. Fixated on the cold metallic silhouette, Thor found himself at a loss for words. The Destroyer Armor. The mightiest war machine in the treasury of Asgard. He had heard tales of it since childhood, forged by his father in conjunction with the power of the gods. Its entirety composed of URU alloy. Once deployed, it had but one aim, to reduce all adversaries to ashes. Thor murmured, Loki, do you truly intend to wield it against us? Lord Ro, Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.L.D. rushed forward, accompanied by several agents. That thing? Coulson gestured towards the destroyer, cautiously inquiring, do you recognize it? Soon, Coulson would learn the purpose of the silver giant. Buzz! A strange metallic sound resonated as the plates of the destroyer's face suddenly opened, illuminating with a blinding crimson light. Cataclysmic energy rapidly converged, targeting Ro and everyone in his vicinity. Boom! Ro sprang into action. He would not stand idly by awaiting the destroyer's assault. With a burst of super speed, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing instantaneously before the destroyer, exceeding its reflex limits. A seemingly unremarkable punch, devoid of any extravagant technique. Ro channeled the terrifying power within him, capable of shaking the stars, directly into the destroyer. Bang! In an instant, it was as if the very fabric of reality shifted. This was no mere collision. It resembled the anguished cry of space itself being compressed and torn apart. Centered around Ro's fist, a visible wave of white energy erupted, tangible and explosive. Wherever it passed, the ground was violently stripped away. Debris flew like bullets. Vehicles were overturned in the distance, and the windows of nearby cottages shattered in an instant. The formidable body of the destroyer, crafted from URU alloy, disintegrated instantaneously before the might of Roy's fist. Countless metallic fragments erupted, and the energy core within shattered, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that obscured the very sky with its brilliance. As the radiance faded, a colossal crater emerged at the site of the explosion, where the remnants of the destroyer lay silently, bearing witness to the devastating blow it had just endured. An eerie silence enveloped the outskirts of the town. Thor stood agape, gazing at the smoldering debris, his mind a blank canvas. He was acutely aware of the terror embodied by the destroyer. His father had wielded it in battles across the 9 realms, thereby solidifying its fearsome reputation. Yet now, before Roy, it could not withstand even a single punch. Coulson, along with the agents behind him and Eric's astrophysical research team, remained utterly speechless. Though they could not fathom the full extent of the destroyer's strength, the magnitude of Roy's strike had transcended the bounds of their imagination. In Asgard, upon the throne of the Celestial Palace, Loki's cruel smile froze entirely, replaced by a profound, bone-deep dread. Through the lens of Gungnir, he witnessed the entire sequence of the destroyer being obliterated by a single blow. The overwhelming force caused his hand, which gripped the eternal spear, to tremble ever so slightly. Impossible. This cannot be. How could a mere mortal possess such power? Loki's voice was laced with horror. His prize trump card lay utterly vanquished before Roy. No, he must not be allowed to come to Asgard. He cannot be permitted to threaten me. A frenzied light flickered in Loki's eyes as a more malevolent, more deranged thought began to take shape in his mind. He suddenly raised Gungnir, the golden light of divinity surging wildly. In the name of Loki Odinson, king of Asgard, open the Bifrost. Destination, Jotunheim. Point of transfer, Midgard. Frost giants, advance to Midgard. Obliterate all that stands in your way. This is the will of the God King. This is your chance to reclaim glory and seize fertile lands. In Jotunheim, upon the frozen throne, the Frost giant king Laufey's eyes gleamed with cold brilliance. The God King of Asgard had personally opened the Bifrost to invite them to invade Midgard. This was nothing short of a divine opportunity. The barren lands of Jotunheim could no longer sustain their needs, while the bountiful Midgard awaited as their new sanctuary. For Jotunheim, for the glory of the Frost giants. Laufey's deep, ambitious roar echoed across the ice fields, heralding their march toward Midgard. Boom, 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 just as the New Mexico desert, momentarily calmed by the destruction of the destroyer, began to settle, a new upheaval emerged. A series of even thicker, more ferocious beams of multicolored light, radiating a bone-chilling cold, struck the ground. As the beams dissipated, towering figures of 3-meter-tall frost giant warriors, their skin a deep indigo and exuding a fierce chill, appeared amidst the desert. At the forefront stood the formidable frost giant king, Luo Wei, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The frost giants emitted bloodthirsty roars, and an icy chill rapidly enveloped the area, causing frost to crystallize upon the ground. Frost giants. Thor gazed at the familiar yet loathed figures, utterly bewildered. Loki, have you lost your mind? How dare you open the portal to Jotunheim? The town was plunged into utter chaos. The biting cold and the menacing giants sent panic soaring to its zenith. As people screamed and fled in all directions. Insects, feel the wrath of Jotunheim. Luo Wei raised his icy claw, pointing towards the town. Alien invasion. Coulson sensed the gravity of the situation and called for Nick Fury, seeking assistance. Meanwhile, a figure had surged into the ranks of giants like a harbinger of death. It was Rovi, his eyes, cold as ice, brimmed with murderous intent. Seeking death, 2 beams of crimson energy, imbued with terrifying heat, shot forth from his eyes. The frost giant, struck by the searing gaze, could not even scream. Its body was instantly cleaved, vaporized, with severed limbs and frozen fragments scattering in all directions. Rovi moved like a specter among the giants, each punch, each collision, resulting in the explosion or pulverization of one or several frost giants. This was a one-sided massacre. The frost giants' pride in their strength and ice magic crumbled before Rovi's absolute speed and power, rendering them as fragile as infants. Luo Wei watched in horror as his elite warriors were harvested like wheat. When had Midgard acquired such a formidable guardian? This was no invasion, it was a trap. With no time for regret, he attempted to summon his most powerful ice magic to attack Rovi, only to be shattered by a single punch from Rovi. Thus, the frost giant king, Luo Wei, met his end without a trace of significance. The remaining frost giants stood frozen in place, and in an instant, panic and cries swept across the battlefield. Rovi hovered in midair, ceasing his assault on the defenseless frost giants. Gradually descending, he approached Coulson, who was rendered speechless by the shocking scene before him. Coulson, Rovi commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Inform Nick Fury that I need to know the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Coulson, regaining his composure, swallowed hard as he beheld Rovi, whose murderous intent seemed almost tangible. The Tesseract? What do you need it for? What do I need it for? Rovi looked skyward, as if he could pierce through the infinite expanse to see Loki upon the throne of Asgard. I intend to use it to open a portal to Asgard. Then, I shall slay that bastard Loki. Chapter 68. Odin awakens. Loki is exiled. The runes of Asgard. To Asgard to slay Loki. A slaughter of gods. Coulson gasped, his scalp prickling. This demand had utterly surpassed his authority and understanding. Countless plans and consequences flashed through his mind. Yet, upon witnessing the undeniable gaze of Rovina and feeling the chilling aura of death emanating from the Rainbow Bridge, which was steadily encroaching upon the town, he realized the land. Roads and buildings were swiftly succumbing to ice. If Loki remained unchecked, this frost would engulf New Mexico and even more expansive territories. Very well, Coulson nodded resolutely, as he trembled while reconnecting to the S.H.O.D. hotline. Deep within the distant halls of Asgard, the slumbering All-Father awakened, his singular eye opening. Enough, Loki! The voice, both commanding and weary, reverberated throughout the hall. A flash of golden light illuminated Odin's formidable form beside the throne, though it bore the unmistakable marks of age and weariness. Father? Loki turned, astonishment and panic fleeting, replaced swiftly by a fade of composure. You have awakened? There are rebellions in Midgard and Jotunheim. I am orchestrating their mutual depletion to fortify Asgard's dominion. This is for Loki. Odin's tone deepened, his eyes swirling with fury and disappointment. Your ambition and deceit have wrought nothing but destruction and hatred. Cease this madness, my child. Father. Loki fell to his knees, his voice choked with remorse. I was wrong. I should not have taken matters into my own hands. Faced with Loki's contrition, Odin remained silent, his gaze sharpening, arm extending to grasp the void beside him. The air shimmered with invisible ripples, and Loki's kneeling form dissipated like a bubble. In that same moment, Odin's hand deftly seized a dagger that had lunged toward his side from an uncanny angle. The assailant was none other than Loki, his face now a mask of malice, devoid of any pretense. Loki scoffed, his tone dripping with scorn and resentment. My father, you remain ever so astute, as if you have never trusted me. What is it that you truly desire, Loki? Odin's roar erupted, infused with the wrath of thunder, shaking the very foundations of the hall under the weight of his millennia of disappointment and sorrow. You deceive your brother. You aim a dagger at your father. Is that frigid throne truly more significant to you than blood ties, than the survival of Asgard? Indeed, Loki's visage twisted with distorted desire. Why is it that only Thor is deemed worthy? He is reckless, impulsive, foolish. Everything he can achieve, I can't surpass. I am stronger. As Odin gazed upon this face, once filled with promise and now reduced to madness, he seemed to age a decade in an instant. The crown of a god is not upheld by guile. It demands a weighty responsibility and sacrifices heavier than life itself. Without further ado, he slowly raised the eternal spear, Gungnir. On Earth, the remaining frost giants were banished back to Jotunheim by radiant beams of light. The brilliance reemerged as Odin and Loki materialized amidst the ravaged battlefield of Pointentiki. Father, Thor exclaimed, his voice trembling, eyes brimming with excitement and indignation as he beheld Odin's sudden appearance. Odin nodded slightly, his weary eye turning toward the resolute figure at the edge of the battlefield. Loki, accurately called by his name, his voice echoing with a distant, ethereal resonance, stood as the guardian of Midgard. He met the gaze of the Lord of the Nine Realms, Odin, with a calm demeanor, his eyes imbued with scrutiny. Odin, the All-Father, your power is as awe-inspiring as the birth of stars. Odin's voice, laden with the wisdom of ages and a heavy sigh, responded, You have averted the cataclysm of the Nine Realms, yet you have also unveiled the obscured truths. He paused, his singular eye seemingly perceiving the cyclical nature of the cosmos. My time is fleeting, and the shadow of Ragnarok has never receded. I have witnessed too many wars. His gaze swept across Loki and the frost-ravaged land. Regardless of their origins, they ultimately sow seeds of hatred, nurturing darkness and destruction. So, Loki was unconvinced, challenging Odin. Will you simply disregard the devastation wrought by your son's ambition, the innocent blood spilled in Midgard? Odin turned his gaze towards his son, bound by divine power. His voice suddenly grave. You have committed the heinous crime of betraying kin and igniting the flames of war across the realms. In the name of the All-Father, I cast you out. Before his words faded, Odin swung Gungnir with force, rending the fabric of space, and Loki's figure vanished without a trace. Thor closed his eyes in anguish, unwilling to confront this harsh reality. Odin, the guardian of Midgard, leaned upon Gungnir, his form increasingly weary. Loki's transgressions have earned him banishment, a fitting punishment. As for the wounds inflicted upon Midgard, Asgard shall spare no effort to mend them. Let the oath of the Lord of the Nine Realms stand as witness. Gazing upon the young warrior before him, whose strength could tremble the very foundations of Asgard, Odin understood that his current rigidity would only invite greater calamity. He was aging, weary. Asgard could not withstand the strain, particularly against an adversary of unknown depths. This compromise was not only his duty as the All-Father, but also a final plea for peace from an elder nearing twilight. Recognizing Odin's yielding, Loki refrained from further pressuring a man at the end of his strength. Very well, then, as part of the recompense, I seek the knowledge of Asgard's runic power. Odin, without hesitation, nodded. That is not an unreasonable request. The treasury of Asgard's knowledge shall be open to you. His gaze traversed the remnants of destruction, the devastated town, and the trembling survivors, ultimately resting on Thor. Thor Odinson. Before he could finish, Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder, erupted with blinding light. Soaring back to Thor's grasp, rise, my son. Odin's voice was hoarse and low, imbued with an imperceptible sense of farewell, as if he were summoning the last vestiges of his strength to bestow a long-overdue coronation upon Asgard's future. Father. Thor, filled with emotion, nodded affirmatively, reaching out to seize the hammer. Boom! The overwhelming power of thunder surged into Thor's being, his tattered garments disintegrating and reforming into shimmering silver-blue armor. As a crimson cloak billowed around him, the god of thunder, Thor, was reborn. The chains of hatred must be severed by wisdom, not forged in blood. Odin gazed solemnly at Thor, imparting a profound lesson. Remember, the true path of a sovereign lies in guardianship, responsibility, and wisdom, rather than in conquest. Through this trial, Thor deeply comprehended his father's intentions, nodding gravely in acknowledgement. The protector of Midgard, Odin turned his gaze to Loki, pausing briefly as the eternal spear illuminated them both in a radiant glow. Call upon Heimdall's name, and he shall guide you to Asgard. I look forward to our reunion. Chapter 69, Tony, Peter, Natasha, Wanda, and the enchanting journey to Asgard. The events culminated here, as the All-Father Odin personally invited me to the celestial palace of Asgard. In Manhattan, within the living room of a central apartment, Natasha and Tony Stark came to visit after receiving intelligence from S.H.E.L.D. Upon recounting the farcical tale of Mjolnir and Odin's invitation, the assembly felt as if they had just heard a fantastical story. Tony Stark absently tapped his fingers on the table, his expression laced with skepticism. The realm of the gods? Asgard? Do those jovial, hammer-wielding figures from Norse mythology truly reside in some obscure corner of the heavens? Before Loki could respond to Tony's inquiry, an exuberant voice erupted from outside the window. The Rainbow Bridge? Peter Parker, clad in his Spider-Man suit, swung in through the open window upon receiving Loki's notification. Mr. Loki, are you referring to that fairy-tale-like Rainbow Bridge? We are to tread upon it to reach Asgard. It would be more accurate to interpret it as a highly advanced spatial folding transportation technology, Loki chuckled. So, the denizens of Asgard are merely a group of extraterrestrials wielding advanced technology? Natasha Romanoff leaned against the window, directly voicing the pivotal question. In terms of cosmic biology, indeed, Loki affirmed, his gaze softening as it turned to Wanda Maximoff beside him. Are you prepared, Wanda? This is a genuine journey abroad. Wanda inhaled deeply, a subtle crimson energy swirling at her fingertips. Yes. She positioned herself closely to Loki, her tone resolute. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Initially, Loki had intended for just himself and Wanda to venture to Asgard, but with everyone gathered, he thought it fitting to experience this together. Very well, since everyone wishes to join, let us depart. Loki led this peculiar tour group to the rooftop, where the neon lights of Manhattan flickered against the night sky. Relax. He reassured the slightly anxious crowd. Consider it a visit to an expansive, open-air museum, albeit with living gods as the exhibits. Heimdall, as the call resonated. The cosmos gently parted, revealing a torrent of light, a rainbow bridge, embodying the brilliance of stars being born and extinguished, cascading from the depths of space, enveloping them all in a warm embrace. There was no thunder, no turbulence, only an absolute, soul-stirring serenity, as if time itself had been both elongated and compressed. The radiant light gradually faded, and Rovi was the first to take a step forward. Beneath his feet lay golden crystals, warm as jade, stretching towards the magnificent city of Asgard, suspended amid a dazzling sea of stars. His superhuman vision pierced through the golden glow, instantly discerning every colossal stone and fragment that constituted the divine city, where billions of flowing, liquid gold runes surged like a river of stars, pulsating with breath. They wove together into an unfathomably vast, ancient energy matrix, sustaining this realm that defied the laws of physics, a profound sense of pure divinity, surpassing both technology and brute strength, enveloped him. Observing the scene before him, reminiscent of a fantastical film, Rovi's smile deepened. Ah, how intriguing. The mask of Tony Stark promptly sealed shut, stifling the latter part of the sentence. The modern technological essence of his marked suit appeared jarringly out of place amidst the classical elements of Asgard. Within the mask, Jarvis's urgent alarm echoed. Highest level alert. Detected an ultra-high-density, unknown energy field. Energy readings are off the charts. Spatial curvature is abnormal. Immediate activation of maximum protection is advised. Tony maintained an exterior calm, while countless sarcastic thoughts swirled within him. This city's construction was utterly unscientific, and the energy density could practically fuel a reactor, right? Wow, Peter exclaimed, springing up half a meter like a toy with a spring. Ms. Natasha, did you see that? Can I film just one segment? His excited gaze collided with Natasha's tranquil, unwavering green eyes. Her expression subtly raised an eyebrow, carrying a hint of warning, causing Peter to wilt instantaneously. Awkwardly fiddling with his web shooter. All right, got it, understood. Wanda was profoundly moved by the breathtaking spectacle of the divine realm before her. The omnipresent golden light and the ancient energy coursing through the air silently proclaimed the majesty of the domain of gods. A barely perceptible sense of inferiority blossomed within her. Instinctively, she edged a step closer to Rovi, her fingertips tightly gripping the hem of her garment, as the dormant chaotic magic within her stirred slightly, rippling with the faintest blush of crimson. Ha ha ha, my friend, Rovi. Thor Odinson's thunderous laughter shattered the stillness of the air. Striding over with purpose, he enveloped Rovi in a bear hug that would have been overwhelming for an ordinary hero, his large hand thumping against Rovi's back. At last, Father has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Next, his jovial gaze fell upon Tony's gleaming armor, his eyes alight with mirth as he playfully rapped on the reactor at Tony's chest with his knuckles, the impact causing the armor to wobble. The iron can of Midgard looks quite sturdy, but, he grinned broadly, compared to Odin's vault of URU steel armor, it still falls a bit short. Following Thor were the three valiant warriors of the realm, the robust Volstagg, the composed Hogun, the sharp-witted Fandral, and the strikingly graceful Sif. They scrutinized the peculiar assembly before them, recognizing the aura emanating from Rovi and the reverence in Thor's demeanor, instantly identifying him as the mightiest champion of Midgard. The crimson energy enveloping Wanda evoked thoughts of the goddess Frigga, suggesting she too was a formidable sorceress. Although Natasha lacked physical strength, her composed bearing hinted at a potential assassin. Young Peter's attire struck them as somewhat eccentric. Finally, their gaze landed on Tony, whose unusual metallic garb elicited a smirk of derision akin to that of Thor's. Wostag, arms crossed, boomed at Tony. Mortal, your shiny armor. Does it truly serve as protection against blades and arrows? Hogun, in a complimentary jest, raised his glimmering axe, smirking, or is it merely for aesthetic appeal? Tony's lips curved beneath his mask as a languid voice emerged. Protection against blades? Oh, dear Viking warrior, this contraption can withstand far greater threats. And as for aesthetics? Stark Industries champions the union of function and form. He tilted his head slightly, the white light from his visor scanning their weaponry. Pray tell, Do your antiquated weapons come equipped with laser sights or energy overloading capabilities? TSK. What a pity if they do not. Wostag was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening, while Hogan huffed, tightening his grip on the axe, and Vandal raised an intrigued eyebrow nearby. Ha ha ha. Enough. Thor boisterously interrupted the delicate tension. Friends from afar. The hospitality of Asgard is mead. It is a celebration. He clasped Rovi with one arm and, with the other, slapped Tony's shoulder with vigor, resolutely ushering everyone forward. To the banquet hall. Let us fill golden goblets with fine wine and toast to friendship. Mead? Celebration? Tony's protest nearly spilled forth as he was propelled along. Prince Thor. As a responsible host, shouldn't you provide a guide for environmental adaptation before pouring the drinks? For instance, the gravitational constant, atmospheric composition, and whether local microorganisms are friendly to Earthlings. Jarvis, has the environmental analysis report been generated? Preliminary scanning complete. Gravity, 105. Atmospheric composition, slightly elevated oxygen levels. Detected unknown inert energy particles, harmless. Microbial flora, highly complex and unique, no database matches. Caution is advised with local food and drink. Spatial radiation levels, abnormally stable. Presence of a powerful energy field shielding. Conclusion, physical environment is adaptable. Biological and energetic environments require further observation. Did you hear that? Unknown inert energy particles. Highly complex microbial flora. That is what I meant by an environmental adaptation guide. Tony exclaimed dramatically. I certainly don't wish to transform into a glowing slime puddle in Asgard's lavatory, simply because I sipped your mead. Thor's only response was hearty laughter. Iron Man. You are quite the humorist. Peter stood beside Natasha, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at the winged horse soaring through the sky and then at the shimmering golden ground beneath his feet. Leaning closer to Natasha, he whispered, Ms. Natasha, look, a flying horse. Goodness, if only I could. Natasha's gaze shifted from Tony to Peter, her green eyes conveying a clear message. Silence, behave. Peter recoiled slightly, yet his eyes remained fixed on the galloping creature. Eventually, Natasha's attention returned to Thor. Her demeanor relaxed as her keen gaze meticulously catalogued the square's layout, the guards' routes, and the expressions of the crowd. Behind them, an increasing number of curious Asgardians gathered, their whispers amalgamating into a buzzing background noise. What an odd metal man. Is that the armor of a Midgardian warrior? That boy is dressed like a spider. Is the red-haired lady a witch? Truly, the people of Midgard are peculiar. Chapter 70. Observations in the Palace. Rovi's duel with the warriors. Following Thor's lead, the group arrived at the magnificent central palace hall of Asgard. They passed rows of palace guards clad in resplendent armor, resembling golden sculptures, under countless scrutinizing and curious gazes, and stepped into the opulent banquet hall. Here, the extravagance was beyond mortal imagination. The soaring dome flowed with ancient, mysterious runes, and immense crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow bright enough to illuminate every corner, bathing the hall in a daylight-like brilliance. Graceful palace maidens moved gracefully among them, presenting delicacies from the 9 realms. Deep-sea fish sashimi glowing with a ghostly blue light. Enormous beast legs roasted to a golden crisp, and peculiar fruits that seemed to breathe with life, alongside the iconic Asgardian mead, rich with malty and honeyed aromas. Welcome to Asgard, announced the guests of the courtyard. At the end of the long table sat King Odin, robed in majestic attire, nodding in acknowledgement to the gathered assembly. Queen Frigga wore an elegant and courteous smile, her gaze flitting over Rovi and his companions. When her eyes landed on Wanda, they momentarily tightened, as though piercing through the surface to sense an ancient and formidable power. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Rovi replied, ensuring the fundamental courtesies were observed in another's domain. No need for formality, dear friends from afar. Please take your seats. Queen Frigga's voice was soothing like a melody, expressing her hope that Asgard's hospitality would meet their expectations. As everyone settled down, the palace musicians began to play a resonant and ancient tune, marking the official commencement of the feast. Tony skillfully wielded his knife and fork, indulging in the otherworldly roasted meats without restraint, while his gaze turned to Odin. Seated at the head of the table, the legendary All-Father of the Gods, he seemed no different from an ordinary elderly man. Meanwhile, Peter's curious eyes were captivated by the breathing rainbow fruit. This is so cool. He picked up one of the fruits, which unexpectedly emitted a burst of starlit mist, startling him and leaving his face obscured, provoking soft laughter from the nearby palace maidens. Wanda, observing Peter's disheveled state, found herself entranced by a swirling nebula in her drink. Hesitantly whispering to Rovi, "Is this drink safe to consume?" Rovi chuckled softly, lifting his own glass and downing its contents in one swift motion, savoring the rich flavor, a highly concentrated juice, reminiscent of exploding blueberries. Encouraged by Rovi's example, Wanda cautiously took a sip, her eyes widening as an extraordinary chill and surge of energy erupted on her tongue, compelling her to squint in delight. Noticing the group's initial discomfort, Thor promptly raised his golden goblet filled with mead, exclaiming, "To friendship, to the valiant warriors from Midgard. Cheers!" The clinking of goblets sent mead splattering, igniting a spirit of camaraderie. Under Thor's exuberant leadership and the enthusiastic toast from the palace maidens, the guests gradually relaxed. Tony, undoubtedly the quickest to acclimate, had flushed cheeks from several rounds of mead and was animatedly conversing. The feast concluded in an even more fervent atmosphere. Guided by the palace guards, the group traversed the grand and lengthy golden corridor toward the lounge. As they walked, three towering figures, as solid as stone, obstructed their path. The newcomers were none other than the three warriors of Asgard, the brawny Vostag, the seasoned warrior Hogun, and the suave swordmaster Fandral. "Lord Rovi," Vostag boomed, his massive hand instinctively reaching to clap Rovi on the shoulder, only to be deftly sidestepped by Rovi. While the exquisite wine of the banquet was intoxicating, the warriors longed for the exhilarating thrill of battle. "Prince Thor speaks highly of your prowess in wielding Mjolnir, declaring you the mightiest warrior of Midgard. Might we, the Asgardian warriors, witness your true divine power?" Observing the fierce determination in the eyes of the three warriors, a slightly tipsy Tony perked up, eager to stir the excitement. "Hey, Rovi, it's time to show the Asgard brothers what a god of the mortal realm looks like." In the face of the Palace Warriors challenge, Natasha and Spider-Man remained relaxed, exuding unwavering confidence in Rovi's abilities. Only Wanda gently tugged at Rovi's sleeve, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Taking her small hand in his, Rovi offered her a reassuring glance, then turned to Thor. Noting the prince's lack of intent to intervene, he nodded in agreement. Arriving at the palace's designated training ground, the floor was composed of hardened rock imbued with divine power, surrounded by stone pillars inscribed with protective runes. Under the curious gazes of the palace guards, Rovi and the three warriors stepped into the training arena. Will the guests from Midgard engage in a duel with the three warriors? This was a rare spectacle, and the palace guards eagerly focused their attention on the unfolding scene. Thor stood at the edge of the arena, a resounding cry announcing the commencement of the duel. The formidable Vostag stepped forward first, thumping his sturdy chest, producing a deep, resonant sound. "Lord Rovi, a true man should test his strength. Wrestling is the ultimate testament to power. Gulme, let me see if your might is indeed as legendary as they say." As his words lingered in the air, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. "Come forth, warrior." Rovi nodded in response. With a low growl, Vostag surged forward with astonishing speed, his massive frame charging at Rovi like a wild behemoth. His robust arms spread wide, aiming to execute his signature bear hug takedown. His strength, capable of crushing a giant serpent, clamped around Rovi's waist, nostrils flaring as he exhaled heavy white breaths. Muscles taut and bulging, even causing tiny fissures in the rocks beneath his feet. Yet, the man he encircled remained as steadfast as a mountain, utterly immovable. Vostag felt as though he was embracing not flesh and blood, but an entire, towering deity. In the next moment, Rovi effortlessly lifted Vostag's several hundred-pound bulk with a single hand, raising him above his head as if he were no more than a mere straw figure. Vostag paused midair, then erupted into hearty laughter, kicking his legs and exclaiming, "Excellent! What strength! Delightful! I concede. Truly, you are the mightiest warrior from the Middle Realm." Vostag, a hybrid of dwarf and giant, whose strength surpassed even that of frost giants, had been bested by just one hand, no less, and he had yet to unleash his full power. The outcome of this battle evidently took the palace guards by surprise, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Once Vostag was set down, the warrior Hogun stepped forward with calm assurance. He lacked Vostag's imposing stature, yet exuded a fierce aura forged through countless blood-soaked battles. Lord Rovi, while strength is indeed paramount, a true warrior must also master the art of combat. Pray, teach me. As soon as he finished speaking, Hogan launched himself into action, moving with the swift grace of a leopard, unleashing a relentless barrage of elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and grappling maneuvers like a tempest. Each blow contained a force capable of shattering stone. However, Rovi's figure danced through Hogan's onslaught, elusive as a phantom. Every ferocious strike, be it feigned or genuine, was deftly evaded or deflected by Rovi with mere millimeters to spare. The extraordinary speed and foresight he exhibited left Hogan feeling as though he were futilely striking at mere illusions. In mere moments, Rovi vanished and reappeared at Hogan's side, casually placing a finger at the junction of Hogan's shoulder blade. An irresistible wave of gentle force surged through, instantly halting Hogan's momentum, interrupting his poised attack. Hogan, regaining his stance, bore a wry smile, bowing slightly and placing a hand over his heart. In the face of absolute speed and insight, all techniques appear futile. Lord Rovi, I concede. The final challenger, the master swordsman Vandal, drew his long sword from his waist. Lord Rovi, beyond strength and skill, a weapon is an extension of a warrior. Allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship. Chapter 71. The God of Asgard Among Mortals. Vandal performed a formal salute of a swordsman to Rovi, his gaze becoming intensely focused. Having learned from the experiences of his two companions, he refrained from rushing into action, circling Rovi with his sword, searching for a flaw. At that moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Neither made a move. Rovi remained still, for he knew that a single strike from him would conclude the encounter. Vandal hesitated, unable to decipher Rovi, standing quietly as if he were rife with vulnerabilities, yet simultaneously impenetrable. Time passed, and the spectators and palace guards grew restless. Finally, Vandal made his move. He thrust his sword forward, transforming into a silver streak of light, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp wail. Imbued with an unwavering resolve, directed at Rovi's chest. This strike was swift, precise, and fierce, encapsulating the essence of his lifelong swordsmanship, potent enough to pierce the most formidable shield. However, in the face of this thunderous assault, Rovi calmly raised his right hand. Just as the sword tip approached, his index and middle fingers, akin to the most meticulous tweezers, effortlessly captured the blade, brimming with terrifying energy and sharpness. Vandal's forward momentum abruptly ceased. He exerted all his strength to withdraw his sword, yet those two fingers held firm as if they were the most unyielding pincers in the universe. Vandal's face was etched with disbelief, eventually transforming into a deep sigh as he shook his head in wry amusement. To think two fingers could withstand my full force strike. Astonishing. Vandal conceded defeat. Well done, Rovi. Tony cheered alongside young Spider-Man, Peter. The palace guards exchanged glances, rendered speechless, witnessing the legendary trio of the Nine Realms being effortlessly defeated by Rovi. Moreover, it was evident that Rovi had not exerted his full potential, hinting at the depths of his power. Thor, it seems you two are eager to join the fray. Rovi smiled at the god of thunder, standing nearby. Thor's eyes sparkled with combat fervor, his grip tightening around his hammer, which flickered with faint bolts of lightning. Haha, Rovi, you truly know me well. Thor bellowed with hearty laughter as he leaped into battle, his fighting spirit soaring to new heights. Let Mjolnir witness your strength. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, the hammer erupted with dazzling lightning. Come forth, Thor. Rovi had merely warmed up against the trio of warriors. Now that he was ready to engage, he intended to fight earnestly. Without further hesitation, the two titans clashed in an instant. Thor's hammer swung towards Rovi, each strike imbued with the force of 1,000 thunders. The hammer slicing through the air and producing a deafening sonic boom. Rovi's response was remarkably composed as he deftly navigated through the gaps of thunder, each block resonating with a resounding clash akin to the ringing of metal, absorbing all of Thor's tempestuous strikes that could shake mountains. The frenzied lightning danced like a silver serpent, illuminating the entire training ground as if it were midday. The ripples generated by the collision of energies spread outward like a tangible force, crashing into the rune-etched pillars and igniting brilliant halos of energy. Yet, Rovi refrained from exerting his full strength, engaging in a defense potent enough to suppress his opponent while still allowing Thor the Prince of Asgard, to save face in front of the gathered onlookers. However, Lovi's well-intentioned restraint felt like a silent affront to Thor, who sought the pure glory of combat. "Stop, Lovi!" Thor leaped back, his chest heaving dramatically, his eyes ablaze with indignation and frustration at being underestimated. "Do not hold back in battle. A true warrior yearns for a clash of full might. Use your utmost strength. Let us settle this with a single strike." Thor raised Mjolnir high, his voice reverberating like thunder through the night sky. Observing the fervor and pride in Thor's gaze, Lovi reluctantly nodded. "Very well, Thor, as you wish." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Thor roared, unleashing his divine power without reservation. He leaped high into the heavens, and above the golden palace, a colossal, churning tempest of thunderclouds gathered, engulfing the entire horizon. Countless bolts of wrathful lightning, as thick as barrels, rained down from the clouds, converging upon Mjolnir, transforming the hammer from a mere weapon into a radiant sun of annihilation, exuding an aura of destruction. In that moment, the entire golden palace trembled under the weight of Mjolnir's power, and numerous guards gazed up in terror. Thor, akin to a king commanding the storm, channeled all his strength and the thunderous might of Asgard into this cataclysmic strike. For the glory of Asgard. On the ground, Lovi's gaze sharpened with fierce determination. In the face of this force capable of obliterating a city, he too unleashed his power, bending his legs slightly as the hard rock beneath him silently crumbled to dust. In the next instant, he surged forward, not in retreat, but to meet the world-ending thunder head-on. There were no ornate maneuvers, only the purest, most primal, and ferocious eruption of strength. His figure carved a vacuum trail through the air at breakneck speed, even distorting the moonlight. His fist, the mightiest of weapons, coalesced with the power to shake the stars, collided directly with the descending hammer of thunder. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted instantaneously. It was not merely sound, but a violent upheaval of space itself. A colossal sphere of pure destructive energy, several hundred meters in diameter, detonated at the point of their collision. The blinding radiance illuminated the celestial palace as if it were a supernova, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged outward with unrelenting force. Crack, crack, crack. The colossal stone pillars, etched with defensive runes capable of withstanding the onslaught of interstellar battleship cannons, shattered like fragile glass, collapsing in ruin. Where the shockwave passed, the once solid ground was gouged into immense chasms several meters deep, and in the distance, the Golden Palace complex. Its magnificent gilded walls adorned with ancient runes, erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. The entire palace resembled an ancient behemoth roused from slumber, emitting a deep and agonized groan. Countless residents of the celestial palace awoke from their dreams, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed towards the royal palace. As the light and dust gradually dispersed, in the sky, Lovi hovered silently, the moonlight cascading once more upon him, his robes billowing in the tempestuous winds generated by the residual energy, as though the cataclysmic blow moments ago had merely been a gentle breeze brushing across the hills. On the ground, at the center of a vast crater several hundred meters in diameter, Thor knelt on one knee, propping himself up with Mjolnir. His armor was shattered in multiple places, his golden locks matted with sweat and dirt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, and his hand gripped the hammer's handle trembled slightly, golden divine blood oozing from his palm. He looked up at the figure in the sky, his eyes devoid of any frustration from defeat, instead brimming with exhilaration at encountering a true adversary and an overwhelming desire to battle. Silence enveloped the training ground. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace were left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. The cataclysmic strike had completely astonished them. After a moment, Thor struck the ground with his hammer, struggling to rise, and erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. Lovi, your strength is worthy of the title of the mightiest warrior. Mjolnir acknowledges you, and I, Thor Odinson, also recognize you. Before his laughter could fade, his robust figure swayed as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength, compounded by the effects of the earlier feast, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Prince Thor, the three warriors, snapping out of their stupor, rushed forward to assist him. Fortunately, Luo Wei had contained most of the devastating power at the last moment, leaving Thor merely fatigued from exertion and the shockwave, coupled with the intoxication from the mead, causing him to faint. With the warrior's support, he soon wobbled back to his feet, his gaze still somewhat dazed. I'm fine. Just the after effects of Asgard's mead. He attempted to steady himself, only to stumble again. The three warriors finally sighed in relief, followed by an even more boisterous laughter. This brief yet soul-shaking battle had thoroughly captivated these proud Asgardian warriors. At that moment, Tony, having regained much of his sobriety, surveyed the chaotic training ground and muttered softly, I hope we won't be held liable for this. Chapter 72, The Runes of Asgard, a new concept for Tony's armor. Last night's encounter was but a minor episode. After a night of restful recuperation, the resplendent Thor, accompanied by a retinue, ventured deep into the workshop district. This realm is the technological sanctum of Asgard, a perfect amalgamation of rune power and technological application, the Hall of Knowledge. Thor opened his arms wide and, with a resonant voice, introduced to the group behind him, Friends, welcome to the treasure trove of wisdom in Asgard. Here lie the ancient mysteries of the runes from the 9 realms, powering the Bifrost, safeguarding Asgard, and even capable of tearing apart the stars. The Hall of Knowledge exuded an aura of ancient wisdom intermingled with a faint humming of energy. The air was imbued with the scent of parchment, special alloys, and a peculiar, almost ozone-like essence. Under Thor's enthusiastic guidance, Loki, Tony, Peter, Wanda, and Natasha stepped into this core of Asgardian wisdom. Beneath the grand dome, light refracted through colored crystals, illuminating a vast hall, displaying strange instruments, levitating rune tablets, and glimmering samples of URU metal. A few artisans and scholars, clad in simple robes with hawk-like sharp gazes, awaited them. They were the guardians of rune technology. Thor gestured toward an elderly craftsman with a silver beard and a scrutinizing gaze, introducing him to the gathering. This is Master Igel, who shall unveil the mysteries of rune power for you. Master Igel nodded slightly, his demeanor reserved. As the foremost expert in Asgard on rune technology, even Prince Thor held him in high esteem. A fleeting glimmer of superiority crossed Igel's eyes as he regarded the Midgardian visitors eager to learn the ways of the runes. To understand rune technology, we must begin with the fundamentals, Igel commenced, his deep voice pointing toward a metal ingot emitting a ghostly blue glow. This is URU metal, the gold of the gods. It can perfectly harness and amplify rune energy. Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement, the flame of technological passion igniting within him. Such an opportunity to witness a magical material was rare indeed. He stepped forward with urgency, nearly pressing himself against the ingot. Perfect energy conductivity? What is its molecular stability? And its melting point? How do you achieve rune engraving while maintaining its resilience? Jarvis, initiate the highest precision scan. Record comprehensively at Tony's hasty movements and rapid-fire inquiries. Master Igel's brow twitched imperceptibly. With patience, he began to elucidate the origins and properties of URU metal. But soon, Tony interrupted him. The design of the energy conduction pathways is rudimentary, yet effective. With his left hand stroking his chin, Tony manipulated the holographic projection cast by Jarvis, conjuring simplified circuit designs in the air. However, the redundancy at these nodes is at least 17. If we employed fractal iterative compression techniques, the efficiency could be enhanced by at least 235, while the volume could be reduced by half. Master Igel's visage bore a tinge of darkness, while the young artisans behind him displayed their discontent. How dare a mere native of Midgard presume to critique the ancient rune designs of Asgard? Such an affront is nothing short of sacrilege. Mr. Stark, Igel's voice carried a chilling undertone. The art of runes transcends mere energy efficiency. It embodies the rhythm of the cosmos and the indelible imprint of will. What you deem as redundancy often serves as essential space for energy buffering and rule adaptation. Rule adaptation, an intriguing perspective, interjected the observant Luo Wei, whose keen intellect was now fully engaged. A faint glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes as he meticulously traced the subtle energy flows within the rune array, discerning their delicate resonance with the surrounding environment. Master Igel speaks truth, Tony. These redundant nodes do more than buffer energy shocks. They seem to listen to the very fluctuations of space itself, performing fine-tuning. Look here. Rovi gestured towards several seemingly insignificant etchings at the periphery of the rune array. They actively absorb the cosmic microwave radiation in the backdrop, transforming it into a stabilizing factor for the array. This transcends mere technology. It resembles a language conversing with the cosmos. Rovi's words rippled through the chamber like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, causing Master Egil to widen his eyes in disbelief as he absorbed Rovi's insights, then shifted his gaze to Rovi's serene countenance. He had never fathomed that an outsider could so astutely perceive the nearly imperceptible interactions between the rune array and the cosmic background energy, listening to the cosmic fluctuations and fine-tuning. Tony's reaction was swift. His mind raced, weaving together Rovi's cosmic linguistics and his own engineering prowess. JARVIS. Retrieve our previously studied nanoscale adaptive resonator model and reconfigure it with the energy frequency spectrum Rovi has identified. If we regard runes as a form of energy programming language and Stark Industries' non-air resonant technology as the hardware interface, we could simulate this dynamic adaptation mechanism and achieve a performance breakthrough of over 30% on the existing foundation. Moreover, the size could be compressed to a tenth of its original. Master Egil, consider this approach. Tony excitedly projected a rapidly evolving holographic model into the air, a nascent fusion of technology and rune philosophy. The Hall of Knowledge fell into a profound silence. The Asgardian craftsman stared in astonishment at the unprecedented holographic model, which shimmered with a cold, technological light while seemingly encapsulating the ancient rhythms of the runes. The composure and darkened expression on Master Egil's face vanished entirely, replaced by an awestruck shock and a hint of exhilaration. This old craftsman's voice quivered slightly as he leaned closer to the holographic model, his murky eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. A completely new combination of runes. Marvelous. Marvelous indeed. Midgardian Mr. Stark, Mr. Rovi, you have unveiled a new realm of possibilities within rune technology. Master Egil reevaluated Tony and Rovi. The initial disdain in his gaze had transformed into genuine admiration, even tinged with a desire for guidance. The surrounding artisans engaged in hushed murmurs, their eyes reflecting astonishment and respect as they regarded the two men. Peter, standing nearby, was captivated and quietly whispered to Wanda, "Wow, what are they discussing? It sounds incredible, though I couldn't comprehend a single word. Those glowing dots flying around are so cool." Wanda smiled and gently patted his shoulder. She too found the principles of rune technology to be profoundly enigmatic. Yet witnessing Rovi and Tony display such wisdom, now acknowledged by the sages of Asgard, filled her heart with pride and a hint of aspiration. Natasha observed quietly, mentally noting the shift in the artisans' attitudes. Tony's demonstration of technological integration and Rovi's almost clairvoyant perception. Thor, grinning widely, clapped Rovi and Tony on the shoulders, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew it. Iron Man, you are indeed a sage." Tony's lips curled into his signature smug smile, yet his eyes burned with an authentic flame of creativity ignited by the unknown. He leaned closer to Rovi and remarked, "Rune armor, Rovi. I believe we are on the cusp of a breakthrough. Coupled with my reactor, I can hardly wait to return to the lab." Rovi responded with an understanding smile, sensing not only the inspiration of technology, but also a deeper connection to the fundamental rules of the universe. Chapter 73. The bustle of the market, the whispers of the garden, and the wisdom of the queen. The intense intellectual exchange within the Hall of Knowledge left young Peter feeling as though he were being scorched by the complexity of the runes and formulas. Wanda too found the overly technical discourse somewhat difficult to digest. She yearned for the vibrant essence of life. "Hey, Rovi." Peter leaned in, his eyes sparkling as he caught the distant sounds of merriment emanating from outside the hall. "That knowledge is cool and all, but the market outside sounds way more fun. Can I go take a look? I promise I won't cause any trouble." He raised 3 fingers in assurance. Natasha tilted her head, recognizing that this excursion was merely a small aspect of her mission. More importantly, she sought to gather intelligence about Asgard for HELD. Clearly, the grounded atmosphere of the market would serve as an excellent venue for observing Asgardian social dynamics and collecting unofficial information, rather than the confines of the Hall of Knowledge. Supporting Peter's decision after a long pause, Natasha spoke, I agree. On-site observations will contribute to a more comprehensive understanding. Rovi then inquired, Wanda, what do you think? I also wish to see the lives of ordinary Asgardians, Wanda replied, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Observing the eagerness in their expressions, Rovi smiled and nodded, go ahead. But stay safe, especially you, Peter. Natasha, I appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on Peter, Natasha replied succinctly. Thus, the trio departed from the Hall of Knowledge, immersing themselves in the vast and bustling market of Asgard. The scene unfolded like a fantastical tapestry. The broad street was adorned with luminous cobblestones, flanked by rugged stone and timber edifices, from which hung beast hides, shimmering crystals, and peculiar bioluminescent flora. A myriad of Asgardians, dwarves, and even a few merchants from distant realms traversed the thoroughfare, their bartering, laughter, and the rhythmic clanging of craftsmen coalescing into a vibrant symphony. Stalls brimmed with a plethora of curiosities, frost giant horns exuding an icy chill, resplendent elven fabrics, weapons and armor inscribed with rudimentary runes of power, melodious, enchanted flowers, and even miniature fire lizards, caged and emitting sparks. The air was infused with the savory aroma of roasted meats, the tantalizing sense of unknown spices, the smoky essence of metal forging, and the unique fragrances of various magical creatures. Peter, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, wow, look at that, a glowing shield. Oh my goodness, what manner of creature is that? It's so fluffy and it floats. Hey sir, is that edible? Wanda, equally astonished by the spectacle, gazed with curious eyes while delicately stroking a piece of silk that shimmered like moonlight. Natasha, seemingly ambivalent, strolled casually, her keen eyes scanning the guards' patrol routes, the layout of the market, and the congregation points of different racial vendors. Occasionally, she would pause to engage in casual conversation with the stall owners, skillfully extracting information about recent events and the storied history of Asgard. Trouble, it seems, always favors the exuberant and inquisitive youth. Before a stall brimming with various small magical creatures and rare treasures, a caged creature resembling a diminutive fox, adorned with iridescent scales, captured Peter's attention. It appeared equally intrigued by him, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of wind chimes from within its enclosure. It's so beautiful. Peter couldn't help but lean closer to the cage. The stall owner, a tattooed elven merchant, cautioned, be careful, Spider Boy. The iridescent spirit fox is gentle in nature, but the rainbow dust it emits has mild hallucinogenic and spatial disruption effects. Do not get too close. Before he could finish, Peter's fingers inadvertently brushed against the runic lock of the cage. Perhaps it was static electricity or a faint current from his spider sense. But the seemingly sturdy runic lock suddenly cracked open with a sharp sound. The cage door swung wide. Oh no, Peter gasped. The iridescent spirit fox darted forth. Devoid of aggression, yet driven by its yearning for freedom, it began to sprint, shedding glimmering rainbow dust as it went. The dust spread through the air, causing those it touched to experience mild hallucinations. Some witnessed a rain of gold coins and began frantically grasping at the air. Others shrieked in astonishment as they perceived their beards transforming into serpents, while a few started performing peculiar dances on the spot. To make matters worse, this magical reaction appeared to have chain effect, as nearby stalls saw small items like flying daggers, rolling luminous orbs, and even a boiling pot of magical brew begin to float, spin, and careen uncontrollably. The market was instantly engulfed in a chaotic whirlwind. Peter, Wanda acted swiftly, her crimson chaotic energy surging forth in an attempt to envelop the erratically flying objects and disperse the dust. However, the peculiar nature of the dust ignited even more brilliant bursts of light upon contact with her energy. Natasha reacted with remarkable speed, dodging the tumbling pots and pans while trying to regain control of the situation. Parker, capture that fox. Wanda, rein in your power. Just as chaos threatened to escalate, a gentle yet powerful golden light descended from above, akin to warm sunlight that instantaneously dispelled the mesmerizing, rainbow-hued dust. All floating objects were, as if cradled by an invisible hand, gradually returning to their rightful places. The cacophony abruptly ceased, and the crowd parted in reverence, creating a pathway. Queen Frigga, adorned in a simple yet elegant gown and wielding a scepter embedded with pure crystal, gracefully entered the scene. Her gaze swept across the area, lingering momentarily on Peter, who was shrinking back like a quail with an expression of impending doom, and on Wanda, whose cheeks had taken on a slight blush, as well as Natasha, who bore a hint of exasperation. A minor mishap, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Frigga's voice flowed like a clear spring, soothing all restless hearts. She turned her attention to Peter, a glimmer of playful amusement in her eyes. It seems that youthful curiosity occasionally requires a touch of guidance. Young warrior? Peter, at a loss for words, wished he could sink into the ground. Frigga then addressed the vendor. I shall compensate for the losses. She nodded towards Wanda and Natasha, suggesting, the market's clamor pales in comparison. Shall we stroll to the Golden Palace Gardens? It is a more fitting place for a quiet conversation. Her gaze lingered on Wanda with a sense of understanding and gentle invitation. The three could hardly decline. Frigga waved her hand lightly, enveloping them in a soft glow, and they vanished from the scene, leaving behind a crowd that was still reeling and abuzz with chatter. The gardens of the Golden Palace presented an entirely different vista. Here, tranquility reigned as if it were a paradise untouched by time. Odd plants radiated a soft luminescence, while streams flowing with golden liquid meandered through the landscape, and the air was suffused with an intoxicating fragrance. Frigga led Wanda, Natasha, and Peter along the flower-laden paths. At that moment, Peter was unusually silent. As meek as a lamb, the queen did not chastise him, but rather initiated the conversation. The markets of Asgard are quite lively, are they not? Brimming with the vibrancy of life, yet they can easily give rise to minor disturbances. She turned her gaze to Wanda, her eyes tender and profound. Wanda, your power is unique and formidable. I can sense the turbulence within your heart. In such a beautiful, serene, and divine setting, confronted by such a gentle and wise elder, Wanda found her insecurities and feelings of inadequacy surging forth uncontrollably. She paused, gazing down at a flower that emitted a moonlit glow, her voice tinged with melancholy. Everything here is so powerful, so ancient, so eternal. The Golden Palace, the runes, the warriors, even the flowers in this garden are imbued with magic. Here, Loki shines as brightly as the sun. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fragility. I am merely an orphan from Sokovia. My powers are chaotic and perilous. Even I find them difficult to fully control. At times, I feel unworthy of it all. Chapter 74. The origin of the rune power. Frigga listened quietly, then gently took Wanda's hand, guiding her to touch the moonlight flower. As her fingers brushed against it, the bloom's radiance became softer and warmer. Child, Frigga's voice resembled the gentlest silk. Behold this flower. Though it appears delicate, it flourishes in the eternal twilight of Asgard. Its light capable of soothing even the most ferocious beasts. Expressions of power are manifold, and I was not born a queen. Frigga's gaze turned distant, imbued with the warmth of reminiscence. I was once a witch from Vanaheim, having endured war, displacement, and the trials of learning. Power requires refinement, and one's character must evolve. She then turned her attention back to Wanda, her eyes sparkling with the wisdom of insight. I have seen the way he looks at you, dear child. It is not the gaze of one seeking a mere match in status, but rather the recognition of a light within his own life. A light that shines warmer than the fiercest sun of Asgard. True power lies not in how much one possesses, but in what one stands to protect, and who is willing to stand beside you in that guardianship. In his youth, Odin was also reckless and impulsive. It was I who shielded him time and again with magic and wisdom. Love does not rest upon superficial alignment, but upon whether two hearts can grow together amidst storms, illuminating one another. Wanda's eyes glistened with unshed tears as Frigga's words washed over her like a warm spring, soothing the unrest within her heart. She felt Frigga's hand clasping hers, imparting a gentle yet resolute energy, not a direct infusion of magic, but rather an understanding and guidance of the essence of emotional energy. Embrace this tranquility, Wanda, Frigga whispered. Chaos is not synonymous with disorder. It is the primordial vitality of the universe. Your emotions, be it love, guardianship, or unease, are the very sources that drive this power. As Wanda absorbed Frigga's teachings in the Garden of the Golden Palace, in the Hall of Knowledge, Tony animatedly engaged with Master Eggle, exchanging ideas on rune technology. Thor placed a hand on Loki's shoulder, his usual jovial demeanor tempered by a rare seriousness. Loki. Thor's voice deepened with reverence for ancient secrets. We are about to witness the origins of the runes, the most profound secret of Asgard's lineage, safeguarded by the wisdom of the All-Father himself. Only those granted permission by our Father may glimpse it. He paused, casting a glance at Tony, who was engrossed in discussion. The Iron Man cannot enter. Loki nodded in understanding, recognizing the weight of this knowledge. He approached Tony and patted his shoulder. Tony, I shall explore the legendary source code. We shall reconvene to share insights later. Tony lifted his head, curiosity evident in his eyes, yet he nodded in understanding, making a gesture of swift departure and return. Following in Thor's footsteps, Ro ventured down a tranquil corridor. The light here softened, imbued with a solemnity that permeated the air, mingling with the ancient scent of metal and stone dust. Flanking the corridor, a sentinel of Asgard stood every 10 paces, clad in shimmering armor that glimmered with a faint light, wielding long spears inscribed with runes, resembling statues seamlessly integrated with the columns. Their sharp gazes swept over the pair. Only upon confirming Thor's identity did they offer a slight nod, resuming their eternal vigilance. At the end of the passage, a colossal stone door bore intricate sealing runes that radiated an aura of ancient profundity. Thor extended his palm, pressing it against the central recess of the door. As his divine power flowed into it, the runes ignited with a ghostly blue luminescence, and the massive door silently slid open inward. They entered a grand circular chamber, its lofty dome seemingly connecting directly to the cosmos. King Odin, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, stood with his back to them, and, as the door gradually closed, the spear, symbolic of Asgard's supreme authority and power, came to a gentle halt. A deep, resonant boom echoed throughout the sanctum, reverberating like a drumbeat across the universe. Instantly, the arched walls surrounding the hall sprang to life. No longer mere cold stone, they transformed into a backdrop flowing with liquid starlight as 24 distinct runes, emanating pure, primal energy, slowly emerged from the depths of the walls, suspended in the void. They rotated and pulsed languidly, each heartbeat drawing forth the primordial energy of space, emanating an awe-inspiring pressure and illuminating wisdom that sent shivers through the soul. They transcended mere symbols, embodying the very laws of the universe. Remnants of creation's dawn that continued to breathe. Odin's deep voice resonated within the sanctum. Ro, Thor, what lies before you is the source of the runes, the most primal and pure expression of cosmic energy. He turned slowly, his singular eye penetrating, resting on Ro's face, which was fixed in intense concentration, then gliding over Thor's noticeably anxious demeanor, imbued with a hint of imperceptible sternness. They're the bones of the universe, the embers of creation. Odin's voice carried a solemnity akin to a divine lament. The wisdom that flows among the branches of the world tree is their breath. I, suspended for 9 nights upon the branches of the world tree, offered myself as a sacrifice, thirsting for the bitter waters of wisdom's well. Thus glimpsed their true visage and brought them back to Asgard, weaving them into the bloodline of my kin. He raised Gungnir, pointing towards the most central rune, resembling a standing lightning bolt, its edges entwined with peculiar spirals, the embodiment of immense energy. The words of the gods, the bridge connecting the cosmos, are also the embryo of storms. Its form is merely the garment of its power. The energy and the laws governing that energy constitute its immortal essence. Thor could not help but shift his stance, murmuring softly, "Father, every time you speak of these matters, it feels as though you are reciting from an ancient tome thicker than the Midgard Mountains." Odin's gaze pierced like shards of cold starlight. "Thor, restrain your impatience. Power is not solely embodied in the Mjolnir you wield. The runes are the very foundation of Asgard. They are the sacred essence coursing through our veins. As a prince, you have lingered for millennia without mastering even the surface. What utter negligence!" Thor instinctively recoiled, akin to a chastised yet defiant lion, mumbling his defense. "I have tried, Father, but those lines do not heed my command. Every time I grasp a hint of understanding, it slips away like sand through my fingers." He glanced at Rovi, whose gaze was fixated on the 24 origin runes, seeking solace in shared frustration. My friend, do not be too hasty. This endeavor truly requires time. Centuries, in fact. One shall eventually uncover the path. Thor's words sank like stones cast into the depths of the sea, failing to stir even a ripple in Rovi's mind, which operated with the speed of a supercomputer. His entire consciousness had already immersed itself in the profound truths encapsulated within the 24 runes. Chapter 75. Odin's Concerns and Entrustments. The journey in Asgard nears its end. The energy flow of each rune crystallized into a vividly visible network of luminous pathways. Every minuscule energy node was precisely marked as a coordinate. The force fields interacting between runes were dissected into countless jumping, entangled quantum equations. Information entropy resonated in specific dimensional patterns. Energy formulas for localized enhancement of strong interaction fields. Geometric models for the directional tearing or reinforcement of spatial tension. All that was abstract, deemed as divine wisdom by the Asgardians, was stripped of its mystique through the calculations of supreme intellect. Outside, Thor's voice seemed to stretch infinitely. Just as the comforting echoes lingered, a resonant hum erupted, an indescribable tremor emanating from the very essence of the universe, violently burst forth from the spot where Rovi stood. The temple floor, forged from URU metal beneath his feet, let out a mournful cry. The solid metallic surface, akin to being submerged in absolute zero, instantaneously disintegrated into countless glimmering points of pure silver light. These luminous dots did not disperse. Instead, they were drawn by a governing force, swirling gently around Rovi, forming a resplendent river of stars. The comfort on Thor's face froze instantaneously. He sensed an unraveling divine power emanating from Rovi. This was impossible. Thor's expression morphed from shock to indignation. Had he cheated? After millennia of study, he had toiled for thousands of years, and yet here was Rovi, instantaneously comprehending the primordial power of the runes. His voice brimmed with a sense of helplessness akin to that of a struggling student facing a prodigy. Odin, too, stood in stunned silence. The father of the gods seemed to transform into another colossal pillar, supporting the dome within the sacred temple. The entire runic sanctuary fell into a deathly silence, leaving only the deep hum emitted by the primordial runes resonating in the stillness. After a prolonged moment, Odin's lips finally stirred slightly, his voice striking with greater weight upon Thor's heart than the full force of the eternal spear. This was not mere learning. Indeed, Rovi's state of comprehension regarding the power of runes was neither the enlightenment born of trials faced by the warriors of Asgard, nor the understanding achieved by scholars after exhausting their wisdom, nor even the divine inspiration that Odin had sought from the world tree through self-sacrifice. This was deconstruction. Odin's voice descended into profound depths, each syllable imbued with unparalleled shock and a profound sense of vigilance. Rovi slightly turned his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the floating primordial runes, then gliding past the stardust that flowed around him like a river of stars. His expression bore none of the pride or ecstasy Thor had anticipated, but rather an almost indifferent clarity, akin to unraveling a complex mathematical conundrum. If so, the energy matrix, the foundational protocols. If the universe could be likened to a program, then the runes were the code that composed it. Deconstructing the runes not only granted Rovi a deeper understanding of the cosmos, but more importantly, it might also enable him to execute various functions of the program. Much like coding, naturally, this required preconditions. After all, the codes constituting the universe were vast and intricate, and any program that violated the fundamental logic would only lead to conflict. Observing Rovi's serene demeanor, Odin took a deep breath, calming the tumult within his heart. Rovi, what you have witnessed and comprehended today has touched the very roots of Asgard's heritage, even the rhythm of the world trees pulsing. This power, this understanding, far exceeds my initial expectations. He paused, his solitary eye shifting towards Thor, who remained engulfed in shock and indignation, his voice imbued with a complex, ineffable sentiment that only a father could express towards his son. Thor, my child, come forth. Thor, regaining his composure, approached his father with a look of bewilderment. Odin extended his hand, firmly placing it upon Thor's shoulder. You, Thor Odinson, my son. Odin's voice was deep and slow, as if recounting an ancient tale. You are endowed with divine might. nurtured by the eternal light. For millennia, your valor has surpassed all realms. Your hammer has shattered countless foes. And you have grown accustomed to victory, to the invincibility that power brings. At this moment, the gaze of King Odin towards Thor was no longer filled with the usual authority, but rather the simple anticipation of a father for his son. This strength, this glory, is your innate gift, a grace bestowed upon you by Asgard. Yet, my child, have you ever contemplated that these thousands of years of ease may not wholly represent a fortune for you? Thor furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. Father, I have always taken pride in it. Indeed, pride. Odin's voice resonated with a deeper timbre, tinged with a subtle weariness. Yet when glory and power become your sole reliance, the inevitable arrival of failure looms ominously. I fear that the bitterness of unexperienced defeat may, like the coldest winds of Niflheim, instantly freeze your fervent spirit. This heavy blow could lead you to forget your true self, to overlook that within your veins flows not only the might of thunder, but also the responsibility and resilience of the king of Asgard. I dread that you may falter. The confusion and grievance etched upon Thor's face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented tremor. The starkness of his father's concern weighed heavily upon him, striking like an invisible hammer against the defenses of a heart that had never truly contemplated such depths. He was accustomed to his father's authoritative admonitions and his mother's gentle encouragement, yet he seldom sensed his father's raw, palpable fear for the future, fear born from worry for his invincible son. Father, Thor began, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this profound expression of paternal love and anxiety. Odin did not expect an answer. He turned his gaze back to Rovi, the guardian of Midgard and a formidable warrior. It is precisely because I foresee this possibility that I must make a request of you. Asgard, bathed in eternal light, bears the weight of ancient prophecies, the twilight of the gods. It is an end that even I cannot entirely evade. Odin's gaze deepened, as if piercing through the temple's dome to glimpse a distant, shadowy future. When that day truly arrives, when the flames of destruction engulf the heavenly realms, when the old myths reach their conclusion, I beseech you, in the name of Odin Borson, father of the gods and guardian of the nine realms, to preserve a flicker of hope. His words carried an unprecedented solemnity, laced with a hint of entreaty. When the time permits, for the sake of Thor and your fellowship, safeguard a glimmer of hope for Asgard. Silence again enveloped the temple, broken only by the crackling of the eternal flames in the hearth. Thor opened his mouth, gazing at Odin, whose form no longer bore the majestic stature of his childhood memories, now marked by the signs of age and stoop. The prophecy that even his father feared, the twilight of the gods. How would he confront that day if it were to come? Rovi met Odin's gaze, neither immediately promising nor refusing. Odin's concerns were not unfounded. In the near future, Asgard would succumb to the hands of Hela, the goddess of death, and Surtur, the fire demon. Enduring such a blow, Thor indeed found himself momentarily incapacitated, until the obsession with defeating Thanos reignited his spirit. Contemplating deeply, Rovi finally spoke slowly. Odin, king of the gods. Prophecies serve as signposts but are not immutable destinations. Should a crisis arise, and I find myself in a position to act as a friend of Asgard, I shall not stand idly by. Rovi refrained from uttering certainties, for two critical elements were at play. The first being Hela, whose power stemmed from Asgard itself. As long as Asgard endures, she shall not perish. The second is the eternal fire demon, Surt, whose power derives from the everlasting flame imprisoned within the treasury of Asgard. As long as the flame burns eternally, he too shall remain undying, a flame so formidable that its extinguishment is no simple feat, or else Odin would have extinguished it long ago. However, the cinematic universe may not necessarily align with his own, and thus, out of an abundance of caution, Rovi refrained from making any promises to Odin. Nevertheless, Odin's heart swelled with a newfound respect for Rovi, for his cautious deliberation indicated a genuine consideration of the request at hand. Every splendid journey must eventually reach a farewell, and after Rovi accomplished his mission, it was time for everyone to depart. That evening, within the grand banquet hall of the Celestial Palace, Chapter 76, the conclusion of the Asgardian journey and Loki's conspiracy unfolded. A magnificent long table was adorned with an array of delicacies, golden chalices brimming with mead, and the air was rich with the enticing aromas of roasted meats, honey, and malt. This was Asgard's most prestigious farewell banquet, honoring Rovi and his companions as they prepared to embark on their journey home. Odin presided over the gathering from the head of the table, with Queen Frigga radiating a gentle smile, while Thor was the most vivacious, pulling Tony Stark into hearty toasts. His laughter ringing through the air. The atmosphere was vibrant, yet all were acutely aware that the true focus of the gathering was the dark-haired youth seated quietly in the guest of honor's place. As the wine flowed freely, the ambience reached its zenith. Thor rose, tapping his goblet, his resonant voice echoing throughout the hall. Friends, warriors from Midgard. With a grand gesture, several golden-armored warriors approached, bearing magical boxes shimmering with an ethereal glow. At times of parting, Asgard never hesitates to bestow gifts of friendship. Thor first approached Tony, unveiling a box that contained several ingots of metal gleaming with a silver-blue radiance, each roughly the size of a brick. Iron Man, you are truly a sage. Master Ejur holds you in high esteem. These are ingots of URU metal. Use them to forge something remarkable. Thank you, big guy. Tony raised his goblet in salute. Next, Thor turned to Peter Parker, revealing a box filled with several rolls of extraordinarily resilient thread that emitted a gentle green glow. Young Spider Warrior, this is starlight silk spun from the moonlight spider threads of the enchanted forest. It carries a faint luminescent energy, perhaps aiding you in swinging further and binding tighter. That's so cool. Thank you, Mr. Thor, Peter exclaimed, joyfully grasping a roll of silk, feeling its cool, smooth, and remarkably elastic texture. Then, Thor approached Wanda. The box he opened was unique, revealing a deep red rune crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, suspended in a soft white light. Within the crystal, chaotic crimson energy seemed to swirl slowly, resonating subtly with Wanda's own magical essence. Wanda, the Witch of Chaos, my mother speaks of your power as profound and singular, resonating wondrously with certain ancient runes. This imprint crystal of the symbol of life and destruction may assist you in better understanding the intricate mysteries of your own power intertwined with the energies of the universe. A flicker of surprise and gratitude passed through Wanda's eyes as she carefully accepted the crystal, a warm and potent energy surging into her being, causing the chaotic magic within her to leap with joy. She offered a slight bow towards Queen Frigga, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Prince Thor. I truly cherish this gift." Lastly, Thor approached Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. He produced the smallest box, inside of which lay a delicate silver badge inscribed with intricate invisible runes. Fearless warriors require impeccable camouflage, he explained. This invisibility rune badge is a treasured artifact of the Palace Scouts. Once activated, it can bend light and evade low-level energy detection, allowing you to truly blend into the shadows. Natasha's lips curled into a perfectly timed smile as she replied, "Thank you for your generous gift, Prince Thor." With a succinct expression of gratitude, her fingers instinctively traced the badge's edge, assessing its structure and potential activation methods. Thor then approached Loki, foregoing another box. Instead, he unfastened an unassuming, ancient pouch made from a peculiar black dragon hide that hung at his waist. "Loki, it seems that for you. Even the most extravagant gifts may appear superfluous, as you have deconstructed runes and discern the essence of energy. Yet knowledge demands a vessel, and power requires a medium." He handed the dragon hide pouch to Loki. Within lies the primordial stardust, refined over millennia beside the eternal flame, and a small fragment of the world tree's branch. While they may not possess earth-shattering power in themselves, they are fundamental materials that constitute Asgard and connect to the world tree. I hope they assist you in understanding this universe. Loki accepted the pouch, recognizing it as a unique gift that transcended material worth, a key to deeper cosmic mysteries. Thor, Odin All-Father, Queen Frigga. Loki lifted his golden goblet, filled with mead that shimmered like molten gold. I express my gratitude for Asgard's generosity and friendship. What we have received today shall be etched in our hearts. His gaze swept over the gifts held by his companions before briefly meeting Odin's profound single eye. The solemn charge concerning Ragnarok needed no further words, as it was silently acknowledged between them. The feast ultimately concluded amidst jubilant Viking war songs and hearty drinking. As Loki, Tony, Peter, Wanda, and Natasha stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, Brilliant beams of 7 colors pierced the starry sky, enveloping them. Heimdall drew forth the sword of protection, and the energy of the Rainbow Bridge began to resonate. Farewell, friends of Midgard. Remember the exquisite wines and camaraderie of the palace. Thor waved Mjolnir at the bridge's edge, his voice tinged with reluctance. The light beams constricted before erupting instantaneously. Loki and the others transformed into streams of light, vanishing into the vast cosmic sea, leaving only the glow of the Rainbow Bridge lingering in Asgard's night sky. Odin, leaning on the eternal spear Gungnir, stood atop the palace, gazing towards the direction where the Rainbow Bridge had faded, complex light flickering in his singular eye. Thor stood beside his father, his excitement not yet diminished, now accompanied by a weighty sense of responsibility. Father, can he truly change the fate of the gods? The future is shrouded in mist, and the voice of Thor Odinson resonates deeply and distantly. Yet, the seed sown today may yield unexpected fruits in the uncharted soil of tomorrow. Remember, true power lies not merely in destruction, but in understanding and creation. Loki, he is the one who comprehends. Amidst the boundless abyss of the starry sea, a colossal throne forged from the remnants of stars stands majestically. Upon this throne sits the purple-skinned giant, Thanos, resembling an ancient sculpture, his profound gaze akin to a cosmic black hole, scrutinizing the diminutive green figure below. Loki Odinson, Thanos' voice, deep and potent, shattered the silence of the cosmos. I have heard of your desire to prove yourself, to restore your father's glory, to rule Midgard and become a king. Indeed, Loki's expression fluctuated, uncertainty brewing within him as he pondered the intentions of this formidable titan. Very well, Thanos inclined his head slightly, as if everything were within his grasp. I can offer you a modicum of assistance, a Chitauri army, he proclaimed, lifting a golden scepter that shimmered with a deep blue radiance. A scepter that can manipulate the hearts of men. What then is the cost? Loki's covetous gaze swept over the mind-controlling scepter, yet he refrained from hastily acquiescing, well aware that nothing in this world is free. Huh! Thanos chuckled softly. I require but a small return. The Tesseract, which your father has hidden on Earth. The Tesseract. Loki gasped, a tempest of suppressed malice igniting in his eyes. What a tempting proposition, Thanos. Alas, his tone turned icy. Your plan may not come to fruition. Chapter 77. Thanos' ambition. Premature gem collection. Variables. Loki. Oh. Although Thanos' tone remained unchanged, the air surrounding his throne seemed to thicken momentarily. Do not be overly greedy, Loki. A planet, a throne, in exchange for a treasure, such as a fair trade. Greedy? Loki emitted a sharp, derisive laugh. Do you presume I am unaware of what the Tesseract truly is? It is the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. To obtain the Space Stone, you must wield an even greater power. Cease your haggling, Loki. Thanos' gaze glinted with cold intensity. Greater power? Do you wish for me to intervene, personally? The Ancient One, your father, and even the Asgardian Pantheon are watching over Earth. Any external interference will only exacerbate the situation. You, however, are different. As the Prince of Asgard, you possess the legitimate right to inherit dominion over the 9 realms. Coupled with an interstellar army, that should suffice. Thanos, you have no comprehension of the events unfolding on Earth. A swell of uncontrollable rage surged within Loki as he recalled all that Rovi had accomplished. New gods have emerged. He calls himself Rovi, wielding unimaginable power. My plans, the throne of Asgard, the king of the frost giants, Laufey, everything has been shattered by him. Thanos gazed intently at Loki, perceiving the palpable fury emanating from him. After a brief silence, he gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of his throne. The birth of a new god? This is indeed an unforeseen development. However, Loki, to wield power that transcends your princely status carries immense risk. It is akin to casting a colossal stone into the tranquil depths of the ocean, rousing all slumbering titans. Have you succumbed to fear, great titan Thanos? Loki's voice suddenly rose, laced with scorn. It appears your courage pales in comparison to your ambition. Restrain your feeble provocations, trickster god. Thanos' tone remained undisturbed. Your hatred fuels only your own fire, not mine. It is understandable that you wish to harness my strength for your vengeance. Yet, for the sake of the Infinity Stones, I have endured and schemed through countless ages. Any risk that might awaken those entities must be meticulously avoided. I can bide my time for a more opportune moment. Wait. Loki's eyes gleamed with malice as he revealed his trump card. Thanos, you cannot afford to wait. Do you believe that wretched Rovi will grant you the luxury of time? No. He knows the Tesseract is the space stone. He may even be aware of the whereabouts of the other stones. Loki's magical energy surged, coalescing before him into a vivid image. Rovi coldly informing Coulson, "Tell me where the Tesseract is. I intend to go to Asgard to kill Loki." Can you imagine? Loki continued. When he possesses the space stone and becomes intrigued by its power, what he will do? Will you patiently gather the stones in a methodical manner? Or will he seize the initiative and secure the stones for himself? What? For the first time, a violent tremor rippled across Thanos' previously impassive visage. He leaned forward from his throne, his eyes, capable of devouring stars, suddenly ignited with a terrifying glimmer, locking onto Loki with unwavering intensity. Are you certain? Loki Odinson, you know the price of deceiving me. Price? Loki met that dreadful gaze unflinchingly, a twisted smile adorning his face. I've already paid the highest price, exile from Asgard, stripped of my heritage. No one harbors more hatred for that Rovi than I. Do not hesitate any longer. Thanos, invade Earth, eliminate Rovi. And once you obtain the space stone, no one shall stand in your way. Thanos' gaze shifted from Loki's face, as if penetrating the infinite expanse of stars, envisioning Earth, the variable named Rovi, and the faint glimmers of other stones looming behind him. Odin's majesty, the Guardian's vigilance, and the unpredictability of the Asgardian pantheon. These weighty concerns began to crack like brittle ice before the harsh truth Loki had laid bare. He could not accept that the stones he had tirelessly pursued might be preemptively claimed by an unforeseen variable. Years of investigation had pinpointed the stone's vague coordinates. The slumbering Leviathan was ready to reveal its fangs. Earth, New York, atop the Central Park apartment garden. A radiant, multicolored beam of light descended from the heavens, accompanied by cosmic dust and the essence of distant realms. As the radiant light faded, a group led by Rovi emerged, their being still infused with the unique ambience of Asgard's golden palace, imbued with metallic and magical undertones. Tony Stark was the first to step beyond the confines of the luminescent column, cradling an antiquated box containing the URU alloy gifted by Thor. Without glancing back, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement, he declared, "I must return to the lab at once. Jarvis, activate all analyzers, prioritize. Rovi, thank you. This journey was truly invaluable." No sooner had he spoken than the crimson and gold armor activated, the thrusters roaring to life, and Tony transformed into a streak of light, eagerly vanishing beyond the skyline. "Wow, Mr. Stark is always so efficient," remarked young Peter Parker, pulling down his mask and securing a box of magical webbing to his chest. "Ms. Natasha, Mr. Rovi, Ms. Wanda, I'm off. Queens needs its friendly neighborhood hero." With that, he leaped from the rooftop's edge, a flick of his wrist sending a nearly transparent silver thread deftly anchoring onto a distant skyscraper, his figure gliding through the urban jungle like the wind. In contrast, Natasha exuded a tranquil demeanor, delicately toying with a metal piece engraved with intricate runes, a stealth rune bestowed upon her by Thor. She remained silent, pressing the rune close to her heart. In an instant, a subtle ripple enveloped her, rendering her invisible to Rovi and Wanda's gaze. A memento from Asgard, indeed practical. I hope it proves useful in our next mission. As whispers faded, the elevator doors suddenly opened, descending to the floors below. The commotion dissipated, leaving only Rovi and Wanda in the rooftop garden. The golden glow of the setting sun gently bathed the lush greenery, casting a warm hue that softened Wanda's features. She cradled a stunning rune stone, one side a vibrant green, exuding a vitality of life, the other a dark red akin to solidified magma, pulsating with destructive energy. This was a gift from Queen Frigga, symbolizing the duality of chaos magic, life and destruction. Rovi stepped closer, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist, drawing her near. Lowering his head, his nose nearly brushed against the crown of her hair, inhaling the subtle blend of his guardian floral scents and her familiar essence. "Are you tired? How did you find our family trip?" Wanda nestled against him, her cheeks flushed. It felt like an incredible dream, she murmured softly, her fingers unconsciously caressing the two rune stones, Golden Palace, Rainbow Bridge, and Thor and the others. Rovi, thank you for bringing me along. Resting her head against his solid chest, she listened to his strong heartbeat, feeling the weariness melt away in the warmth of this serene moment. I'm so happy, truly happy. Just as this tender tranquility enveloped them, the elevator doors slid open with an untimely chime. Pietro Maximoff emerged, half a slice of toast smeared with peanut butter in hand. Hey, Wanda, Rovi, where have you two been these past few days? Moreover, how did the elevator descend to the first floor on its own just now? I even heard the sound of a woman's laughter. What on earth happened? His rapid-fire words abruptly ceased as he beheld the two figures entwined in the garden. With an exaggerated roll of his eyes, he stuffed the remaining toast into his mouth and mumbled his complaints indistinctly. All right. I always seem to appear at the most inopportune moments. My apologies, you two. Please continue as though I were not here. Rovi and Wanda exchanged a glance, unable to suppress their laughter. The following morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the spacious bedroom. Rovi awoke, his gaze resting upon Wanda, who was still peacefully slumbering beside him. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her fair cheeks, her breathing steady, and a serene smile graced her lips. With a soft chuckle, Rovi rose with utmost care, ensuring not to disturb her sweet dreams. He made his way to the bathroom to freshen up, simultaneously summoning the interface that only he could perceive. System. Chapter 78. Gem Collection Plan. Multiverse Character Template System. Host, Rovi. Points, 8. 360, 490. Function, Marketplace. Slots, 2. Character Templates. Normal Superman, Magneto. Unlocked abilities: super strength, super defense, super vision, super hearing, super smell, super intelligence. Freezing breath, heat vision, supersonic flight, biotic field, super healing, eternal youth, electromagnetic manipulation. Ding. You altered the plot of Thor 1. Thwarting Loki's scheme and defeating the Frost Giant King Luo Wei. Earning points: 5, 522, 123. Ding. Your journey to Asgard with the storyline characters Iron Man Tony, Spider-Man Peter, Black Widow Natasha, and Scarlet Witch Wanda, along with interactions with Thor, Odin, Frigga, and the Three Warriors, has earned you points. 1, 216, 598. Ding. Your existence has attracted the attention of the cosmic overlord Thanos, awarding you points. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. With over 8 million points, Rovi's fingertips danced through the void. The cold and colossal numbers on the screen starkly reminding him of the distant goal of 100 million. Closing the system interface, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. The cosmic overlord Thanos, the infamous purple titan from the first phase of the Marvel Universe, had finally made his entrance. Reflecting on the film's portrayal of this mad titan, who cloaked his insanity under the guise of cosmic population control, Rovi found the logic swirling in his mind increasingly absurd and laughable. Possessing immense intelligence, yet fearing the underutilization of resources in the universe, he proposed to annihilate half of all life within it. Was this not sheer nonsense? What kind of profound wisdom was this? To destroy half of existence to maintain balance? The flaws in such a plan were so numerous that he scarcely knew where to begin. In contrast, the comic book version of Thanos, who willingly played the sycophant to the goddess of death, while equally twisted in motive, at least possessed a semblance of internal logic. Regardless of whether Thanos' motives are noble or driven by obsession, Rovi is determined to thwart him, not merely for the sake of reward points, but for the friends he has come to cherish since his arrival: Wanda, Tony, and dear little Spider-Man. A soft voice, laced with drowsiness, wafted from behind him. Wanda, like a languid cat, padded barefoot into the bathroom, her tousled crimson locks cascading over her smooth forehead. Naturally, she nestled closer, wrapping her arms around Rovi's waist. Her cheek brushing against his sturdy back, her voice a sleepy whisper. Why not sleep a little longer? Rovi's body stiffened momentarily before he relaxed. He turned to embrace her soft form, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Not yet, my love. I must attend to certain matters. Wanda, perceptibly lifting her head, felt her drowsiness dissipate. Her gaze fixated on Rovi's face, searching for the slightest shift in his expression. Though his words were calm, she knew him too well. The more serene he appeared, the greater the trouble that loomed. Tell me, dear. Wanda's arms tightened around him, as if fearing he might vanish like a wisp of smoke or take her along. Rovi, observing the resolute determination in his beloved's eyes, sighed softly. Very well. His deep voice reverberated in the confined space as he recounted the ominous presence of Thanos, his mad ambitions, and the terrifying legend of the 6 Infinity Stones, which contained the very essence of a universe. Coldness enveloped the metallic corridors of Sanctuary 2, resembling the intestines of a colossal beast, where only the heavy sound of Thanos' footsteps echoed, each step resonating within the hearts of the 4 fearsome generals standing sentinel. General Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf stood as immovable statues of slaughter, hewn from the hardest of minerals. Their gazes held no warmth, only absolute subservience to the singular will upon the throne. Thanos' eyes, as frigid as tangible ice, slowly swept across his lieutenants. The Power Stone, his voice reverberated like a cosmic echo, imbued with an undeniable decree. It lies dormant in the ruins of Morag. Glaive, Midnight, it is your quarry. Bring it back at any cost. Failure is not an option. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Glaive's eyes, while Midnight's lips formed a resolute line. In silent accord, they bowed, their forms swallowed by a beam of ethereal blue light. Thanos' gaze shifted to the elegant Ebony Maw, reminiscent of ancient nobility. The Soul Stone, it resides on Vormir. Legend has it that acquiring it requires a sacrifice. His deep violet eyes locked onto Maw's, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his soul. Find it, unravel its secrets, and ensure it ultimately falls into my grasp. As you wish, mighty Thanos, Moore replied. The voice of the ebony-throated being resonated like silk brushing against itself, gracefully bowing with an enigmatic, almost reverent smile, transforming into a silent shadow that seamlessly melded into the vessel's dark contours. Eventually, Thanos' gaze settled upon the stoic figure of Black Dwarf, whose colossal form resembled a moving fortress. You followed Loki to Vanaheim, with the clue to the reality stone firmly in his grasp. He cast a fleeting glance at Loki, whose expression fluctuated with uncertainty, concealing calculations and unrest beneath his gaze, cooperating with him to secure the reality stone. Remember, Thanos' voice suddenly turned frigid. Enhance your efficiency. I have no need for sluggish stones. A deep, thunderous response emanated from Black Dwarf's throat as he hefted his massive battle axe onto his shoulder, the metallic friction producing an unpleasant screech. He stepped forward with heavy strides, silently positioning himself beside Loki, his vast shadow nearly enveloping the god of mischief. A somewhat strained, obsequious smile forced its way onto Loki's face. Yet the underlying wariness and a barely perceptible fear lingered as he nodded slightly, acknowledging Thanos' command. The corridor sank back into oppressive silence. Thanos' gaze traversed the cold metallic walls, peering out into the boundless cosmos, a tapestry of shimmering stars. His fist slowly clenched at his side, the thick knuckles cracking from the exertion, as the vision of the 6 stones gleaming upon his infinity gauntlet crystallized in his mind. The fate of the universe was destined to be reshaped by his hand. In New York, atop Stark Tower, the air was saturated with the unique scent of caffeine, oil, and ozone, as countless holographic projections flickered and spun around Tony Stark. Clang! The wrench slipped from Tony's grasp, hitting the floor with a sharp sound, prompting him to whirl around. Disbelief etched across his face, as if to say, "Are you jesting?" "Wait, what?" Tony's voice rose an octave, pointing towards his temple. "Are you certain you aren't regurgitating lines from some third-rate sci-fi script? The cosmic stones? That Thanos, intent on balancing the universe with a snap of his fingers to obliterate half of all life?" Loki regarded him calmly, allowing Tony's shock to reverberate throughout the lab. Approaching the workbench, he picked up the model of the Tesseract that once belonged to Howard Stark, the blue cube refracting a mysterious halo under the light. "Tony, the Tesseract is the space stone." Loki's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight. "There are 6 stones, each representing a dimension of the universe's primordial power, wielding nearly limitless energy." Tony paused, recalling his father's notes, speculating on the Tesseract's infinite energy. Rubbing his face vigorously, he reluctantly accepted this absurd reality. So he murmured, forcing himself to regain composure. "The madman-esque cosmic population control plan. How do we thwart this universe-level lunatic?" By staying one step ahead. Luo had long devised a plan. The Infinity Stones, space-time, and reality were within our grasp. The Space Stone resided within Shield. The Time Stone lay in the possession of the Ancient One at Kamartaj, and the Reality Stone was hidden in the realm of the Dark Elves among the Nine Realms. After a brief pause, he continued, regarding the other stones. The Mind Stone was held by Thanos. The Power Stone's location was on a planet known as Morag in the cosmos. Its precise coordinates, and whether it could be pinpointed using the Space Stone, remained uncertain. As for the Soul Stone, its acquisition was shrouded in peculiar conditions. A vision of the Red Skull on Vormir and the brutal sacrificial rules flickered through his mind. Perhaps this stone could be obtained with Thanos' assistance. Tony listened intently to Luo's scheme, his brow furrowed as his mind raced through various technical parameters and possibilities. "So, you require my expertise?" he inquired, gesturing toward the scattered parts and flickering blueprints around him. "A container," Luo interjected, his gaze fixating on the mysterious URU metal on Tony's workbench, an apparatus capable of harboring, controlling, and even guiding such cosmic energy. For instance, he raised his hand, mimicking a fist, a glove. Tony's attention also turned to the metal's radiating energy fluctuations, a glove that can encapsulate the primordial forces of the universe, he mused, the spark of challenge inherent to an engineer igniting within him. Fortunately, the scraps sent by Thor possess substantial weight. He lifted a piece of URU metal, weighing it in his hand, a confident smile gracing his face. This legendary metal, combined with a touch of genius, should suffice to forge a cage capable of containing these cosmic beasts. "Leave it to me." Luo nodded, placing his trust in Tony's intellect. He extended his hand, taking the one belonging to Wanda, who had remained quietly beside them, her expression grave, yet her gaze resolute. Next, it was time to pay a visit to our old friend, Fury. Bidding farewell to Tony, they ascended to the rooftop, where a gust of wind swept them away, transforming the two into streaks of light as they sped toward Shield headquarters.